more. This message is sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Was the same story for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. The Cards have now lost 3 straight games after being up by at least 7 points heading into the fourth quarter, and the 27-23 loss was their 5th straight loss of the season. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the game.
Yeah, a loss is a loss. Now, with saying that, how are you losing? Which this might even sound worse, is I know we're close, but we're not doing enough, and ultimately that falls on me, so I'm disappointed in myself.
A chance to reset. The Cards will have their bye week this week before a game in Dallas against the Cowboys. ASU, the Sun Devils had themselves a Saturday afternoon. They upset the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders 26-22, which included an emotional Kenny Dillingham and a field rush in Tempe. ASU is back in the AP Top 25, and hopefully this time to stay there. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go on a Victory Monday. Kind of. Happy Monday, everybody.
You're really pushing it. You're really pushing it.
What a weekend from the top of the mountain on Saturday, if you're a Sun Devils fan, to what we had yesterday. And a lot of weirdness in between. Sammy and his horned frog girlfriend.
Yeah, was it more frog or was it more? Anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking about you on Saturday, man. I was watching the game. I'm like, Sammy's in attendance there.
We lucked out with some great seats, and then the lightning delays happened.
Wait, hold on. How do you luck out into great seats?
So we originally were nosebleed seats, and then we're walking around concession stand, and then it started raining, and then this family with 2 of their kids, they were leaving the game, and they saw us kind of walking around, and they were like, do you want to go sit in our seats?
Oh, that's a big-time break.
Big-time break.
Big-time break. Has that ever happened to anybody else here? Somebody, here you go, I'm leaving, take these tickets? No?
I've snuck into good seats plenty of times, but I've never had somebody offer them to me. I had a full, just purely as a sports fan, I had the full turd weekend. The Dodgers won, ASU won, U of A lost, Maryland lost, the Commanders lost, the Cardinals lost. All the teams that I, as a fan, lost, and all the teams that I do not like as a fan won. It was brutal.
And it's the full turd weekend.
That's the technical term. In the business, that's what we call it.
Yeah, I've never heard that before, but I'll accept that definition. All right, we have got a lot of ground to cover. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Animal coming. Animal coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, it's a Monday, which means we are going to spend most of the day talking about the Arizona Cardinals, who lost their 5th straight game. We will get into all of those details momentarily. We are also going to talk about Arizona State and their massive upset of Texas Tech at home. Keeps their championship aspirations alive. Great scene at the end of the game. Guys and girls storming the field. They couldn't pull the goalposts out of the ground because they collapsed them before it could happen.
We'll talk more about that. But they're the defending Big 12 champions. I don't know. Did you storm the field?
Okay, I kind of hear what you're saying.
I know.
On Friday, I was kind of siding with you.
It'd be the top 10 team. I know.
Top 10 team. I get it. We're better than this, people. We expect victory. We don't storm the field. But let the kids have their fun.
Except for the fact that it was like proof that the magic is still there.
Yeah, it was pure.
Yes.
It was
all right.
Yeah.
So, because those are going to be the topics that are going to dominate the show today, we're going to tell you what else you need to know that happened. Shohei Ohtani on Friday night may have played the greatest game ever played. 3 home runs and 10 strikeouts while sending the Dodgers to the World Series.
6 shutout innings.
Nobody in the history of baseball has ever hit 3 home runs and accumulated 10 strikeouts ever. Throughout the course of the playoffs. He did it in 1 game.
And not on a Tuesday in May. He did it
in
the postseason
Yeah.
to send his team to the World Series again.
Did you by any chance see Dave Roberts, what he said after the game?
I did, yeah.
Okay, so Dave Roberts told his team, quote, before the season started, they said the Dodgers are ruining baseball. Let's get 4 more wins and really ruin baseball.
Everybody said congratulations to the Dodgers for clinching the 2027 lockout.
That's good.
But
that's actually very accurate.
If you're the Dodgers, how else can you sort of play this, though? You sort of have to say, at least he didn't say nobody believed in us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're the Dodgers, you have to sort of embrace the villain. We are the favorites. Everyone hates us, but we're going to win anyway.
And to their credit, it must be said, now, this is kind of a technicality because they're paying Ohtani $2 million a year. The Mets actually came into this season with a higher payroll.
That's a big technicality, though. Come on. It is. How did they get away with that? That's.
Don't hate the player.
It sucks. They're going to win. I said this at the beginning, before the playoffs even started, they were going to win the World Series again because they have the best players that they spent the most money on, and they are going to.
Okay, yes, I think you're right about that. Gino Suarez had himself a moment on Friday night, a grand slam that won the game, and I'm like, oh, the Mariners are getting it done. They played a sloppy game yesterday. We got a Game 7 in baseball tonight, folks, and 2 Monday Night Football games. Do you really need 2 Monday Night Football games?
The NFL apparently thinks so, because what's that, 5 out of 7 Mondays now?
Yes. Crazy.
No, we need 2 you need 2 TVs at home going at the same time.
I guess you're right.
That's what actually, tonight you need 3.
In college football over the weekend, outside of Ohio State, maybe Alabama, maybe somebody else, every one of the sports traditional blue blood dynasty type programs, they have some sort of crisis going on in their facilities. Coaches are getting fired left and right. It was a bad weekend for former Todd Graham assistants. Mike Norvell's on the hot seat.
He might be fired by the time we get off the air at 6:08 in the morning.
And when Mike Norvell gets fired, you know how much money they owe him? $54 million.
Enough.
Napier got the ziggy yesterday.
Billy Napier got the ziggy. Jay Norvell got the ziggy. James Franklin has already been fired. There is true parity in college football.
James Franklin already fired, and then Penn State lost again.
I know.
They lost to Iowa.
This was a team that was either number 1 or number 2 by all preseason polls. Unbelievable.
Yeah. They were number 2 about a month ago, and they were a couple plays away from the national title about 8 months ago. Number 2, number 5, and number 10 all lost, and number 7 obviously with Texas Tech all lost on Saturday, or Miami's case on Friday night. So yeah, bad weekend for former Todd Graham assistants. bad weekend for coaches with the last name Norvell, and bad weekend for coaches in Miami because Mike McDaniel might.
Oh,
in Florida.
Good. Nicely done,
But
Tim.
just to put a caveat on the college football, I told you. There's certain programs, Miami and Mississippi are the latest. There's certain programs that just do not win big games. They get ranked high every year, and then they blow it. Tennessee, Texas A&M, it's coming for you.
With all those I told you so's, who do you think you are, Gambo? All right, in the NFL yesterday, real quick in the NFL yesterday, the Denver Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter after putting up 3 bagels. Have you ever seen that before?
It's never happened.
I put up 3 bagels before. That's what you're talking about.
I think I read something like teams that were up by 18 with 6 minutes or less to go in a game they were like 1,602-0.
Yeah, I saw that stat. Isn't that crazy? And also, so the Kansas City Chiefs, they're back to toying with people. Just so you know, folks, they've kind of got their mojo back. Yesterday in the Chiefs game, Patrick Mahomes went up to the line of scrimmage trying to do the whole I'm trying to draw you offsides. And then he says to the cameras, this bleep never works. And so right at that point in time, the New York Giants are like, ha, ha, ha. And then he runs the play.
Then they run the play.
And then they run the play.
Acting!
Yes. So Chiefs are feeling themselves again, folks. All right.
And they got all their receivers back there.
And they're doing ring around the Rosie, and they're doing hijinks at the line of scrimmage. Good stuff. All right.
So even though they wouldn't make the playoffs if the playoffs began today, they might be the NFL's best team again. All right, the Sun season tips off this Wednesday. Can you believe it? And we want you to be there for all the action. All you have to do, text HOOPS to 620-620 for your shot at lower level tickets to see the Suns take on the Sacramento Kings. Don't miss it. Text the word HOOPS to 620-620 right now. Well, not if you're driving. Get where you're going first. On the other side, we'll begin our coverage of the Arizona Cardinals. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, the rest of the crew. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Another late game collapse.
We're the same, We're a team that fights hard, but we have to find a way to win ball games, Losing is frustrating regardless. I'd rather be in a ball game and have a chance to win than get blown out.
We've tried a couple things, but we got to figure out a better way to get ourselves in better position to win.
Heading into the bye week 2 and 5, we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.75% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5, or 1.75% for 72 months on the new Tundra, or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody, especially to our great listeners in Avondale. West Side! Good morning, Avondale. How you all doing? All right, the Arizona Cardinals, they have now lost 5 consecutive games. And Tim is somebody who has a lot of experience and a lot of experience with bad football teams. You come from the same place I do, right? You know that this can really wear on a football team. When you go a month plus without a victory, you play a game, you lose, there's peak frustration, and then you get back to practice and there's a lot of noise and people are complaining about you and criticizing you and you're getting roasted on social media. And you get a chance for atonement, you lose again. Then you repeat that process 4 more times. I can only imagine what the state of this football team is right now.
Well, losing always inevitably tears apart a locker room in terms of how guys finish the season, right? I'm not saying it always leads to infighting and lack of trust. That may not be the case in this situation. But eventually the losing wears on you, and then you get zombie football down the stretch of the season. What's really frustrating for this particular Cardinals team, you're right, Bick. We've seen bad football. I've seen bad football teams. I saw the Bears from 78 to 81.
Bears.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But even in the Cardinal situation, we sat through 58-0. We've sat through Rich Bartell and John Skelton trying to win football games over the last 15, 20 years. This is not that level of bad. Okay.
No, it's not that level of bad at all.
This is a football team that's lost 5 straight games by 13 points, but they're not blameless in this situation. They're not finishing games, right? This is a football team right now that doesn't know how to win.
No.
It starts with the coaching staff and it trickled down to the players on the field. They've had opportunities to win these games. They don't make them. They don't make the plays. They don't win the games. And that's what's starting to gnaw on this football team right now. And you look at the schedule, if they don't figure out a way to do it, you are going to get zombie football in November and December.
That's why we're starting at 30,000 feet today, because there's a lot to get into. Obviously, the quarterback controversy. Is there one? Should there be one? The fourth quarter shenanigans. Why can't this team find a way to call the right plays and execute down the stretch? The running game, the offensive line, the idea that you're going to just, block Micah Parsons with Jonah Williams and Michael Carter. Okay, there's a lot of little things we're going to get into, but what you just said to me, this is really the big deal. Last year at the bye week, when the bye week arrived in 2024, we were peak excitement. The Cardinals were 6-4. Kyler Murray was having pizza and ranch dipping sauce in Manhattan. Everybody was happy. They came out of the bye and went 2-5 to end the season. They opened this season 2-5 to begin the season. So now they have lost 10 of their last 14 games after establishing themselves as a real playoff team.
But they did.
Where do you go with that?
Well, also, what Tim said also about how they aren't finding ways to win games. This was the year where they were supposed to turn the corner and show that they knew how to win games.
Yes,
because the first 2 years, everybody gave Gannon and the coaching staff all the benefits of the doubt because they had moral victories, because they played tough and they showed heart that they didn't have under the end of the Cliff Kingsbury era. This was the year where the moral victories were supposed to turn into real victories.
That's it.
If this was year one and they were playing all these good teams really close into the fourth quarter and losing, you could say, okay, all right, building blocks.
We'd be
but it's
cheering
year
them.
3.
Yeah.
And this was the year that things were supposed to
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
And they're not.
So when you to complete that circle, here's the fear. You can sit there and talk about moral victories. This is the same kind of stuff we cheered for 2 years. You're exactly right, Jarrett. The fact that they have now lost 5 games by 13 points, you can say, look how close they are, or you can say they're a try-hard team that just can't win.
And they don't know how to win.
And they don't know how to win.
And the difference between this year's team, obviously expectations, right? Year 3, this is the year. Like, what are we talking about? A 4-year rebuild, if not this year? No, that doesn't fly in today's National Football League.
No.
But here's the deal. They've also now, the rebuild is failing, okay? It's flat out failing. Now, I'm not saying it's failed, but it's failing right now. Monty Ossenfort's had 3 drafts. They've had 3 free agency periods. A lot of draft picks aren't panning out.
No.
They refortified the defense in free agency. Defense at times has been pretty good this year, but they can't make a stop at the end of these games when they need to make a stop. And Bick is as close as they are to being a 5-2 football team. You can go the other way. You know, they don't knock away that pass in New Orleans, and they don't come up with a big stop thanks to Calais Campbell against the Panthers when they let that lead slip away in the fourth quarter. They could easily be 0-7.
We could be the Jets, baby.
So I mean, I don't even want to play that game. That's for PR departments to put out on release. Hey, 5 losses by 13 points.
Yeah.
We're so close.
Yeah.
So close yet so far, and that is what's so frustrating right now to this fan base.
Calais Campbell, you could see the frustration on his face in the locker room after the game.
I mean, losing is frustrating regardless. I'd rather be in a ball game and have a chance to win than to get blown out, if that's what you're asking. But to me, I've lost a lot in this business. I mean, it's football, right? You're going to lose some ball games. But I've also won a lot in this business. And one thing I've learned is you got to play the game the right way. Win, lose, or draw, you got to fight with everything you got and be willing to stand out and sign your work. And so, I know this team's got a lot of fighters, a lot of guys who are competitive and getting better each and every day. And I believe this team is going to be, we're going to be in every ball game. We're going to be in ball games. As long as we keep believing that our efforts are going to matter. And I don't see that one guy that's going to quit. Nobody's going to quit. We're going to keep fighting, and that's the only thing you can do. Fight with everything you have.
All right, so
they might be in every ball game. You might be telling the truth. They've been in every ball game so far. And people can say, like, well, man, look how tough they played the 49ers and the Colts and the Packers. Those are 3 of the best teams in the NFL. Yes, and those teams won those games.
And it's tough to reconcile the Titans' loss. I mean,
the Titans one,
they're not level, but again, though, they'd be 3-4 if they didn't screw that up. I mean, they've also been outscored. Calais is right. They're fighting, they're battling, they're in these games. I don't see, quote unquote, quit out of this team, but I see a team that doesn't know how to win. They've been outscored 44-6 in the fourth quarter of their last 3 games. You cannot win that way in these one-score NFL games.
But there's a reason the Colts, Packers, and 49ers are 3 of the best teams in the NFC, because they know how to win the games at the end of the games. And that's the difference between a good and bad team.
That's what you see from the good teams. The good teams very frequently get laser focused. They can generally shrug off lackluster afternoons and really kind of hone in and execute. It's exactly what the Cardinals aren't doing. Exactly. And there were any number of moments yesterday that can point to it. Giving up that field goal at the end of the first half was ridiculous.
7 seconds. There were 7 seconds.
Right? So you handed them 3 points there. Then you come out and you get down to the end of the game in the fourth quarter. And again, we're going to get into the granular detail of this stuff. You decide to go for it on 4th and 1, and you run a tush-push play. And I'm sure you got into this last night. This is not the Cardinals' DNA. They are not a tush-push kind of team, especially when you got Michael Carter behind the quarterback.
Right. That's not the guy you're supposed to have pushing.
No.
They just don't. My guess is that play hasn't been repped enough in practice, certainly not in the games, where you feel like it's a pet play where you can bust it out. And plus, that was a long yard, too.
Right.
That was damn near 2 yards.
Yeah, it was 1+.
Just have him roll out, throw the ball to Trey McBride.
Again, if your whole thing with Jacoby Brissett is you're being aggressive and you're being really aggressive, you could have very easily punted the ball there and made the Packers go the length of the field on you.
The defense had been great up to that point.
Well, that's the other thing. Now, historically speaking, this season, the defense hasn't been able to get that stop, and maybe that played into Gannon's thinking. But at the same time, they just got a 3-and-out the previous possession with the Packers. I thought the defense on a whole were playing pretty well. But most importantly, the psychological impact of not getting that 4th-and-1 pick, and Jarrett and Sammy, the Packers were sleepwalking all day yesterday. I don't know if their 5-hour plane delay on Saturday. They were sleepwalking, and you poked the bear by sending an electric bolt onto that sideline when you got that stop.
That's a
maybe
great point.
you punt it to them there. Maybe
they're still sleeping.
Maybe they're still sleeping.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
I feel
100%.
like their thinking was, well, we have Jacoby Brissett in there, not Kyler Murray. We could actually run a quarterback sneak.
Also true.
Except they haven't practiced that all year,
The problem
probably
is,
because.
and compounding that problem, the Packers called timeout because they had 12 men on the field, right? Not because they needed to regroup because the Cardinals were going for it on 4th-and-1, but they saw what the Cardinals were lining up to do. And so they took out Micah Parsons, they brought in an extra defensive tackle, and they ran the play again and got smothered. Oh, boy.
And by the way, schematically speaking, then it got worse rest of the quarter for the Cardinals. We'll get into that in a
We're
going to
get into all that. All right, the granular detail begins on the other side. What is coming up? The Monday Morning Huddle
Yes,
is
you'll
what's
hear all
coming.
those
That's it.
miserable plays we just talked about.
Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
What fuels the Arizona Cardinals? The roar of the crowd, the electricity in the air, and now the incredible taste of Spinato's Pizza. This season, Game Day just got a major flavor upgrade. That's right, Cardinals fans. Spinato's is officially serving fresh-made Chicago-style pizza inside State Farm Stadium. They're making Game Day tastier at not 1, but 4 concession stands. Find them in sections 113, 132, 416, and 440. The real MVP is the all-new Cardinals Collab Pizza. Spinato's has teamed up with the Arizona Cardinals to deliver a pie loaded with flavor, savory roasted red peppers, zesty pepperoncini, premium Canadian bacon, gooey mozzarella, and their signature spinach spice. It is a taste of victory in every bite. Watching from home, you can still get in on the action. The Cardinals Collab Pizza is available at all Spinato's locations. Plus, don't miss the Spinato's Watch Party on November 9th in Tempe as the Cardinals take on the Seahawks in Seattle. So whether you're in the stands or on your couch, fuel your Cardinals fandom with the best. Spinato's Pizza. Fresh, bold, and made to win.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and Ray.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was another just gut-wrenching loss for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, this time to the Green Bay Packers, 27-23. Quarterback Kyler Murray was inactive for his second straight game, but Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals had the ball with a chance to win it late, but could not find a way to win. This is the Cardinals' fifth straight loss after starting the season 2-0. They'll look to reset with the bye week this week and get ready for the Dallas Cowboys in 2 weeks' time. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils continue to prove how hard it is to beat them in Tempe. Sam Levitt and the Devils beat an undefeated Texas Tech team 26-22 on Saturday, and here was Kenny Dillingham after the game.
It's very simple. If you just win, everything takes care of itself. And how do you win? You get better every single day. You show up every day and you win, and if you win, good things happen.
The Devils are back in the top 25 poll at 21, and they'll look to climb that this week against Houston. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Monday Morning Huddle. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet.
Over the years at State Farm Stadium, there have been so many classics between the Cardinals and Packers. A rivalry that is 100 years old. Snap, ball down, Ryland's kick is up, and the kick is good, so the Cardinals get something. Snap, ball down, and the kick is up and perfect, and the Packers tie the game at 3 with 9:06 to go. Snap, spot, Ryland's kick is up, and the kick is good, and the Cardinals take the lead. 3rd and 4 on the Packer 15. Parsons lined up over the nose, standing up. Back to throw, goes Brissett, looks right, throws right, caught on the goal line, touchdown Trey McBride. Snap, spot, the kick is up, the kick has the leg, and the kick is good at the buzzer. That's deflating. He had a great first half, and you cough up 3 points. First down on their 46. Back to throw goes Brissett, and he gets hit. The ball comes out on the far side, and it's recovered by Green Bay. Snap to Love, inside handoff. Jacobs now busting it to the outside left of the 5, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown for Green Bay. Dortch motions right to left. Snap to Brissett. 3-step drop. Looks left, throws left. Caught McBride at the 5. He's hit at the 1, but he bounces off a defender into the end zone for the Cardinal touchdown. Snap to Love, a handoff. No, he pulls it back. Love boot to the right, throws right, caught, and a touchdown. Kraft Oh, that was beautifully designed and executed. 39-yard field goal try by Chad Ryland to give the Cardinals the lead with 9 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Snap, spot, Ryland's kick is on the way, and the kick is good, and the Cardinals take the lead back 23-20. Brissett under center. Right behind him is Knight, perhaps for a tush push. And it is. Brissett takes the snap, getting shoved forward, but pushed back. He didn't get it. Oh, no. The one time the tush push doesn't work, and it's the Cardinals trying to run it. The Packers will take over on downs with 5:51 to go, trailing by 3. Single setback as Jacobs. Love takes the snap. Give to Jacobs up the middle, and Robinson hit him, but Jacobs is in for the touchdown. So the Packers take the lead. 1:50 to go, though. 4th and 10. The game comes down to this with 13 seconds left and the Cardinals down 4. Ball is on the Packer 27. 4 receivers, 2 left, 2 right. Shotgun set for Brissett. 13 seconds to go. Snap to Brissett. Clock is ticking. Backs up to throw and fires deep middle. Jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete. The Cardinals will lose their 5th straight game as Love takes the snap and takes a knee. Final score, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23.
All right, so in all 7 games of this NFL season, the Cardinals have either led or been tied in the fourth quarter of all 7 games. They are 2-5. They have now lost 5 straight. They are free falling. They've got a bye week ahead. I don't know where the answers are going to come, but I do know where this game began to get away from the Cardinals yesterday. So after the Cardinals went up 20-13. On another touchdown pass to Trey McBride, giving Jacoby Brissett 3 touchdown passes to Trey McBride this year when he had 2 in 16 games or 17 games last year with Kyler Murray. So they're up 23-20. Green Bay gets the ball back. First big mistake of the game, Dante Stills. The late hit, the roughing the quarterback, took a step and fully extended his arms while pushing the quarterback. You can't get away from that, or you can't get away with that.
It wasn't much, but it was enough. It was just not smart football.
So the Packers tie the game again, 20-all. Cardinals get the ball back, and again, they're able to kind of move. Jacoby Brissett, 14 consecutive completions. They have to settle for a field goal. So with about 8:57 left, the question becomes, will the Cardinals defense ever get a fourth quarter stop and force a fourth quarter punt? They did exactly that.
Thank you.
They did exactly that. And the offense gets the ball back, and you're thinking, okay, this is the game. We're going to win this thing. And that is when we got to that moment of the Jacoby Brissett quarterback sneak, which really kind of opened the doors for the Packers to come back. On 4th and 1, just over 6 minutes going, they decided to go for it from their own 48. Now, I don't mind the strategy, but I personally was thinking this is just a good time to play it safe. Because as you said, the Packers, they were kind of sleepy.
Yeah. They were sleepwalking throughout the entire game. And I don't like to second guess coaches. Because it's kind of Monday morning quarterbacking. You know, if it works, he's a genius. If he gambles and it fails, he's an idiot. I just think I know today's analytics. I know on a 4th and 1, coaches are more apt in today's football to go for it more than ever. I understand you have a chance to at least maybe then put points on the board via a field goal, or at least take more time off the clock if you don't give Jordan Love the football back. But I just think at that moment of the game, like, put it this way, in real time, I kind of said to myself, man, the defense is playing pretty well. They just got a 3 and out, kick it deep, and try to get those guys off the field again.
Yeah.
Because if you do, again, the emotional impact of not getting it, like the electrical charge on that Packers sideline, it was like, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you for opening the door.
Our game now. Our game. You cracked open the door. Now we're going to kick it down.
The way you said that is exactly the way I processed it in real time. I did not like the idea of going for it in that situation, but being 2025 and being that this is commonplace in the NFL now, and that analytics will tell you, hang on to the football. Don't giving it up to the other team, especially a good team. You're just asking to get beat. So I'm okay. I'm like, all right, that's fine. Even though it's not what I would do, I'm not going to be critical of this moment.
Yes.
So it's 4th and 1, and they line up, and the Packers, like I said, call a timeout. They got 12 men on the field. They can't afford the penalty. They call a timeout. The problem is they already saw a look at the formation that the Cardinals were going to run, and it was pretty clear to them that they were going quarterback sneak the whole way. So Micah Parsons comes out of the game, and then they stuff the Cardinals on that 4th and 1. I'm not sure running the tush-push there when you're not a team that generally does it a lot is the way to go, because as you said, it was more than a yard. I don't know whether it was 1.25 yards, a yard and a half. It was somewhere in between, but it was more than a yard.
And it wasn't close. I mean, they were not close when they ran the play. In fact, I'm not sure if the play was blown dead, but Brissett actually was so swarmed over, he actually fumbled the football.
Yeah,
on the play. I mean, so it was completely blown up.
Yeah,
and
it just feels like throughout the season when the Cardinals needed that one play to put the game away, whether it was execution or the play call, over and over again, it's just the wrong.
This is what we're illustrating right now. So the Dante Stills unsportsmanlike roughing the passer penalty, that was number 1. The 4th and 1 play they couldn't convert, that was number 2. Now the Packers have the ball, and they're very close to the Cardinals' goal line because of them going for it, right?
Well, they went for it on 4th and 2. Their gamble paid off.
First, they were going to kick a field goal. They called timeout. They changed their mind, and then Taylor Demerson, he just got lost in coverage. Tucker Kraft just gave him a little soft shoulder.
Some veteran savvy push off there.
A little soft shoulder, and Rabbit went flying backwards. He cut towards the sideline. Way too easy of a pitch and catch. That's play number 3 or play number 4 that now they didn't make under pressure. Then they get the ball back, and that last drive starts well, and things are going well. A nice big chunky gain to Marvin Harrison Jr., a nice pass play to Michael Carter. They're suddenly on the 40, and then Micah Parsons blows up Jonah Williams, blows up Jacoby Brissett, and from that point forward, it was like a fire drill.
Okay, so here's where I will second guess. And again, I don't like to do this. I never do it, rarely do it. I'm going to do it today. When they got the football to Michael Carter, that play began with 55 seconds left. Carter got 14 yards, okay, down to the 26.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's a big chunk play right there.
Yep.
Okay, now the clock is still ticking. You have timeouts in your pocket. They elect not to use a timeout. Okay, so not only do they let about 15 seconds or so burn before they're able to snap the football again, but keep in mind what was going on at the line of scrimmage at that point. The Packers, led by Micah Parsons, and those dudes were coming, ears pinned back, right?
Yeah.
The Cardinals' offensive line, it's late in the game, 4 quarters of football, they're gassed, right? They are hanging on for dear life.
Yes, they are.
Literally, I thought they were holding every play. At that point on that drive.
Yeah.
Okay, so at that point, the offensive linemen, they're gassed. You don't call timeout. The play is harried. It's rushed. The linemen can't catch their breath. Packers come back. What happens? Brissett gets sacked for 9 yards.
Yeah.
And you have to call timeout anyway.
That's a good
thought
point.
that was a tremendous miss by the Cardinals coaching staff, Jonathan Gannon, to not call timeout, reset everything, let the linemen catch their breath, talk about it on the sideline, put a couple of plays in the huddle, get yourself reset. You have first down. You're on the 26. There'd be about 42 seconds left in the game.
Yep.
But instead, everything unravels then after that play.
Everything did.
And then I don't understand the mini Hail Mary early, but we'll get but we'll get into that in a little bit.
And Cardinal fans, bless their hearts, on that last Hail Mary attempt from Jacoby Brissett that was tipped around and Zay Jones caught it. He was basically against the fence, behind the goalpost, and half the crowd went nuts thinking he caught it for a touchdown.
Even Zay Jones went like this.
Actually, Bick, those were just the Packer fans clapping.
Oh, maybe it was. Maybe that's what it was.
That it was incomplete.
Maybe that's what it was. All right, on the other side, we're going to dip over to the other side of town. Classic win for the Sun Devils over the weekend. We'll tell you all about it. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Sammy Sabalka, Jared Carlin, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of dismissive. But so this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. Cool thing going down at Chapman BMW. They are helping those that help us. First responders, military members, military veterans. Chapman BMW believes your service deserves to be rewarded, and you can get up to a $4,000 rebate on a new BMW today only at Chapman BMW. One of many reasons you head on down to Chapman BMW. Talking about a family-run, award-winning business for 58 years. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years. And that's unheard of in the automotive industry. Real good sign that Chapman BMW does things different in all the best ways. They are going to give you a red carpet service. You're going to love your experience, and you are going to love the ultimate driving machine, one of the most exhilarated driving experiences you are going to find on the planet. Best of all, every listener of this radio station, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So here's what you do. Go down, pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, then go get your hookup. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Luke. After the Sun Devils' thrilling win over Texas Tech, does the road to the Big 12 championship lead through Tempe again? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Sammy Sabalka, and, of course, Jarrett. Jarrett, what are you wearing today, by the way?
Nothing too exciting, I will say.
Well, come on, man.
It's sort of like a salmon and burnt sienna Hawaiian shirt with a gray background with pink shorts.
All right. As somebody who is trying to lure listeners to watch us on our YouTube channel, you got to come with something funkier than that.
I just grabbed it out of the closet.
All right. Okay.
Wait, salmon and Sienna is not funky enough for you? I mean...
Well, come on. Jared, it needs to flash and pop. And...
Salmon and Sienna, two of my favorite dancers at the highlighter.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I met them at Bourbon Street one night, yes.
Okay, so there was a moment on Saturday in Tempe when you thought this is going to go down as one of the worst losses we have ever experienced. The Sun Devils had played such great defense and had been so gritty all day long. Then they give up 15 unanswered points, courtesy of a punter who, I don't know what you would call that. Wasn't much of a punt, but ASU found themselves in dire straits, and they came up with a drive for the ages.
Back-to-back bad punts.
They were back-to-back. Terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 19-7 with less than 4 minutes to go in the game, and suddenly you find yourself down. But it was a drive for the it could turn out to be a season. Well, it certainly is right now a season-saving drive, and it could turn out to be what is a season-defining drive.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say this. I was going to say that you can go big picture and take a look at this thing and say, okay, ASU football as a program, this is their 10th consecutive home victory. They keep their national championship hopes alive. They have just beaten an unbeaten team. All sorts of good stuff that came out of this game. But when you boil it down, this was Sam Leavitt Legacy Day is what this was. And Sam Leavitt, the command that he showed on that game-winning drive, that fourth down completion to Jordan Tyson when he rolled right, when you thought he was going to run, and he had the wherewithal to see Jordan Tyson open and feather that pass right to him. Big-time stuff.
Joey McGuire, the Texas Tech head coach, said after the game, quote, that quarterback changes everything. And boy, did he hit the nail on the head there. There was a lot of chatter after the Utah game about how bad ASU's defense performed. So how can you blame the quarterback being out on a defense that couldn't get the Utes off the field and gave up a touchdown pretty much every drive? Having your guy on the field changes, in terms of your quarterback, changes the disposition of the defensive mindset. You can't tell me any differently. The ASU defense, the ASU collective team on Saturday had a different vibe about them because they knew Sam Leavitt was back there playing quarterback.
Yeah.
And you can't tell me any differently.
And look, there was 20-plus NFL scouts in that press box on Saturday. Sam Leavitt just made himself some NFL money on Saturday. Not just winning the game, but again, the command and the poise. He was in total control of his emotions at the end of that game. Kenny Dillingham talked about his quarterback afterwards.
It's Sam. I'm just glad he didn't play basketball this week, Because that's what people think a competitor like that does. It's disgusting. The dude's a battler. He's a competitor. He's a fighter. He wants to do everything he can to get on that field for his team. He was ready to play this week. I felt he was ready to play this week, and he played, and he fought, and he competed, and that's what Sam Leavitt does.
That's interesting that whole thing came back up again because there were rumblings, rumors.
I mean, one person actually just flat out reported it. Like, I have sources. That know this is true.
And who do you know who that was by any chance?
I'll look it up.
Okay, either way, that is obviously who Kenny Dillingham is talking to. Because I think when it happened, Chris Karpman, who is a voice of authority on the Sun Devils, shot it down. And then I think locally it stopped being a topic, except for this one source who claimed he had sources.
Right, and Chris Karpman immediately clapped back at that tweet and said it is not true.
Yeah.
There's a lot of smoke about it. I mean, this thing blew up on message boards. I don't even want to get into it. I don't care. It's done. It's done.
Listen.
It's done. He missed the Utah game. Now he's back.
And even if he did, he atoned for it, right?
That's right.
Sam Leavitt.
He's our guy.
He's the man.
I don't do crap. He does it all. So he's going to be nice, but I don't do crap. These wins are his.
No, he's being modest. I mean, honestly, throughout the week, you talk about a coach that just knows your players well. So he knows how to approach you in those moments and, talk about someone who talks about every single scenario there is. And, as soon as I come in, what game were we watching?
We were watching Miami versus
Louisville.
Yeah,
right before half, there's a little debate, on what they should have done with the clock management. And we're just coming in right there at the meeting, and I'm talking about what I think we should do versus what he thinks, and that's what happens on game day. We're just on the same page, so it's one of the best situations for me to play in.
You see Sam Levitt and Kenny Dillingham Friday night, just sitting back, drinking milkshakes, talking football, watching Louisville, Miami. I just love it.
Well,
he throws for 319 yards. The ASU defense, and again, you got to give Brian Ward's group credit, Big. That was an offense for Texas Tech, and I know they had their backup quarterback going.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an offense that's putting up about 50 points a game. And to hold that team to 7 for the first 57 minutes of the game was really a sight to behold. Cam Dickey was the reigning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week, 9 carries, 40 yards. So a great job by that defense, and obviously the will to win.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Displayed by Sam Levitt's led offense.
And
was
Boogie
just fantastic.
Wilson's led defense, they were fantastic. I think that when you look at that game, the moment that blew me away more than anything, like I said, those punts, they nearly gutted me. And I'm sure Sun Devil fans were like, come on. Last year it was a tryouts for the field goal kicker. Now it's the putter who's shaking the ball off the side of his foot, right?
I think Vinny almost fell onto his other hip.
Onto his other hip.
How long was that last punt that the kid returned? Like 29 yards?
But it was so bad that the guy on Texas Tech fielded
29 yards.
Yeah. Like the guys were still trying to run downfield and they're like, what? What just
there he
passed us?
goes.
There he goes. To me though, the money scene in all of it for me was Sam Levitt after that game was over, after the Sun Devil fans had stormed the field, watching work his way through the field, the head back, the exhilaration on his face. What a moment to behold.
Okay, 2 things are true. You can't beat Sam Levitt at Mountain America Stadium.
That's right.
He's never lost.
That's right.
And since Texas Tech last year early, Big 12 teams can't beat him either. He's won 11 consecutive games against Big 12 competition. No quarterback has a streak like that within his own conference.
Too bad he misses one game every year that they lose then.
What a hump, right? You're right. That's a very, very good point.
I mean, and now you and I were talking before the show about controlling their own destiny. There's too much, we call it junk, to kind of figure out at this point because there's 5 more games remaining. Cincinnati and BYU are both unbeaten. They do play each other later. So one of those teams are going to take an L. But there's a real good chance. And we saw them run the table last year in a similar situation, Bick. They're probably going to be favored maybe in all their remaining games, maybe not at Iowa State. But if they run the table, I would say it's looking really good that they'll play for the Big 12 championship, which means it's looking really good that they control their own destiny to make the playoffs.
What a victory for the Sun Devils on Saturday. All right, more on them later on in the program. On the other side, we'll get back to the Cardinals and their quarterback controversy. Is there one? Should there be one? We'll discuss. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, so I've got a file full of success stories from grateful clients who have switched over to a Life Changer loan. This might be my favorite. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. And it's proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of a Life Changer loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you that power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. In 5 years, folks, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, which gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. Find out if you're a good fit by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brother
First. Huh? $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona has the hardest water in the nation, and your home feels it every day. A new water softener makes the water so soft you can actually feel the difference on your skin, your hair, and your laundry. And right now, when you purchase a water softener, we'll give you a free reverse osmosis system, an $1,800 value. Pure, clean drinking water straight from the tap. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-765-PIPE.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical is the same story for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. The Cards have now lost 3 straight games after being up at least 7 points heading into the fourth quarter, and now the 27-23 loss. That was their 5th straight loss of the season. Here was head coach Jonathan Gannon postgame.
Yeah, a loss is a loss. Now, with saying that, how are you losing? Which this might even sound worse, is I know we're close, but we're not doing enough, and ultimately that falls on me, so I'm disappointed in myself.
A chance to reset. The Cards will have their bye week this week before a game in Dallas against the Cowboys. ASU, the Sun Devils had themselves a Saturday afternoon. They upset the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders 26-22, which included an emotional Kenny Dillingham and a field rush in Tempe. And ASU is back in the AP Top 25, and hopefully this time we'll look to stay there. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot, remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between. The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is
Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
All right, to me, there should be no quarterback controversy in Arizona. I think it's a no-brainer who is lifting and elevating this football team from behind center, and it's not Kyler Murray. Jacoby Brissett in 2 games versus top 10 defenses, Indiana and Green Bay. He has created 730 yards of offense compared to the opponent's 617. He outpassed Indiana Jones, otherwise known as Daniel Jones, 312 to 205, and Jordan Love 236 to 168, averaging 25 points a game. He's passed for 4 touchdowns, 1 interception that really wasn't his fault, delivering 11 scoring drives, and has led the team to at least 1 score in all 8 quarters. All right, these are real solid numbers from a solid football player.
And when you talk about the eye test, which we talked about quite a bit, I think, after the Indianapolis game, this is a quarterback that undeniably is hanging in the pocket, delivering the football down the field. The vertical passing game shines like it has not shined in the first 5 games of the season. He's democratically distributing the football to the entire wide receiving core. Zay Jones has come alive.
I was going to say, who knew Zay Jones was on this team?
I mean, but even Michael Wilson has come alive with Jacoby Brissett pulling the trigger. He's not afraid to take a hit. He's not dinking and dunking. He's not checking down, and he's not bailing out of the pocket. That's the eye test stuff that I'm talking about.
Here's some more numbers. His 82.4 Pro Football Focus grade, currently the highest grade on the entire Cardinals team for players who have played more than 150 snaps. And to your point, 3 weeks ago, fans all across the valley were convinced that Drew Petzing had very bad passing concepts and very bad schematics, right? Today, Trey McBride, Zay Jones, and Michael Wilson, that was yesterday, earned the 4 highest grades on offense. Democracy has returned. The ball is going everywhere.
Now, I read Dan Bickley's column you can currently see on ArizonaSports.com. Excellent, where he makes this argument for why Jacoby Brissett should be the quarterback going forward. If I could just present a counter argument to it,
go ahead.
Since we're discussing it.
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett, absolutely the offense has looked better with him. All that you said, he's distributing the ball much better. He's hanging in. He's throwing deep passes. I didn't even know what those looked like anymore.
How about it?
A couple of counter arguments. One, but in both games, he had the ball in his hands on a final drive to win the game, and in both games, he was unable to win the game. Now, versus the Colts, you could argue about officiating and how that happened at the end of the game, but he had a chance to get the game-winning score, and neither time he did.
I would say this. I would say to counter your counter, there were 2 plays that he pulled the string on throws to Marvin Harrison Jr. that were bad throws, and one of them was costly. Both of those throws, he came back and got a first down afterwards, and more to the point, the pressure he was under late in that game, I'm not sure what more he could have honestly done.
And
so while I accept
it was
your
relentless.
point,
Yes. He had a chance to win 2 football games. He's 0-2. He's been in the league 10 years. He's got 19 wins as a starter.
Right.
I think we all reasonable people understand that.
Yeah.
That in a weird way, this is not really a Jacoby Brissett conversation.
That's it.
This is a Kyler Murray conversation.
Well, and to counter my own counter, I will say that Kyler Murray had the ball at the end of games in the first 5 weeks to win the games, and he only did it twice, and he didn't really even do it those 2 times. It kind of just held on. The other thing I was going to say that if you stick with Jacoby Brissett, you're essentially saying that they're done with Kyler Murray now. And on the other sense,
yes.
At 2-5 coming out of a bye week, you have at least a few games after that, if not the rest of the season.
What do you need to see that you haven't already seen in 7+ years?
So that is the argument. Is like, are you ready to make the decision right now, or do you want the rest of the season to sort of see what Kyler Murray will give you at the rest of the season?
In a 9-second soundbite, Jacoby Brissett told everybody why this is working with him under center and why it's not with Kyler Murray.
Stay in there. I'll get back up.
What did you feel like the best elements of your game were today?
Staying in there, getting back up.
That's it.
Got that?
That's it.
I got it. I hear that loud and clear.
Staying in there and getting back up. I mean, it's
I'll take the hits.
I'll
take the hits.
It's so elementary, and it's so revealing that look, and maybe we should feel more sad for Kyler Murray than anger towards Kyler Murray because I have come to the conclusion he can't see the field.
I mean, yeah, and it's tough for me to reconcile that because I didn't believe that was an issue earlier in his career when I watched him come out of the gates and in 2021 just eviscerate every secondary with his legs and his arm and making throws down the sidelines. Those BBs that Brissett hit on 3rd and long yesterday, those absolute darts, lasers, there was once upon a time when Kyler Murray hit those throws too. And it was like, wow, that now we know why this was the number 1 pick, but it hasn't been there enough the last several years, and certainly not this year. And I don't know if as he gets older, he wants to be hit less and less. The ACL it messes with him in terms of avoiding contact.
Yeah.
But the constant desire to bail out of the pocket, to not hang in there, to take the check down, to take the dump off, to throw underneath.
Yeah.
That's the Kyler Murray we've seen as of late,
it.
and it's not good enough.
And it's not good enough.
Now, to also clarify, you're also not suggesting that Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback of the future for the Cardinals necessarily.
Yes, we made that clear. So in my perfect world, what you would do is if the losing continues, you are going to have a very good draft pick. You need to go and find a new quarterback and let Jacoby Brissett be the quarterback of this team next year. That's where I'm at right now. I'm OUT on K1. Sorry, but it's just where I'm at. And I think what we're watching from Jacoby Brissett is reinforcing all of that for me. Because it's what he's doing is not spectacular, but Tim.
It just looks like a real NFL offense.
That's what I'm saying. Against the Colts, they converted a 3rd and 17 that made most of our jaws drop. Yesterday, what was it, 3rd and 23? And he went deep down the sidelines to Zay Jones, dropped a dime in his hands.
The pass almost knocked Jones back. It was such a laser.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I get it. I understand. Hell, maybe you draft Sam Levitt with the 8th pick in the draft.
You don't have to twist my arm. So and then trade for Cam Scatterbo. Oh, now here we go. Okay, so
hire Kenny Dillon.
Now you're getting real wacky.
Whoa.
Now you're getting real wacky. I'm not sure you couldn't sign me up for that as well. I lost my point. No, I didn't. Jonathan Gannon after the game said nothing's changed. Kyler Murray is still the team's starting quarterback. But again, I don't think in this organization that is a decision Jonathan Gannon makes by himself.
And to go back to whether you want to say it was his fault or not, the fact that they did lose both games that Brissett makes it a little easier if their plan was always to go back to Kyler. Because they say, like, well, we lost those 2 games. It's not like he, surged us back into the playoff mix or anything.
Gannon's 1-10 without Kyler Murray in his Cardinal coaching career, okay? He's 1-10. Bick, you referenced this in your column last night. Totally agree. Kyler Murray's going back to Texas. What's his record at that stadium? 9-0. Okay. It's real easy now after a bye week to get his foot healthy and send him back to Texas and hoping for that Murray magic in his home state again. Here's where it gets dicey, though. If Kyler Murray gets back out there on Monday Night Football and this Cardinal offense goes back to dinking and dunking, bailing on the pocket, not getting any kind of downfield vertical passing game going, and they get whooped by the Cowboys, then it's decision time heading to Seattle. And that's when it's going to get real interesting. And I agree. These are organizational decisions.
Yeah.
This is not which running back do I play on Sunday.
Listen, this wouldn't be bothering me as much as, like Jared said, if they would have found a way to beat the Packers yesterday, there would be no way you can take the ball from him. But that loss, I think, does open the door to say, okay, here you go, last shot. Show us that Kyler Murray magic. All right, we're going to talk about what is preventing this team and what coaching mistakes do they keep making that is preventing the Cardinals from closing out these games. We'll discuss next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's 5 close losses in a row.
Final score, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23. And the Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
We got to play better, and we got to dig ourselves out of the hole. There's still a lot of football left. I know it looks like the world's falling, the sky's falling. We got to take a little break here, and when we come back to work, be on all our focus on to Dallas and play better football.
We react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door. I think you're all nodding your head. Yep, that's true, Bick. And this is one of many reasons why you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And that's because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which is a big deal. It means they are all licensed. They're all bonded. They're all insured. They've all passed background checks. They have all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space, working on what is probably your number one asset. For 50 years, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They will fix it right at a fair price, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Hey, when it's time to ride Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Big shout out to our great listeners in Anthem for the 7 o'clock hour. Good morning, Anthem. There were a number of recurring issues that keep this team from closing out games in the fourth quarter when they have either been tied or ahead in every one of these games this year. And whether it's individual mistakes, plays that just don't get executed, or questionable coaching maneuvers. Now, we've highlighted the 4th and 1, 4th and 1.5, 4th and 1.25, whatever it was longer than a yard. It was a dubious time to call for a tush push when you don't have somebody really big capable of pushing Jacoby Brissett behind him.
Or a quarter. Or a quarterback that doesn't squat 9,000 pounds.
That's it.
Right?
That's it. So the idea that they went for it there, I would have punted, but in today's NFL, I wasn't going to be critical of their decision to go for it. Didn't like the play call, especially after tipping their hand a little bit when the Packers called timeout. All right, but I think you brought up something very interesting that speaks to the inexperience of this staff, the inexperience of winning. So they're trying to matriculate a game-winning drive. They come up with a nice chunk play to Marvin Harrison Jr. They're on the 40. They find Michael Carter, 14-yard gain. Now they're cooking with oil. At that point in time, I think you're right about this. A seasoned head coach is like, this is the perfect time to call timeout. We got a fresh set of downs in our back pocket. This game is ours to win. Let's recalibrate. Let's coherently figure out what we're doing in this next series of plays and how we're going to block Micah Parsons and what we're going to do here.
Yeah, and for Jonathan Gannon not to pull the trigger on a timeout there, I thought it was a mistake in real time and certainly worthy of us talking about it. I talked about it on the postgame show last night. I don't like to second-guess coaches. I have too much respect for the jobs that they do and they've done over the courses of their career to get to where they are. I understand that. But this is a case where at that point in that game, you just got 14 yards. You're down at the 26-yard line. The clock is ticking. Your offensive line is gassed at that point. Absolutely gassed against that Packers pass rush. Call timeout, regroup, catch your breath, talk about what you want to do on the sidelines. It's 1st and 10 at the 26. There'll probably be about 40, 42 seconds left to go in the game. Plenty of time to not only score, but even get another fresh set of downs. But they don't pull the trigger on the timeout. They rush to the line. The line is gas, a hairy play, and Jacoby Brissett obviously gets sacked.
Yeah.
And then you got to call timeout. You blew about 15, 20 seconds. You get nothing. You're 9 yards back. And now you're in a little bit of a difficult pickle trying to get that ball into the end zone thanks to not calling a timeout there. So I didn't love that. I don't understand. I thought it was a very obvious point in the game to call timeout. Let me tell you something else.
Mm-hmm.
On 3rd and 10, they throw it to Harrison. Miscommunication. Fine, whatever. You took a shot. It didn't work. On 4th and 10, you were at the 27-yard line with 13 seconds left. What they chose to do was essentially throw a mini Hail Mary. Just chuck it up into the scrum in the back of the end zone and hope somebody comes down with it or you get a deflection and you get a catch. What I don't understand there, and again, this is Monday morning quarterbacking, literally, but I talked about it on the postgame show and I thought it in real time. At 4th and 10 at the 27 with 13 seconds left, I think the play there is to try to get a 10, 11-yard out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Put yourself on the 15-yard line with time for probably one more play, maybe two, but probably one. But again, a 15-yard play needed on one play to win the game. You can run a more conventional offensive play and not resort to basically just chucking it into the end zone with 13 seconds left and hoping for a miraculous Hail Mary catch.
Yeah.
So at that point with 13 seconds left, throw a 12-yard out, get down to the 15-yard line, and then you can maybe run something a little more conventional with a better chance of working. Maybe just throw a jump ball to Marvin Harrison. I don't care, whatever you do. And again,
it opens the playbook for you. If you and you see a lot of the smart coaches do that. In fact, the Texas Tech coach did that at the end of the ASU game. Instead of taking two shots at the end zone, use one play to take a quick 15-yard out and narrow the field and open up your playbook a little bit.
I like my chances, even if it's down to one play, to score a touchdown with an open playbook and again, I'll say it again, a more conventional offensive play because you only need 15 yards instead of chucking it. I mean, you're on the 27. He drops back to throw. You're basically throwing a 35-yard Hail Mary into the back of the end zone. Hey, listen, no guarantee they'd get a 12-yard out with 13 seconds to go. I understand that as well.
Yeah.
But when I look at schematically and how you approach that game from a coaching strategic standpoint, I just thought that wasn't the right play. I thought get yourself 12 yards, put yourself at the 15-yard line, and then take a regular shot at the end zone with a McBride or a Harrison Jr. there when you have one play to win the game.
So where do you go from here? Great question.
Yeah, I mean, our guys, there's no one that's more pissed than our guys, the coaches, the players in there. They're disappointed. It's not where we want to be right now. It's not where we thought we would be, but that's in the past. And all you can control is what you do when you come back to work, and that's what we're going to do. We'll control that. We'll have positive, sustained enthusiasm. We'll have focus, and we got to dig ourselves out of the hole.
Yeah, every week you don't get results. It gets harder and harder and harder because you know this, having covered football as long as I have. when you are on a losing streak, this is where the team and the locker room looks to the head coach for an answer, more than ever before. Give us something to get us out of this. And that's what Jonathan Gannon's going to have to do. He said yesterday after the game that he spent some time in the locker room just saying to himself, "Man, I got to do more." But he didn't know what. He just thought he had to do more.
Yeah.
Well,
if you're not seeing the results week by week, you can say that.
Yeah.
I guarantee there are some savvy veteran players or even younger players on that Cardinals sideline that were like, why in the blank are we not calling timeout after that Carter play?
Yep.
Like, what are we doing as a coaching staff, as a team, as an organization?
Because, as you pointed out, so they don't call a timeout. Jacoby Brissett gets sacked and immediately loses 9, and it's a play when Jonah Williams just turnstiled Micah Parsons. Here you go. And, again, don't you have to have him accounted for with 2 guys in that situation? Because the one thing you can't do is start going backwards. And as soon as he got sacked, like you said, then comes the timeout that they could have used preemptively.
Yeah, now there's like 27 seconds left in the game.
Yeah. Brutal.
Now, Brissett got the 9 yards back on a scramble, so now you're 3rd and 10. That's where they kind of took a shot to Marvin Harrison Jr., but there was miscommunication. That pass could have been completed. Fine, it wasn't. That's football. We're not going to belabor that. But again, strategically speaking, I thought the 4th and 10 play with 13 seconds left to just chuck it in the end zone was not the right play.
Now, Jacoby Brissett got leveled on the second to the last play, third of the last play, and could have gotten a helmet-to-helmet call. Did not get that, but.
By the way, you know who was more surprised than anybody that Micah Parsons wasn't getting double teamed or
Micah Parsons.
Yeah. He had 2.5 sacks coming into the game yesterday on the season. He got 3 yesterday because time and time again the Cardinals didn't give Jonah Williams ample help over there with a back or a second tight end, somebody.
Yeah, he kind of told the Green Bay media after the game that, they left me one-on-one coverage, and I'll take my chances of that 9 out of 10 times.
Especially, again, Bick, I understand, sometimes fans and even the media were guilty. It's like these guys are machines out there. I mean, do you know what Jonah Williams and Will Hernandez, their physical state was in the final 30 seconds of that game? I mean, they were absolutely
smoked,
hanging on.
Yeah.
In some cases, literally.
Yeah.
I mean,
holding on.
And Micah Parsons, when he blew in there on that play, I mean, Will Hernandez was trying to get back there too, and it wasn't even close.
No, I know. Yeah, that's a great point. So I guess lesson learned, but these are really getting to be painful lessons.
Yeah, tough. It's what you want. You want a chance at the end of the game to, like I said last week, you want a chance to win it. It's a couple of plays in the game that would have helped us not be in that situation that's eating at me right now. But, proud of where our guys fought. I thought they came out. Our guys answered the bell well. I got to do a better job of finishing at the end of the game and making the right decisions and some throws that, would have more than likely changed the outcome of this game.
That's Jacoby Brissett.
Learned.
What's that?
You said lesson learned, but do we know that the lesson has been learned?
It's happened 5 straight weeks.
I know.
Lesson
not learned.
It's really happened 7 straight weeks, and 2 of them were just against bad teams that they hung on against.
I think Jonathan Gannon, for the most part, is pretty good with the media. I think he's a straight shooter, but the we got to play better and we got to coach better narrative. At one point, even he realized I can't keep saying this because he said it to Paul Calvisi on the team's official post game show, and then I was reading a tweet from I think Josh Weinfuss that Gannon stood up there and said, we got to play better and coach better. Paused for a second and said, I need to give more on this. And he went into a longer, more detailed, more thoughtful, if you will, answer.
Good point.
Like, you just can't stand up there and say we got to play better and coach better.
We got to lean on the process because the process isn't working. That's the bottom line. All right, the Rush Hour reboot with Sammy Sobolka is next. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The drama is going to be gone for the Phoenix Suns. I love the fact that right now, this rebuild, what you see is what you get. There's not a lot of drama behind any of it, as a matter of fact.
That goes away now. It's almost like you moved out of New York City to like a small town, but you were kind of burned out in the big city anyway. There's not going to be drama with this year's team. I'd be surprised if there was.
I want to see a team that has the intensity night in and night out, and it's all going to be about what I'm doing in between the lines. It's not going to be about what's outside of those lines.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and with Halloween approaching, here's a really good reminder for all sports fans in the Valley. Your costume should be scary, your retirement should not. So if you are worried about your future, take the fear out of your golden years by scheduling a free appointment with Trajan Wealth, because it's one thing to save for retirement, it's another thing altogether to feel totally prepared, and that is why you need the right plan. Trajan Wealth will give you answers and personalized strategies. They're not just financial advisors, folks, they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and if you want to take the stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. You can call them at 480-990-3300. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals. Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was another gut-wrenching loss for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, this time to the Green Bay Packers. 27-23, quarterback Kyler Murray was inactive for his second straight game, but Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals had the ball with a chance to win it late, but could not find a way. This is the Cardinals' fifth straight loss after starting the season 2-0. They will look to reset with the bye week this week and get ready for the Dallas Cowboys in 2 weeks' time. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils continue to prove how hard it is to beat them in Tempe. Sam Levin and the Sun Devils beat an undefeated Texas Tech team Saturday 26-22, and here was Kenny Dillingham after the win.
It's very simple. If you just win,
everything takes care of itself. And how do you win? You get better every single day. You show up every day and you win, and if you win, good things happen.
And the Devils are back in the AP Top 25 poll, sitting now at 21 in the country. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is 7:33. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot, and we'll start this morning by saying if you're listening to us and wondering if you can watch all four of us, we are on YouTube at Arizona Sports every single day. So if you want to watch us, just head there. But I want to start on Saturday, guys. ASU, the Sun Devils got, some would say, a season-saving upset win against... There it is. A season-saving upset win against Texas Tech. So what did this ASU win tell you about this team, this quarterback, and this head coach?
Tells me there's still magic in the air. That's what it does, and that's really what I was hoping for. I really wanted to, when I predicted ASU was going to win, I wasn't sure I quite believed myself, but I wanted to speak it into existence. Yeah. And at the end of that, and again, the way that thing went after that second muff punt, I thought, this is going to be an all-timer. This is going to be, the bottom's about to fall out of the tub here. And for Sam Levitt to put together that drive with Jordan Tyson, that 4th and 1 that they had to convert, and they did, it was exquisite to me.
It was.
Here's what it tells me. And again, even if they finish 10-2 and the tiebreakers are not their friend and they don't play in the Big 12 championship game, or even if they finish 9-3, what Saturday's win tells me, Sammy, is this is not a one-year wonder.
Yeah.
Kenny Dillingham is building something there, building a culture. I don't know if he can keep Sam Levitt another year. He's going to have to find another guy to play quarterback at some point. But this is not just a, hey, they got on a roll and had a great season in 2024. No, this program right now is telling me that they are here to stay in terms of being an upper echelon team in college football.
And Sammy, just like we talked about on Friday, the Sun Devils knew their path to victory probably was going to feature Sam Levitt throwing the ball a lot to Jordan Tyson, and they did it.
And that it did. And it quickly, one thing it told me, we watch a lot of quarterbacks on Saturday and even on Sunday. It told me that Sam Levitt is not only one of the best quarterbacks in all of college football, but he has a bright future on Sunday.
He does.
And at least that's what I saw. Also at ASU, just how big was it, not only for ASU getting back on track after a brutal loss against Utah, but how big was it for him in the Big 12 conference overall?
Huge. As Tim pointed out, the defense was an abomination against Utah. They went and corralled a team that had outscored opponents 98-3 in the first quarter of games this season. And it took a long time for the ASU offense to get their traction, but it was their defense that kind of kept that game winnable.
A team that's averaging over 47 points a game had 7 with less than 4 minutes to play in this game. Cam Decker, the reigning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week, ran for only 40 yards. We should note they were playing with their backup quarterback. Does it look different if QB1 plays in the game? Maybe. I don't care. ASU, it was a great atmosphere. And it tells me that I'm looking at these last 5 games, Sammy. They did it last year. They went from 6-2 to 10-2. I think they can do it again this year and run the table. And hopefully the way it all shakes out, they'll find themselves back in the Big 12 championship game with a blank ton of momentum, mind you.
Yes. All right, on the more somber side, man, the Arizona Cardinals, their 5th straight loss, and their 5th straight loss, frankly, in nearly the same way. All right, here was Jonathan Gannon after the game.
Yeah, a loss is a loss. Now, with saying that, how are you losing? Which this might even sound worse, is I know we're close, but we're not doing enough, and ultimately that falls on me, so I'm disappointed in myself.
So would these 5 losses be, quote, easier to deal with or talk about if they were coming in different ways?
No, I don't think so, because it's something Jared said earlier. This was the year they were supposed to win. We have been raving about the culture they've been building for a couple of years, the physicality. We gave this team an inordinate amount of grace and patience. You don't need 3 years to rebuild a football team in the NFL, and that's basically what the Cardinals were given. So I think it's results or bust this year.
Is it easier to take, as a fan, losing games the way they're losing now? Or is it harder than what? I mean, like Steve Wilkes lost 24-6 and 34-0 in his first 2 games. They were non-competitive. That was a joke of an organization from a competitive standpoint back in those first couple of games. So comparing like that style of football to this style of football, I mean, I don't know. I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I mean, I'd rather them be competitive than non-competitive, and they certainly have been that. But at the end of the day, Jonathan Gannon's right. They're just not doing enough, and you're a 2-5 football team.
Yeah, and so 2-5 heading into this bye week. Is the bye week coming at a good or bad time for this team? Do you guys think?
Oh, a good time.
You do?
Yeah, it's got to be a good time because
they need to reset.
Yeah,
reboot.
They do. They do. And because, look, say they played Dallas next week, and say they stuck with the idea that we're giving this ball back to Kyler Murray because it's his team and because we've got to see this thing through and because he's playing Dallas. One, I don't think that would be received very well by the fan base. And two, at least now, if this is what you're doing, you can try to implement and stress on Kyler Murray some more of the things that you need to do. You need to replicate what you can from Jacoby Brissett. Now, there's some things he can't. The ability to stand and see the field, I don't think it's ever going to happen for Kyler, which is sad to say.
Right. And the only reason I asked is the bye week coming now. You know you've lost 2 in a row against Jacoby Brissett, but the offense seems to actually like have something. And aside from the defense late in the fourth quarters, like it might take a toll on the team where you have to wait around for another week just to try to get a win, and they haven't gotten one in over a month, right?
Well, listen, as Tim said, if they go out there against Dallas on Monday Night Football and it's more of the dinking and dunking and it's
passes batted down, bailing, and you score fewer than 20 points, and you're bailing on the pocket,
right?
And it looks like it's looked for the most part under Kyler Murray this season.
Yep.
Decision time going to Seattle.
Yeah, no doubt. But there you guys go. Happy Monday for
all right.
Yeah.
All right, you have been rebooted. All right, where does Saturday's win rank in the pantheon of Kenny Dillingham victories? We'll discuss ASU football on the other side. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals had this one on the line in the final frame, and then
Brissett, clock is ticking, backs up to throw, and fires deep middle, jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Day Jones comes out with the ball after the tip. He's just out the back of the end zone.
we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, you could save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or you can go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings of up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these as well. All offers do require approved credit. These offers do end November 3rd. So stop in today. Experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
It's Luke. After the Sun Devils' thrilling win over Texas Tech, does the road to the Big 12 championship lead through Tempe again? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring. What a day in Tempe on Saturday. Sun Devils take down #7 Texas Tech 26-22. This had to be Kenny Dillingham's most impressive win to date. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
Well, that's a good question. Certainly.
Let me give you some candidates because I hit you with this kind of cold.
Highest ranked team they've beaten.
That's right. So last year when they beat 20th ranked Kansas State on the road, that was very, very impressive. Beating Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game, obviously that came with a real nice prize, but that game was a boat race.
But that to me is the answer because it was such a big game and they killed them. That was impressive to me. If you're looking at just the word impressive, that was most impressive.
Iowa State was ranked 16th. They were 10-2. ASU boat raced them 45-19 to earn a spot in the college football playoff. That's pretty big.
Yeah, there was the win against BYU. So there's been a lot of really good ones with Kenny Dillingham. This one might be the most impressive. I see what you're saying. It's not a Big 12 championship game, but given everything about where the season would have gone had you lost versus what happens if you win, given the fact that they won after a disastrous night in Salt Lake City?
That was big. The bounce back after that.
The bounce back, yeah.
The Big 12 championship game last year, ASU was humming. Cam Scadaboo was playing great. Sam Levitt was on another level. This was a win where Sam Levitt hadn't played against Utah. They're coming off a embarrassing loss against Utah. Backs against the wall, frankly. A loss here, an ASU season is probably over.
Yeah, but you could have said the same thing last year when they went to Kansas State, right? They were 6-2. You're going on the road. Kansas State was a top 20 team. They were 7-2. You go on the road, you lose that game. There's no Big 12 championship. That season could have easily gone south because you played BYU, who came into Sun Devil Stadium, Mount America Stadium, 9-1, ranked in the top 15 the following week. So if you don't beat that Kansas State team, what kind of state is that football team in the following week? So it's funny when you look back. Lou Holtz always used to say the schedule looks a lot easier after you play them, after you beat them, right? That Kansas State game in real time, coupled with the BYU win, those were two epic wins that put them in a position to have such a monumental win over Iowa State. But Bick, I think you could make the case. Maybe I would put it a surefire number one had Texas Tech's starting quarterback played.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, I mean, so when you look, but they're big. It's big.
Yeah.
They've all been big. The 4 games we've just talked about have all been big. They're all tied for number one.
And
that's my answer.
There's something you could say about winning a close game at the end. A big, close game, and they won.
Yeah.
I am a fan of U of A, who continuously, every single week, loses close games.
And why is that?
Because they're losers. And that's what losers do.
They lose.
Because they don't have Coach Dillingham, they have Coach Gump. And
by the way, though, speaking of, do you remember Kenny Dillingham's display at the end of the BYU game last year?
I do.
Not exactly going to the Coaching Hall of Fame.
No, that was. I think he'd want that back. He'd like to reel that back and burn that.
But they still won that game.
Yeah,
they did. They found a way.
And also, I'm obviously a fan of the Arizona Cardinals, and to watch them fail to close out games at the end, week after week after week after week. There's something to be said whether this was the most impressive or biggest win in the Dillingham era. They played a top 10 team in a close game that they had to have.
Yeah.
And they did it. They came through and they got the win.
And that's probably, this is just me riffing now, that might be the hardest team roster-wise to beat that they've beaten in this run. Like Tim says, the asterisk is they didn't have their starting quarterback.
But they had all their defense, and that defense is ferocious.
Yes. Here's Kenny Dillingham talking about staying alive.
You win. It's very simple. If you just win, everything takes care of itself. And how do you win? You get better every single day. So we can look at the future, and if this happens, if that happens, I think last year we needed, like, what did I say, halfway through a wing to fallen ranch or something? I don't even know what the tiebreaker was last year. Who cares? You show up every day and you win, and if you win, good things happen. If we're prepared, good things happen. So I think we got to go back to work. We got 5 games left. I don't know if Houston won tonight, but lucky us if they did. We get another one-loss team that we get to play. I think we've hit the record for consecutive one-loss teams. We've not played a team that's had more than one loss all year when we played them. So we get another one-loss team at home. So enjoy it tonight and then move on.
Wow, I didn't realize that. Kenny always curates these great stats, doesn't he? Like, there have been only 4 comebacks like this in the history of college football. But I think he's right about that. I think he's right about that stat, that it's just been a succession of one-loss teams in a row for this program.
Yeah, and Kenny, if you were wondering, yes, Houston did win. They beat U of A.
Yes,
it was a
exactly.
9 a.m. game, so I woke up to misery.
It just means Kenny has a phenomenal SID over there in Tempe.
Good info.
Good point. Good point. But again, this is also, they had the Yahoo Sports columnist, national sports columnist, was at the game and used ASU's rise as a program to further this point that we were talking about at the start of the show, the parity that has now taken over college football. Where the Blue Bloods now, the game has changed completely for them.
I think it's awesome. I think the parity in college football now, it's crazy. Anybody can beat anybody any week, the way it's set up. And everybody builds programs different ways. I mean, it's just, the way you build programs is so different nowadays. And there's some things that I believe in that we're going to continue to do here forever until I get fired. And that's just kind of how it's going to work.
It's funny because you weren't here on Friday, but this is right after Curt Cignetti signed the $93 million contract. So I asked Kenny, if we can find you $93 million, Kenny, will you commit to the Valley forever? And he laughed and he said, I'm just trying not to get fired. And I think that's kind of a shot to what's happening in college football, where a lot of dudes are losing their jobs middle of the stream.
There's so much money involved now, and the pressure from boosters is greater than ever, mostly because who's paying the salaries of the players that are losing? It ain't the school right now. Okay?
No.
So the pressure from boosters, which has always been prevalent, is now even more so.
Yes.
And there's so much money at stake with the 12-team college football playoff that patience is wearing thin. And, I mean, UCLA, they were right to do it, obviously. But, I mean, pulling plugs on Power 5 coaches in September, I mean, we're in a whole new territory right now.
Never seen anything like
it. You better win. You better win right away, or we're getting the hook and we're going to somebody else.
The other thing Kenny Dillingham does incredibly well, I've said this 100 times, I've told it to his face a bunch of times. For a young dude, he knows how to message something to his football team that is right where they need to be, that is right on the money. Going into last weekend's game, he broke it down to just blocking and tackling, about wanting to feel the passion of his team on the sidelines. In other words, he was basically saying the Sun Devils prior to last Saturday were too soft, and they rectified that on Saturday.
You got to just self-reflect. Nobody's perfect. So the goal is you can't worry about what you didn't do as good as you wanted to. It's frustrating, but you have to worry about how to fix problems, right? You just continually talking about a problem doesn't solve it. So I'm a big believer in finding problems and then what do you have to do to solve it? If some people just like to complain, right? That's not a good way to get better. You got to find solutions to problems. So it beat me up a lot, but I sat down and I said, okay, well, I called some people. I called 2 coaches that I knew that I have a lot of respect for, and I said, hey, this is the situation we're in. We got guys dinged up. We've got guys in green jerseys. We're not as physical as we were. We're a veteran team. I've never been in this situation. Help. And I took their advice, and we did it. So, I wish I could even take credit for how we changed practice. I just listened to other people who have been through this. And I think that's what every player goes through, too, is you're just constantly listening to people that can make you better.
So the idea of practicing with greater physicality to lead to that result, it worked.
There's something about coaches at the collegiate level that understand the emotional pulse of their team over the course of a season. And the NFL, very businesslike, obviously. Everybody's great. It's schematics and whatnot. But in college football, there's an emotional component that you absolutely have to have. And I've always believed this is why some coaches are great in big games, and some coaches, guys like James Franklin and Brian Kelly, are not good in big games. They just can't tap into the emotion needed for young people, ages 18 to 22, to rise to the occasion and play maybe better than their God-given skill allows them to play. And they reach to great heights. Kenny, at a very young age, is tapping into that, and I think he understands what it takes to win in those situations. He's not perfect. They haven't been perfect, but you look at what he's done in a very short career, I think he's trending towards, if not there already, as one of those coaches that shines when the games are bigger.
Great point, Tim. The wait is over. Suns basketball is back. Be there this Wednesday as your Phoenix Suns battle the Sacramento Kings. We can get you there. All you got to do is text HOOPS to 620-620 for your chance to score at lower level seat. Catch every dunk, every three, every highlight moment live. That's HOOPS to 620-620. We're halfway through the show. You know what that means. The Bickley Blast next. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
All right, big news for my friends at Turf Monsters. They are officially in the pickleball business, meaning if you're an avid pickleball player, you know that sometimes getting court time can be a hassle. Why not put a pickleball court right in the comfort of your backyard? Turf Monsters, the company you call. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard oasis of your dreams, and their range is incredible. They're the Valley's leading installer of award-winning artificial turf, which means they can help you make game days better with that lush, low-maintenance lawn for the kids, the dog, watching football outside. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? Highly recommend you check out some samples of their work. They're fantastic with putting greens, but they do more than that as well. Barbecue pits, fire pits, pergolas, pavers, whatever you're looking for. They love working with clients to create gorgeous backyards that you can use every day when the weather gets nice in the fall. Go check them out online. You can schedule your free estimate there, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Don't miss one of the crown jewel events in all of racing, the Western World Championships, coming up Friday and Saturday night, October 24th and 25th at Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande. The stars of the USAC National Sprint Car Series with drivers from all over the country will be taking on the Arizona Heroes with $35,000 to win on the line. Tickets, camping, and directions at centralazraceway.com. Central Arizona Raceway. We sell excitement.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the same story for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. The Cards have now lost 3 straight games after being up at least 7 or more points heading into the fourth quarter, and the 27-23 loss was their 5th straight loss of the season, moving the record to 2-5. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon postgame.
Yeah, a loss is a loss. Now, with saying that, how are you losing? Which this might even sound worse, is I know we're close, but we're not doing enough, and ultimately that falls on me, so I'm disappointed in myself.
a chance to reset. The Cards will have their bye week this week before a game in Dallas against the Cowboys. ASU, the Sun Devils, had themselves a Saturday afternoon. They upset the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders 26-22, which included an emotional Kenny Dillingham and a field rush in Tempe. ASU are back in the AP Top 25, and hopefully this time there to stay. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Juxtaposition is a fancy word for comparing and contrasting two things that are very close together. And in the span of 28 hours, we saw exactly where we stand with the Valley's two major football programs. In Tempe, Sam Leavitt delivered a legacy game befitting a rock star, and then he seemingly floated through a mass of Sun Devil fans that had stormed the field, an audience that Leavitt has never lost to in front of at Mountain America Stadium. But in Glendale, game day became Green Day, a stadium overrun by Packers fans where the home team had to run a silent count all afternoon. ASU has now won 10 consecutive home games. They went 358 days without losing in the Big 12, and then they kept their championship dreams alive in gritty fashion. Plus, they're going to sell out their entire allotment of tickets for the rest of the season. The Cardinals, another story. They are free-falling to the bottom. From last year's bye week to this year's bye week, they have now lost 10 of 14 games, and a quarterback controversy is the least of their problems. And their stadium experience, well, it now caters to the rich, where it feels like they've given up on the idea of a real home field advantage. In the end, one team provided exhilaration, the other provided exasperation, and for the latter, there's no end in sight. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
You know, it's I mean, JG said it perfectly in there. You know, you just got to bite down and just keep your head down and you know, hopefully it just turns the other way. You know, I think guys are doing a good job of straining and fighting, and you know, I mean, you lose. I don't even know how many games you lose, how we lost, but one-score games at the end of the game. You know what I mean? Like it's right there, but it's so far, and you know, you got to go back, watch the film, continue to get better, and stay together. I think that's the main thing. Just to stay together, staying together, and you know, and then once one comes, then it'll start to flow. But we got to find a way to get better and get one.
It's the voice of Jacoby Brissett, quarterback for now of the Arizona Cardinals. He said something there that I think is very accurate. They seem so close, and yet they seem so far from being a winning football team.
That was actually the theme of the postgame show last night.
Was
so
it?
Close, yet so far. Jacoby Brissett there, also, he's been around the block. I'm listening to that, and it seems like he's almost searching. He's searching for words. He's searching for answers, like, what can I say?
Mm-hmm.
You know, didn't even know how many games they've lost. I mean, it's been 5. It's been 5 straight one-score games.
Yeah.
And he's out there. He's battling. He's hanging in the pocket. He may only be here 1 year. I don't know, but he's given everything he has. He's had the opportunity inside the red zone to win games in back-to-back weeks. Didn't quite make the plays. But I don't look at Jacoby Brissett. I look at Jacoby Brissett for this offense as almost a revelation the last couple of weeks. But this is a Cardinal football team right now that's 5 straight losses by a total of 13 points. Yeah, they are close, but yeah, they are far. I mean, Bick, they're 2-5.
Yeah.
And honestly, the 2 games they won were against the Saints and the Panthers, and even those games came down to the final play or final drive. They were able to make the plays against those teams, but unable to make the plays against everybody else. And now I don't know where this season is going. But you better believe, 5-12 is on the table. 4-13 is on the table.
Ugh. And I'll sort of reiterate how I started the show and say the so close part does not matter this year. You're not supposed to be close this year. You're supposed to be there this year.
Yeah, that's it.
moral victories were okay the first 2 years. Just showing heart, showing toughness, being in games, playing hard was good because it was a welcome change from the end of the Cliff Kingsbury era, and you thought they were building something. But year 3, we talked about it a lot in the offseason going into the year. This is the year it had to turn into actual wins.
You think about the free agents that Monty Ossenfort has brought in. You think about the fact that he has had 28 draft picks in 3 years. This thing should be humming right now. And the fact that it's not is very, very depressing to me because you don't know where this thing is going. I mean, none of us, it's almost nauseating to think of another potential regime change.
Complete with a new quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you go with drafting a quarterback, because that sets the clock back, I mean, at least a season or two.
At least, unless you get super lucky.
Well, that's the thing also is you have no idea if they do decide to move on from Kyler Murray, what that means. Does that mean we're going to move on from Kyler Murray and install an entire new regime to sort of mold this new quarterback?
I mean, how many?
Or are you trusting Gannon and Ossenfort and all that stuff?
Let me ask you this, Bick. Do you are Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon a package deal?
It's a great question.
When they go out, are they going out together?
It's a great question.
Or does one guy survive?
I don't know if one guy's performance stands above the other guy's performance.
Right, I totally agree. They both have a hand in this.
Yes.
A very, very big hand in this.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I thought early on that there was a professionalism and a maturity to both of them that I was vibing on because of, we saw a lot of the amateur hour stuff that happened prior to that, right? With all the dysfunction that marked the end of the Steve Keim, Cliff Kingsbury era. I don't know. I really don't know. It's incredible to me. And part of the reason why it bothers me so much is that we were all so patient. There were maybe 2-3 times when I was starting to get real antsy, like, come on now. We're watching all across the NFL. Teams turn things around. Look at what Sean Payton's done in Denver.
Yeah.
Look at how fast he flipped that in Denver. And so you don't.
Shane Steichen and the Colts.
Well, and then there's that. So going into the year, Shane Steichen was the guy that was on a very hot seat, and it looked like there was no way out for Indianapolis. None. And Jonathan Gannon would be the coordinator from the Eagles that was going to save his job and continue. And it's not like those two guys, they've just done the teeter-totter, and now Shane Steichen's coaching a potential juggernaut with Indiana Jones.
I'd like to say you don't get 4 years for a rebuild, but in this case, do you? Or what does this have to look like?
Here's the thing. Here's the big question. Does this regime deserve a chance at a quarterback that was not their choosing? That's really kind of the big question here.
But the question there is, with this Kyler Murray's, we have to acknowledge Kyler Murray's contract in all of this, right? In that, especially, we've seen what Jacoby's done the last 2 games. The dumping him this offseason is much more of a detriment than keeping him next year and looking to trade or dump him the following year.
Well, that depends on
who you
ask.
It's less of a detriment.
That depends on who you ask. Look at what Matt Ishbia has done with the dead cap money that's on his roster this year. He wasn't going to stick with Bradley Beal just because he owed Bradley Beal money. And,
exactly.
And there's no reason just to stick with Kyler just because, wow, we're paying him a lot.
I would love to be a fly on the wall when Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort discuss Kyler Murray. Because I think a lot of fans are under the misconception that what these guys say to the media is what they really feel. And I don't know what they really feel. That's why I'd love to be the fly on the wall.
And
But
again,
what they say publicly, though, mean in terms of press conferences and interviews means nothing to me. Nothing.
And again, it's also like, as we've said, it's hard because he hasn't been terrible. He's just been okay. He's not Tua. Like with Miami, they have Tua under contract, and he's been absolutely horrible.
Yeah,
and it's much easier.
Yeah, but Jared, like that 2-5 finish, Kyler Murray was not good last year.
Not at all.
He was not good. He was a reason, not the reason, but a part of the reason they finished 2-5. He's also a part of the reason they lost the games that he started this year. Hasn't been good enough.
No. And again, it's not like suddenly Kyler has had this horrible game that's made us turn on him. It's Jacoby Brissett's professional skill set that he's brought to the position should illuminate to everybody in the organization. That's the prototype we need, right? Yes. All right, we're going to open up the phone lines. Give everybody the phone number, Jarrett.
602-260-9870.
All right, we're going to call, get your reaction, gauge the temperature of the Valley after a memorable, I think, weekend of football. Your phone calls next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Another late game collapse.
We're the same, We're a team that fights hard, but we have to find a way to win ball games, Losing is frustrating regardless. I'd rather be in a ball game and have a chance to win than get blown out.
We've tried a couple things, but we got to figure out a better way to get ourselves in better position to win.
Heading into the bye week 2 and 5, we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. I'm a big fan of Sonic, huge fan of their all-star lineup of burgers. Absolutely love the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger. Their smasher lineup is incredible as well. You know who else is a huge fan of Sonic? Reba McEntire. This is no joke. She adores the tater tots at Sonic. Her nickname, quite literally, is Tater Tot. Sonic's even created a Valentine's meal for her and her fiance. That is how much she loves Sonic. People love Sonic for a whole bunch of different reasons. The experience, it is something you don't get any place else, classic American drive-in kind of experience. But most of all, it's a menu that is so diverse. It has got something for everybody, no matter what you're looking for. Iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, new favorites, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and that drink menu with over 10,000 different combinations means your options are endless. When you're hungry, roll on down to your neighborhood Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey folks, it's AQ Shipley inviting you to experience amazing at Earnhardt Lexus, your locally owned Lexus dealer. And folks, local matters, today more than ever. And listen, if you know Earnhardt like I do, then you know they've been a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. It's easy to see why customers can't stop raving about their no-bull way of doing business. Take my word for it, their state-of-the-art facility is designed with you in mind, elevating the process of buying and servicing your vehicle. The latest in Lexus innovation is on display in their beautiful and spacious showroom, complete with an in-house cafe that offers the next level of hospitality, comfort, and convenience you deserve. See and feel the difference at Earnhardt Lexus, winner of the Elite of Lexus Award. Located at 8th Street and Camelback, and online, EarnhardtLexus.com. Remember, shop local, support local. Again, that's EarnhardtLexus.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back, everybody. Big shout out to our great listeners in Mesa. What's up, Mesa? Like we said, we do this every Monday. It's a little ritual. It's therapy, primal scream therapy if you need it to be. We kind of gauge the temperature of the valley. And as always, we start with George in Tempe. Good morning, George. What's happening?
Hey, good morning. Hey, as having twice gone through what Vinny's going through, I feel for him, and I've got the perfect song of the day for him when he comes back. It's "What Is Hip" by Tower of Power. So, you know, in a vacuum, you look at the game on Sunday and you think, you know, it was close. It was close. They're really close. But you know what? Nature abhors a vacuum, and so does my dog. Now, here's what we got to look at. I mean, we got to look at the fact that this, like, as you said, this is not about Jacoby Brissett being elevated to our number one. It's about Jacoby Brissett proving that what we don't have in Kyler. And we've talked about this before. And, Vic, it's about time you finally came around to what my buddies and I have been saying for 5 years. You know, Kyler's not the guy. But I feel bad for him. I really do. I mean, he's got all this talent, and he just needed, 4 more inches, what my girlfriend used to say.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, George.
But here's what we got to do. We've got to look toward next year. I don't really care about what happens the rest of the year. I really don't. We just got to figure out how to get the best draft pick, and maybe Sam Levitt will be our savior. We'll see.
Thank you, George. Appreciate that. Did you tell George thank you for the T-shirt you got there? You in great?
I forgot it was the same.
You forgot it was, right?
But it is the Sam Levitt thing.
Yeah.
It would be something if that was sitting there the year after the Cam Scatterby thing was sitting there in the draft and they didn't do it again.
Yeah.
They had the possibility to bring both of these local heroes to town, and they didn't.
I know. I agree. Frustrating. Chris in Surprise is next. Chris, good morning. What's on your mind?
Hey, gentlemen. Love the show. Tim, I love how you keep it real after the games, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
No, I love it. In the form of keeping it real, I got an issue, an apology to my friend Carrie. She clearly knows ball better than I do because she called this year. But, our offensive line, I think this is the third time this year where we've given up 5+ sacks. I think that's a problem. Outside of Parrish Johnson and, the Frohold, I think we need to figure something out there. Our coaching staff's situational awareness, they could go to the Kenny Dillingham School of Awareness. They got to figure something out. I mean, that's 2 years and 7 games of the same stuff. It's just really, really bad. And then Drew Petzing's offense, if anything that this Jacoby Brissett experiment has showed, is that his offense just isn't tailored for somebody with Kyler Murray's skill set. It's just really not. But in terms of where the season's going, Tim, to answer your question, it's called hell in a handbasket.
Hell in a handbasket.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's what I used to hear that from my parents all the time. Go to hell in a handbasket.
The Kenny Dillingham School for those who can't coach good and want to do other stuff good, too.
All right, before we get back out to the phones, I want to ask about this because the idea that this offense isn't suited primarily for Kyler Murray, can you create an offense for somebody with his skill set and then still have a functioning offense if he gets hurt? There has to be some baseline stuff, right?
If you have, and
go ahead, Jay.
What I was going to say is that if you have the right backup that can mimic Kyler Murray for one game at a time, not necessarily for a season, and it does work for parts of the Cliff Kingsbury era. The offense seemed to be molded perfectly for Kyler Murray, and at times he was an MVP candidate. It just didn't sustain itself for a full season.
Also, Kyler Murray has to be a willing participant in the offense that best suits his skill set. In other words, he's got to want to run the football. And it's funny, the older he gets, it seems like the more infrequently he wants to do it. And I'll even go as far as to say this, and I don't know if it's just his age getting up there, or not that he's old, but he's older, right?
Getting
than he was.
There.
No, but he's older now than he was in 2020 and 2021, and he's coming off the ACL. I don't see him getting the corner on a defender as much as I did before when he does run.
I completely agree with you.
He's not getting that was money in the bank.
Yep.
That Kyler Murray was going to get the corner when he took off.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen as much these days.
Yeah, no doubt. Tom and Gilbert is next. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, so a lot of people have hit on a lot of what I wanted to say, so I'm going to focus on what I believe is an issue. From the front office, they have said for the last couple of years, we're happy with the offense that's in the room. And if you're going to design a offense around a skill set, then that offensive line should be huge and beefy and can move bodies, create lanes, whether to run, to see downfield, or to pass. And they don't. They haven't. And they have put a lot of money into an offense with free agents and stuff because by the cap breakdown, there's more money on offense than there is on defense. But they haven't put it up front. They haven't put it in the trenches. The second thing is that 7-second allowed field goal is the difference in the game. And that's coaching. You either coach to win or you coach to not lose. And they coach to not lose. Their end of game, end of half, end of quarter, their 4-minute offense, their 2-minute defense, it's all to protect a lead or to stay in a game or to hope something happens. And I have said since day one, players do not rise to occasions. They sink to their lowest level of preparedness. And in the event that you have lost 5 games in a row where you held a lead and coughed it up in the last few minutes of a game, that's preparedness. That's what I've got to say. You guys have hit on everything else. Love listening. Have a
Thank
great
you, Tom.
day.
Good
Thanks,
call.
man.
Appreciate that. The other thing about Kyler Murray, really quick, before we go back out to the phones, wasn't there a lot of talk during training camp and in the offseason that they were going to find a way to create chunk passing plays with Kyler Murray on the move? Have we seen those?
No, that hasn't happened. That hasn't happened. In fact, Brissett put up more 20-plus yard passing plays in one game in his first start than Kyler did in the first 5 games combined.
Yep. It's going to be quite a start for Kyler Murray in Dallas, I'll tell you that much. Tony in Phoenix is next. Tony, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Tony.
You know what? Both 2 Chicagoans, we got to come up with a nickname for you both. You know, I seen one thing what the Packers did in the second half because with Paris Johnson was on what's his name, the
Micah Parsons.
Packers defense. Micah Parsons in the first half, and I think he was doing a good job. He did give up 1 sack, but what they did is they moved him on the other side, and Jonah Williams just got his butt handed to him.
Oh, yeah.
It was horrible. I think the last 2 games with the Cardinals, there's a few things that we can look at that they're coaching wise have not done well, but I think the last 2 games I give them a B, offense and defense. They're probably getting the best and most they can with these guys. I mean, with all the injuries, and I'm not making excuses for them. And I'm thinking when they get some people back, they may have a little bit more success. But by then, are we going to be, 3-7, 3-8? Is it going to be over with? And then one last thing, I work Uber, so I watched the Cardinals game, and then, I did a pickup after the game, and I'm in the black lot, and I swear thousands of Packers fans, and I've seen probably about 20 Cardinals fans.
It was insane.
Well, they had a reason to stay
Thank you very
and
much,
party.
Tony.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, no, the concourses, it was crazy. But you don't expect anything different.
Yeah, that was something. That was a storyline we knew was going to happen.
That was not a surprise.
And on the injuries, James Conner's not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing. And on the defense, like Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson, they might come back soon, but we have no idea what those 2 guys are going to give
Robinson
you.
is back.
Robinson was back yesterday. You just wouldn't have known it.
And then sadly, that's the thing. We're starting to realize what he gives this football team. And right now,
it's not a lot.
Not a lot. And I hope it gets better. But we're starting to get a lot of data on now on Darius Robinson, and it's not positive.
No.
And the Walter Nolan timeline is sort of mirroring. It's echoing. It's paralleling. Darius Robinson's from last year, where it might be just a fully lost season because by the time he comes back and gets completely up to speed and in game shape, it might be 2/3 of the season gone.
These are high leverage first round draft picks. They're supposed to contribute immediately. And these are part of the failures that we're watching.
You hope they become you draft a guy in the first round, you hope he becomes a Pro Bowl player or an
That's
All-Pro.
it.
I mean, certainly a difference maker.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right.
Or how about this, a productive starter?
We'll take that at this point. We'll continue our Cardinal coverage. A.Q. Shipley will join us for his weekly visit next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jacoby Brissett needs to be the Cardinals' starting quarterback going forward, writes Dan Bickley. The Cardinals' frustrations are boiling over after another one-score loss. And at the halfway point, where does everything stand in Big 12 football? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and nagging joint pain can come from a lot of places. Sometimes it's arthritis, sometimes it's hard work, sometimes it's an old sports injury that never healed properly, but no matter where it comes from, it's a bad deal when it limits what you want to do in everyday life. Good news, QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use advanced regenerative medicine, cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore the tissue that is giving you all those issues, and the results are long-term lasting results. QC Kinetics has patient satisfaction reports of 92%. That includes me. I've leaned on them twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus, currently in treatment for a real bad case of tennis elbow. Emmett Smith also raves about what QC Kinetics has done for him. Remember, this is all natural or all organic, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. Go check out these cutting-edge options and find out what they can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey folks, this is A.Q. Shipley letting you know if you're in the market for a luxury vehicle, you've got to see my friend and general manager Bull Earnhardt at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback. Him and his team invite you to experience amazing in a 2025 Lexus TX 350 with spacious 3 rows of comfort for only $569 per month, or their 2025 RX 350 midsize luxury SUV at only $479 per month. Both 36-month leases with $49.99 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Stop in and experience the no bull difference or shop fully online at EarnhardtLexus.com. At Earnhardt Lexus, most new vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 11/3/25.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was another just gut-wrenching loss for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, this time to the Green Bay Packers, 27-23. Quarterback Kyler Murray was inactive for his second straight game, but Jacoby Brissett and the Cards had the ball with a chance late to win it, but they could not
find a way to win. This is the Cardinals' 5th straight loss after starting the season 2-0. They'll look to reset with the bye week this week and get ready for the Dallas Cowboys in 2 weeks' time. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils continue to prove how hard it is to beat them in Tempe. Sam Levitt and the Sun Devils beat an undefeated Texas Tech team 26-22, and here was Kenny Dillingham after the game.
It's very simple. If you just win, everything takes care of itself. And how do you win? You get better every single day. You show up every day and you win, and if you win, good things happen.
The Devils are back in the AP Top 25 poll, slotted at 21, as they'll be on the road against Houston next week, and that's what's trending now.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. A.Q. Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
All right, so our Cardinals coverage continues in a very intelligent manner. We welcome in the one, the only A.Q. Shipley via video. And if you ever wondered what a young Bruce Arians might look like, A.Q. Shipley is a very handsome young version of Bruce Arians. All you need is a Kangol hat, brother. There you go.
I need one right there.
There you go. All right, AQ, let's start from 30,000 feet. 5-game losing streak going into the bye week. What does this football team need to kind of get hold, to get out of this mess they're in?
They need a win, period. I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? Like that, you need something to stop the skid. And when you look at this team, everything, all three phases, situational football, they seem to have some sort of letdown every single week. And yesterday it was end of half, end of game, right? Like those are all situational things that you work on over and over and over. And both of them came back to bite them yesterday.
Yeah, AQ, when you fail at situational football time and time again, I mean, I guess, and Jonathan Gannon basically said it starts with me. I'm sure you agree. You played a long time in this game. When there are situational football breakdowns that cause you to lose football games, how does it get fixed? Where does it start? Do the players have any accountability, or does it all fall on the coaching staff and the head coach?
The head coach is going to say, yeah, it's all my fault, and that's what he should do as a leader, right? Just like the quarterback should take the blame for the offense, right? And that's typically what happens, but at the end of the day, it's each and every man in that building from top to bottom. I mean, it's players alike, it's coaches alike. At the end of the day, players can fix calls, right? Like that's the biggest thing that I talk about all the time. Like they can make a call and they have a bad look, but if a player makes a good block and now all of a sudden you're out the gate, okay, we didn't have a good call versus that look, but somehow it turned into a 20-yard gain, right? And so there's so many different situations, and situational football is everything. Ironically, that's a Green Bay team that was leading the league in third down efficiency and defensively. We were shutting them down on third down, and we were actually very good on third down yesterday most of the game. But like I said, there's multiple phases to situational football, and end of half, end of game came back to bite.
All right, what'd you think of the 4th and 1 tush push, given the fact that this is really not part of the team's DNA?
Yeah, I mean, I love the call, really. I really do. And every quarterback sneak they've run with Jacoby Brissett has been successful thus far against Indianapolis last week and also yesterday, right? And so I love the call. I like being aggressive. I'm a firm believer in today's game. If you give anybody and any quarterback in this league the ball back with a chance to win it, more often than not, they will. And that's just the way the game is today. It's an offensive-minded league. And so staying aggressive, taking more time off the clock, keeping the ball in your hands, I love that call. I love that decision. You cannot sit there and question it based on results. I'm very big on believing that. Like, if you make the right call and it doesn't succeed, but you made the right call, I'm completely okay with that.
Yeah, AQ, yeah, I think Dan and I are in concert that I don't think neither of us mind going for it there. It's just the play selection. And again, play calling is, if it works, it's a great call. If it doesn't work, it's a bad call. That's life in the National Football League. When a team, though, gets outscored the way the Cardinals have in the fourth quarter, in the last 3 games, it's been 44-6. Over the season, it's been 76-29. AQ, is there something you can put your finger on as to why that's happening and how it can stop happening?
I think it comes down to, and I've talked about this a lot all year on the broadcast, on the show, I think there is subconsciously just a little bit of let's play safe here. Let's play prevent. Let's play everything in front of us on defense. Let's run the ball. Let's not take chances and continue to stay aggressive. And what gave us the lead early on in this game or through 3 quarters, right? And I think subconsciously you feel good when you have a lead. And then also it's like, okay, cool. Well, let's just defer and give it back to the defense and they're going to make a play, right? So we're always waiting for someone else to make a play instead of someone going and making the play, right? And so I think there's a lot of that going on. And even yesterday, it's like, even yesterday and last week, right? Like they get down basically to the other team's 25 yesterday or 30, whatever it was. And then last week it was down to the other team's 9. And then you kind of let off the gas again, right? Like you don't keep doing what you're doing. And so I think there's a little bit of that going on. And I was actually encouraged when they got the stop, right? They get Green Bay backed up and they get the stop defensively and we get the ball back. And I'm like, okay, cool. The defense actually made a stop there. And then they let it all go whenever they give it up the next time, right?
All right, so Jacoby Brissett backed up his really nice start in Indianapolis with another good one yesterday. Jonathan Gannon says, nope, nothing's changed. Kyler Murray's going to be the guy in Dallas. What do we need to see from Kyler now that Cardinal fans have seen 2 games of Jacoby? And what happens if this offense reverts to what we saw prior to Jacoby Brissett?
Kyler has a tough job coming up. He really does because I think this entire city, maybe this entire country, has seen this offense be capable of winning football, arguably against 2 of the best teams in football. We can sit here and say the Indianapolis Colts are probably the best football team in the National Football League.
Amazingly, but
2
it's
weeks,
true. Yep.
And 2 weeks into the season, everybody was saying Green Bay was going to the Super Bowl, right? So that's 2 of the best teams, and you just watched Jacoby Brissett run a very efficient offense. I don't know what his final QBR was, but after 11 straight completions in the third, I know Dave Pasch said it was like 128. And so that's a very efficient game of football. And he's taking care of the football. He's making plays. He steps up in the pocket. He distributes to different guys. The running game looks better the last 2 weeks, right? Everything has looked better. Everything has looked more on schedule. And so when you see that compared to the previous 5 weeks, then that's kind of now what the expectations are. And so if we come out in Dallas and look flat and don't look anything like that or a shell of what it has looked like, it's going to get loud.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm curious to tap into your experience, AQ. What are conversations like in the locker room when you have a situation like this? I don't really care. Ironically, I'm a media person, but I don't really care what guys say publicly. But in a locker room, when losses are piling up and there's a quarterback debate, if you will, of who should be out there, who gives us the best chance to win. I know guys are getting paid to do their job. I got to focus, got to do my job. But come on, man, there have to be conversations about what's going on from an organizational standpoint in terms of trying to ultimately do what you want to do every week, and that's win.
I can sit here and say the cliche answer, and I think that's what most people say. But yeah, you're right. I mean, 100%. Everybody sees what's going on, and those conversations are had. And, you know, ultimately everybody's going to be true professionals. They're going to go out and they're going to do their job regardless of who's behind them. And that's the cliche answer. And that's what they have to do because at the end of the day, they're getting paid to do a job and not for anything, but like they also want their job to continue to be on that team or employed in this league, right? So you're going to go out and play to the best of your ability regardless of who's behind you. But don't for one second think that there's not conversations being had like, hey, this has looked pretty good the last 2 weeks.
All right, lastly, AQ, when you take a look at the offensive line, the Cardinals actually ran the ball really well in the first quarter, but on that last drive and those last 3 plays, it looks like there were breakdowns all over the offensive line. They couldn't stop Micah Parsons. Were they exhausted? What happened at the end of the game?
Yeah, so it's probably a combination of both, right? Like that's a nightmare scenario always for the offensive line because there really is no threat of running the football at that point. Like we know we got less than 2 minutes left. We got to get down the field. We're going to pass the ball. So those D linemen, they're not in 2-gap stances reading the run. They are teed up, sprinter stance, on the blocks, taking off, jetted up, getting ready to go and try and sack a quarterback, right? Having said all that, watching it live, I still haven't taken a peek at the film, but it looked to me like they were sliding to Micah. So if you're sliding to Micah, and Will Hernandez is your inside guy, if you're Jonah Williams, the only place you can't get beat is outside, right? Like because your inside help you have inside help to Will Hernandez, and it clearly looked like Will was pretty upset that, like, on one of those that happened. And so when you look at that, it's just, he's an elite pass rusher. I get that, but you also, the entire game plan is set up so that he doesn't wreck the game, and he wrecked the game.
That's it. Great stuff as always, AQ. Thank you. We'll look forward to seeing you again next week.
Always, boys. Take care.
There you go. Okay. AQ Shipley joining us live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios. Remember, Sun season tips off Wednesday. We want you all to be there. Text HOOPS to 620-620 for your shot to win lower-level tickets to see the Suns take on the Sacramento Kings. Once again, text HOOPS to 620-620. When we come back on the other side, we'll tour across the NFL, tell you some highlights of a very weird Week 7 in the National Football League. We're back right after this.
Cardinals had this one on the line in the final frame, and then
Brissett, clock is ticking, backs up to throw, and fires deep middle, jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Day Jones comes out with the ball after the tip. He's just out the back of the end zone.
we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley letting you know if you're in the market for a luxury vehicle, you've got to see my friend and general manager Bull Earnhardt at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback. Him and his team invite you to experience amazing in a 2025 Lexus TX 350 with spacious 3 rows of comfort for only $569 per month, or their 2025 RX 350 midsize luxury SUV at only $479 per month. Both 36-month leases with $49.99 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Stop in and experience the no bull difference or shop fully online at EarnhardtLexus.com. At Earnhardt Lexus, most new vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 11/3/25.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-266-3845. Again, that's 800-266-3845. 800-266-3845.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Bickley and Murata.
All right, so Week 7 continued bright and early yesterday morning with the Rams hammering the Jaguars in London 35-7. Week 7 Sunday night ended with the 49ers somehow without their two defensive players holding the Falcons to 10 points, which means, Tim Ring, going into the Seahawks-Texans tonight, we have two teams at 5-2 atop the NFC West, and both of those, we could have three teams the Cardinals trail by 3 games by the end of tonight.
Oh, I would think we're going to have 3 5-2 teams. And I would think, from that standpoint alone, this season is looking like it's over.
Kind of does. No, I mean, listen, we're not trying to be alarmists here.
No.
The facts of the situation.
It's true, and it sucks because pretty much the NFC West, to paraphrase a phrase, is what we thought it was. We thought it was 4 very good teams, no great teams, but 4 very good teams. Well, it turns out 3 of them are
living up to that
as
bargain.
advertised. To have 3 potential 5-2 teams, it just sucks that the Cardinals are the odd man out.
Well, yeah, it would be bad enough to trail a single team by 3 games after 7 weeks.
Can't trail 3 teams.
You can't trail 3 teams by 3 games
and you're
7 weeks into the season.
Right, and you're already 0-2 in the division, and your next division foe is at Seattle.
Yeah.
And the way this football team is playing right now, you never say never, I guess, in this league, but my gracious.
Okay, listen, I think the head coach in Minneapolis and Minnesota is fantastic. I think he might be right at the top of the list of the head coaches I admire most in the NFL. But, man, it is looking like they messed up with their quarterback situation. Letting Daniel Jones go.
Sam Darnold.
And letting Sam Darnold go. They could have kept Daniel Jones had they decided to sign him.
Yeah, that's true.
They decided to punt on both those guys, and we're gonna turn J.J. McCarthy into Tom Brady. And J.J. McCarthy hasn't been able to stay healthy, and Carson Wentz will eventually you out of the game. And the Eagles got right against the Vikings yesterday.
Yeah, and McCarthy had the great opening night, but if you're not available, I mean, how do you know? But suddenly you're a Vikings football team that's 3-3. They've dropped 2 of their 3 home games. And you talk about divisions, and that division with the Lions and the Packers and the Bears are even 4-2. Bears.
You mentioned the Eagles. It'll be interesting to see how this season plays out. If it just turns out by the end of the year, we're saying the Chiefs and the Eagles are the 2 best teams in the NFL again.
Everybody always wants to kick dirt and throw dirt on the Eagles, and they just kind of keep finding a way to win.
Because does anyone think the 2 best teams in the NFL are the Buccaneers and the Colts? Because those are the 2 teams with the best records right now.
Yeah. All right. So you brought up the Chiefs. So we'll get back to this play yesterday. The Chiefs boat raced the Raiders. The Pete Carroll thing is not working in Vegas.
Geno Smith thing is not working.
Geno Smith is not working. And in that play, I wish we had the audio. We can't even play it because Patrick Mahomes swears in it.
Correct.
Patrick Mahomes goes up to the line of scrimmage, and he does the whole, I'm going to draw this team off sides thing. And the Raiders aren't falling for it. And he's trying, and he's trying, and he's trying. And then he says very audibly, this bleeping stuff never works. And it was all a ruse. And seconds after he said that, they snapped the ball.
Well, and they're in this like wing T formation where they do a motion on one side and then 2 seconds later they do the exact same motion on the other side, and then Mahomes is saying that thing.
Right.
You think they're going to call a timeout. It's 4th and 1 and around midfield. They snap it and get like 4 yards.
And what's crazy is Mahomes is yelling to the coaching staff, this play doesn't work. This play never works.
Right.
And for some reason, that audio was clear as day.
Clear as day.
On the television. I mean, I know you sometimes hear, Blue 52.
Right.
But
you don't hear this, bleep, bleep, bleep.
You
Right.
rarely hear, like, conversation. And Mahomes is yelling. So clearly, yeah, the Raiders were all like, we got him. We're not falling for it. And they snapped the ball and they run for the first down.
And the point is, the Chiefs are feeling good. They've got Rashee Rice back, and they're feeling good about themselves when they start doing this stuff. I've seen games where they do ring around the rosy. When they start doing wacky stuff, they're feeling good about who they are.
When they start turning the game into a show, that's how you know the Chiefs are really starting to feel it. When Kelsey and Mahomes are on the sideline or talking about how they were saying this, doing that, that's how you know the Chiefs are starting to roll.
Yeah, and to Jared's point, gun to your head, who are better football teams, Chiefs and Eagles or Buccaneers and Colts, right?
You'll take the Chiefs and the Eagles.
I mean, okay.
Okay, 2 places where if you want to feel better as a Cardinals fan, 2 places where it is definitely worse than here. The New York Jets remain winless. They scored 6 points against the Carolina Panthers for the second time this year. The Jets had the ball near the end of the first half, and instead of throwing a Hail Mary and trying, they just let the clock roll out. After the game, Aaron Glenn said, at that point in time, we just wanted to get him off the field. Jets fans are going insane this morning. Insane over Aaron Glenn.
He may be one and done. He looks utterly clueless on the sidelines.
Yeah.
He went from scolding a media member 7 days ago, now 8 days ago, for even having the audacity to question Justin Fields as the starting quarterback, to yanking Justin Fields as the starting quarterback 7 days later.
Jets.
Can I reiterate
Jets
again?
Are going to jet.
How much the Aaron Rodgers era just destroyed that franchise? Because not only did it gut the roster, but it also forced Robert Saleh out of town, who was probably a much better head coach than he got credit for and didn't really get an opportunity because of that situation.
You're exactly right. And the other place where it is definitely worse, Miami. The Dolphins got beat by the Browns 31-6. The Browns.
I would love to have my Dolphins take back.
Yeah.
Just absolutely.
The coach of the year take there?
That was one of my, we did a thing, Jerry, you weren't here last week, like 3 things we believe in the NFL. And one of my beliefs was that Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer were not going to last the season. Now Greer might, but I'm surprised. It's 8:54 here in Phoenix. I'm surprised Mike McDaniel still has a job.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. 2 last items. The Broncos, incredibly, they were trailing 19-0 entering the fourth quarter. They scored 33 points in the fourth quarter of that game. Giants end up losing 33-32 to the Broncos. I've never seen anything like that. 3 bagels, the Jarrett special, and then 33 points in the fourth quarter.
I don't think anything has ever happened like that. That's why you've never seen it. I think it was a first time.
Keep in mind the Giants actually scored 13 in the fourth quarter.
That's right.
And it also
it was like they won 33 to 19.
There was 46 points scored in the fourth quarter.
And it sucks because of the collapse and the crazy ending and the Giants actually losing that game.
Yeah.
It prevented the furthering of Dart and Scadaboo being the kings of that city, because that would have been 3 straight wins and they would have really had momentum.
What a terrible loss for the G-men. Finally, the Commanders get waxed by the Cowboys and Jaden Daniels is hurt. Jared Carlin had the big turd weekend, you called it. What'd you call it?
I forgot what the full turd or something like that.
Full turd weekend, yeah.
Yeah, that's the second time this year already Daniels is hurt and may have to miss games. And the name Robert Griffin III is just echoing throughout that city right now. And the last thing I want to mention is that, man, does it suck when you said there are 2 clear situations that are worse than the Cardinals. Because there's 3. And the third is the Tennessee Titans, but you can't mention them because they beat the Cardinals. Because they changed coaches and they lost again.
They're going to finish 1-16.
You guys saw the Cam Ward oopsie moment?
I missed it.
So he's rolling out. They're on their own 15-yard line, kind of play action, rolls out, goes to throw. The ball slips out of his hands, kind of like a cartoon almost. bounces once right into a Patriots defender touchdown. And
oh, no.
It was one where, and even the announcer was saying, Cam Ward might have a long career in the NFL, but that's one where he'll look back and it'll be brutal.
That's brutal. All right, Buccaneers-Lions tonight, Texans-Seahawks as well. That Monday night doubleheader, I just hate with a passion why they do that. I don't need 2 football games simultaneously.
And 2 probably decent ones. I want to watch one good one.
Could they stagger them? Like 4?
They are staggered. But isn't there?
I know, but I mean completely stagger.
Well, this is a doubleheader tonight. This is not one of those.
Good.
This is it's a 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock start.
All right, it is. Okay, well that's good.
But it's not one of those stupid 5:30 and 6:05 starts.
That's what I was worried it was. Yeah. Okay, that's good news. All right, on the other side, Sammy Cebulka will take you through social studies. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating the ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Natural gas is an essential ingredient in the kitchen, but it also supports economic development and growth in our community. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
long. Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate because you gotta have shade.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the same story for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. The Cards have now lost 3 straight games after being up by at least 7 points heading into the fourth quarter, and the 27-23 loss was their 5th straight loss of the season. Here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the game.
Yeah, a loss is a loss. Now, with saying that, how are you losing? Which this might even sound worse, is I know we're close, but we're not doing enough, and ultimately that falls on me, so I'm disappointed in myself.
A chance to reset. The Cardinals will have their bye week this week before a game in Dallas against the Cowboys. ASU, the Sun Devils had themselves a Saturday afternoon. They upset the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders 26-22, which included an emotional Kenny Dillingham after the game and a field rush in Tempe. ASU are back in the AP Top 25 poll. And tonight, here on ESPN 620, Game 7 of the ALCS between the Blue Jays and the Mariners with a chance to go to the World Series on the line. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock means it's social studies time. We throw out some questions to our wonderful listeners. We call their responses for content gold. Take it away, Sammy.
Yes, good morning. Happy Monday on Social Studies. If you're wondering where you can see or find all these questions, we are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Facebook and Instagram. And every single morning you can watch us here on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So that's where you can find us. But let's jump into the questions. The first one is for Valley sports fans. What stood out most from the weekend and why? Was it a frustrating Cardinals loss, an excited ASU win, or are you just an emotionless husk?
Yeah, that's funny. I'm voting B. The Sun Devil ending and that sight, like I said, of the crowd storming the field, whether you think that ASU should be beyond that, it was a magical scene. Watching Kenny Dillingham so emotional that he just kind of bailed on a post-game on-the-field interview. And then watching Sam Levitt just basically float 100 yards from one end of the field to the other through people and kids taking selfies with him. That was mind-blowingly awesome.
And that's the beauty of college football. I mean, even when your NFL team wins a game like that, you just don't see that.
Right.
You don't see head coaches doing the worm in the locker room like Kenny Dillingham.
Like Kenny was.
I don't think Bruce Arians ever did the worm in the locker room.
No.
Also a write-in candidate. Notre Dame beat USC.
But
so suck it, Jarrett. I heard your prediction.
But if you wanted somebody to pour you a cocktail out of the trunk of their car, Bruce Arians was
I can
your
do that,
guy.
baby.
What you want, baby? Some condoms, baby? You want some gin and tonic, baby? What you need? Bickley, what do you want?
What do you want, Vic?
The response to the vote from this question, overwhelmingly excited by the ASU win, 53% of the vote. Some of the responses, Stephen Ruiz said, I did not think ASU had much of a chance. We all knew with our hearts that the Cards would probably lose by a single possession. So seeing ASU win that game for Stephen Ruiz was big. Daryl Lee said, getting frustrated by the Cards' loss is like watching the Titanic movie for the 5th time and still getting upset she won't share the door with Jack. And then State 48 said, option number 4, how about the Sun season starts on Wednesday?
Oh.
We'll have more on that tomorrow.
Oh, yes, we will.
So our second question is for those Cardinal fans. What is the biggest reason for this team's 2-5 start and why?
Just not making the plays in the fourth quarter to win games.
Yeah, it's I don't know how to summarize this into one short little answer because I think they've got a lot of different issues, from injuries to rookies and young players who haven't panned out to quarterback play pre-Jacoby Brissett. I think Tim Ring's answer is probably the most coherent, the fact that they just can't close games.
Yes, when you need the one play late in the fourth, it feels like they can't make it.
They've got the Diamondbacks bullpen is what they've got. They can't close games.
And who would have thought we'd be talking about the Diamondbacks bullpen here on October 20th, you
Exactly.
know? All right, Daylight Film said he thinks it starts at the top. The ownership, management, into coaching, add some injuries, and really choking in key moments and squandering leads. That'll get you 5 losses in a row. Tommy says it's a trifecta of front office, ignoring the offensive line, coaching staff kind of scared to call plays late in the game, and the players just failing to execute. And then Daryl Lee says, while I think there are bigger problems to be addressed, let's ultimately just blame it on Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
The problem is, like, there isn't maybe one thing to blame it on.
Isn't. It's collective.
Right.
And when there's not one thing to blame it on, that makes it harder to think things will get better quickly, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I'll throw it in there at this point right now. I'm starting to have concerns about the schematic capabilities of a coaching staff.
Yep.
That can't win a close game.
Yeah.
That can't put their team in the best position on both sides of the ball to win a close game.
They can't call the play to get the big stop or get the big first down.
Yep. The theme, yeah.
And your usage of timeouts, your play with 7 seconds to play at the end of the first half. They're the first team in NFL history. So now we're getting to historic levels here. First team in NFL history to lose 3 straight games when leading by 7 or more entering the fourth quarter. Think about that.
For real.
Now, granted, the Packers did score on the very first play of the fourth quarter, but still, technically, Cardinals ended the fourth quarter by leading the game by 7 or more points.
Yeah. Our last question. So this was stemming from kind of my luck over the weekend in getting the upgrade to some good seats at the TCU Baylor game. But what is an example of you lucking into something great? How did it happen, and what was it for?
Okay, I have a clear number 1. I'll tell you my number 2. I was in London on work, and I had a return flight home, and it was like last row. You know what I mean?
Oh, me last
night.
They
had a strike, an airline strike, so it messed everything up. The day I flew out, the strike got settled, so the airlines were just trying to get everybody who had been delayed for a couple days out and out and out. They handed me a ticket, and they gave me a first-class ticket. And I'm like, okay. See ya.
No rebuttal.
But the biggest luck I've ever gotten, Sammy, was when I got drawn to play the Masters the day after the Masters tournament when I won the media lottery. So I got to play Augusta National.
That's
No, I didn't play it well.
That doesn't matter,
but I got
right?
to play it.
Who cares?
Tim?
Phenomenal. I don't know, Sammy. I was thinking about this. This is, I mean, it was lucky for me personally. I don't think it's all that interesting to the listeners. But when I was a young sportscaster, I was working in a real small market, Wausau, Wisconsin, and Green Bay, the bigger market, which isn't all that big, but the bigger market hired me to be their number 3 sportscaster, right? So that means there's a main guy, a weekend guy, and then I'm the little number 3
You're the 3
reporter.
guy, yeah.
So I gave my 2-week notice to the station in Wausau, and within that 2 weeks, the number 1 guy in Green Bay at that station quit, and then the number 2 guy quit. So I showed up, and I was by default the number one guy. I was also by myself, but that's a whole other story. But I was by default the number one guy, stayed the number one guy.
Wow.
And that was a huge, tremendous break in my career in terms of where I ended up going after that. But that was luck.
Those two guys probably saw you and said, "Oh, we can't hang with this guy."
This guy.
Welcome to the show.
Or they said, "This is what the business has become."
The
I'm
ringer.
gonna sell shoes.
For real. Running out of time, I'll read one and maybe we can revisit it at the end. But Stephen Ruiz, similarly to Tim's thing, was a few months ago interviewed for a teaching job. I was told to expect to get an offer. It never came. In July, a similar job at a better location, higher pay, opened up, and it's been a perfect fit. So there you go, Stephen Ruiz. And we ran out of time. Maybe we'll revisit it at the end. But there you guys go. Social studies every single day, 9 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Sammy. When we come back, we'll wrap up today's discussion of your Arizona Cardinals. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Another late game collapse.
We're the same, We're a team that fights hard, but we have to find a way to win ball games, Losing is frustrating regardless. I'd rather be in a ball game and have a chance to win than get blown out.
We've tried a couple things, but we got to figure out a better way to get ourselves in better position to win.
Heading into the bye week 2 and 5, we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You've seen his face on billboards, on Valley buses, on television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere in the Valley. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand, but know this. The work they do is very serious, and if you were ever hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience means a lot. It gives them a lot of leverage when dealing with those insurance companies that don't want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Sweet James not only wins 98% of its cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the biggest wins in the country. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is the place to go for fall deals on trucks. What kind of fall savings are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? October brings incredible truck savings. Right now, we're offering $13,000 off the all-new 2025 Sierra 1500 and $6,000 off the all-new 2025 Sierra HT. We've got plenty of inventory. Now's definitely the right time to buy.
For the best fall savings of the season, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Need a new HVAC system? Service Experts Fall Flash Sale is on now. Get $1,000 off a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system. Hurry, offer ends October 31st. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, and the crew. If you're down in the dumps, don't worry. You got 2 football games tonight and a Game 7 in Major League Baseball, the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Before we get back into our content, big shout-out to our listeners in Maryvale.
Maryville.
All right.
West Side.
Exactly. By the way, Toronto, this is their first Game 7 in 40 years. Seattle's never had one. What a bummer if Seattle chokes tonight.
Man, it was at home.
Been not that great of a series either.
No, it's not.
None of the games,
No.
it's to a Game 7, but none of the games have been exciting.
And meanwhile, they're coming off the Dodgers team that is, well, quite frankly, ruining baseball. We'll get more into that probably tomorrow. All right, the Arizona Cardinals, here's what's ahead of them, folks. They've got to play a game in Dallas on Monday Night Football on November 3rd. So you get your bye week, then you get another Sunday off. You're playing Monday night in Dallas. You can believe that Kyler Murray's magic in Arlington at AT&T Stadium is going to prevail and win the day, but I don't know. There's times when this Cowboy team looks like a handful. Their offense steamrolls people.
They're beatable. I think they're beatable.
They have
but yes,
3 losses and a tie. So they're definitely beatable. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, but even for the Cardinals, I think it's not a game where you're walking in going, okay, they have no chance.
Yeah.
But they're starting to tune it up a little bit. I mean, that offense is starting to put points on the board.
They've scored 40 points 3 times this year already.
Think about that.
Jared, you're just full of facts, and these are real facts,
Well,
not Jared facts.
To be fair, I was listening to the just ESPN radio as I was driving to work.
So obviously all they talked about
exactly was the Cowboys. So I had no choice but to learn about the Cowboys.
And then what's going on with the Lakers?
Yeah.
That's tomorrow. But I was thinking about, like, if let's suppose Jacoby Brissett just completes a pass in the end zone and they win the game on a walk-off or really close to the end, and they win, and they're 3-4 right now. How different are you feeling going into this bye if they're 3-4 instead
Much
of 2-5?
different.
So
Much different.
You'd actually have some hope for the rest of the season?
Yeah, because 4-4 would be on the table.
Yeah.
If you go to Texas and you're able to win a football game.
Then you're right back to square. So no harm, no foul. 3 games under 500 for a football team, that's a very steep mountain.
And you pointed out that the rest of the division also is pulling away.
So here's the deal. So you play the Cowboys on Monday night when you get out of the bye. Then 6 days later on a short week, you have to go to Seattle to play the Seahawks. Then the following week, you host the 49ers. So you're getting 2 division teams back-to-back, which is why if they were 3-4 today, you could concoct a scenario where you get on a hot streak, you can get right back into this thing.
Yeah, and that was kind of the thinking. Like yesterday, in a weird way, kind of broke me as a fan because that's what I was hoping for. I'm trying to cultivate in my head, like, best case scenarios, like find a way to beat the Packers, get yourself to 3-4. You're crawling out of that hole, and then you get the bye week, you put yourself at 4-4, and then maybe you can get on a little bit of a run here because the 49ers are banged up, obviously, and Seattle's. I mean, Jonathan Gannon's never beaten the Seahawks. It's getting a little ridiculous.
Oh, that's a great point.
So that's. I mean, I think he's 0-5. No, I don't think I know he's 0-5.
That's like Cliff versus the Rams. It was. You're talking about how the Cowboys. You mentioned the Cowboys are beatable. Does the Cardinals repeatedly playing close games against really good teams make you believe they could beat anybody? Or does it make you think because they haven't beaten any of those teams that they can't beat anybody?
Good question.
It's for me, it's kind of more the latter. When it was, okay, they've lost 3 games by 9 points, you're like, wow, they've been right in this thing. But the fact that this just continues to be their vibe makes you feel like that's all they're going to be, is the try-hard team that plays close.
I felt uneasy yesterday because they're defining who they are as a football team. And I thought to myself, once again, they're playing this pretty good football team close. They're battling.
Yep.
but what's going to happen in the fourth quarter? And exactly what I feared was going to happen, of course, happened. The Packers made just enough plays to win the game, and the Cardinals did not make just enough plays to lose the game.
So Bam Knight was asked that very question. Is the way you're losing games taking a toll on this football team?
I wouldn't say it's – I mean, obviously players are sick of it, Like I said, 5 straight. But, guys show up to work every week, even at this point, even next week, guys been showing up, busting their tails at practice. It's not like people are dragging around, moping. It's not that at all. The energy is still there, the focus is still there. So I think when we get back from the bye, we get time to, get back healthy and then, regroup as a unit. I think everything will start going right.
Wishful thinking.
I agree with that because they've been competitive, but every loss chips away at that locker room, right?
No doubt.
So if you don't find a way to win a football game or two by the time Thanksgiving hits, Bick, we'll get into December and it could get real scary.
Without a doubt, because again, I've said this last week, but it's very, very true. The beauty of football is you play once a week. The perils of football are you only play once a week. So you lose a football game. You deal with what every losing NFL team does on a Monday, and that's basically a public flogging, right? It's part of the territory. It happens in every NFL city. Some are louder than others, but it's really the same deal. And then you go back to practice, and you try to believe in the process, and you hear your coach harp on the details and stay this and stay that, and we'll get our way out of it. Then you show up the next weekend, and you lose again, and then you rinse, repeat. And so this is 5 straight times the Cardinals have been through this cycle, and that can really that can wear you out.
It wears on a locker room, and I thought we were joking about Bruce Arians a couple segments ago. He actually did a pretty good job of keeping teams focused and playing solid football, no matter what the record was late into the season. But for the most part, your phrase "zombie football" exists for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
If this thing gets to 2-10 or 3-9 or 3-11. It's going to be really hard on that locker room. And I don't know if Gannon has the experience
or the chops to
handle that.
This is year 3 for Gannon, so the inexperienced thing should start wearing off a little bit. But when Sammy asked, "Is the bye coming at the right time?" we all said, "Well, yes, it's coming at the right time. They need to regroup." But you mentioned there's something about being able to get back on the horse and try to end this losing streak. And so now they don't play this coming weekend.
Yeah.
Then they also don't play the next coming weekend because they don't play until Monday Night Football. So it's a lot of waiting around to try to, it's sitting in that 5 losses in a row.
And here's the issue with it all. Because Jonathan Gannon's whole range, his game is about the process. Win every day. Do everything you can, every moment of every day. Winning behavior is what they call it. You can only preach that so long without results until players are like, "Coach, can I have something else, please?
Yes.
Can you give me another path?"
He's 14-27. Okay? I mean, he's 1-10 without Kyler Murray. Obviously, the division record is in the toilet. Kyler's won 3 division games since 2021, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, it wears thin after a while. And much like we talked to AQ Shipley about the conversations about the quarterback situation and what are those like behind closed doors when it comes to the locker room, you continue to make schematic, questionable decisions like the Cardinals coaching staff have done in this 5-game losing streak. And even
there's that.
And by the way, and even in the Panther win, the defense that they played schematically to allow the Panthers back into that football game, there had to be a certain amount of the defensive players in that locker room going, "What are we doing here?" Eventually, that wears thin and you do lose the locker room.
Yeah, no doubt. Dante Stills on his belief in the team.
Oh, I believe in this team 100%. This is a team that battles a lot of adversity. That goes out there every day and works their butts off and practice and in the game. So the one thing we can do is go out there, practice, just grind. That's the only thing we can do is just go out there and grind.
And he's right. That's all they can do.
Yeah.
And I don't see a team that's thrown in the towel. I don't
Not yet.
See, and I don't see a head coach who's lost a locker room.
No, I don't see that either. No, and that's, to Jonathan Gannon's credit, I was wondering coming out of that Amari DiMercato sideline thing, okay, how's this team going to react to that?
Sure.
There was no negative reaction whatsoever.
No, in fact, they played one of their best games of the year at Indianapolis, even in defeat.
Yeah. There you go. All right, coming up on the other side, it's the Monday edition of Hardware. Stick around. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I've been telling you for some time why you should forego the big box stores and head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance, but you don't have to take my word for it. Step into Walt's and you will see the difference. A great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, a great selection of outdoor televisions, along with a knowledgeable staff that will show you what products work best with live action sports. You will hear the difference. They have a great selection of audio components, from speakers to sound bars. And when you put the right audio component together with the right television, you will have magic. You will feel the difference. And I know that because Waltz did all of that for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do you even one better. Drop my name when you shop at Waltz. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Need a new HVAC system? Service Experts Fall Flash Sale is on now. Get $1,000 off a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system. Hurry, offer ends October 31st. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was another just gut-wrenching loss for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. This time to the Green Bay Packers, 27-23. Quarterback Kyler Murray was inactive for his second straight game, but Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals had the ball with a chance to win it late, but could not find a way to win. This is the Cardinals' fifth straight loss after starting the season 2-0. They will look to reset with the bye week this week and get ready for the Dallas Cowboys in 2 weeks' time. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils continue to prove how hard it is to beat them in Tempe. Sam Levin and the Sun Devils beat an undefeated Texas Tech team Saturday 26-22, and here was Kenny after the game.
It's very simple. If you just win, everything takes care of itself. And how do you win? You get better every single day. You show up every day and you win, and if you win, good things happen.
With the win, the Devils are back in the AP Top 25 poll, sitting at 21st. And tonight on ESPN 620, Game 7 of the ALCS between the Blue Jays and the Mariners with a chance to go to the World Series is on the line, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is, which team is most likely to win the Big 12 football title right now? ASU, BYU, Texas Tech, Utah, Cincinnati, or other for you guys?
What do you think, Tim?
I was doing some homework on the computer here for a future segment, so I actually did not hear Sammy.
Okay, no, gotcha. No, it's okay.
Who do you think's going to win the Big 12?
No, I'll place the vote then. But give me ASU.
Yeah. So ASU 39% of the vote, BYU 35, Texas Tech 17, Utah, Cincinnati, and other all under 5% of the vote.
So there you go.
There you go.
I think Arizona State's going to win the Big 12. How about that?
There you go. Bingo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
All right, in an effort to make sense of the weekend, to provide context to our dear listeners, we present hardware every Monday morning. Each of us gives a couple of different awards. Kick us off, Tim. What do you got?
All right, well, I'm not breaking news with these particular awards in terms of what happened, but I will say my first award goes to the Who Do You Think You Are, the oversized, big-boned 12-year-old Little Leaguer award. Goes to Shohei Ohtani, who not only pitched 6 innings and struck out 10, but also hit 3 home runs in a game, the same game. Absolutely, like...
And that second home run cleared that roofing structure they have in right and left center field. It was insane. Greatest baseball game ever played, right? Seamhead Jarrett?
I saw some sort of notes on it that I guess in the 70s or something, there was a pitcher who hit 2 grand slams in the same game and also pitched like 7 innings or shutout or something. So there's technically, I guess, at least 1 or 2 other candidates.
But the moment to send his team to the World Series has to...
And he was the first one to ever do 3 home runs and the 10 strikeout part. And it's the best player in the world doing it. So I think it makes it feel even better.
And he had been in a pretty bad slump up until that point.
He won the MVP of the NLCS because of 1 game. That's how amazing it was.
All right, my first award is the Don't Go Changing Award, and I'm giving it to Cam Scadaboo, and I'm doing that because Edgerrin James, former Cardinal great, former U of Miami great, he told Michael Strahan this about Cam Scadaboo, quote, I think his loved ones need to call him and talk to him and let him know if you want to be around this game long enough, you need the way you change or you run the football. And then he continued to say, at certain times, if it's 3rd and 1 and we need to get a tough yard, let's get it, but let's not take unnecessary contact, end quote. I love Edge, but don't go changing, Scat.
That's his game.
That's his game.
If he doesn't play like that,
he's not Cam Scadaboo.
And he might not be good enough to play.
Well,
in
that's
the league.
it, exactly. He's not raw athleticism.
Exactly.
Although he's got more of that than you might think.
Oh, yeah.
Right. You wouldn't make it in the
Remember that
NBA
vertical
if you
leap
were.
he had, he uncorked at the combine. You're like, what? All right, Jarrett, what you got?
Yeah, you wouldn't make it in the NFL if you were just a pile of sweet potatoes. All
What do
right.
you think of sweet potatoes, Jarrett?
Huh? I never used to like them.
I hate them.
I never used to like them. They've grown on me in the last year, not literally, but I've learned to like them more in the last year than I ever have before. I never used to like them. My first award is, I think something got mixed up in the paperwork award because State has fired head coach Norvell. But it was Colorado State firing their head coach Jay Norvell, whereas Florida State just today released a statement pledging full commitment to Mike Norvell. And they did say they were going to reassess everything in the offseason.
Full commitment for a few more weeks.
But everyone, I think we started the show saying that by the end of the show he could be fired.
Dude, if they didn't know him $54 million, he would be out the door.
Gone this morning. All right, my first award is the Mo Money Mo Problems Award, and I'm giving it to Kevin Durant. So he signed a 2-year, $90 million extension this weekend. That makes him the #1 player in NBA history in career earnings. Passing LeBron James, he has made or will make $589.2 million playing basketball just in the NBA alone. Fourth on that list right now, your own Devin Booker, by the way.
Wow.
Durant was patting himself on the back a little bit for not taking the max he was eligible for. He's just going to play for $45 million a year.
It's $500 million.
I know.
To play basketball.
Did you say he didn't take the max?
Yeah,
he could have
he
made
didn't.
more money?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Pablo Torre's ears just perked up.
That's right. What no-show job is
Yeah,
KD
exactly,
working
something.
in Houston?
For real. All right, Tim.
All right, the I'm getting too old for this blank award goes to Pete Carroll, whose Las Vegas Raiders managed to run a grand total of 30 plays yesterday. Significant because that is the worst offensive play production performance since 1964.
Wow.
Pick what happened in 1964. How long ago was the Beatles arrived in America?
In 1964.
My Fair Lady was Best Picture.
Wow.
And I Want to Hold Your Hand was the 1 song.
Was this the research you were doing?
Yeah. And that was the research I was doing when I missed Sammy's question.
All right, my next award is the Some Throwaway Award. I'm giving it to Tumani Kamara, former second-round pick of the Phoenix Suns.
Boy.
Threw him into the deal, right? Just to get rid of Nurk?
Place filler.
Or it was
No,
the
they
eight.
traded.
No, it was the eight.
It was the
They
eight
traded
trade.
to get Nurk.
That's right. So they had
To
to
make
throw,
it even a worse trade.
They
Yes.
threw in a first-round pick to get rid of Nurkic.
Yeah, and Tumani Kamara just signed a 4-year, $82 million extension with the Trailblazers.
One of the centerpieces of the Portland Trailblazers rebuild now is this throw-in player. That would he look nice to be on the Suns, right?
No doubt about it.
It just stinks. My last award is this is the nicest way I've ever heard of saying "get the hell out of here" award, and it goes to Deion Sanders. I don't know if you saw this, but he held I don't know if it was televised, but it was a recorded, filmed scrimmage between the Colorado Buffaloes backups, second and third stringer, offense and defense playing each other. And his reasoning was behind it is he wanted them all to have film, to have game tape, so they could send it out for when they hit the portal and transfer from the school.
Or when he tells them to hit the portal.
Right.
Oh my God.
So it's a nice thing on the way where he said, he wants them to have game tape so that when they transfer away from Colorado, they'll have that. But it's also not showing a lot of confidence in your backups.
It's akin to saying, "Hey, are your affairs in order?"
Right,
Because
exactly.
Right, that's exactly right.
This isn't going to end well for you.
Yep.
All right, my last award is the This Doesn't Happen Very Often award, and there were a lot of nominees this weekend. The Broncos-Giants game, Shohei Ohtani, Christian McCaffrey last night, all of which we're going to overpass, and we're going to go to the non-blue bloods of college football. Indiana is 7-0 for the first time in back-to-back years in their program. Georgia Tech is 7-0, first time since 1966. Vandy 6-1, first since 1950. All of this is happening in the year 2025 in college football.
That's wild.
The number 2, 5, 7, 10, and 11 teams all lost this weekend in college football.
Yeah, that's the parity thing we were talking about. That is incredible.
It's parity right now.
All right,
but none of those teams you just mentioned will make it to the finals of the college football playoffs.
Indiana's legit.
They are better than I thought they were. Yes, they are, but they're not going to make it.
All right, so since we got a little extra time here, I had one little extra award. The number 7 is number 8 award.
Uh-oh.
I'm giving it to Arizona State's football team, beating number 7 Texas Tech on Saturday. That is the 8th highest rated team ASU has ever beat. Here's the list. In 1996, famously, they beat number 1 Nebraska 19-0. That was the precursor to the Rose Bowl. That was Jake Plummer and Pat Tillman and the
one of the more famous wins in school
exactly.
history. Yeah.
In 1978, they beat number 2 USC 20-7. In 2017, they beat number 5 Washington 13-7. In 2019, they beat number 6 Oregon 31-28. 79, they beat number 6 Washington 12-7. 1986, they beat number 6 Washington 34-21. Then in 1975, they beat number 6 Nebraska in the Fiesta Bowl 17-14. So beating number 7 Texas Tech, that is their 8th best win based on the opponent's rating.
Lots of Washingtons and Nebraskas.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll do a little cross-talk with Wolf and Luke. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL. And likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But, first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of dismissive. But so this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so we all know fall is a great time in the Valley. Did you know it's also the best time to replace your windows? And if you've been living in your home 15 or more years, chances are you need new windows like I did. So go do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from Advanced Window Products where you're getting $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You're not going to be disappointed, folks. My new windows look incredible, better than I even thought they were going to be. The installation process was fantastic, professional, right down to their cleanup process. They left no crumb behind. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, which means you save a ton of money because there's no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life, and that lifetime warranty is transferable, and they've got great financing options available, which means it's a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke. Big Red Monday, Crosstalk.
You hear this, folks? Wolf is fired up, man. Wolf is fired up. Wolf and Luke joining us in studio. Wolf came in and said, look, I got a PhD in losing. I ain't ever seen anything like this.
Okay, Danny, honestly, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, brother.
Is my microphone on?
Yes, it is.
Was I really
You are
yelling that
broadcasting.
much? Oh, my goodness.
Don't even
Everyone
need the
just
mic
calm
today.
down, Luke.
We heard you
Really?
during the intro.
Luke,
in
settle
the background.
That's great.
I can do whatever I want on the show for the next 4 hours. I'm going to sound calm by comparison.
Yes.
I could go Brian
All right.
Dable on the studio,
So
and people
unload,
would think
Wolf.
I was fine.
What are you feeling?
Oh, man, I feel so bad for my brothers that are in that locker room right now because they played their best game by far and away. I was talking to you about this before we actually turned the mics on. Maybe not. Maybe you heard me. But they played their best game in all three phases, offensively, defensively, even in transition. When you put it all together, they had a dub. They had the opportunity to win the game. And the fourth quarter came around, and they could not do it again. Have you heard this before, brothers? We all have. I have a PhD, as I was telling you, in losing. I've seen losing in a lot of different ways. But, oh, my goodness, to lose 5 games by a grand total of 13 points in the fourth quarter in all of these games, I haven't experienced that or seen that.
That's crazy. Well, Luke, what do you think?
I mean, the last stat he threw out there, it's not just 5 games, it's 5 games in a row. You now have one of the worst records in football, and your point differential is -1. And it's not like they blew out the first 2 teams. So it's just unbelievable how this we're to the point where I almost feel sorry for them, which is not why you get into sports. You don't want people feeling sorry for you, so that's not a great place to be. But it's just like, you could argue maybe the Colts and Packers might play in the Super Bowl at the end of the year. And to play both these games that close, there's some good in there. But who cares? You've lost 5 in a row. This was supposed to be the season you break through, and there's almost no way to do that now.
They're technically the first team in NFL history to lose 3 straight games when you had a lead going into the fourth quarter or 7 or more points. So the pain is real, and it's spectacular.
Timmy, are you saying ever?
Ever.
Are you serious?
Ever.
It gets worse, Wolf.
Okay, so you know what?
But Wolf,
That's why you've never seen it before.
That's why your PhD's
So
worthless.
I've got that going for me. I mean, the PhD thing was real.
Right. I'm going to put that PhD to work right now, Wolf. Like, what is the impact on a locker room when you're losing games that you are so close to winning?
I know.
As opposed to, like, I brought up the Steve Wilkes era when you were kind of getting boat raced a lot of games.
Yeah.
How does not all losses are created equal.
Correct.
How does one impact the locker room as opposed to the other?
You know what? I was just talking to Mike Broomhead about this very thing. It really is up to the leadership that you have inside that locker room. And when I say that, guys, I'm not talking about the coach. I'm not talking about the general manager. I'm not talking about the owner. I'm not talking about the organization. Not talking about any of that. I'm talking about the players that are inside that locker room right now. The leadership that is inside that locker room. What do they say? What do they challenge their teammates with going forward? I honestly don't know where the answer lies, but I know it's not outside that locker room. It's inside that locker room. If they're ever going to turn this thing around, and right now, there's a lot of reason why you'd look at this and a lot of reason why you'd say, hey, you know what, this is just not going to be the case for the Arizona Cardinals. As a former player, I refuse to accept that. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to say we can't turn it around. We can turn it around. Just like it got sideways on us in the first half of the season. We can do something about it. It's one of the great things I love about the game of football. You can do something about it. Try harder. Than what you are right now.
Yeah. All right.
Try harder.
So Jacoby Brissett put another really good game out there. A couple throws to Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm sure he'd like to have back near the end of that game. Jonathan Gannon made it clear, okay, we're going back to Kyler when we go to Dallas in a couple of weeks. All right. I'm not here to quibble with that. What does Kyler need to incorporate so this offense doesn't regress?
I have an answer.
Do you?
Yeah. Are you talking about potential answers that we're looking for with this team? How about throwing to Trey McBride in the red zone? It seems to work really well. Think about this. Maybe the best receiving tight end in the NFL, and you actually look at him in the red zone, too, and all of a sudden, he scores every game. He should have 4 touchdowns in the last 2 games if the Colts weren't holding him at the end of the game. Either way, he's got 3 touchdowns. That's a career high for a season. So maybe throw to your best weapon in the red zone. Just give it a shot.
It's a great call. He's got 3 touchdowns in the last 2 weeks, and he had 2 all of last year. Wolf, what do you think about that?
You know, the very first thing I think about are the guys, once again, inside that locker room. I'm sorry about this, guys, but anytime we're talking about Kyler Murray and what happened with Jacoby Brissett actually played better yesterday than he did in the first game. He played better yesterday, to me at least, than he did in the first game. And because of that, are there human beings inside the Arizona Cardinals locker room? Yes, there are human beings inside the locker room. And if there's human beings inside the locker room, they're going to talk. They're going to have some type of conversation that is going on right now. This is the reason why I am concerned. Because, boy, you talk about a season getting really sideways on you coming out of this bye with the schedule being what it is. If you don't have leadership standing up inside that locker room right now and taking control of the situation, then this is a lost season right now. It is. And the reason being is because you know human beings are going to be talking inside that locker room. And because that's going to happen, there's going to be a division. There always will be. Now, hopefully it's a very small division inside that locker room. But if I'm a captain, and believe it or not, I was a captain a long time ago. They had to put somebody the special teams captain.
No, you were
and that was me.
Captain.
Okay, so
to
having
hear
said
Roy
that,
Green rave about you as a captain.
Okay, but you know what, Danny? I'm challenging every guy in that locker room to do 2 things. Do not talk about the quarterback controversy anywhere with anybody. Do not do that. Even inside this locker room, I don't want to hear you talking about it over lunch. Do not do that. And oh, by the way, promise me you're going to go out there and bust it and give everything you got. Or you know what? We'll be having some words later. I'm just saying. You know what? There are guys in that locker room that are going to be doing that. And if Buda Baker walked up on you and said, "What are you doing? You're killing us." You're not going to do something about it? If you've got a shred of decency to you, you're going to listen to Buda Baker challenge you, and you're going to do something about it. The Arizona Cardinals, they're at a still point.
Yeah.
This is it right now.
Yeah.
What are you going to do coming out of it?
You need some coffee for the show today?
He's good. This is fantastic.
I'm serious. I'm gone.
The fact that the remote control has moved like a foot across the table here just from you pounding
I thought
the
it was
table.
KD's phone.
It's amazing.
It's like
Wolf
it's
is
like that
slamming this table with such force. I'm like, I don't want to mess. I don't even want to look at him funny.
I'm watching the remote control move closer to me on this table
And
in the
nobody's
studio.
touching it.
No.
It's like
I
that.
do this all the time with my hands, though, I guess. I do, yes.
Oh, my
What's
gosh.
your point, Luke?
I get it,
you're
though.
not wrong.
This is the year that moral victories were supposed to turn into real victories.
Yeah. No, this is brutal. There's a natural order of things, right? If you just had beaten Tennessee, this wouldn't seem nearly as bad as it does right now.
You're right.
Still wouldn't be great.
Yeah, but if you were 3-4 going into the bye, you can live with that.
Then you lost to the Colts and the Packers, and they were close games, and there is a little bit of a moral victory there.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time. You are fired up. I cannot wait to listen to
boys.
you boys.
Did I
Thank
answer
you very
any
much.
of your questions?
Yes, you did. Yeah, and you made that remote move. It was riveting. All right, on behalf of AQ Shipley, who joined us, on behalf of Wolf and Luke, who really helped finish our show in style, on behalf of Tim Ring, doing a great job filling in, Sammy, Jared Carlin, Wolf and Luke next. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain. Also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com redmountain.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the same story for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday against the Packers. The Cards have now lost 3 straight games after being up at least 7 points heading into the fourth quarter, and the 27-23 loss was their 5th straight loss of the season. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon postgame.
Yeah, a loss is a loss. Now, with saying that, how are you losing? Which this might even sound worse, is I know we're close, but we're not doing enough, and ultimately that falls on me, so I'm disappointed in myself.
A chance to reset. The Cards will have their bye week this week before a game in Dallas against the Cowboys. ASU, the Sun Devils had themselves a Saturday afternoon. They upset the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders 26-22, which included an emotional Kenny Dillingham and a field rush in Tempe. ASU are back in the AP Top 25 and hopefully to stay this time. And tonight here on ESPN 620, Game 7 of the ALCS between the Blue Jays and the Mariners with a chance to go to the World Series, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge blister. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke show.
Yeah.
How we doing, Wolf?
What's going on? How you doing, Luke?
Good. Anybody
right?
that missed crosstalk with Bickley and Murata last segment, there's a reason I'm laughing, and I'm guessing it'll come up again at some point today. So
my Big Red Basinonians, I love my Big Red, and right now there's a lot of stuff going on inside that locker room, and every time I think of them struggling, I want to be there next to them. I want to. I'm 63 and savage, and yet I want to be next to the dude in that locker room. What do you say we go out and do something about, oh my goodness, I'm just jacked up right now.
Yeah, not being able to do anything about it just sucks, watching these games.
Yes.
So, look,
sitting around talking about dudes who are actually doing something drives me crazy yet. I've been doing it for 20 years.
Well, you're good at it then, even if it drives you crazy. Paul Calvisi's going to join us at 11:45. Jeff Munn's going to join us at 1:15. I don't know if anybody caught that ASU game on Saturday. Kind of a big deal. Matt Berry, ESPN college football studio host and famous ASU alum, is going to join us at 12:15. And Wolf, I can tell you right now, I already have so many questions for him in particular that we're not going to be able to fit them all into that segment. But it'll be great to catch up with him because he was a guy last year when we had the run ASU was on and we had him on. He's like, the biggest thing is how do they follow this up in 2025? I would say a pretty good follow-up after Saturday's game. But let's start with the Cardinals, Wolf. You alluded to it right there. Another very close game against a one-loss team. Back-to-back weeks, they have lost to two teams that are a combined 10-2-1, the Colts and the Packers. And they've both been one-score losses. That's 5 straight losses by a total of 13 points. I know they're not playing perfect football, but they're also not playing terrible football either.
No.
Now what?
Yeah, now what? It's just amazing to me. Again, I think the Arizona Cardinals, based on earnings, I think they played their best game of the season yesterday. I think they did.
I agree.
I think they knew they were going to have to lay it on the line because, once again, 2-5 is way different than 3-4. 2-5, a huge difference than 3-4 going into the bye. And I think they felt that. The desperation, I think, we all saw the desperation. We saw them play. How physically they played on the line of scrimmage in particular against a team that is really, really good on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. It felt like, I don't know. I mean, this is starting to have flashback moments to parts of the Diamondback season where it's like, hey, remember when you lost 5 to the Rockies and now you're out here playing out of your minds to try to beat the Dodgers to make up for it? And that's kind of what yesterday felt like. I give them credit for, as you just said, playing their best game of the season. That was max effort against a Green Bay team. That you can be a playoff team and not beat Green Bay necessarily. But the problem is when you give away a game against Tennessee, you don't have any margin for error. And now they've lost 5 in a row, and it would take a small football miracle for them to even be in playoff contention the final couple weeks of the season. Not impossible. They are playing better. There are elements of that game yesterday where, like, okay, take that going forward. Let's see what you can do with that. But the big picture here is you were supposed to be a playoff team this year. You were supposed to break through.
Yeah.
What were you, 8-9 last year? It's going to take a run just to get back to 8-9 at this point.
Yeah, again, I'm talking about them playing their best game of the season. They had 23 first downs to the Packers' 19. Okay? Now, again, these numbers, they're big metrics that you're going to be looking at here. They're on third down. Third down, is that an important down? Do you typically can you draw a trend for a winning team on third down? You typically can. The Green Bay Packers were 3 of 10 on third down. That's not good.
No.
30% is not good. The Arizona Cardinals was 7 of 14. 50%. 50%, you are killer if you've got a 50% on third down. You're killing it. Yards, 262 to 330. Time of possession, 26 minutes to 34 minutes. How about plays? 53 to 70 for the Arizona. I mean, it was the Cardinals went out and played offensively and defensively as well as I could have expected them to play, and they lost the game. The fourth quarter happened again.
They felt like they were in control of a very tense and hotly contested game for most of the game. And I think the numbers you just threw out there back it up. When that game ended, I thought to myself, like, okay, look, if they had closed one or two of these other games that they lost in the final second, I almost feel like they closed the one yesterday. But it's just now, I don't know if it's ingrained in you or what, that you're going to play so much worse in the fourth quarter of a close game that you almost, on some level, expect to lose. Because for the most part in that game yesterday, all the numbers you just threw out there tell the story. The Cardinals, by the way, without their number 1 or number 2 running back, like a pretty beat-up Cardinals team. This is their backup quarterback, although he's playing great football. And you go toe-to-toe with the Packers and you carry the lead into the fourth quarter and just can't finish it. And, if you isolate these last 2 games, you would say, okay, well, why can't they finish? Well, Jonathan Taylor beat them last week. Micah Parsons and Josh Jacobs beat them this week. Okay, you never want to accept a loss, but I could write those 2 losses off if they were 5-2 or 4-3 right now.
Yeah.
Even 3-4, you'd be in a tough spot. If you had just beat Tennessee, you'd be 3-4. You'd be in a tough spot, but it's like, okay, but we're doing some good things. You gotta have some perspective. Just because you can't beat Green Bay doesn't mean that your season's over. But being 2-5 basically means your season's over.
Yes, it feels that way, and that's what gets me and makes me feel for the dudes that are inside that locker room. Because once again, I'd rather stand with my brothers in defeat inside that locker room than sit in this chair in victory and stand and applaud them and everything. Seriously, I'd rather be inside that locker room and going out onto the field, walking in between the white lines and doing something about it than sitting around talking about those that are. It drives me nuts. And I've been doing it for 20 years. Yet at the same time, when it gets nasty, when your back is to the wall, my sentiment goes to the guy that is in that locker room. What are you going to do about it? And what are they going to do about it right now? Jacoby Brissett going into the bye, how well he played. Again, to me, played better yesterday than he did even in his first game. Even though the numbers may not back that up, to me, I thought he played even better against a better team in the Green Bay Packers.
There's a lot to get to here. I mean, it would be a lot easier to be like, you know what, you guys need to figure it out. Whatever, move on. You're 2-5. You're getting paid. You got to show up. If they weren't fighting, they were still fighting yesterday. I mean, I completely agree with you. That was their best game of the season. And so again, your best game of the season, even when you had expectations to make the playoffs at the start of the season, a lot of people had expectations this team could make the playoffs.
Yeah. We
knew maybe your best wouldn't be enough to beat Green Bay. Green Bay might go to the Super Bowl. They're not my pick, but they might very well go to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl. That's not a crazy statement to make. It's just the losses are piling up now. And the mental wear and tear of losing 5 games by a total of 13 points, it's almost unheard of to do that. And 4 of those teams are either really good to potentially great that you lost to: the Rams, the Niners, the Colts, and the Packers. Those are all really good football teams. Now, to be a playoff team, you still have to find a way to, win the San Francisco game and obviously win the Tennessee game. But you're in such a tough spot now that you hope maybe you unlocked something with Trey McBride.
Yeah.
As crazy as it is to think that that's where you could get more production after what he did last year, it seems like Jacoby Brissett showed us the way on how to get Trey McBride involved in the red zone. So hopefully that continues regardless of who the quarterback is.
And so much of this, once again, comes down to they could not finish. They could not finish the deal. They could not do it, Basinonians. And I think that had an awful lot with JG going for it on 4th and 1. And I think it blew up in their face.
Yeah, there's a lot of elements in these games right now where it feels like, okay, we have to do something crazy to win a game now. Not that going for it on 4th down there was crazy, but I'm with you. If you had beaten San Francisco and then just, taking care of business against Tennessee, maybe you punt that away and make Green Bay's offense, who hadn't looked dominant all game, go the whole length of the field to beat you instead of almost it felt like not a crazy move, but a little bit of a act of desperation because you had to do something.
As the show unfolds.
All right, the wait is over. Suns basketball is back. Be there this Wednesday as your Phoenix Suns battle the Sacramento Kings. Text HOOPS to 620-620 for your chance to score lower-level tickets and catch every dunk, 3, and highlight moment live. That's HOOPS to 620-620. When we come back, we'll take you through all the twists and turns of yesterday's loss to the Packers with the Monday Audible. I'll say this again, Wolf, much like a couple weeks ago. Don't go anywhere because if we have to listen to this, you have to listen to it too. We're going through this together here, heading into the bye week. Yeah. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's 5 close losses in a row.
Final score, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23. And the Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
We got to play better, and we got to dig ourselves out of the hole. There's still a lot of football left. I know it looks like the world's falling, the sky's falling. We got to take a little break here, and when we come back to work, be on all our focus on to Dallas and play better football.
We react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds like a really good idea, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. They'll set you up so you can buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to live your life on other people's schedules. You don't have to do double moves. You don't want to do a double move. I've tried that before. It's not great. Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, though, and then their experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Those Orchard agents really are experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Hi, welcome into Big Red Monday. I want to thank everybody that's listening or tuning in on YouTube right now, especially the listeners in Surprise at this current moment.
What up, YouTube? What up, Surprise?
If you were watching on YouTube earlier when we were on with Bickley and Murata, you may have seen the remote control, the studio remote on the desk, moving as Wolf was pounding the desk to make a point about the Cardinals game.
I don't think the TVs are going to work for a while.
That's fine. We don't need them for a while.
It's not like they have.
No.
Oh,
let's see.
Where's IT?
Yeah, well, I mean, we may be stuck on these particular channels for a while. Wolf, let's get into this right now. I'm going to fire off the Monday Audible and go through all the twists and turns of yesterday's game, get you the highlights and the lowlights, and then we can kind of react, because there were obviously, as all of these Cardinals games have been close, a lot of key turning points in this one. This is the Monday Audible.
Arizona Sports.
Blue 80! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180! 397!
Monday Audible with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Precision Air and Plumbing. Precision Air and Plumbing, the state's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade.
Snap, ball down, Ryland's kick is up, and the kick is good, so the Cardinals get something. And so a 31-yard field goal try. The backup kicker, Lucas Havrasik. Brandon McManus is out. Snap, ball down, and the kick is up and perfect. And the Packers tie the game at 3 with 9:06 to go. Brissett back to throw. Looking downfield, firing deep, far side. And Harrison goes up, and he makes the catch at the 30-yard line and steps out of bounds at the 27. Snap, spot. Ryland's kick is up, and the kick is good, and the Cardinals take the lead. Snap to Brissett. He's going to throw. Drop straight back. Looking downfield, airing it out, right side, going for Zay Jones, and Jones dives and makes the catch at the 42-yard line of Green Bay. 3rd and 4 on the Packer 15. Parsons lined up over the nose, standing up. Back to throw, goes Brissett, looks right, throws right, caught on the goal line, touchdown, Trey McBride. Snap, spot, the kick is up, the kick has the leg, and the kick is good at the buzzer. First down on their 46. Back to throw goes Brissett, and he gets hit, and the ball comes out on the far side, and it's recovered by Green Bay. Snap to Love, inside handoff. Jacobs now busting it to the outside left of the 5, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown for Green Bay. Straight drop back for Brissett. Deep ball, far side, going for Harrison. He's got it inside the 30-yard line and down to the 27. Snap to Brissett. 3-step drop, looks left, throws left, caught McBride at the 5. He's hit at the 1, but he bounces off a defender into the end zone for the Cardinal touchdown. Shotgun snap, Love, quick drop, throws over the middle. It's caught by Kraft for a first down at the 50, far side 45-40, and he is dragged down out of bounds by Mack Wilson at the 38. Snap to Love, a handoff. No, he pulls it back. Love boot to the right, throws right, caught, and a touchdown. Kraft. Oh, that was beautifully designed and executed. Brissett calling for the snap, takes the shotgun snap, back to pass, in trouble, and he's sacked by Parsons back around the 25. A loss of about 15 on the play, and the Cardinals will bring on the field goal unit to at least try to get points with 9.5 to go here in the 4th in a tie game. 39-yard field goal try by Chad Ryland to give the Cardinals the lead with 9 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. Snap, spot, Ryland's kick is on the way, and the kick is good, and the Cardinals take the lead back 23-20. Brissett takes the snap, getting shoved forward, but pushed back. He didn't get it. Oh, no. The one time the tush push doesn't work, and it's the Cardinals trying to run it. Love waiting for the snap. He's got the ball. Drops back to throw. Pressure coming. Back foot throw. Lob far side. Caught for a first down inside the 15 on the sideline by Kraft and pushed out at the 14 by Rabbit. But a gain of 15 on a lob pass. A deep ball again thrown on 4th down. This time they convert. Single setback as Jacobs. Love takes the snap. Give to Jacobs up the middle. And Robinson hit him, but Jacobs is in for the touchdown. So the Packers take the lead. 1:50 to go, though. Brissett back to throw. Gets hit, and he's sacked by Parsons back at the 35-yard line. And now they got to call a timeout after that loss of 8. 4th and 10. The game comes down to this with 13 seconds left and the Cardinals down 4. Ball is on the Packer 27. 4 receivers, 2 left, 2 right. Shotgun set for Brissett. 13 seconds to go. Snap to Brissett. Clock is ticking. Backs up to throw and fires deep middle. Jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete. The Cardinals will lose their 5th straight game as Love takes the snap and takes a knee. Final score, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23. Brissett finishes with 279 yards and 2 touchdowns. He was sacked 6 times, 3 times by Parsons. And the Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
Wow. Oh, that's a hard out right there, David. In more ways than one.
Yeah, not the way to go into the bye week. 2 things that stand out to me, Wolf, when you just run through the Monday Audible like that and kind of get a recap of everything that happened, all the big moments. The 22-second drive by the Packers at the end of the first half to get into field goal range for Lucas Havrasik, who was about to go into substitute teaching 2 weeks ago, they said on the broadcast. Credit to him for hitting a 61-yarder, but if they don't get that opportunity, you never know how the game's going to play out, but you have to kind of take it at what we saw. Instead of the Cardinals needing a touchdown at the end, the Cardinals could maybe be the team kicking the walk-off field goal at the end. And then the other thing, and I know we're going to get more into this, but the Micah Parsons is great. He's one of the best defensive players in the league. The inability to even slow him down, though, in the second half was, he just wreaked havoc on the Cardinals offense in that second half.
Yeah, he did. Just listening to what do we call that? The Monday Audible? Is that it right there? Yes. The Monday Audible, Basedonians.
Good job, Wolf.
This is what we have. Well, we have these things for a reason, ladies and gentlemen, and that was really, really good. A bit of a reminder. But what was interesting to me it made me think Jacoby Brissett 4 different times. It was a tie game, and he took his team down the field and scored. 4 different times. It was 0-0, of course, to start the game. Took him down the field for 3 points. It was 3-3. Took him down the next possession, down the field for 3 more points. It was 13-13. Took him down on the next possession 4 times. It's not just the numbers, once again. It was when he did it that made it so impressive what Jacoby Brissett has done in 2 games.
For the people that just have the generic take that somebody else told them of, media and fans always want to see, the backup quarterback play over the starter. He's going to be worse in his second game. Well, he looked pretty good against Green Bay. And I think you know my take on this. It's not an anti-Kyler take. I do want to see how Kyler responds now when he comes back. We're going to have this quarterback conversation in a few minutes because I think it got really complicated with the way Jacoby Brissett played yesterday. But this closed-minded idea that there's no other option at quarterback for the Cardinals, he just showed you twice against 2 really good defenses that you got to figure something out. Kyler's got to figure something out when he gets back in there because I even kind of thought Brissett wouldn't look as good yesterday, and he looked great yesterday. He didn't look like Mahomes, but there is something to be said for answering the other team's score by moving the ball down the field and continuing to do it and giving your team a chance to win. And again, he doesn't have a running back to hand off to. All due respect to Bam Knight, Michael Carter, who are going out there doing everything they can. And I thought Bam Knight made a couple really good plays. I thought Michael Carter actually picked up pass protection pretty well on a couple plays as well. But it's not like he can turn around and hand off to Josh Jacobs like Jordan Love was able to. And the Cardinals still had a chance to win there at the end. So, all right, when we come back, let's talk a little college football. We've gone long enough without that ASU win
come on, baby.
over an undefeated Texas Tech team that's not undefeated anymore. What did that do for the Sun Devil season and the entire Big 12 landscape? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We can look at the schedule and go, oh my God, it's above 500 the rest of the year for the year. I think they play 3 sub-500 teams the rest of the season. I don't think anybody's that great. They're good. The Packers are good. Probably one of the better teams the Cardinals will play the rest of the year. The Cardinals almost beat what we consider to be one of the best teams in the NFL on the road on Sunday. I'm just saying there's not a lot of great in today's NFL. There's just a lot of good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Imagine this, man. Imagine a yard with no mowing. Think about that. That's kind of cool. No mess and no more money spent on reseeding your lawn. How about that? Just clean green perfection all year long. This is what we have at the Wolfley compound right now, courtesy of Legacy Green Solutions. Call my friends at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass. You're going to love it. Listen, Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off for a limited time right now. Think about that. That's 15% off for a limited time. You text GREEN to 620-620 for that deal. Listen, they've been voted best of the basin 3 years running, and I know exactly why. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or call, don't call, as a matter of fact, text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included. And with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Hear from their head coach Jonathan Gannon when he joins Burns and Gambo today at 3. ASU football is back in the AP Top 25 after its big win over Texas Tech on Saturday. The Sun Devils are 24th in the poll. And Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight between the Seattle Mariners and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Arizona State's quarterback keeps trending up. How is the opposition's quarterback trending? The latest surrounding the Sun Devils starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The emotional swings we're going to go through on this show.
Indeed.
So we've been talking Cardinals. We will continue to talk Cardinals. We're going to get into that quarterback conversation in about 10 minutes. And it is a fascinating conversation at this point. But you know what's more fascinating right now to me, Wolf? ASU taking down undefeated Texas Tech and all of a sudden rewriting the entire story of the Big 12 right now because Utah also lost. So in a lot of ways, ASU is kind of back to controlling their own destiny, about 90% of it. And we'll get into all the scenarios in a little bit. But how about just the performance by the Sun Devils? They've won 10 in a row at home. They go out there, they beat Texas Tech. I know Texas Tech was playing their backup quarterback. There are a lot of people that believe he is equal to or maybe even more dangerous in some ways than their starting quarterback. Both teams were beat up. ASU's really beat up besides getting Sam Leavitt back, but the effort, you knew Kenny was going to have his players ready to play. We said that on Friday. You just didn't know what that was going to mean against Texas Tech because Texas Tech looks like a really good SEC team this year, and now we know what it looks like.
Sam Leavitt was incredible, Mason. Sam Leavitt was absolutely incredible. Yet at the same time, can I tell you, it was the line of scrimmage that I thought won this game. for ASU.
Against a team that poured $28 million into their line of scrimmage, and the ASU won it.
Tell me you were not coming off the couch, bro, when you saw ASU and their front seven, what they were doing. When you would get Texas Tech, they're going to line up. Look, everyone, we're going to hand the ball off, and we're going to run it all over your face. Boom! Get stuffed. Boom! Only get a yard. Boom! 2 yards. I mean, it was... To me, I was, coming off the couch, fist in the air on a lot of what they were doing. And yet, Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, in the end, talent wins. Does it not?
Cameron Dickey coming off a game where he ran for 263 yards against Kansas. He had 40 against ASU. Jacoby Williams 2 weeks prior went over 100 yards, had a couple touchdowns in the backfield for Texas. He had 22 rushing yards. Their leading rusher was Will Hammond, who is a quarterback who can run. And credit Will Hammond. He made some plays late. I mean, this game got dicey late.
Yeah.
I feel like, there's...
Which makes it even better in the end for these guys to win that game.
It does, because... we talked about this on Friday, and I said, the more we're talking about this ASU game, I can see more and more ways they win this game. And as the game was going and the defense was playing the way it was, I was like, they're going to win this game. And then Texas Tech goes on that run late, and you're like, I don't know if ASU can march down the field now and score a touchdown. I mean, that is a different, it doesn't matter how good you play for the first 50 minutes if you then have to have that gut check drive to put the game away. And they did. They go down the field. Was it 76 yards?
Yeah.
And in the final 2 minutes and find a way to beat one of the few undefeated teams left in college football.
Yeah, for me, Basinonians, I wasn't with Luke on that one right there. I thought Texas Tech was going to win that game, and it was because of the line of scrimmage. It was because of how well they have been able to run the ball this year. It was because of all of that. Yet ASU, man, the absolute guts and the circumference that they showed going out there and balling the way that they did, especially in the end, when it matters the most. When they got down, you were thinking to yourself, man, they played this great game.
That's the part where I was like,
this awesome game. And now here it is, and sure enough, it came down to a 4th and 2, and somebody had to make a play. Isn't that right, Sam? Somebody had to make a play. Isn't that right, Jordan Tyson?
Talked about this a lot last week. The one thing that ASU had that Texas Tech didn't was Jordan Tyson. How many times did we say that last week? How many times did we have that conversation?
You said that a lot last week.
You have to get into that position where you can take advantage of it. It's tougher when your weapon is a receiver as opposed to a running back. You can just turn around and hand the ball off to him or whatever. But, no, I mean, certainly when Texas Tech went up 22-19, I wasn't feeling great. And I know a field goal would have tied it, but it just felt like if this goes to overtime, Texas Tech they're the one. And like Prince Dorba's out. Like you have all these players that are leaving the game, and Tyson's hobbling around with whatever that injury is. And so you're just like, if this game goes much longer, I don't know that they can hold Texas Tech off. So you felt like you had to score a touchdown there, and they do it. And now it really does change everything. You've got your coach doing the worm in the locker room. You've got Utah losing, so now you're ahead of Texas Tech and Utah in the Big 12 race. Here's Kenny Dillingham after the game talking about the response, especially coming after the Utah game that was an absolute mess the week before.
Well, I think, over the last year and a half, we've proven that that's not us. And if you get too caught up in, outside noise, you can get convinced of something you're not. And you can't get convinced of something you're not. Now, do you have to self-correct when you realize that maybe you've miscalculated and steered something in the wrong direction? Yeah. All right, that's what you got to do. But that doesn't mean that you're going in the wrong direction. It just means you may be 5 degrees, 7 degrees off, right? And I think, good programs, they don't turn left or right. They just turn a little bit. And all we did the exact same practice. We just said, hey, live, 5 minutes, hey, thud, right? So we didn't turn the ship a different direction. We just moved it 5 to 7 degrees. And the guys responded tonight, whatever time it is.
Man, do you have Kenny's cut when he first addressed the practice situation?
From last week, you mean?
Yeah, I'm talking about after the game where he said, I'm never going back. We're not ever going to do that again. There was a cut that I actually saw. Maybe it was AI. maybe that was.
I don't think it was AI, but I don't know which. I don't know that I have it right here.
Kenny was literally saying that, you know what, we're always going to practice this way. This is what we're going to do. It was something that was so profound in what he was saying, and you could see it once again. The reaction, the way these guys played. That all week last week, what did we hear about the physicality that was coming out of Tempe? The physicality that was coming
and the players liked it.
And the players liked
were
it.
responding well on Wednesday and Thursday.
And over again. Kenny was super emotional after the game, to a point where I don't know who the girl was that was trying to interview him after the game.
He was just carried away.
Him a question. He walked away because he was ready to break down.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is Kenny. It's who he is and the emotion of him. He's real. That's what I love about him. He was ready to break down, and he didn't want to do it on television. So he walked away into the crowd and smiled back at her and just said, something to her just to let her know it's not you, it's me, and walked away. I thought that was also profound.
I don't know if this is the cut you're looking for, but I'm going to play it anyway.
You got to just self-reflect. Nobody's perfect. So the goal is you can't worry about what you didn't do as good as you wanted to. It's frustrating, but you have to worry about how to fix problems, right? You just continually talking about a problem doesn't solve it. So I'm a big believer in finding problems and then what do you have to do to solve it? If some people just like to complain. Right? That's not a good way to get better. You got to find solutions to problems. So it beat me up a lot. But I sat down and I said, okay, well, I called some people. I called two coaches that I knew that I have a lot of respect for. And I said, hey, this is the situation we're in. We got guys dinged up. We've got guys in green jerseys. We're not as physical as we were. We're a veteran team. I've never been in this situation. Help. And I took their advice. And we did it. So, I wish I could even take credit for how we changed practice. I just listened to other people who have been through this. And I think that's what every player goes through, too, is you're just constantly listening to people that can make you better.
Oh, my goodness. That was not the cut I was looking for, but there was a similar cut that was like that. But he addressed a lot of it right there. It is for a coach, a head coach, to get up in front of the football universe and basically say, I went ahead and I called other guys. I called other guys and I asked them, here's our situation. What should I do? Help me. How many head coaches do you know are willing to do that?
This is
and
why,
say
man.
that to everybody publicly.
So there's a couple things there.
What a stud, dude.
That show up in that cut. And some of them are nothing new. We all know Kenny Dillingham is almost unbelievably authentic. It's why he gets through to his players consistently. We all know he evolves. He just told you there partially how he evolves. A lot of coaches wouldn't do that. I think we can all think of a ton of college, especially college coaches that would be like, well, I know everything. Why would I call anybody else? ASU now, for 2 years, gets better, and it's so obvious. Even if you're somebody who is just kind of getting into football because of this team, you can see how much better they get most weeks. They did this last year too. It is remarkable how they get better. He just pulled back the curtain there a little bit. And also he never takes credit for anything, but his solutions-oriented approach that he was talking about right there has been on full display the last year and a half. You don't have to go undefeated in college football in 2025. You have to keep getting better as the season goes, and you can't stack losses. This team doesn't lose 2 games in a row, and that's the biggest thing.
We cannot lose Kenny Dillingham as head coach of this university.
No. Tune in to Arizona Sports at night after Burns and Gambo. Kellen and Mitch are going to discuss the fallout of the Cardinals-Packers game and ASU's monster win over Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. All right, when we come back, this is going to be it's going to be an interesting conversation, Wolf. Which quarterback gives the Cardinals the best chance to win coming out of the bye? And which quarterback are you going to play out of the bye? Because they might not be the same person anymore. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Drama.
You don't don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model, like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Be an early bird and save on your Thanksgiving turkey today. Select frozen grade A Butterball turkeys are 99 cents a pound with your card. Limit 2. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Need a new HVAC system? Service Experts Fall Flash Sale is on now. Get $1,000 off a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system. Hurry, offer ends October 31st. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Well, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. You'll be happy to know, Wolf, I've seen a lot of people arguing about whether or not this is a valley or a basin.
What up, YouTube?
Channeling Gary said there is no drama. Jacoby Brissett is clearly the better of the two quarterbacks. So let's start, Wolf, because we know there's drama anytime you're talking about a quarterback situation in the NFL. I guess the best way to begin this conversation is Jonathan Gannon after the game yesterday.
20 seconds. Why?
Nothing's changed, Teo.
Okay. The question there was about if Kyler's still QB1.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is where I am on this. If the Cardinals had won yesterday, you're in the race still at 3-4. And I'm not saying you're done at 2-5, but you also this is one of those moments where you have to be honest with yourself about where you are too. If you're 3-4, I find it really hard to sit Jacoby coming out of the break the way he's played. Now I'm kind of in the spot where I need to see how Kyler bounces back, because now I'm making decisions for the direction of this franchise. If you tell me if the Cardinals are like, hey, we're starting Jacoby Brissett coming out of the bye week, I'm not going to be like, oh, that's crazy, because right now he is giving you a better chance to win these games.
Yeah.
I do want to see how Kyler bounces back, because if he does bounce back in a big way, like all of a sudden he's throwing to Trey McBride in the red zone and getting the ball to him, and the offense is moving down the field, and he's doing things that a lot of people can't believe or don't believe he can do. If he bounces back and does that, then that's information I need. If he comes back and he's throwing for 180 yards a game and they can't score any points, you have your answer beyond this season. You just do. I'm not saying he can't play quarterback in the NFL, but you have your answer. If you've now seen the offense look this much better with your backup quarterback, you got to give Kyler a chance to see what he can do. If he comes back and can't move the ball, what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing? I think fans, of course, this is a quarterback controversy. Two fans that are out there. Two players, I think it's more of a quarterback conversation. Does that make sense?
That's fine.
A quarterback conversation going on inside that locker room. How do I know that, Basin Orleans? Well, are there people inside that locker room? Are there people? Of course, yes, there are people inside that locker room, and people have different opinions. And just because they go ahead and they put the silks on and they play the blood sport, it doesn't mean there isn't a small group of guys inside that locker room who think that Jacoby Brissett gives them a better chance of winning games. I don't know how many people are inside that locker room, but I do know there are people inside that locker room, and people have different opinions. And because of that, I know there are going to be people inside the locker room that think Jacoby Brissett gives them a better chance at winning games.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. People talk. Unfortunately, and although guys may not think Jacoby Brissett is better than Kyler Murray, I'm sure there are guys who still think Kyler is better. You know what? Maybe they think in this offense, Jacoby Brissett is better for them.
I think that's what it's not even the last couple weeks. It's the first 7 weeks of this season have put us in this position. I don't know anybody that's reasonably looking at this and saying, well, Jacoby, he's the best quarterback in the league. Can't sit him, obviously. It doesn't matter what Kyler does or doesn't do. You got to go with Jacoby. It's not the last 2 weeks. It's the first 5 weeks plus the last 2 weeks. It's the fact that you just were so blah on offense for the first 5 weeks. And you and I talked about it at the time. That's not all on Kyler by any means. He wasn't bad the first 5 weeks.
No.
But he wasn't anything special the first 5 weeks. And what the last 2 weeks on top of that have shown you, if you're not at least having this thought, I don't know what you're doing. It's at least shown you know what? There might be a better option out there for us. There might be. And again, I'm not talking about against Dallas. I'm talking big picture.
Yeah.
There's no way to watch the last 2 weeks and be like, no, Kyler's the quarterback for the next 10 years. We'll be great. We'll go 8-9 every year. That's what we're trying to do. You either have to figure out a way to get more out of Kyler Murray, or you need to go get somebody else, because the last 2 weeks have shown you it can be better than it's been.
Yeah, dudes are whispering, Basin Orleans. I'll guarantee you that. And if I'm a team captain in that locker room, I want the whispering to go away. I want my teammates to do their job. I don't want to hear jack about you and what you think our quarterback should be. I don't. You might have your opinion. I don't want to hear jack about that. If I were a team captain, Luke, I would be talking to my teammates in regard to, I want to see 2 things. I want to see 2 things out of you. Let the coaches decide who our quarterback is going to be, and I don't want to hear you talking about our quarterback inside this locker room. You might do that outside. You might do that personally in your home, wherever. You have every right to do that. But I don't want to hear about it inside this locker room.
That's fair. But the second part of what you just said, how realistic is it that nobody's talking about it on that team?
No, I'm telling you right now, this is what I've already said. They are talking about it. Why? Because they're people inside that locker room, human beings.
So here's a couple cuts from AQ Shipley, who was on with Bickley and Murata this morning. First, talking about Kyler and what's in front of him when he comes back.
Kyler has a tough job coming up. He really does, because I think this entire city, maybe this entire country, has seen this offense be capable of winning football, arguably against two of the best teams in football.
Okay. And then they asked him at the end about the conversations that you're talking about right there that could be going on in the locker room.
I can sit here and say the cliche answer, and I think that's what most people say. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, 100%. Everybody sees what's going on. And those conversations are had. And, you know, ultimately everybody's going to be true professionals. They're going to go out and they're going to do their job regardless of who's behind them. And that's the cliche answer. And that's what they have to do, because at the end of the day, they're getting paid to do a job, and not for anything, but like, they also want their job to continue to be on that team or employed in this league, right? So you're going to go out and play to the best of your ability regardless of who's behind you. But don't for one second think that there's not conversations being had like, hey, this has looked pretty good the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, you know, that's just telling you the truth. It really is. Do I like the truth? No, I don't, Basin audience. But that's just telling you the truth. There are guys inside that locker room that will be talking about this, because they're human beings inside that locker room, like I said. And for me, I'm sorry. I don't like the drama at all. I don't like it. I like it where, you know what, hey, we'll let the coaches decide what's going to happen, not us. Let them determine what's going to happen. How about you go out and do your job instead of sitting in the corner and talking to your buddy about it? How about you go out and get better on the field and do your job? How about you do that? See, this might, I tell you, this brings me right back inside that locker room dynamic. And it's one of the things, Mason Reigns, I thank God for. I really do, that I can come here and remember what it was like to walk around inside that hyper-aggressive alpha male paradigm. This is, you could speak bluntly and plainly and man-to-man. It's what I love and miss.
I'm not sitting here saying Kyler's done. I'm not saying Kyler's done, but let's not live in denial and pretend that the offense the last 2 weeks hasn't looked better than the Cardinals offense basically for the last 12 months. And, you know, this is a different conversation if when Kyler's in there, they get a first down and finish off the Niners, or they finish off Tennessee. And, you know, if he goes down and they're 4-1 and Jacoby Brissett comes in, even if Jacoby Brissett looks better, you're still saying, okay, but Kyler was winning games. But Kyler wasn't winning games. The door was open, and this was already the conversation coming into this season. It's amazing to me, and it's not a lot, but like the 5% of people that are like, wow, everybody wants to make a change after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Where have you been the last 6.5 years?
It's true. One's a point. Two's a trend. Will he get a third?
All right, when we come back to college football, the bounce back from the Sun Devil defense on Saturday was borderline historic. So what does it mean now going forward into the second half of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Why? Because you got to have shade. That's right. Listen, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. How do I know that, brothers? Well, they were voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Listen, what I also like, these shades, they're commercial grade, man. Industrial strength shades, hundreds of colors and durable fabrics to withstand the Arizona sun. We had All Pro Shade Concepts actually come out to the Wolfley compound, and I can tell you right now, I'm so glad that we did. They did an incredible job for us. Installation is all done by their in-house team. That's what I love about them. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Hear from their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, when he joins Burns and Gambo today at 3. Wide receiver Jordan Tyson and kicker Jesus Gomez led Arizona State football to a big win over Texas Tech on Saturday. Tyson has been named Big 12 Co-Offensive Player of the Week, and Gomez has been named Big 12 Co-Special Teams Player of the Week. And Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight between the Seattle Mariners and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will continue to talk about the fallout from ASU's big win versus Texas Tech. We'll preview the start of the NBA season, including Kevin Durant's debut in Houston, and I will probably make some funny noises like this. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickel and Murata Mornings.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. ASU, a 26-22 win over Texas Tech on Saturday, Wolf. There's a lot of encouraging stats, or whatever you want to call them, coming out of that game. One, ASU's won 10 in a row at home.
Okay, that's really, really good.
That's what's
Activate the Valley.
Was it one's a point?
And I'll say Valley because, once again, that's what he said. Activate the Valley.
Well, there's kind of a valley right there by
sure,
the stadium.
Of course.
So there you go. Yeah, I don't know what you said. One's a point, two's a trend, three's a pattern. I don't know what 10 is, but 10's something. It's not. You don't accidentally win 10 in a row at home. There's that.
Tempe has become a very, very difficult place to play.
Well, there's the ability of this team to bounce back multiple times over the last year and a half, and you can rattle off quite a few different examples, but the one this weekend specifically with the defense, for the defense to come out and shut down Texas Tech's running game that had looked borderline unstoppable the last 2 weeks, to go out there and hold a team that hadn't won a game by less than 24 to 22 points. And really 7 points through the first 3 quarters.
Yep.
And to do it while, you're playing without Xavier and Alford. Every team has injuries, I get it. But Alford's kind of the heart and soul of that defense in some ways. You're losing guys as the game goes. You lose Prince Dorba. I mean, you're starting to it's remarkable that they were able to do what they did, even at full strength, to do it beat up against that team. More than anything, it shows the week before was an outlier on defense.
Yeah, defensively, what was so incredible about it, ASU held Texas Tech to the lowest point total in the first half since November of 2023. 2 years, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 2 years. Give me a couple of weeks, okay? But you get my point. I mean, that's how special it was. And, man, you could see it right from the very beginning. The line of scrimmage was going to be challenged. And it was challenged, I think, beyond a shadow of a doubt because of what Kenny Dillingham did and how he made them practice leading up to going into that game. The scream of physicality, the demand of physicality. Physicality or bust. Physicality or you're not going to play. You're either going to be physical or not.
Here's
physical or you're going to be standing on the sideline.
Here's Kenny Dillingham after the game.
Forever. Yes, sir.
Why do you think that it helps so much, that all the players credited you with why that it helps so much?
It's not me. It's what we are. We say have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. You can't have fun and not work harder than anybody in the country. It doesn't work like that. You have to have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. And I lost that, and we had it back this week. And, we'll never, ever, as long as I'm coaching, not practice to the physical level like we did this week again. That just won't happen.
Are you kidding me?
That forever at the beginning was, how long are you going to practice like you did this week?
Yes.
And he said forever.
Yes, think about that. Forever. Listen, I know this is going to be really, really interesting because I know he meant every word he was saying when he said that. At that moment, he meant every word. It's going to be really interesting to see if that applies going forward. And I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking 10 years down the road when you hear him say forever. But it's a profound statement from Kenny once again. Profound that he said that. I don't think he's ever going to allow his team to think otherwise.
Well, he talked about
how
it.
They practice.
He talked about it last week, where he said that he had almost gotten too soft on the vets, and kind of in there. I mean, he talked a lot last week about how you don't want to become complacent. He talked about it in his press conferences. He talked about it on Sparky's Den last week. Like he did not want his team to be complacent, and they looked anything but complacent in that game on Saturday. And you could say, well, yeah, because they were playing a really good team. Well, they were playing a really good team the week before,
That's
too.
Right.
And it was their worst defensive performance of the last 2 years. Let me just, for people that are kind of like, yeah, Texas Tech was good, but everybody, loses at some point. Let me read off Texas Tech's scores before Saturday, okay?
Okay.
They won their first game 67-7. Now it was Arkansas Pine Bluff, but 67-7. They won their second game 62-14. They won their third game 45-14. And now you're getting into, Oregon State. They won their third game 34-10 in Utah. They won their fifth game 35-11 over undefeated Houston. They beat Kansas, who's tough, not great, but tough, 42-17. They had never given up more than 17 points in a game, and they had only scored less. They had never scored less than 34. Most of these games are scoring 45 or 62, and ASU beats them 26-22 and had only given up 7 points through the first 3 quarters of the game. Here's more from Kenny talking about the defense.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. From start to finish, I mean, it was absolutely unbelievable what they did out there. Offense was, for what their defense has done to people, offense was unbelievable. If we can just get out of our own freaking way, it's going to drive me. We won. We'll talk about that a different day. Unbelievable job. Great job, defense. A lot of things to correct, but man, great job.
Yeah, it was a great job. Seriously. What is it? What are you laughing at?
Well, it's just such a coach thing. Like, he started to go down the path of, we got to get out of our way on offense and the red zone. We got to do this and that. And then he was like, wait, we won.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that on a different day.
What's great is the Sun Devils did a really good job mixing up their coverage schemes with Brian Ward, of course, as their defensive coordinator. And zone coverage does work. When you're talking about turnovers, so much of the time, zone coverage is a big part of those turnovers actually happening. I think of Hammond throwing the ball behind Miller, and Miller didn't catch it cleanly, and suddenly he got jacked and the ball popped up in the air because they were playing zone coverage, and there were players, defensive players, running to the ball because of that, and the ball jacked up, and suddenly Hughes pulled off the pick. To me, once again, this is stuff that it matters. And the way that ASU's defense played, it definitely mattered. They balled out. And because of that, ASU is sitting here, a team that is back on track to possibly win the Big 12 because of what they just did.
Now the road to the Big 12 championship might go back through Tempe. We were debating this on Friday, too, because whatever, they're ranked 24th. I don't care so much about the rankings right now. They are third in the Big 12. And the two teams in front of them are BYU and Cincinnati, because they're both 4-0 in the Big 12. ASU's 3-1, Texas Tech's 3-1, Houston's 3-1, but ASU has the tiebreaker over Texas Tech now, and ASU plays Houston this week, so they can take care of business with those teams. You don't have to be first to get in the Big 12 championship. You just got to be in the top 2, and BYU and Cincinnati play each other. So one of them's going to lose here coming up. So, there's still a lot of football to be played. ASU's got a tough game coming up, too. But if you can beat Texas Tech, you can beat anybody on your schedule for sure. The Suns season tips off this Wednesday, and we want you to be there for all the action. Text HOOPS to 620 for your shot at lower-level tickets to see the Suns take on the Sacramento Kings. Don't miss it. Text HOOPS to 620 right now. When we come back, regardless of who the quarterback is, how much is the Cardinals' offensive line holding them back? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals had this one on the line in the final frame, and then
Brissett, clock is ticking, backs up to throw, and fires deep middle, jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Day Jones comes out with the ball after the tip. He's just out the back of the end zone.
we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Paul Calvise is going to join us in about a half hour to talk about the Cardinals. Matt Berry of ESPN is going to join us to talk ASU in an hour. Jeff Munn is going to join us to talk ASU in 2 hours as well. And I want to thank our listeners right now in Buckeye. How do you feel about that, Wolf?
All right, Buckeye. Yes, good friend of mine lives in Buckeye.
I've told you this before. That's where I got my dog. So
okay.
Thanks to everybody out there in Buckeye listening
Beautiful.
right now. All right, let's get back to the Cardinals. And we had the quarterback conversation. We're going to have it again. And it's the bye week, so we're going to have it quite a bit. But I would say right now, let's focus on something else, and that is the offensive line in front of these quarterbacks, Wolf, because if you're going to have the quarterback debate, if you are evaluating Kyler to see if he's your guy beyond this season, all of that backdrop that was already here before this season even started, you need as much information as you can possibly get. I'm just watching these games, and I'm wondering how much the offensive line is affecting the quarterback play and if it's affecting each of them differently. Because, Jacoby Brissett will stand in there and take the hit. Kyler's, more elusive, obviously, but it felt like they could have won that game yesterday if the offensive line could have just slowed Micah Parsons down in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, there are some things you can do as well to help out, and they did from time to time, but I don't think they did enough of it in regard to chipping on Micah Parsons wherever he was, having a tight end, having a running back actually do it. You also have to send out the tight end into the route, of course. He's got to impact the route combination that you're going to be employing. Of course, a running back as well with a check down. So it's something that it controls coverage as well. But if you've got to have a guy sit around and help out all the time on your tackle, you never want to do it all the time. Having said that, the Arizona Cardinals needed to do a better job, especially in the fourth quarter, of trying to control Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Because he changed the game. He ruined the game for the Arizona Cardinals. He did.
I think they win. If Dallas doesn't trade Micah Parsons to Green Bay before the season, I think the Cardinals win that game yesterday for sure. Now, look, Micah Parsons is one of the very best. At any given week, he is the best defensive player in the NFL. So that's why it was such a big deal, why everybody freaked out, even if you weren't a Cowboys fan or a Packers fan, why Jerry Jones would even trade him. But whatever. I understand how good he is, but it just felt like he took over the fourth quarter. And, to your point, you can't let that happen. Here's Jonathan Gannon on the Cardinals radio network after the game talking specifically about Micah Parsons.
Yeah, premium player. He impacted the game. There's no doubt. We knew he was going to make his plays. Partly what goes into that, you get drop back heavy because of the score, and, that's a rusher's dream. So we got to look. I know we had some things going to him, things like that, but he's a good player. Hats off to him.
Yeah, hats off to him. There's no doubt. I thought the offensive line, Jonah Williams, had problems with Micah Williams. There's no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
He had problems with Micah Parsons. There's no doubt. He had all sorts of issues. And that, honestly, that really impacted this game in a very, very negative way. And you know me, I do not like talking about guys that went out and had bad games. Base and Onions, do you know that I've had bad games? Lost games for my team. Yeah, that's right. Personal protector. Didn't make the right call. Suddenly the guy blocks it. Boom, touchdown the other way. Yeah, we lost the game by 3. Thank you very much. I've been there, is what I am saying. I don't like talking about guys that had a bad game, but Jonah Williams had a bad game.
Look, a lot of guys have had bad games against Micah Parsons, but we don't really care about all those right now. That's it was obvious at the end of this game. Again, as great as Micah Parsons is, you like to feel like one defensive player can't take over a game in the fourth quarter.
Man.
AQ Shipley on with Bickley and Murata this morning talked about that last drive in particular.
Watching it live, I still haven't taken a peek at the film, but it looked to me like they were sliding to Micah. So if you're sliding to Micah and Will Hernandez is your inside guy, if you're Jonah Williams, the only place you can't get beat is outside, right? Because you're inside help. You have inside help to Will Hernandez. And it clearly looked like Will was pretty upset that, on one of those that happened. And so when you look at that, it's just he's an elite pass rusher. I get that. But you also, the entire game plan is set up so that he doesn't wreck the game, and he wrecked the game.
Wrecked the game. And he's talking about slide protection right there, where Jonah Williams knows he's got help on the inside based on the front. The formation, of course, and the front that they're actually employing. So to me, he knew Will Hernandez was on his inside. And that's why Will Hernandez threw his arms out and looked at him and said, "What are you doing? You got beat upfield? When you know you've got inside help, you got to kick off the ball in that situation." And that's what Will Hernandez was saying. And, again, it was a mistake. And it's not an easy thing to block Michael. Are you kidding me?
Even with the two of them. But
not.
if you have inside help and you're going inside, you're blocking out your own double team, essentially.
Mike is one of the best pass rushers I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah.
Seriously. Coming off the edge.
No, he's generational. And that's not because of yesterday.
And, for me, once again, I love the fact that Will Hernandez said something. And I'm sure he's going to say something to him as well, probably today.
Now, the good news is when the Cardinals come out of the bye week, they don't have to face Micah Parsons because Dallas traded him away for some reason.
Yeah.
Here's more from Jonathan Gannon on what they can do to fix the O-line play because, to be fair, the offensive line has had its issues this season before just Micah Parsons went off in the fourth quarter.
Oh, it's going to come back down to technique and fundamentals. 6 is too much. Now, a couple of those drives got a little pass heavy, and the more you drop back, that's what's going to happen. Nobody wants to drop back in the National Football League, especially when you're playing premium rushers. So we had some tools for those guys, but they got good rushers. Give them credit. But the negative plays on sacks, those stall drives. Now we've got out of a couple, but you can't live like that.
No, you can't, man. Honestly, you think about this. Jacoby Brissett, of course, threw the ball 36 times. I think that was probably more than what JG would like to see, more than Drew Petzing would like to see as well, especially against the Packers and Micah Parsons. 36 attempts, yet at the same time, the game called for it. He had to do
you can't control everything.
279 yards and a quarterback rating of 110.8. A couple of touchdowns, no picks, and a quarterback rating of 110.8. Seriously, Jacoby Brissett played better in Game 2 than he did Game 1.
It's almost more impressive.
Even though he was under duress, even more.
That's why it's more impressive. And when you're talking about, you had to throw the ball probably more than you wanted to. JG and all these cuts keeps pointing out, at the end of the game, they knew we had to come down the field and score a touchdown. So, they're pinning their ears back, and here's Micah Parsons. And he still had a quarterback rating of 110.8. And I'm just going to keep saying this because it's one of those things that seemed so obvious for the last year and a half, and you didn't know, hey, is this Trey McBride's fault? Is this Kyler Murray's fault? Are they not calling the plays right or whatever? Jacoby Brissett utilizing Trey McBride in the red zone. I mean, that feels like, hey, you know what? It would be like if the Chiefs went 5 years before they started throwing to Travis Kelce in the red zone. Like, hey, what about that guy? He seems like he'd be good in the red zone. So that, to me, is maybe I don't want to say most impressive thing Jacoby Brissett's done because it seems like on paper it should be the easiest thing, but it's certainly one of the most important things, especially even if he gets sat for Kyler when Kyler's healthy, if he opens something up for Kyler and Trey McBride, because you were taking your own best weapon on offense out of the game inside the red zone.
And here's the other thing I'd like to say. I thought that the Arizona Cardinals ran the ball with Bam Knight pretty well.
When they needed a couple yards, they were getting it.
Yeah. The longest run, he had 14 carries. The longest run was 9 yards. Okay, so it's not like these numbers are skewed. He had 14 carries for 57 yards, which is over 4 yards a carry.
Yeah.
That I didn't see coming, not against that defense.
He's an interesting guy, too. He was on with Paul Calvisi after the game, sort of talked about his interesting career path, because when he first came in, he was a decent running back, and then he had health issues, and then he kind of bounced around, and I don't know. To me, he's not your typical, that was their sixth option at running back or fifth option or whatever. Like, he's not Josh Jacobs, he's not Jonathan Taylor, but he's pretty solid for what they're asking him to do. All right, we come back over to college football. This is why I think we're going to be dizzy by the end of the show. Wolf, the downs of the Cardinals right now and the ups of ASU. What sort of legacy is Sam Levitt carving out for himself in Tempe? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. When you do, you're going to find out Tim Hovick is the owner-operator of Santan Ford, good buddy of mine. I've known him for over 2 decades, Basinonians, and you can trust Tim Hovick. And listen to this, the original Bronktober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it's going on right now. That's right, the Bronktober sales event. Check this out, $299 per month on a Bronco Sport. Yeah, maybe you like the Bronco Sport. Maybe you prefer that over the big Bronco. It's an amazing plan, $299 a month. Or maybe you like the big Bronco. Well, how about this? $399 a month on the big Bronco as well. And during the original Bronktober sales event, there's all kind of other incredible lease offers on the entire Ford lineup right now. You're going to love it. And for all these lease deals, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-347-1173. That's 800-347-1173.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Hear from their head coach Jonathan Gannon when he joins Burns and Gambo today at 3. Wide receiver Jordan Tyson and kicker Jesus Gomez led Arizona State football to a big win over Texas Tech on Saturday. Tyson has been named Big 12 Co-Offensive Player of the Week, and Gomez has been named Big 12 Co-Special Teams Player of the Week. And Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight between the Seattle Mariners and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. How about them Sun Devils? Now the question is, can they keep momentum going this weekend against Houston? Kellen and I will discuss starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question. I'm just not ready to ask that yet. I'm gonna enjoy the ASU win over Texas Tech here for a little bit before I start focusing ahead on Houston Wolf. The game on Saturday, the biggest, I don't want to say surprise, I don't know what the word would be, but like the biggest moment to me, you felt like the defense was going to show up. Now, they really showed up. So, I mean, that was impressive too. But the most impressive thing, I guess, in the sense of you didn't know if this was going to happen or not, was that last drive by ASU against that Texas Tech defense when Texas Tech had all the momentum, and Texas Tech, you know, they come in there and they're getting beat up by ASU, and all of a sudden they come roaring back, and it's like, hey, you know, we're going to win again and be undefeated. Texas Tech would probably be like number 3 in the nation right now when you consider some of the other teams that lost. And Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson and that offense are like, yeah, we're just going to go the whole length of the field and beat you. How's that?
It was just awesome to see it once again. You need your best players to play their best when it matters the most, Basinonians. When have I said that? Well, how many times? I think is when I have said that, but it is the truth. And that was Exhibit A of what I was talking about. To see Sam Leavitt take the bull, metaphorically speaking, by the horns and suddenly go down the field the way that they did in that situation, a must-have situation. And there it was, the play to end all plays. 4th and 2. Was it not? Do we have that cut? We got to pull that, Rick.
You want the play-by-play?
I want the play-by-play of that 4th and 2 to relive that all over again and what they did with Jordan Tyson. The fact that Sam Leavitt moved out of the pocket and was moving towards the line of scrimmage. I thought maybe he was going to try to run, and I thought, man, don't run because you're going to. The fact he still kept his eyes down the field as he was approaching the line of scrimmage blew my mind.
Yeah.
It was a very Kurt Warner thing to do, as a matter of fact. Kurt Warner with some mobility. That's right, Graybeard.
10 plays, 75 yards in 1:26. You had 2 minutes left. Texas Tech had just scored 2 touchdowns in the span of 1:45. I mean, that had like, whoa, hold on. Like you're playing this team that is one of the best teams in the country. And you have them beat for 56 and a half minutes, and then look what they just did. And it's like, wow, you know, everybody on College Game Day. I love College Game Day. Everybody picked Texas Tech in the morning.
Yes.
And they do it respectfully with ASU, but they were just like, look at Texas Tech. Look at the money they spend. Look, they spend it intelligently. They're undefeated for a reason. You could hear everybody almost saying, like, see, this was cute. You held them down for 55 minutes, but here they go. And Sam Leavitt hobbled with Jordan Tyson hobbled. We're like, we're just going to go 75 yards, and we're going to end your undefeated season.
Yeah. Do you have that 4th and 2?
I don't have the play-by-play, but
okay, guys, man, what an incredible play, because if you go back and look at it too, look at Jordan Tyson. Scramble rules took over. He was scrambling, and Jordan Tyson didn't go towards him. Ran away from him.
Those two guys. Sorry, finish your point.
No, they've got some type of vibe, obviously, between them. We talk about chemistry, they have chemistry. And the fact that Sam kept his eyes on him, it was a still point moment of the game. It was the game for the Sun Devils. And your decision-making has got to be pure. It's got to be good. And Sam Leavitt made the right decision. He didn't try to actually pick it up with his legs. He kept his eyes down the field and looked at Jordan Tyson, and Jordan said, you know what, I'm going this way. Ran away from him on a 4th and 2. Not towards the sticks, away. And sure enough, Sam Leavitt put it on him, man. What an incredible play it was.
Did I spend 5 to 10 minutes of the morning NFL games yesterday watching some pretty inept offenses, thinking, you know, one of these teams, if they were smart, would take Jordan Tyson in the first round and then circle back and take Sam Leavitt as well. I mean, can you imagine just adding that connection to your team?
Man.
I don't want to go overboard here and be like, well, we're an ASU, so that's the best quarterback and it is the best receiver in college football. I don't think anybody really fights that anymore. But if you are some team, there are teams out there, like if you start to think about it, that they need receiver help and they need quarterback help, you could do worse than just having that tandem in the NFL next year.
Yes, 10 receptions for 105 yards, of course, a touchdown. He was incredible.
It was.
To your point.
The problem is that team that like makes sense would be like the Raiders or somebody, because it's got to be a team that needs a receiver so much that they would take one in the top 10 or 15 and then circle back and take Levitt. Speaking of Sam Levitt, Brock Osweiler was on these airwaves with the morning show in July. Okay, so July. This is what he had to say.
I think he's outstanding. I really do. This might be going out on a limb, but I think he has proven this on the field, so it's really not going out on a limb. I think he has a chance to go down as the best Sun Devil to ever play quarterback. Wow. I really do believe that.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that if they said that, you'd be like, okay, that's cool. But Brock Osweiler played quarterback for the Sun Devils and was a pretty good quarterback for the Sun Devils. Now,
Jake the Snake?
Jake the Snake would be my pick.
Danny White.
Danny White. I wasn't here for either of those. I wasn't alive for Danny White. I wasn't here for. I mean, I watched Jake the Snake from afar as a kid. I wasn't here, but I tell you what Sam Levitt did last year. If you just, I'm not going to compare him to Plummer. I'm not going to go into that detail yet because Levitt's career at ASU isn't over yet. But you do what you did last year, and then you go out there and have a game like you did on Saturday where we weren't even sure you were going to play. You're hobbling around against that defensive front. You're taking hits to make throws. I mean, there are moments. I had a buddy of mine who doesn't watch ASU a lot that was watching that game text me and be like, does your quarterback like to get hit? Because he doesn't run away from it. Like, he'll just take the hit to throw the ball 45 yards down the field to lead that drive at the end of the game to beat an undefeated team. You're building something, Sam Levitt.
No, there's no doubt about it. I think Sam Levitt it depends on how this year ends. But to watch him go about his business the way that he did, the circumference of Sam Levitt is what is incredible. It truly is. The circumference to take the hits that he does. Once on that 49-yard throw to Jaron Hamilton, and then a 45-yard throw to Hamilton as well. Yeah. Both of them got lit up.
And he knew he was going to get hit.
He knew he was going to get hit.
And sometimes you have to take the big hit to make the big play as a quarterback. And you mentioned Jaron Hamilton. There's a 100-yard receiver for ASU that isn't Jordan Tyson. How much did that help? I mean, you needed every little bit you got from everybody on Saturday. And you knew you would. If you're going to beat Texas Tech, you need everything from everybody. Here's Kenny Dillingham after the game talking about Sam Levitt's return.
Not Sam. I'm just glad he didn't play basketball this week, Because that's what people think a competitor like that does. It's disgusting. The dude's a battler. He's a competitor. He's a fighter. He wants to do everything he can to get on that field for his team. He was ready to play this week. I felt he was ready to play this week, and he played, and he fought, and he competed, and that's what Sam Levitt does.
They don't win that game without him. There's a lot of games. I think this was a frustration of a lot of Sun Devil fans coming into this season, when the narrative was like, well, they don't have Scatterbo, they won't be any good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of games they won because of Camp Scatterbo last year, but there's a lot of games they won that they wouldn't have won if they didn't have Sam Levitt.
Yes.
And you can add Saturday's game now to that list.
No, I totally agree with that. I wrote that down on my notes as well. It was unbelievable. The numbers he posted, very impressive, of course. But even more impressive was the fact when you watch the game, you know one thing. They don't win that game without Sam.
It's also nice, too, at the end of a game, as dire as that situation looked, if you're an ASU fan, you feel like you have a chance. We don't want to always be down by 3 with 2 minutes left, but you feel like you have a chance. Just like if you go down 17-0, as long as you have Levitt and Tyson, you feel like you have a chance to come back because they keep doing it. Tune into Arizona Sports at night after Burns and Gambo, Kellen and Mitch discussing the fallout of the Cardinals-Packers game and ASU's big win over Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, let's catch up with Paul Calvisi. We'll get Paulie's biggest takeaways from the Cardinals' loss to the Packers as they head into the bye week. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Another late game collapse.
We're the same, We're a team that fights hard, but we have to find a way to win ball games, Losing is frustrating regardless. I'd rather be in a ball game and have a chance to win than get blown out.
We've tried a couple things, but we got to figure out a better way to get ourselves in better position to win.
Heading into the bye week 2-5, we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Yeah, the weather is broken. There's no doubt about it. It's beautiful. We got 8 months of this stuff in front of us right now. But you still don't want to move yourself because you'll build up that sauce. And you know that you will, moving yourself. This is the reason why you've got to have Moving Team 6 do it. What does Moving Team 6 give you? Well, pretty much perfection. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees whatsoever. What I love about Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach to every move. Your move, Basinonians. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient, on time, and reliable. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans. I love that. They're going to move you, ladies and gentlemen. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
In football, a blitz comes fast, but so do taxes in retirement. Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
Thanks, Paul. And if your 401k, IRA, or pension isn't structured properly, you could face a major hit from Uncle Sam. At Bright Wealth Management, we help you prepare before the pressure comes. Call today, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com and schedule your retirement review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona sports.
Paul talks to football players and tries to stay out of the way. It's the Paulie Pigskin Report.
Yeah, Paulie Pigs kind of weak point.
Brought to you by Bright Wealth Management. Bright futures start here at brightwm.com.
All
All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Paul Calvisi is joining us, Cardinals sideline reporter on the Arizona Sports Line right now as we head into the bye week. What's going on, Paulie?
Gentlemen, how are we doing? What do you got? What do you got?
Oh, Paulie, man. Well, you know what? Honestly, I'd like to ask you, where do you start when you think of yesterday's game?
Well, you got to start with how it finished. And you got to start with how that has been the refrain all year long. And you got to try and figure that out because it's gone from a trend to your identity, right? So the same question we posed, win or lose, what is the formula for finishing? Is that going to have an answer this season? You heard Calais Campbell. 70% of the games come down to the very end. They are one-score, one-possession games. Final few minutes of every game has been pivotal, has been decisive. So you can be close on the scoreboard, but far away in the standings. And so now coming out of the bye, you have to try and change that narrative, that identity. And then you got to ask yourself, all right, what is the formula for finishing? And the only answer I can come up with, and I'll take a stab at this, guys, here we go, is you need finishers to be a team that finishes the game. Micah Parsons, finisher. You had Josh Jacobs, finisher. For the Cardinals, James Conner, most definitely a finisher.
Yeah.
Not available, but he has been that guy in the past. You'd love to have a Josh Sweat as your finisher with the game on the line. He's getting home. So that, to me, is the difference in these games. To me, that's been the difference in this season so far when you look at 5 losses by the combined 13 points. It's just those plays made at the very end in the money moments by the money players.
Spot on, Paulie.
Talking to Paul Calvisi. Paulie, I was telling Wolf before the show, I heard your post-game interviews with Bam Knight, Dante Stills, and that's, first of all, great job. I'll throw you the compliment here. That's a tough spot, obviously, to be in after another loss like that. What's your impression of the environment, or the vibe, I guess, around this team? Do they still believe they can bounce back coming out of the bye week?
You know, I'll be brutally honest. I was really apprehensive going into the locker room last week after the Tennessee loss, after the tough loss at the Colts, and being where they were. And the vibe was really upbeat. It was really energetic. And I even talked about it in the Big Red Rage with Wolf. You know, we've all been around 2 and 4 teams over the years, and not all locker rooms were like that. So now what's the aftermath, the toll taken? You could tell Calais Campbell was definitely frustrated after the game. There's no doubt. There's that vibe in that room. If it's any other way, then you have serious concern, right? I mean, you want guys to be frustrated. You don't want guys to be the ones making the plays and getting the win at the end. So we'll see. But at this point, going into Monday night on national TV, I mean, look, there's more than just a season on the line. There's also your personal reputation, and it's going to be there for everyone to see, and everyone's going to be wondering how the team's going to react, especially sitting on that loss and this losing skid for 5+ weeks. Then, you're coming out of the bye. It's even more imperative, I think, that you show what you're made of.
Paulie, I'm not talking about any quarterback controversy right now. I'm not talking about this as I ask you. What I am asking you, tell me your thoughts on Jacoby Brissett as a quarterback and how he has played in these 2 games.
Well, I can tell you what it's like on the sideline. When he's hanging in there and taking those hits, and he took 14 quarterback hits, and, I mean, he's withstanding some of the physical punishment that he absorbs on the sideline. I can just tell you the level of respect guys have for that. There's no doubt about it. And then there's just, his ability to get the ball downfield, obviously. 11 pass plays of 20 yards or more over the last 2 games. His ability to see the field, get the guys into the right looks and the checks. So he's been there and done that. There's a lot to like, obviously, in Jacoby Brissett. Now, the one downside is he doesn't run a 4-3. So when you're down to the 9-yard line with a game on the line in Indianapolis and you're 2nd and 7 from the 9, 3rd and 7, 4th and 7, you'd love to have the skill set of a Kyler Murray in that moment, when it's 4th and a long 1, and there's Jacoby Brissett, and now when they run that extra defensive lineman out there, is that a moment where you sort of reassess? Because to me, guys, what's missing on that 4th and 1? It's not the decision to go for it. That's the NFL these days. You're there to win the game. You have to be proactive. You have to be aggressive. And then the play call itself, Jacoby Brissett's a big dude. He's 6'4", 6'5". He's 235, 240 pounds. Obviously, they had a lot of success with the QB sneak, the tush push. To me, what's missing on that play is the war daddy interior offensive lineman to run behind. It's the same thing that, Wolf, remember we called the game? Dave Pash big-timed us with his NBA on Christmas Day a year ago, and there we were, Week 17, the L.A. Rams, and the Cardinals had it in the Rams' red zone, and it was 4th and 1.
Yeah.
And then James Conner got stuffed. You don't have that. You don't have that Trey Smith of the Chiefs. You don't have that Quentin Nelson of the Colts. You don't have that Rob Hunt of the Panthers. That dude to run behind when it's 4th and you got to have it.
Talking to Paul Calvisi, Paulie, the performance of Jacoby Brissett these last 2 games, it sure sounds like, according to JG, that when Kyler Murray's ready, he's coming back and he's going to be in there. Are there elements of what he has seen from Jacoby Brissett that they can incorporate with Kyler? And I'll just throw one in particular out there. It has been an eye-opener how much more of a red zone threat Trey McBride is. The numbers are he's got more touchdowns in the last 2 weeks than he typically has in an entire season, and it makes sense that he would be a threat to get into the end zone once or twice a week.
Yeah, true that. No doubt about it. He's the guy everyone feeds off now, minus James Conner. He has the best hands on the team. Pound for pound, probably the most athletic guy in the team. He's an absolute warrior on the field. I got to go find him later and ask him, just, when you're trash talking, whether it's linebackers or safeties, what exactly are you saying? I'm trying to remember the last time he was mic'd up. We got to get a mic on Trey
Maybe that's
McBride.
why he isn't.
Probably right. But yes, I think, and you know what? If you want to hit zoom on that a little bit, Luke, I wonder, what has Kyler Murray never been afforded as the Cardinals franchise quarterback? An opportunity to really sit and watch. Mm-hmm. An accomplished QB run the offense. Yes, I know he was injured, but between Josh Dobbs and Colt McCoy at the end of his career, watching Jacoby Brissett and especially run this scheme, he's never seen another quarterback run this scheme, and so maybe he learned something. I've stood behind Kyler the last 2 games, and he's locked into what Jacoby Brissett is doing. He's over there on the bench with Jacoby, and so what has he learned about maybe the downfield passing attack? To your point. Maybe, look a little more often for 85 in the red zone. But then what Zay Jones and Michael Wilson have proven the last 2 games, the ability to make the contested catch, the ability to get the second and third level and get open. And so maybe just watching Jacoby Brissett targeting those guys has reinforced the trust Kyler Murray has in those guys making plays if he does target them at the second and third level.
Paulie, one of the most impressive things I thought of Jacoby Brissett and what he did, 4 times the Arizona Cardinals were tied, 0-0, 3-3, 13-13, 20-20. Okay, 4 times they were tied, where Jacoby Brissett took his team after they had tied the score, took his team and went down the field and got points 4 times. That, to me, Paulie, that is the most impressive thing that we have seen Jacoby Brissett do since he has played these 2 games.
Wolf, how many times have you said when the backup quarterback comes into the huddle, everyone knows right away, just based on the look on his face? So when he led the team out of the tunnel in Indianapolis, that said it all to me. Look, I've been here, I've done this, follow me, is what he's saying. He's doing it he's doing it with your 4th and 5th string running backs.
Yes.
He's doing it behind an offensive line that, think about the right side of the offensive line. Yes, it's the 2 guys you signed 2 years ago. You know how many game reps Will Hernandez and Jonah Williams have had together? Barely any. Think about it. Jonah Williams got hurt week 1 at Buffalo a year ago, and then Will Hernandez got hurt in week 6. So it's really the last 2 games that they've played together. And, at times that showed. There's no doubt about it. And there's still too many free rushers, and Jacoby Brissett is dealing with that. As many times as he's getting hit, as many times as he's escaping pressure that's immediately in his face, what Drew Stanton and Carson Palmer used to call the Santa Claus effect, when you get a guy immediately in your lap, Santa Claus, he's dealt with a number of those at times. So, But his ability to stand tall and still scan the field, take the hit, and deliver the ball.
Incredible.
Been more than impressive.
Yeah.
Paulie, great stuff, man. We appreciate this. Thank you.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
That's Paul Calvisi joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, I mean, Jacoby Brissett is not going to be rattled by playing. And, to Paulie's point of stepping out there in that game against the Colts and looking like he's been here before, he's played in more games than Kyler Murray. He hasn't started as many as Kyler, and they've been spread out over a bunch of years, but he's played more NFL games. All right, we come back. We're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model, like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/3/25.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Hear from their head coach Jonathan Gannon when he joins Burns and Gambo today at 3. And Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight between the Seattle Mariners and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports,
the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Well, it's noon on a Monday. Matt Berry of ESPN is going to join us in about 10 minutes to talk about the ASU game over against Texas Tech in Tempe. But right now it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Why do you guys think this team continues to come close but end up losing?
Well, unfortunately, it is kind of becoming part of their identity. I thought Paul Calvisi really kind of nailed that last segment when we had him on. I mean, it's not any one thing. It is, you know, some of it is we faced Jonathan Taylor last week, who, by the way, had 3 more touchdowns this week. Like, nobody can stop him. Some of it is you faced Micah Parsons yesterday. Some of it is you gave a game away against Tennessee.
Yeah.
The hardest part, though, is I can't remember a time, Wolf, wherever a team was showing warning signs in wins. The first 2 weeks, we were all like, man, what are they? Okay, this isn't going to work. You're not going to have a hard time winning these games if you can't close them. And now to the extreme, they've lost 5 straight essentially that way.
Yeah, you know, for me, I don't like saying this, but I do believe it, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not having enough talent. It's not having enough talent overall to win games in the fourth quarter. They've got good football players. There's no doubt about that. And they've been in games. But, man, you've got to have talent, especially show up and ball out when it matters the most. Did that happen for the Packers? Yeah, it did. It happened to the Packers. The Cardinals didn't have enough talent to finish the deal. And this has been an issue over the last 5 games, has it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
They don't have a closer like Micah Parsons or Jonathan Taylor or Josh Jacobs. They have James Conner, but he's not playing because he's hurt.
Over to ASU football. They pulled off a massive upset over then number 7 Texas Tech on Saturday, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, which team is the most likely to win the Big 12 football title? Arizona State, Texas Tech, BYU, Utah, Cincinnati, or other?
Well, this is where this is going to get interesting now, because the exact scenario I was laying out like 2 weeks ago could play out. If ASU wins out,
yeah,
not a given, but if they win out, they would probably get into the Big 12 championship, and they might very well be playing like a Cincinnati or a BYU who's undefeated. And Texas Tech could win out and be 11-1 and not get into the Big. Are you really going to keep Texas Tech 11-1 out of the college football playoff? And yet they will. They'll be like, well, here's the 7th team in the Big Ten. Have you guys seen the amazing things that Maryland's doing? Who's most likely to win the Big 12 football title right now because they have the edge over Texas Tech? I'll go with ASU.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go with ASU as well. Not only did they beat Texas Tech, but also they provided the blueprint for how you beat Texas Tech. They can be beat. That's a lot of it, especially for a college kid, 18, 19-year-old kid, to believe you can beat a team is very, very important. ASU just showed everybody in the Big 12. You can do it.
I just think over the course of the full season, those are the 2 best teams. With all due respect to Utah, who obviously hammered ASU, but then they went out and lost to BYU, and they got smoked by Texas Tech. I think ASU and Texas Tech are the 2 best teams, and if they're tied, ASU gets in.
I think people are sleeping on BYU and Cincinnati, but I will vote ASU because you guys both went with ASU. ASU 39%, BYU 35%, Texas Tech 17%, Utah 5%, Cincinnati 2%, other 2%. I'm going to say that result is skewed by the fact that we live in Arizona and there are a lot of ASU and BYU fans in this particular region of...
Well, we're going to find out with BYU, too, because they play Texas Tech and Cincinnati.
Yes.
So, I mean, BYU, shaky to beat U of A. They've been shaky in a lot of their wins, but they keep winning. So, I mean, they are in the driver's seat right now, but they're going to have to actually beat Texas Tech and Cincinnati to do that.
Seems like in the Big 12, if you're going to win a game, it's going to be in a shaky fashion.
That might
Thank
be
you
true.
for your asterisk of information, too, in regard to ASU and living here. Thank you for that, Rick.
I mean, it's a bit skewed.
It does make
you got a lot of
bit of sense.
BYU fans out in the East Valley, and then you've got a lot of ASU fans just in general.
Well,
in
who
the
do you
Valley.
think should be winning that then, Rick? Like, who's your pick?
My pick? I don't know.
Because it doesn't sound like you would pick ASU or BYU.
I know. I think that... this isn't impossible. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a wolf here.
Wolf.
No idea. No idea. I'm just going to move on. On Friday, our John Gambadoro tweeted that he expects the Arizona Diamondbacks to explore a potential reunion with first baseman Paul Goldschmidt. Goldie hit .274 with 10 home runs in 146 games this season for the New York Yankees. Should the Snakes bring back Paul Goldschmidt?
So I'm cool with this. I mean, look, there's obviously just the nostalgia part of this that would be cool, but I need a long-term answer at first base. So to me, this only really works if you're convinced Tyler Locklear is ultimately the guy. Because if Tyler Locklear is ultimately the guy, he might not be the guy right out of the gate next year. If you're looking for Paul Goldschmidt for next year, I mean, it's Goldie. I'm not going to bet against him next year. He's still, he's going to go out there and find a way to hit 270, 280, and he's going to give you production, but he's not your long-term answer, and that's a position you do need to find a long-term answer at.
Goldie. Are you kidding me? I'd absolutely love to see Paul Goldschmidt come back here. It's time for you to come home, son. Come home.
Yeah, I don't think they're signing Pete Alonso, so this is probably a good consolation. So
yeah, but they need Locklear to be. I mean, I thought Naylor was going to be their long-term answer. They need Locklear to be that guy.
Yeah, I'm not convinced, but what I am convinced about is that other than that Dodgers-Brewers series, the MLB postseason has been quite fantastic. Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight in Toronto between the Blue Jays and Mariners. Who do you guys have winning?
I mean, this pains me to say this because a lot of my really good friends are Mariners fans. The first baseball games I ever went to were Mariners games. I don't have the same animosity towards the Mariners that I did towards the Seahawks growing up. But I said this after Game 2. You can't let Toronto's offense get going. Toronto's offense has gotten going. And George Kirby's on the mound tonight, and his ERA in the postseason is above 7. So, I mean, the Mariners are probably going to need to score 7 runs to win this game tonight, and I don't know that they can do that.
Yeah.
So, to be clear, I'm picking Toronto.
Honestly, right now, it just doesn't matter. It really doesn't, because the Dodgers, I think we all know, are on a massive roll at this point in time. They've got maybe the best player to ever play the game in Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, was this game on Friday really that good?
Yeah. How many? Not one, not two, but three.
Oh, I guess it was Saturday.
Yeah.
It was the best performance in Major League Baseball postseason history.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yes.
And I don't even know
agree.
that it's
And just don't
close.
say that lightly.
No.
I also think he's the greatest baseball player that's ever lived.
It was the greatest.
Again, you can say that. You can make that argument right now. You don't have to wait till the end of his career and what kind of numbers he's going to. You can say it right now. You can make the argument. Again, I think the argument is clear. Yes, time matters, and a career does matter. But the stuff that he is doing, otherworldly.
It was Friday. Yeah, for anybody that somehow missed it, 6 innings, struck out 10 Brewers.
Yes.
Man, that is clutch in the elimination. Also hit 3 home runs.
3.
We're not ever going to see another player do that. I would say it was the greatest single game performance in baseball history. I'm open to examples that were better, but you're going to have a hard time doing that. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. The wait is over. Suns basketball is back. Be there this Wednesday as your Phoenix Suns battle the Sacramento Kings in the opener. Text HOOPS to 620-620 for your chance to score lower-level seats and catch every dunk, 3, and highlight moment live. That's HOOPS to 620-620. All right, when we come back, how do you feel about ASU's follow-up so far this year to their monster season last year? We're going to ask ESPN college football studio host Matt Berry will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals had this one on the line in the final frame, and then
Brissett, clock is ticking, backs up to throw, and fires deep middle, jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Day Jones comes out with the ball after the tip. He's just out the back of the end zone.
we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. What a great time for sports. October might very well be the best time of the year. Football's all around you, college and pros. What a college game here on Saturday. Pros going strong now. Follow along with all your favorite teams at Twin Peaks. It's like one big indoor tailgate. You're surrounded by great people and great food and a lot of TVs. So you can also keep up with your fantasy football lineups as well. You got the baseball playoffs. They're going all month long. We are down to 3 teams. We're going to be down to 2 after tonight. That would be a great place to watch tonight's game, by the way, at Twin Peaks. Step up to your plate and watch every game with scenic views on deck. Plus, basketball starts this week. Hockey just started about a week and a half ago. Call some friends, get to Twin Peaks, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go with all those TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they got an entire menu made for MVPs. Steaks, burgers, wings, loaded fries. Nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks either. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered, so never settle. Stop by and experience the great scenery and lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Football fans, the ultimate watch parties are happening every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. On October 26th, a legend steps into the spotlight. Phil Simms, former quarterback and game day icon, is joining the watch parties for a live Q&A. Ask your question, hear his stories from the field, and catch every play in an electric atmosphere surrounded by fans like you. Don't miss Phil Simms. Don't miss a moment. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
All right, well, you know what that sounder means. We're going to talk some ASU here. Real quick, just want to thank our listeners in Litchfield Park. Thank you to everybody out there in Litchfield Park. And if you're joining us on YouTube right now, you can check out the show, and you can certainly tune in right now because Matt Berry, ESPN college football studio host, is joining us, and you can see him actually on YouTube right now, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Matt, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
How we doing? How's it going out there in Arizona? Everybody good?
Yeah, we're doing okay, man. Doing okay.
Let's just start with that game on Saturday. Your impressions on how Kenny Dillingham got this team ready to play and the bounce back effort after that loss to Utah the week before.
Yeah, I mean, guys, you kind of knew, you saw it coming. I mean, the performance in Utah was so out of character with what we saw large part of last season when they started to wake up and go on that playoff run. I never thought ASU would get out physical the way that they did against Utah. So you knew it was coming. Knowing Kenny and the DNA of that program, I wasn't surprised that they came ready to play on Saturday, because when ASU is at its best, when they're playing at its best and their highest intensity, and Sam's out there, they're still the best team in the Big 12. And they proved that Saturday. Until then, it was Texas Tech. I think BYU's got a legitimate argument. But when ASU is on all cylinders and everything's clicking, they're still the best team in the Big 12, and we saw it again Saturday.
Manny, do you think that Sam Leavitt has the possibility of going down as the greatest quarterback ever at ASU?
Hey, he's something special. I love watching Sam Leavitt play quarterback. I haven't loved watching an ASU quarterback play this much since Jake.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are a lot of similarities with him and Jake, and we've had some good ones. I mean, Taylor Kelly was a fun watch. Brock Osweiler was a fun watch. Rudy Carpenter was a fun watch. But there's just something special about Sam. And the way that he takes the team and the team follows him is all you need to know. And that 4th and 2 play, I'm just telling you, there's only one quarterback that could make that play, and he plays for us with the way that he did it. People don't understand how hard of a throw that is. When you're rolling out of the pocket, your momentum is on the run, and you have to drop it in a window while the guy's moving vertically with you. He placed it perfectly. Jordan did the rest. And look, he's special. And, you know, he's going to go to the NFL whenever he wants. I'm just glad he's ours. And as long as he is, we're going to be in every single football game. Sam's a special, special player.
Talking to Matt Berry. Matt, since we're talking about that play and you mentioned Jordan, how about the other side of that? And Jordan Tyson knowing where to go on that play, and Sam knowing where he's going to go. And, you know, Tyson was great last year. It feels like he's ratcheted it up a couple levels this year, which is kind of impressive considering where he was last year. Yeah,
Hines Ward got his hands on him, and Hines has worked with him for 2 years. And who better to develop a receiver than Hines Ward with the way that he's done it? Guys, find me a better quarterback receiver duo in the country. I mean, maybe Julian Sayin and Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State. I mean, they would certainly be up in the conversation. But Sam and Jordan, those two together, The biggest thing with a quarterback and a receiver is the chemistry off the field that manifests itself on the field. Well, what does that mean? Do they trust each other?
Mm-hmm.
And it's clear that they do. And to see that play and to see Jordan be so smart to know what he had to do, those two guys, as long as they're healthy, and if Jordan was healthy during the playoff last year, I'd love to see how far we went. But those two, to me, other than, like I said, maybe Julian and Jeremiah Smith, that's the best receiver quarterback duo in the country. And they're not done yet because, guys, here's what's going on. And I love seeing this from a national standpoint because I do it here at ESPN from a national standpoint. I know people were fired up about Mississippi State. Guys, that's the reality. Going on the road in the SEC, no matter what, at night is tough. We were one play away from winning that game. It happens. And then it was just every good team has a bad day. We just saw Miami get pushed around by Louisville. We just saw Ole Miss, a top 5 team, get beat against Georgia. It happens. Top 10 teams lose. It's college football. It's as crazy as it's ever been. Everything is still right in front of ASU. And as long as Jordan's healthy, as long as Sam's healthy, the kid that I told anyone who would listen to Big 12 Media Days was going to shake this thing up, Raleek Brown, he's been doing it. Things are fine. Everything's fine. There's always panic. There's no reason to panic with this team.
Matty, if ASU is going to win the Big 12, where do they need to get better?
Red zone offense is absolutely going to kill them at some point. I think they're in the low 40 percentile with the touchdown rate, and it drives me nuts. And I know it drives Kenny nuts, and I know it drives Arroyo nuts. I mean, it would watching it. That's going to get them at some point. And they're lucky it didn't get them Saturday. So red zone offense, you have to score touchdowns.
Yeah.
In the Big 12, you have to finish the drive. Thank God we've got a field goal kicker this year because he's been making all this kicks. Jesus has been brilliant. I mean, I was worried when they got in the red zone on that last possession. I mean, Raleek almost didn't get in. He needed a swath of humanity to get him in. But you have to get better in the red zone because now we're coming down the stretch. Houston's a pesky team. Iowa State's got a good brand. You got Colorado. You've got Arizona. You need to have this put together because at the end of the day, if you don't score touchdowns, you're not going to win games.
We're talking to Matt Berry. Matt, we talked to you last year towards the end of the season, and, everybody was fired up with how that season went and, all the great things ASU did. And you said something that has stuck with me for basically 12 months now. You have to see how they follow it up because ASU has had really good years in the past, but then haven't been able to follow it up. I know we're still in this season, but how do you feel about how they're following it up right now?
Yeah, look, again, Utah, that was an aberration. That was an outlier. Throw it out. That's not who this team is, and Sam wasn't there. That's nothing against Jeff Sims. It's just Sam wasn't there. And I've been to too many SEC games to not be surprised by what happened at Mississippi State. So to answer the question, ASU was following this up the way they should. Should they have been defeated? I mean, again, Utah, no, they wouldn't. We're going to win at Utah unless Sam was there, and we don't know how that would have went. But I think ASU is following it up the way that they should. It's funny because from a national perspective, the sky fell. I mean, ASU was hovering around the top 12 in the rankings. They lose at Mississippi State. Everybody forgets about them. They lose to Utah, and then everybody writes them off. And I'm sitting there going, well, wait a second. This sounds a lot like last year, right? You lose a couple of games. People are just writing ASU off, and then they go on a run, and they make their way to the Big 12 championship game and then ultimately the college football playoff. So everything that they've set for a goal is right there. Now they need some help. Cincinnati's a really good team. They haven't lost in conference. BYU's a really good team. They haven't lost in conference. BYU took care of the Utah loss for us because they beat them over the weekend and knocked Utah out of the picture, and Texas Tech beat Utah, so that's a done thing. So they're following it up the way that they need to. They're recruiting at a high level. I know there were a ton of recruits there this weekend. They're selling out Sun Devil Stadium, or I forget the name of it now. Forgive me, but it's Sun Devil Stadium. So they need to keep that up, and they have. And I'd say the encore presentation to this point, just past the midway form, has been exactly what we saw coming, and I'm excited to see it.
So, Matty, Kenny Dillingham is 6-1 against ranked teams in the last 2 years. How hard is it going to be for ASU to hold on to this guy?
I would say hard if he wasn't from Scottsdale and he wasn't a Sun Devil. He makes, I think he's upwards of about $8 million, which goes a long way in Arizona. He's living next to his family. He's one of us. And I've said that a lot. Like people, I said it going into when Herm was fired and we needed a new coach. I said, you need to find someone who understands what it's like to be the head coach at Arizona State. Well, what does that mean? Someone who went there, who grew up in the Valley. It's a tough place. You've got pro sports teams.
Yeah.
You've got other stuff going on. You have beautiful weather. And that's why his Activate the Valley slogan is so great, because he understands that if and when you do, it's a special place. And also, I'll just be frank with you guys. Florida, for example, James Franklin was at Penn State for 12 years. Florida's hired and fired 3 coaches in the time that James Franklin was at Penn State. If Auburn gets rid of Hugh Freeze, this guy was the can't-miss guy when they brought him in, and they're ready to kick him to the curb. Mike Norvell, they're ready to kick. It's not always, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. You need to be at a place that you understand and can win. Kenny, if he wants to, can be the modern-day Frank Kush.
Yep.
He can win at Arizona State every year. Guys, I'm being serious when I say this. If he stays at Arizona State, which I ultimately believe he will because he's one of us, they can win the Big 12 every year. And what do you want to do? You want to win conference championships? You want to play in the college football playoff? Where a better place to do that than at home? Don't get caught up in this garbage that's out there where you're going to get questioned every single day and every single press conference. I know this from my good friend Dan Mullen, who was at Florida. That guy went to 3 straight New Year's 6 games, double-digit wins, got fired in the 4th year because they started off slow. He's having the time of his life at UNLV. Because the cauldron of the pressure is off and he can just coach. You take that with Kenny in a Power 4 conference at his alma mater. I don't think it's a risk. I really, really don't believe it's a flight risk.
Matt Berry, it's always great talking to you, man. Thank you.
You guys are the best. Anytime, you know that.
Nice.
Right on, man.
Always good. That's Matt Berry joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line with Sports Center set in the background, too. So this is just a drive the point home. Gave the fork. Hopefully everybody's watching on YouTube. And still a lot more now ahead of this football team this season. But I'm glad we got to talk to him about, he was the guy who said last year, this is great. Let's see how they follow it up now, because that's the key. And right now, pretty good follow-up on Saturday. All right, when we come back to the NFL, how are the Arizona Cardinals going to find their way out of the rut they are currently stuck in? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're not supposed to be close this year. You're supposed to be there this year.
Yeah.
Moral victories were okay the first 2 years. Just showing heart, showing toughness, being in games, playing hard was good because it was a welcome change from the end of the Kingsbury era. But year 3, this is the year it had to turn into actual wins.
You think about the free agents that Monty Austin-Ford has brought in. You think about the fact that he has had 28 draft picks in 3 years. This thing should be humming right now. And the fact that it's not is very, very depressing to me.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Indeed. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters. One of the reasons why you ought to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today. It's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything to me, Basinonians, gave me options, and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I couldn't be happier. If you want a clear path, pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Hear from their head coach Jonathan Gannon when he joins Burns and Gambo today at 3. And Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight between the Seattle Mariners and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are back. Thanks to Matt Berry for joining us last segment. Great stuff there. If you somehow missed it, go check it out. Podcast, YouTube, however you want to do it. Great insight there on ASU. Thanks to Paul Calvisi for joining us, and thanks to Wolf for eventually joining us back here in the studio.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're back with us, and I saw him walk right by the studio.
That was the best. That is one thing Wolf has never done. Walked by the studio, looked in, saw me talking. I was like, nope, I'm out of here. Taking a lap.
Interesting, Masonians. How are we doing, Luke?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Let's talk Cardinals. might bring my mood down a little bit, but the reality is there's still 10 games left this season. So as rough as it feels right now at 2-5 with 5 straight losses by a total of 13 points, with 2 straight losses basically in the final minute to 2 teams that might meet in the Super Bowl. The Colts and the Packers have 2 of the best records in the NFL. I don't think that's going to be the Super Bowl, but it could be. I mean, they both have a lot of the elements of Super Bowl teams: running game, strong defense, good quarterback play. However you want to cut it, the Cardinals still have 10 games left coming out of the bye. They have to pull themselves out of this rut, or this could get really ugly.
Yeah, honestly, right now, just keep fighting. This is what I'd be saying inside the locker room. It's something that you have to do. You have to be able to look each other in the eye and say, I'm going to keep, metaphorically, coming out of the corner, swinging.
Metaphorically speaking.
No matter how bad it gets. Listen, they are competitive. They are. They're right there. We've been talking about this for 5 weeks.
Every game's a one-score game.
Every game.
All 7, even the wins.
All 7, even the wins. And we know they could have lost those games. They could have won some of the 5 games they've lost as well, but they could have lost the 2 they won. They are competitive. They've been in every game. They have 5 losses by a grand total of 13 points. Are you kidding me? I was talking about this earlier in the day. I have a PhD in losing, ladies and gentlemen. I do. I never played on a team in the NFL that had a winning record. Never. Yet at the same time, can I tell you, brothers, I never took that field and thought to myself, I'm going to lose today. No way. You know what? We might lose as a team. I'm not going to lose. And that's exactly the mentality that I want inside the Arizona Cardinals locker room. We're not going to lose. At least I'm not. You might lose, but I'm not.
There's so many conflicting elements to this season, Wolf, because the overarching one is obviously they're 2-5, and this was supposed to be the year they broke through. And now comes the hard part of the schedule. Although, to be fair, going San Francisco, Seattle, Tennessee, Indianapolis, and Green Bay is a pretty tough stretch. But the schedule after the bye week is not easy. It's, if anything, it's harder. And you're 2-5, and unless you go 8-2 the rest of the way, you don't even really have a chance to make the playoff. That's the overarching thing. But I look at other elements of this, and I'm like, they have been in all 7 of these games, which ultimately I get it means nothing if you're 2-5. But then I look at their running game, Wolf. Do you realize their best rushing performance of the season, again, with the backdrop of should have beat San Francisco, could have beat Seattle, could have beat Indianapolis, could have beat Green Bay, their best rushing performance of the season is an 81-yard performance in Week 5 by Amari DiMercato, and 71 of those yards came on the worst play in Cardinals history. So they have not had a running game this season because they couldn't block the first couple weeks, and they don't have James Conner, and Trey Benson's hurt. And, you talked about Bam Knight earlier. I thought very admirable performance yesterday, 57 yards on not a ton of carries. But I'm just saying they don't have Jonathan Taylor or Josh Jacobs or a lot of these running backs they've seen this season already, Christian McCaffrey, that they've been on the other side of, Kenneth Walker. They don't have that, and they're still in all these games. But it doesn't matter because they've lost too many of them now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You mentioned the offensive line, and that is where I start when I talk about the biggest disappointments. And this is not going to be a surprise. I've been talking about it this whole season. The biggest, from game one, the biggest disappointment of the season, as far as I'm concerned, was the offensive line, and has been the offensive line. It's just been ridiculous right now. And this last game, too, this I thought was the Arizona Cardinals' best game, offensively and defensively. I think you could go back in the other losses. You could look at, well, the offense played well here. The defense did not. The defense played well here, but the offense did not. I thought the offense and the defense, I thought they played well enough to win a game against a very good football team in the Green Bay Packers. And they couldn't get it done. They couldn't finish once again in the fourth quarter. 14 points given up, only 3 scored. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the Arizona Cardinals all season long, this has been the case. Dead last in the NFL in terms of points given up. Dead last. 10.4 points per fourth quarter given up by the Arizona Cardinals. And you know what? Number 30th, tied for 30th. There's only one team worse. Tied for 30th in points scored in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact inverse of complimentary football. I mean, they're both not coming through in the fourth quarter. Early in the season, it was just the offense that wasn't coming through. But now, in the most important moments, I mean, the stats, they do tell the story right there, but I'm not even sure they tell the whole story because it just seems to be like, okay, whatever they need, they get just less than that, whatever it is. And I'll go back to something else Paulie said. I'm giving Paulie way too many compliments there. We're going to just have to rip him for the rest of the show. But I thought he was on to something here. Who's their finisher? Who's like, and the reason I think that stands out is because you look at the last 2 games, they played well enough to win both the games, but man, Green Bay has Micah Parsons and he took over. Yeah. The Colts have Jonathan Taylor and he took over. Who's the Cardinals finisher?
Yeah, well, it varies. And this is one of the reasons why talent. I was talking about this earlier. They have a void in talent. They have some good football players who go out there and play really, really well. They play well. And yet it's not good enough sometimes. And you need guys who are extremely talented to finish, to be a finisher.
Yeah.
And you can't always be that guy to your team. You can't, because sometimes you're going against another good guy. who's also a very good football player.
And you don't always need one guy to just be like, oh, this is our closer. But when you've lost 5 games in a row by less than a score, that's when you need somebody to be like, you know what? Not today. I'm just going to make these absurd plays down the field. And we're going to – the only reason I ask is because, maybe Trey McBride is that guy. He's the closest one I can think of to being that guy right now because you don't have James Conner. Unless Kyler Murray wants to come back and be that guy.
The problem is, of course, you have to have a quarterback that will get you the ball.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Jacoby Brissett has done with Trey McBride.
Tune into Arizona Sports at night right after Burns and Gambo. Kellen and Mitch discuss the fallout of the Cardinals-Packers game and ASU's big win over Texas Tech. So listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. All right, when we come back to ASU, how much did Kenny Dillingham's physical week of practice contribute to Saturday's win over Texas Tech? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's the worst time in the world for you to be playing Texas Tech. This is like really bad luck.
Yeah.
This is bad scheduling luck for you to have to play them now with your season in the back.
You'd rather have a West Virginia coming in here and get another 100%. Week to get ready.
And give me like another week to kind of lick my wounds and heal up a little bit.
Heal up.
And before I have to play Texas Tech.
Yep. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, are you battling some back or spine issues, Basinonians? You know what? I have done that as a former professional football player. I have done that. A lot of damage I have done to my back as well. Listen, the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. It's one of the reasons why I love recommending them to you. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those that are just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes, Basinonians, because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come right here to DISC for treatment. All over the world, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here, just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the Cardinals are in trouble. 5-game losing streak heading into the bye week. So what will Jonathan Gannon work on during the break to try to break their fall? We'll talk to the coach at 3 o'clock on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, one of the really good trends, if you are a Sun Devil fan, is their ability to respond after a loss. We saw it last year. They lost to Texas Tech in their Big 12 opener and then went out, beat Kansas, beat Utah, lost to Cincinnati. They didn't have Sam Leavitt, and then proceeded to win the next 6 games to get to the college football playoff, and probably should have won their college football playoff game too. And certainly you feel like they would have won if they had Jordan Tyson or if targeting was an actual penalty in college football. But that's neither here nor there. Then this year, Wolf, they go out and they lose to Mississippi State.
Luke.
I'll
let it go.
I'll let it go when they're back in the college football playoff this year. Until then, no. This year they lose that game to Mississippi State, but they bounce back with 3 straight wins. 2 of them really impressive over Baylor and TCU. They get smoked by Utah. And they come back and they beat one of the best teams in college football. I truly do believe that about Texas Tech. Kenny Dillingham said a lot after the game on Saturday. One of the things he said that is kind of grabbing headlines to a lot of people is that they probably don't beat Texas Tech if they go and beat Utah the week before. Or I think he said even if they kept it close against Utah and played a lot better, they may not win that game on Saturday. We'll never know that. But clearly, the embarrassing fashion in which they lost to Utah and it being such an outlier, they haven't played a game like that in 2 years, triggered something in them because they went out and showed up against one of the best teams in the nation.
Yeah, and, once again, stop and think about what that game against Utah brought about for ASU, for Kenny Dillingham. He said, you know what, we practiced soft going into Utah. We did. We practiced soft. And we played soft. And coming out of that, Kenny said, not going to do that. We're not going to do it. And that was the emphasis all week leading up to Texas Tech. Another very, very physical team built on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball with cold, hard cash called NIL. They were ready to ball out. Physicality is what mattered. And that was something that he emphasized all week long because of what happened in Utah.
It's October 20th, okay? ASU's 5-2. They have 1 conference loss. Last year on October 20th, ASU was 5-2 with 2 conference losses, actually. So if you want to say anything, they're a little bit ahead of schedule. It's what you and he said about, you lose that Utah game and look what it did. You learned something from it. You learned something, you took something from it, and there's no better example than the fact that you went out and beat the number 7 team in the country. That's who's in front of you. You couldn't be like, well, that sure would be nice if we were playing somebody. No, you're playing Texas Tech, so you either figure it out now or you don't. The Mississippi State game that they lost earlier this year, how many times have we heard Sam Leavitt say, you know what, I didn't want to lose the game, but it made me better, and it's made our team better. There's obviously still a lot of football to be played, Wolf. I mean, their next two opponents are having pretty good years, Houston and Iowa State. But they've got 5 games left, and in a lot of ways, they control their destiny as much as any team controls their destiny in a 16-team conference when you're not undefeated.
Yeah. You know, one of the things I love, too, just because we're talking about ASU and how they prepared and how physical they were and how they came out and played physically against Texas Tech. For me, I love the fact that ASU held Texas Tech to the lowest point total in the first half since November of 2023. Punt, 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 punt is a great way to start a game. And that's exactly what the defense did. You know, we have a tendency, I think, sometimes to focus in on Sam Leavitt, of course, and Jordan Tyson and the incredible job Ridley Brown has done. But I think the defense is something we tend to gloss over. And yet, to me, they set the tone for this game against Texas Tech. They were the ones who came out and set that tone. Talk about physicality. Go back and watch the tape.
The defense is why coming into this season, I thought they would be in line to have another potentially magical season, which is why I was not loving the Utah game, because the Utah game was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And, you know, again, it was so extreme. Matt Berry said this earlier, and we were talking about this even last week going into the Texas Tech game. The Utah defensive performance was so extreme and seemed like such an outlier. You knew they were going to bounce back. You just didn't know if it was going to be enough to beat Texas Tech when you consider the guys they're already missing on defense. And to your point, I mean, Texas Tech this season hadn't allowed more than 17 points in a game. ASU put up 26, but hadn't scored less than 34 points in a game. ASU held them to 7 through the first 3 quarters, and even with their Texas Tech's monster run in the fourth quarter, they still held them way below, not their average, way below their lowest point total of the year. I mean, that's a statement game on so many different levels. Here's Kenny. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, based on the fact you said statement, can you play the cut of Kenny making the statement in regard to how they're going to practice going forward, how he's going to practice?
Yeah, here we go.
Forever.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think that it helps so much, that all the players credited you with why that it helps so much?
It's not me. It's what we are. We say have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. You can't have fun and not work harder than anybody in the country. It doesn't work like that. You have to have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. And I lost that, and we had it back this week. And, we'll never, ever, as long as I'm coaching, not practice to the physical level like we did this week again. That just won't happen.
I love that. You know, the greatest thing about this, Basinonians, is Kenny Dillingham is a coach that is still in development. He is a work in progress.
He'll tell you that.
And he will
tell you that.
And it's a beautiful thing to see it. It is. This is a lesson that he's learning right now. You know, again, it's going to be interesting to see how he truly applies that. Can you really truly apply that if you are all banged up one week? I don't know. But when he said it, I know that he meant it. And it's going to be interesting to watch him develop as this head coach, and he's doing it right in front of our eyes.
Either way, he learned something from it. And whether that means that same kind of practice every week from now until forever, either way, he learned something from it. And he'll tell you, he learned something after wins. In the BYU game last year, he was pretty open about it. Certainly, he is constantly evolving as a coach, and that's why this team bounces back so quickly.
Yes.
And, he said this earlier in one of the cuts where it's like, you can sit there and you can complain about something that's not going your way, or you can identify it and identify how to fix it. And a lot of that is him, but a lot of it's his coaching staff too. But they have been, you could sit here and make a list of 20 things, even coming out of wins over the last 2 years where you're like, you know what though? They got to fix this. They got to get better here. The one thing you can look at and say they haven't fixed yet is the red zone offense this year. But there were so many times last year where it was like a simple thing like, hey, they got to fix this in the second quarter of games.
Yeah.
The next game, it's fixed. That's Tim Ring. I heard him on the morning show. He's filling in for Vinny this week. Made a great point of there are coaches in college that can't win the big games, and there are coaches that can win the big games, and he's already establishing himself as a coach that wins the big games. And once you go down that path, that's where you hope to stay.
Last 2 years, he's 6-1 against ranked opponents. That is really, really good.
They beat the best teams. They don't lose 2 in a row, and they don't lose at home. Those 3 things right there are going to put you in contention every year. All right, when we come back, do the Arizona Cardinals need a bye week right now, or would it actually maybe just be better for them to keep playing until they get this right? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. As a pool buyer, you want to make sure you not only get exactly what you want, but you get a product that is guaranteed to be quality. You need that, right, Basinonians? Of course, especially if you're going to build it in your backyard. Presidential Pools and Spas provides a leading 5-year warranty. They back their products, and they are a company that isn't going to be gone in just a few years or might not finish the job, ladies and gentlemen. Not Presidential Pools and Spas. You can count on Arizona's largest pool builder, just like we did at the Wolfley compound, and a bunch of people in our office have done as well. Presidential Pools and Spas, they came over and they built it in our backyard, ladies and gentlemen. They told us exactly what we needed and why we needed it, and they were right. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean? It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Hear from their head coach Jonathan Gannon when he joins Burns and Gambo today at 3. Wide receiver Jordan Tyson and kicker Jesus Gomez led Arizona State football to a big win over Texas Tech on Saturday. Tyson has been named Big 12 Co-Offensive Player of the Week, and Gomez has been named Big 12 Co-Special Teams Player of the Week. And Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight between the Mariners and Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. So far, Matt Berry of ESPN and Paul Calvisi have already joined us. Check those out on
Very
YouTube
cool.
or the podcast.
Except for Paul. He's not really cool.
He didn't have like the Sports Center background like Matt Berry did when he
Might be
called
the
it.
greatest guy on the face of the planet. He is my blood brother, I would say. Yet at the same time, he's not very cool. Okay.
Jeff Munn's going to join us here in about 10 minutes, but and he'll be talking ASU, obviously. Wolf, let's get back to the Cardinals, though. And they're heading into the bye week now. You'd love to head in with a win. This team is pretty beat up. So in some ways you look and say, yeah, this team needs a bye week right now. In other ways, though, you kind of look and you're like, maybe they just want to keep playing. I mean, they don't get to change the schedule, but you're getting so close in these games. I don't know. I think how they navigate this bye week is gonna do say a lot about what happens coming out of it. Here's Jonathan Gannon post game. He was asked if this is a good time for the bye.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's different than last year, so maybe it'll be a positive for us. I think they're not happy right now. So it's our response that matters with those feelings when we come back to work. But I trust it'll be the right one.
For me right now, I think the bye is coming at a very opportune time for the Arizona Cardinals. Why do I say that, Basinonians? They lost 5 games in a row by a grand total of 13 points. That's why.
That'll do it.
I mean, if ever you wanted a break, it would be now. After you have suffered 5 consecutive defeats in a row by a grand total of 13 points. I feel that all over. I really do. I have a PhD in losing, and I can tell you, Basinonians, I never have lost 5 games in a row like this. Never.
I do think are you saying it's almost more of you just need the mental break?
You need the mental break. Yeah. And not only that, too. This is me, and I've been talking about this for a while now. This is a perfect time for the leadership inside the locker room to stand up and say, this shall not pass. This is not going to happen. We're not going to finish the season like this. Whatever you're going to do over this bye week, whatever you're going to do on this break, you get it in your head that you're going to come back here and we're not going to lay down. We're not. Where's Jerry Ball when you need him?
The mental part of this, I'm with you because, a lot of times you look at a bye week and say, well, they got some guys banged up. They do, but most of their guys that are out aren't coming back anytime soon. You know what I mean? Like the bye week doesn't get you Garrett Williams back. The bye week doesn't get you James Conner. It might get you Kyler back, but he's about the only one, really. It's not going to get you Walter Nolan. Maybe it gets you him back 1 week soon. I don't know. 1 game sooner, I should say, not 1 week. But the mental part of this, it does feel like it's the same story each week. It's so weirdly repetitive. Even when the Cardinals do stuff right, it's still a 1-possession loss. They do something wrong, 1-possession loss. They do everything right, like the Tennessee game for the first 3 quarters, 1-possession loss. So you almost just need as a person to walk away from this for a couple days.
Yeah.
But like you said, go into that break, whatever, enjoy it. Know full well there's 10 games left. So this isn't it. You don't get to be like, well, this is brutal. I guess we'll catch them next year. You got 10 games left. You want to get embarrassed for the next 2.5 months? I don't think you do. So you're going to have to figure it out when you get back. But maybe stepping away from a problem is what you need to do right now.
Where are my dogs? That's what I'm going to say. Where are my dogs right now? I say it all the time. I talk about it. But, bro, if you've experienced it, if you've been inside a locker room and you know what it's like to have dogs and what a dog is, it's just somebody who's never going to change his approach to anything that he does. Where are my dogs? That's right. Where are my dogs? You need guys, you need players who don't care if you're 2-5. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You need guys who don't care what your record is. You need guys who are going to, it's the white lines. Ding! It's time to go.
Now more than ever. I mean, you've mentioned this in the past as just you want players that don't get so caught up in that. But I would say now more than ever, because they're not a bad team. I mean, their record is getting pretty bad.
It is.
But if they could separate themselves from these last-second finish, it's not all mental. I mean, they have to finish these games too. But if they can separate themselves from that and come back rejuvenated with the idea of, we are actually a pretty decent team, Dallas is not unbeatable the first game back. If you tell me Kyler's back and healthy for that game, I feel like he's actually probably going to have a pretty good game against Dallas. If he doesn't, then you have a whole nother conversation. But he always plays well in that stadium. He will be rested. Dallas doesn't have a defense. They don't have Micah Parsons. I mean, this is a few weeks away still. But I hear what you're saying because you can't get caught up in the record and the way you're losing these games and carry that into the second part of the season.
No, you can't do it. And the way you get around that, brothers, is you have a dog. You have somebody who doesn't care. I don't care the fact that we've lost 5 games by a grand total of 13 points. I don't care. We lost, we lost. Whether we lost by 3 touchdowns or 3 points, it really doesn't matter. I don't care. We lost. What I do care about is the next opportunity that I have to show my coaches, to show my teammates, to show this organization that I am a dog. That's what I care about. Again, it's the individual thing. Team is great. There's no doubt about it. It's very, very important that you're a team player. Yet at the same time, in the NFL, you can never lose sight of the fact that individuals play this game, including you and your buddy and your teammate. You, individuals. And all you can control is yourself. You start pointing fingers at other people. You start talking about coaches. You start talking about plays. Who should be our starting quarterback? Sit down and be quiet. Worry about yourself and how you're going to play.
Did you hear, it was on the TV broadcasts, they mentioned that Buda Baker had said that they had like a version of a players-only meeting. Did you hear this? Where they do like
defensive side.
Yeah, like the defense kind of always does it, but it's more video-based. And this past week going into the game, it was more just set this down for a second and let's focus on how we're not going to get beat at the end of a game again. Now, unfortunately, they did, but I mean, that's something you were talking about a lot last week. It's not a full team, and it didn't seem like it was like a full, like, here we go, this is it, season on the line, players-only meeting. But you can tell certain guys like Buda Baker are like, this is getting weird enough to the point where we need to try something a little bit different.
to me, the defense came out and they balled.
They did. I mean, that's a good team.
They give up 13 points through 3 quarters.
The last 2 games.
13.
If they had closed out San Francisco and they had closed out Tennessee, you wouldn't be freaking out over the last 2 games. I wouldn't be, at least. Now, you never want to lose games that you have to lead in the fourth quarter, but you would say if they had closed out San Francisco and Tennessee like they should have, they'd be 4-3 right now, and you'd say, yeah, 2-game losing streak into the bye is not great, but look who they just lost to, and they were close. But when you throw away those games earlier in the season, that doesn't tend to work out well for teams in the NFL. All right, when we come back, what's next for Sam Levitt and the Arizona State Sun Devils? We're going to ask Sun Devil broadcaster Jeff Munn. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If Kyler goes somewhere else and he becomes Baker Mayfield, or if he becomes Sam Darnold, if he has success somewhere else, I'm not going to look at it and go, oh man, they should have kept him. Boy, what a mistake that was, letting him go. I won't do that. I won't, because it's not working here for him.
Okay.
You know, it's not. It's because I think that's the fear for some, but I think that's the thing that looms over this a little bit is when he does get another gig.
Yeah.
Does he succeed there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. The autumn wind is blowing. Did you feel it this morning? Oh, it was beautiful. And that means football season is here, and the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting is here as well. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. 25% off, Basinonians. That's pretty good. Talking about pillows and sheets, mattresses, and adjustable frames. Everything is 25% off right now at Brooklyn Betting. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Man, think about that. We are the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2. Then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. How about them Sun Devils? Now the question is, can they keep momentum going this weekend against Houston? Kellen and I will discuss starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I'll tell you, the YouTube live chat today is going off.
Is it really?
As you would expect. With
Yeah.
ASU's win and what's going on with the Cardinals. Yes, I see on there that Texas Tech had their backup quarterback. I understand. That's like 1A and 1B in Texas Tech. Will Hammond's the guy who closed out Utah. He'll be fine. The Texas Tech, that's their quarterback of the future, and he played, I thought, pretty well, especially in the fourth quarter. So it's not the same as ASU not having Leavitt the week before. Not quite. It's a hit, but also, both those teams are pretty beat up, ASU and Texas Tech. That should be the Big 12 championship. I understand BYU and Cincinnati are favored. ASU and Texas Tech, to me, are the 2 best teams.
Yeah, I'm expecting Will Hammond to finish as the starter for the rest of the series.
That's not some guy that just walked on. They have fully anticipated him being the guy there. I also want to thank our listeners in Surprise. Thanks to Surprise. Just throwing that shout out back there to Surprise. And Jeff Munn is joining us right now. ASU broadcaster is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Money, what's going on?
Greetings, gentlemen, from just outside the Weather Up Center. Do you realize that basketball starts 2 weeks from tonight?
Oh, no, money's cutting out.
Man, yeah. Did you say basketball starts?
I heard
of course,
basketball.
Yes.
Basketball starts tonight.
I know, Money.
Basketball.
You're breaking up on us, Money, badly.
Yeah, we may need to reconnect here with Money.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do that. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
I will. I'll just go back to that conversation about ASU then.
Okay, yeah. Honestly, why don't you do that?
I don't have a problem with that. Okay. No, I'll throw that scenario out there again that's been kind of talked about and why I think it's ridiculous to just come into the season and assume only one team can come out of the Big 12. And I don't mean fans assuming that, because that's what you are led to believe. I mean, voters just having this idea that, well, there's only one spot for an ACC team or a Big 12 team. There's definitely a scenario where Texas Tech goes 11-1 and doesn't get to play in the Big 12 championship now because ASU has the tiebreaker over them. Are you telling me Texas Tech is not one of the 12 best teams in the country? Really?
Yeah.
Are we going to do that?
No, honestly, I think there's a real possibility that once they get back to winning, they're going to be right back. They're going to be right back at it. Texas Tech, I think, is here, and it will be here for the long haul, because right now, if there's one thing that gets the attention of the media, Basinonians, it's the NIL and how much money you're spending. And the fact that Texas Tech is outspending SEC schools is legit.
They've outspent everybody other than Texas this year. Texas Tech has outspent Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, whatever you want to throw out there, Auburn, whatever team you want to say. All right, Jeff Munn is back. Jeff, let's just get into that game on Saturday and the bounce back performance from the Sun Devils. I guess let's start on defense. Were you surprised at all to see them go from a team that gave up 42 to Utah to all of a sudden turning around and holding one of the best teams in college football to 7 points through 3 quarters?
I shouldn't be surprised, and it's great to talk with you guys. I look back on it, and I realized about halfway through the game, it's like, man, Brian Ward is pitching a great game on defense. Because you're right about Hammond. He's basically quarterback 1A or 1B or whatever. And so it wasn't necessarily taking advantage of a backup quarterback, but they were doing the same kind of job, basically, they did against TCU. Put a lot of pressure on him, didn't give him time to find many targets. And it was remarkable how they slowed that offense down. It was not a matter necessarily of a lot of turnovers by Texas Tech, but it was just great position defense by ASU. About halfway through, I thought to myself, man, this ASU defense is really, really strong today.
Money, all things considered, was Sam Leavitt, was this the best performance you've seen from a quarterback?
Yeah. I mean, it was one of the best I've seen in a couple of years, and that includes the games he played last year. I'll tell you what, and Wolf, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about on this. When he completed the fourth down pass to Tyson on the final drive, the first thing that flashed into my mind, Jake Plummer.
I know. We're talking about one of the greatest ever. It was one of the best performances I've seen from a ASU quarterback.
It's making something out of nothing. And you got to consider the guy is not 100% healthy, and he found Tyson, who also is not 100% healthy. In fact, we were talking after the game in the radio booth that if Tyson was really at 100%, he probably outruns the two defenders who were with him when he caught the pass and scores the touchdown. I'll tell you, the thing about Leavitt, and I also give a lot of credit to Marcus Arroyo on this, that final drive was brilliant. Not obviously they scored a touchdown, but the thing that really impressed me, they managed the clock. They took what Texas Tech gave them, made it down the field, and forced Texas Tech to burn timeouts. I mean, it was just a brilliant drive all the way around.
We're talking to Jeff Munn. Money, you look at what ASU has done the last 2 years, and they bounce back so well after losses. What do you attribute that to? Is it coaching? Is it the players, the group that a lot of these guys have been together for the last 2 years now, and they've been through a lot of big games? Where does that come from?
I really think it's all of the above. I mean, it starts with the coaching staff, and in particular Kenny Dillingham. But I also think there is an intangible, or maybe, well, confidence really isn't an intangible per se. I'll tell you what, when they got the ball back with 2 minutes to go, the first thing I thought was, well, Texas Tech left too much time on the clock. And the other thing was, and I said this on our postgame show, I wasn't hoping we'd get a field goal. I was almost dead certain we were going to score at least a field goal. Now, that was my confidence level. I'm pretty certain the guys in the white jerseys and gold pants, their confidence level was even higher. And that does come from the experience of knowing you've been in these situations, you know what to do. So I think it's a combination of all those things, Luke. Coaching, confidence, experience. I think it all adds up. And there is a toughness with this football team that really exerted itself in that last drive.
Money, how good can this Sun Devils defense be?
Boy, if you look at the way Texas Tech had been scoring points prior to Saturday, I don't know if they can do much better than what they did. The thing of it is, every aspect of what they're doing, the line play, the front seven has been very strong, and the secondary just keeps coming up with great play after great play. You'll notice when they break up a pass and you hold your breath and think, okay, where's the flag coming? A lot of times you don't see it. And Wolf knows as well as anybody, that's a technique. And I have been impressed so much with the fact that there haven't been that many of those kind of penalties out of the secondary this year. Conversely, of course, part of what led to that touchdown on the final drive was a pass interference penalty in the end zone. And you just don't see the secondary do that very much. Mm-hmm. Can they get better? Yeah, they can, but I don't know to what degree. I don't know.
We're talking to Jeff Munn. Money, big picture, how valuable is it in your mind that you've joined the Big 12 and you're winning high-profile games against teams from Texas, like Texas Tech or TCU or Baylor, or last year, you're beating Iowa State, but it's in Texas in the Big 12 championship. And you look at some of these players that are making some of the biggest plays, like Keith Apney or Jordan Tyson or Montana Warren on that hit, or Prince Dorba. These guys are also recruits from Texas. Just in terms of sustainability, how big do you think that is?
I think it's huge, Luke, and it's really ironic. When we were in the Pac-12, the emphasis, when Todd Graham was coaching, he really emphasized Texas as a recruiting base. And then when it went to Herm Edwards, the emphasis shifted to California. Well, now that we're in the Big 12, and Kenny was very upfront about it from the beginning, we've got to explore Texas more. Graham Rossini has talked about that a lot, that when they go to Texas, they got to get in there a few days early, make some contacts. I think all these wins. and it's a little off topic, somewhat, but I've said this, and I'll stick to it. If somebody could wave a magic wand and put the Pac-12 back together, I'm not sure I'd want to go.
Ooh, that's a whole.
I like the Big 12. The only thing that bothers me about the Big 12 right now is the two teams ahead of ASU doesn't play them. And in a big conference, in a super conference with all these teams, you're not going to play everybody. And I just hope it doesn't come back to bite the Devils that they didn't get the chance to get on the field. BYU will play Cincinnati the next to last weekend of the season. So right now, what the Devils have got to hope for is obviously they have to win out and hope that BYU and or Cincinnati loses a game. But that puts it into the tiebreakers. And I said this Saturday on the air, we're going to be to like page 13 of the tiebreaker manual this year.
Yeah, the tiebreaker is going to be a mess every year. I guess that's good, though, to be a part of it. Money, thank you so much for the time. We'll talk to you again soon.
Great to talk to you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, have a good one. Yeah, for those wondering, Cincinnati plays BYU, so one of them will lose. I mean, this is all contingent on ASU winning their final 5 games. But this is big now because if they win their final 5 games, they finish ahead of Texas Tech and they finish ahead of Utah. But you need BYU and Cincinnati to lose some games. They play each other, so one of them will lose. Cincinnati still has Baylor, Utah, U of A, and TCU as well.
Yeah.
So it's not crazy that Cincinnati would lose one of those. BYU still has Iowa State, Texas Tech, TCU, Cincinnati, and UCF. So it's not crazy that you only need one of those teams to fall behind you as long as you keep winning.
What is crazy is the nugget I'm going to drop when we come back.
Oh, look at that tease.
Are you kidding me?
All right, well, that's the only tease you need. When we come back, we're going to hear what Wolf has to say. I don't know what it is. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's 5 close losses in a row.
Final score, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23. And the Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
We got to play better, and we got to dig ourselves out of the hole. You know, there's still a lot of football left. I know it looks like the world's falling, the sky's falling. We got to take a little break here, and when we come back to work, be on all our focus onto Dallas and play better football.
We react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready, set, forward.
Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost another close game yesterday, falling 27-23 to the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium. The Cardinals have now lost 5 straight games by a combined 13 points. Hear from their head coach Jonathan Gannon when he joins Burns and Gambo today at 3. Wide receiver Jordan Tyson and kicker Jesus Gomez led Arizona State football to a big win over Texas Tech on Saturday. Tyson has been named Big 12 Co-Offensive Player of the Week, while Gomez has been named Big 12 Co-Special Teams Player of the Week. And Game 7 of the ALCS is tonight between the Seattle Mariners and Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. I got a half hour left. The show has flown by.
Totally.
Wolf, you had some totally. You had something you wanted, some piece of knowledge you wanted to drop on us. I don't know what it is, and if we were going to break, I'm so intrigued to hear what this is that I completely forgot what I was going to come back with. So this better be good.
Yeah, can I just say this, Basinonians, right now? Kenny Dillingham is Will Hammond's father. Look, I am your father. Did you see Will Hammond? Basinonians, go and Google Will Hammond, especially with his helmet on. It's his helmet. When his helmet is on, it looks exactly like Kenny.
Yeah, you pulled this picture up, and I'm looking at it right now, and it's
Tell me he doesn't look like that. Do you see it, Jamal?
It's freaking me out. It's really freaking me out.
It just blew my mind. He looks like Kenny Dillingham's son, basically.
You guys see it?
He
does look a little scary.
He isn't, of course, as we all
I don't
know.
really see it.
Rick. I mean,
Rick is the quintessential contrarian. No matter what, you could say
I'm sorry,
ASU
I just don't
won
really
the
see
game,
it.
and he'd be like, "No, they didn't."
I'm looking. I mean, I guess I can see it with the helmet on, but without the helmet,
with the helmet,
it doesn't
that's
look like
what
it.
I
That's the whole
said.
point.
With the helmet on.
Did you see
was
the picture
whole point.
that Wolf just sent everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
All right.
I don't really see it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I spent half the game wondering.
Did you see it, Luke?
I didn't see it during the game, but I was like, "Who does this guy look like?"
Okay.
The picture you sent, yes, you sent a very specific picture. It's not from the game on Saturday. Will Hammond does look like he's like 12 years old.
Unbelievable.
And yeah, in this picture,
his eyes
I
are just dead locked on to Kenny Dillingham.
It's kind of freaky. We didn't get Jamal. Jamal, what was your thought on this? Because you have the same picture now that I have.
He does
Like, he does look a little bit like him for sure, but he also looks like he has sunburn all around his face, and then except for his eyes. That's like the first thing that stood out to me.
Jamal's like, put more lotion on before you play football in the sun.
He looks more like that actor Jesse Plemons to me than anything else.
Wow, Rick always thinking everybody looks like Jesse Plemons. That's kind of what this show has turned
Yep,
into.
that's definitely
Jesse
me.
to Jesse connection.
Yeah, it's the Jesse. Wow. Everybody looks like a Jesse. All right, back to the Cardinals. And, we got into this a little bit earlier, Wolf. I'm sure it'll come up again. But the question of which quarterback gives you the best chance to win Monday Night Football in Dallas coming out of the bye week, and which quarterback is the guy you're going to go with, I'm not sure they're the same answer right now. I don't know. Kyler plays his best games in Dallas against the Cowboys, seemingly. He make a career out of playing in that stadium. So, I mean, I think I've made my stance on this pretty clear. You got to see what you have now.
Yeah.
You got to see how let me rephrase that because people are screaming at the radio. You've seen it for 7 years. I agree.
I know.
But you got to see how Kyler responds now. Did he gain something from seeing Jacoby Brissett and some seemingly simple, not easy, but simple concepts that Jacoby Brissett illuminated that they weren't doing before? Can Kyler now do it? I think you do need to see how he responds. But if you're asking me who gives you the best chance to win tomorrow, how can I not say Jacoby Brissett?
Yes.
I'm not saying for the next 10 games, but he's outplayed him.
Of course, and one's a point, two's a trend. It is a trend. 3 is a pattern. And right now, I believe Kyler Murray is going to be the Cardinals quarterback after the bye week. And I think JG has already gone on record, as a matter of fact, saying that. So, you know what? I just don't know if it matters. 2025 was a make or break year for Kyler Murray. I think that it was. Now, base audience, for all I know, Monty Austin-Ford is listening to that. Make or break. He might be laughing.
I don't think he's laughing. Even if they didn't come into the season feeling that way, they got to question it now. I'm just saying
it's year 3 in this offense. It's year 3 in this rebuild, if you will. This was make or break. He had to play well and get his teams to the playoffs. Yeah, they've had injuries to some key personnel. There's no doubt about that, but every team has injuries as well.
It's funny to me, anybody that's like, well, Wolf, I guess he's just giving up on Kyler. When you've been the guy that's been taking the heat for sticking by Kyler for the longest time and coming into this season, hey, let's see what he can do. This is only year 3, really 2.5 for him in this offense. And people are screaming, it's year 7. And both sides are true.
Kyler hasn't played poorly.
He hasn't.
But he hasn't been the winner. He hasn't been the reason why the Cardinals won games either.
I said this earlier. I'll stick by it. If he goes down after the Tennessee game and Jacoby Brissett comes in and outplays him and all this stuff is exactly the same, but Kyler closed out Tennessee and Kyler closed out San Francisco and the Cardinals were 4-1 at that point, even if Jacoby Brissett's outplaying him right now, you would say, okay, but he is the backup. And sometimes this stuff happens. I mean, you'd have to be setting aside the fact Jacoby Brissett's playing better against Green Bay's defense than Kyler was against Tennessee's defense. This is not opinion. This is fact. And I'm the guy sitting here saying you got to give Kyler a shot to see how he responds because maybe this sparks something in him. But if your argument you got to stick with Kyler is because he's outplaying Jacoby Brissett this year, you're not watching the games. That part is indisputable. Now, maybe Kyler bounces back. We'll see. But this has gotten really complicated now.
Here's the other thing that is indisputable as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that look at the way the team has played around Jacoby Brissett as well.
Yeah.
Many times the backup quarterback, ladies and gentlemen, I've played with some backup quarterbacks over the years, and it's one of the scariest times as a football team when your backup comes walking into the huddle. And so much of the time, even with a veteran backup, Cliff Stout was a guy that was backing up Neil Lomax here. And even when Cliff would walk in, sometimes if you haven't had practice reps with a guy, sometimes you're looking at his face wondering, are you going to be okay? Are you going to be all right? And Jacoby Brissett, you could just see it. He's got a mastery of the offense that is hard to describe unless you watch him go out there and do it. He looks like he's in control at all times. And you know what? He's played that way as well. Taken some massive hits and yet completed passes down the field.
The part that's hard to get by is, Brissett comes in, the offense looks a lot better. Trey McBride is suddenly a weapon in the end zone. And yet, I don't think anybody would look at Jacoby Brissett and say, oh, he's playing perfect games. You know what I mean? So it's not like he came in here and this is lightning in a bottle for 2 games and, oh, this is unbelievable. It's more like, no, Brissett's playing really good. Give him credit. He's playing good, but it's almost just like it's shining light on how much was missing the first 5 games. Or, I heard them say this on the morning show and they're spot on, the entire second half of last year. There are things Kyler does that I'm not sure any quarterback in the NFL can do, but it hasn't fit in this offense now for almost 3 years. And I'm interested to see if he's the starter coming out of the bye week, what that looks like, because you're a competitor. You're not running from the fact that you're getting outplayed. You're like, okay, Jacoby Brissett is outplaying me. I'm going to go outplay him now. I think Kyler's a competitor. I think we're going to see a really big bounce back game. To your point, if this is a make or break year, he's going to have to lead them to about an 8-2 record the rest of the way. And that's going to be tough. And if he does, then he's your guy, obviously. The Suns season tips off this Wednesday. We want you to be there for all the action. Text HOOPS to 620-620 for your shot at lower level tickets to see the Suns take on the Sacramento Kings basketball in just over 2 days. Don't miss it. HOOPS to 620-620 right now. Text HOOPS. All right, when we come back, how is Kenny Dillingham addressing ASU's special teams issues and making sure there isn't a letdown following Saturday's big win over Texas Tech? We're going to react to some of what he just said in his press conference next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Think about it, your mouth. You all know what the dentist says. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, Basinonians. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might actually see that's out there, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know what to expect. This is your health, man, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Supervisor.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jacoby Brissett needs to be the Cardinals' starting quarterback going forward, writes Dan Bickley. The Cardinals' frustrations are boiling over after another one-score loss. And at the halfway point, where does everything stand in Big 12 football? Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Very good conversation in the YouTube live chat today.
Really?
Some of it disagreeing with us, but
you're not talking about the Otani's overrated comment.
No, I didn't.
That got a very
Rick's very upset about it.
I'm not upset. People are entitled to their own opinions, but that got everybody else in the chat very angry.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
It was a big debate, yeah, right after Wolf Diner lunch.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot going on today, which is great. And some of it, there's definitely people who think Kyler should be the guy. And like I said, for me, let's see it. This is now I am in the group of people who say it's been 7 years. I was with you, Wolf, of but it's really only been 2 years in this offense, and he was hurt for part of it. Let's see what he can do this season. And I'll reiterate, Kyler's not the reason they're losing all these games, but at a certain point, I'm not in the group of you have to stick with Jacoby Brissett this year. I'm in the group of you got to go with Kyler, see what you have, but let's be honest with ourselves at the end of this year. If they miss the playoffs and he's giving you 190 passing yards each week and he's not winning you games, how long are you going to do it? Are you going to do it for 15 years? Like you at least you need to be asking some questions now.
Yep.
All right, and I'm not saying he can't do it, but we got to see it now. So back to ASU, and Kenny Dillingham spoke today, Wolf, and he talked about, I think this is a big topic, actually. I haven't heard his answer to this, how they stay on track, because ASU has been great at bouncing back. They haven't always been great with high expectations, and not that they're like massive expectations nationally right now. I think they're 24th, but this is not an easy game coming up.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw when we didn't practice a certain way. We saw when we did practice a certain way. And then we got to get better in a lot of areas. We got to get extremely better in special teams. We got to get extremely better in the red zone. We got to get better on defense at the end of the game. So I think everybody knows that there's still an urgency to get better. Still difficult to do off emotional wins. It's a challenge. Anybody who says that's not, it's an absolute lie. It's a challenge to wake back up and go right back to having a chip on your shoulder and getting better. And so that is the challenge this week, is focusing on us to push and get better and better and better.
See, it's so true. It really is. So many people think, well, a chip on your shoulder, no, it is difficult. It's the reason why I always tell my young crunks, take the chip on your shoulder and bury it in your heart competitively. Bury it in your heart competitively when you compete out on the field, out on the court, on the ice, whatever it may be. Bury it in your heart, because if it's on your shoulder, people can knock it off. You can knock it off easily. Sometimes you'll knock it off yourself if it's on your shoulder. Bury it in your heart, and it never goes away internally. Every time you step on a football field or on the ice or on the diamond, you're going to compete with everything you got. It's the only thing you know. And Kenny's right on it, see? This is the reason why, especially at the college level, your head coach has got to be a motivator. You have to be, or you're not going to do well at that job, which is very interesting in light of what Bill Belichick is doing.
I would imagine that's a fine line to walk too. Of you have to be a motivator, but you also need to be authentic. You know what I mean? Like that means you can't necessarily be over the top every week, but you need to be consistent. Whatever it is, Kenny has figured that out.
Okay, but motivator. Bill Belichick used to be a great motivator at the NFL level.
For pros.
At the NFL level.
Yeah.
Why? Because he was, if you don't do your job, somebody else will.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. The game coming up against Houston, every time we talk about the ASU has a lot of control over their own destiny. They are currently third in the Big 12 because they have the tiebreaker over Texas Tech. But they are behind Cincinnati and BYU. But I ran through the schedules earlier. Cincinnati and BYU play each other. And then BYU also has to play Texas Tech, Iowa State, TCU, and UCF. There's certainly, it's not inconceivable they could lose two of those games, or they lose to Texas Tech, but they beat Cincinnati, and then Cincinnati loses to Utah or somebody. ASU doesn't have to finish first. They got to finish top two to make it to the Big 12 championship. But the other part of that is Houston is also tied with ASU right now. So this game coming up, you would hope there isn't a letdown, because if they lose this one, probably back on the outside looking in and probably not going to make it to the Big 12 championship.
I just, honestly, this is my expectation. I don't think we're going to see a team take its foot off the gas, so to speak, from ASU. I don't think we're going to see that again, Luke. I think they've learned their lesson. And that's why it's going to be really cool to watch what Kenny Dillingham does this week in practice to follow up what he did last week.
He also talked about his post-game interview where he kind of didn't have anything to say when everybody was running on the field.
Post-game interview on the field, you got emotional. I think that was the first time we've ever heard you speechless. Just what was that emotion like?
Was that a shot?
You? Yeah.
No, it was just for the guys to battle back from the week prior, right? In this world, you go from hero to zero. You go from in the castle to in the outhouse overnight. I mean, there's not a transition period. You're just there. That's where you go. There's no middle ground in this thing. You're either elite or you suck. There's no such thing as average or good. You're either great or you're horrible, right? And that's the world we live in. So to see our guys, we've talked all offseason about response to failure, not response to success. How are we going to respond to failure? How are we going to respond to failure? And to see our guys fail at such a high level and our team fail at such a high level and us respond at equally as high of a level, that was pretty cool to see.
What do you want to say about that, Lou?
Well, he didn't, in that cut, address doing the breakdancing in the locker room. I don't know if that was brought up a little bit later on in the show. But no, I mean, he's very right, and especially at the college football level. And I'll just use Penn State as the example. And I understand James Franklin wasn't winning big games there, but you're talking about a team that was in the Final Four last year. So he was winning some big games in the Final Four last year. And just, 3 weeks ago, going to overtime against Oregon. And on Saturday, he was on College game day because he had already been fired. Now, again, there's context that had been building for a couple years. I get that. And they had some really bad losses after the Oregon game. But you see it all around college football. And I thought Matt Berry, when we had him on earlier, brought up a good point of people expect Kenny to jump ship. And who knows? But, you go to Auburn, you have a bad year or two, then you're just done.
Yeah, I don't
the sport will chew you up and spit you out.
I don't know if I expect Kenny to jump ship.
I don't.
I think
I don't
the
either.
opportunity is going to be there when every job comes open.
And they all seem to come open a lot right now.
You know, for me, once again, hopefully ASU is going to be able to keep Kenny Dillingham, and he's going to be the Frank Kush of our era.
I think I'm going to do my very small part, which is not going to mean anything, and I'm just never going to talk about any other job openings. I'm just not even going to put it out there in the universe. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. Great job with everything today. Turn around that sound quickly. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The beauty of football is you play once a week. The perils of football are you only play once a week. So you lose a football game, you deal with what every losing NFL team does on a Monday, and that's basically a public flogging. It's just, it's part of the territory. And then you go back to practice and you try to believe in the process and you hear your coach harp on the details and stay this and stay that and we'll get our way out of it. Then you show up the next weekend and you lose again and then you rinse, repeat. And so this is 5 straight times the Cardinals have been through the cycle. That can wear you out.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, is celebrating fall's return with their annual Turkey Gobbler two-person scramble, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses, on Saturday, November 15th at the Victory Course at the Verado Golf Club. Proceeds benefit the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of Arizona. Open to the public. It's good fun and a great value with breakfast, golf, competition holes, team prizes, a big raffle, and a bounce-back golf coupon. All for just $149. Space is limited, so sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals now on their bye week after their 5th straight loss of the season. For all of the latest surrounding the Cardinals and for how to plan to spend their bye, be sure to listen today for head coach Jonathan Gannon at 3 o'clock, exclusively with Burns and Gambo. Week 7 in the NFL concludes with a Monday night doubleheader. First in Detroit, the Lions host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 4. And then at 7 in the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks welcome the Houston Texans. That one kicks off at 7. But the Hawks aren't the only Seattle team in action tonight. Best 2 words in sports, baby. Game 7, the ALCS and the MLB playoffs. Toronto hosting the Mariners. Blue Jays, Mariners. Winner advances to the World Series to face the Dodgers. First pitch is at 5:08. Coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
So who was the rando dude with you at ASU? Like, there was Rudy, okay.
Yeah, Rudy Carpenter.
It was the other.
Kurt Wallen, terrific.
Thank you. And
defensive tackle for ASU under Bruce Snyder and Dirk Cutter, a good friend of mine.
And then, according to your social media,
some guy named Rob.
Some guy named Rob. Who was the rando who made his way into your social media post from Saturday's game? Who was he?
This guy Rob, I know. I've known him for a while. I used to work out at the gym with him.
Oh, so he's someone you know.
He's someone I know.
Oh, I just thought
he's
was
got
literally
a clear
somebody.
bra business where he's the guy that puts the clear bra on my cars.
Okay.
So my front, he puts the clear. He's got a company, Magic Bus. They put the clear bra on the car.
Okay.
So I've known him for a while. Used to work out with him at the pit for many years. So
I got you.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of friends, so it's not hard to try to I don't have that many.
The way you said some guy Rob.
Some guy named Rob.
Just like he was, hey, yo, Gambo, can I get a picture with you and all the guys? Sort of thing. Like, yeah, sure, dude. Come on in, Rob.
Yeah.
Okay,
it was. Friend, I know we're gonna go back and forth. We got a very balanced show between the Cardinals and ASU. Because that was one hell of a victory for ASU.
Sure
I mean, it was such a great game, and it was such a big part of it. It was so much fun to be there.
All things being equal, thank goodness, because I don't know if my heart could have taken another 0-2 weekend. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think I could have.
I did bring Mitch back an exclusive ASU hat, though. Yeah,
yeah. Look at
you
that.
put that thing on for one of the broadcasts, Mitch.
Would you look at this bad
Look
boy
at that bad boy.
Snagged me.
I got you an exclusive hat. You can't even buy those ASU hats right now.
Poor Lauren's like, how come I'm not at work today? Because she's sick.
There's a reason she's not here, and it's the best for all of us for what it's worth.
I exchanged texts with her today, and it is best for all of us that she's not here today. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The Cardinals will lose their 5th straight game as Love takes the snap and takes a knee. Final score, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23. Brissett finishes with 279 yards and 2 touchdowns. He was sacked 6 times, 3 times by Parsons. And the Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
Dave Pasch with the call.
Yeah.
Another close loss. That's 5 straight now by a grand total of 13 points for the Arizona Cardinals. Micah Parsons, I can't believe we actually spent time last week debating about Micah Parsons' greatness and whether he was having a good season or not. Or whether, boy, I wonder if Dallas actually won that trade. God, did we actually have that conversation last week?
And then the Cardinals decided, you know what, I think we're good. Just go one-on-one with him. We don't need to give any help to anybody. We'll just go one-on-one. Yeah, everybody can handle him.
Shona Williams just served up lunch on a plate to Micah. Anyway,
he beat Paris Johnson, too. Here's what we got.
Did.
Another fourth-quarter lead blown. The Arizona Cardinals now have the record, right? 3rd straight loss after leading by 7 points or more in the fourth quarter. They had that 20-13 lead after the Brissett touchdown to McBride. Then they were up 23-20 after Ryland hits the field goal. There's just about 6 minutes left to go in the game. And then the biggest decision, and to me, maybe the biggest decision that Jonathan Gannon has made as a Cardinals head coach. Mm-hmm. And I hated it from the get-go. I hated it from the second. 4th and 1. You know, you're at your 48-yard line. They've done nothing on offense all game. They had 98 total yards in the first half. They open up the second half, and they go 3 and out. The only gift they got was because of a fumble. They ended up scoring a touchdown. Their offense had been limited to nothing. And you go for it and I'm thinking to myself, oh, my God, you can't. You got to punt the ball. You got to pin him deep. You got to make him go 80, 90 yards. Don't go for it. Don't go for it. You don't have Murray. You don't have Connor. You don't have Benson. Don't go for it. And then they go for it, and they get stopped. And I'm like, there it is. There it is. In my heart, and in my head, the both of them told me they're going to lose this freaking game now. There was 6 minutes left in the game, and Green Bay took over in Cardinal territory. And I'm like, the Cardinals are going to lose this game. And they did. And they did.
They did. Here's what it sounded like.
Brissett takes the snap, getting shoved forward, but pushed back. He didn't get it. Oh, no. The one time the tush push doesn't work, and it's the Cardinals trying to run it.
Jonathan Gannon after the game.
That's been a successful play for us. We got a couple different plays in that situation, but we like to call. We just got to execute a little bit better. It looked to me, I don't know, I got to watch the tape on that. It looked like we might have muffed the snap. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. It didn't look exactly clean. It's a big mush pile, but we got to get a yard there. We got to surge and get a yard.
You can be aggressive. You can go for the win. I think you got to have a better play call than that.
Well, okay.
On that play.
Can I pause you for a second?
Jump in at any time.
I was fine with them going forward on 4th down. Fine with it.
Okay, I hate it.
Okay, and that's fine. And we can agree to disagree. Okay. And I was fine with it for mainly the main reason I was fine with it. It's kind of a two-pronged thing. Reason number one is I like that you keep control. You know, you're in charge of your own destiny by going for it there, by attempting to finish the game. We're going to finish this on our terms and not give it to you on your terms. The other thing is their fourth quarter defense has been so bad the whole season long. I just didn't trust them. I didn't trust them again. And I know Green Bay's offense, yeah, you're right. They didn't have the lead until the minute Josh Jacobs ran that ball in. That was the first lead Green Bay had all game. But their defense, that was the punt that Arizona's defense had forced in the fourth quarter, was the first fourth quarter punt since game one of the season. I just didn't trust the defense in the fourth quarter, and I would have much rather have the ball in Jacoby Brissett's hand. Now, I hated the play call. I didn't like the play call at all. And I'll tell you this, I was in the press box, and I had a funky angle at it. It wasn't until I saw the replay a few seconds after the play on TV, I'm like, man, they had a long way to go for that.
It was 2 yards.
That was
It was 1 7/8.
So I go for it. Yes.
It was a long one.
That play call, when it's a really long one, no. And
it was almost 2 yards.
It was. And so, but the aggression I like, because I just didn't trust the defense, and I like you controlling your destiny in that moment. I think teams are going for it now more than ever on fourth down. But I didn't like the play call. And there's no doubt it gave Green Bay a short field. That 4th and 2 they gave up to Tucker Kraft didn't help either.
15 yards.
I mean, that was, get off. But again, that's the Cardinals' defense in the fourth quarter this year. It's been going on all year. So we'll agree to disagree on this.
Yeah, and again, I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer. I'd be curious to know what people thought. Like, if we did a poll question on that, did you agree with going for it on 4th and 1? Not the play call. I don't want to hear like I didn't. Did you agree that going for it was the right call or not? I just felt at that point in the game, you're up by 3. kick the ball deep and make them have to freaking work for it. Make them have to go 90 yards down the field to go get a touchdown. Instead, you had to go 47 yards.
Yeah.
They took over at the 47-yard line of the Cardinals and scored the touchdown, and it's 27-23 with under 2 minutes left, and you're just like, damn it. I wish they would have kicked it, because I did. I wanted them to punt the football.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear him say, him being Jonathan Gannon, and he'll join us at 3 o'clock like he does every single Monday. He said he would have gone for it if it was even longer than that. He's like, oh, yeah, we were going for it. And it would have been, I would have gone for it if it were more in a moment like that. Jacoby Brissett after the game on the failed sneak?
Yeah, it's on me. They put trust in me to get those. I have full trust in myself to get it. It's just, it was on me.
Can I tell you, though, having been there, can I tell you the play that they were talking about just as much as going for it on fourth down?
Okay.
It was the second down. In that same sequence.
Where you just missed where he
just
threw
yanked
it.
And Jacoby Brissett said after the game, that was the game.
Threw it into the ground, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he talked about afterwards, like, vaguely, throws I wish I could have back.
Yeah.
And someone asked him about that 2nd and 9. He goes, that's it. He was wide open. You got it for me?
That's the game. It's the game right there. Put them in 4 minutes. They got to use their timeouts. We're driving the ball well. We're moving the ball well all day. Yeah, that was the game.
That's the play
that was the Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, that one makes me way more mad than the fourth down.
They came back on the next play, and they got 8 yards to Michael Wilson.
They did,
but, if it's 9 yards instead of 8, you're not worrying about this. But you go for it on 4th and 1. You're in your own territory. It's a risky move. I'm a conservative guy as it is. I don't like to take a lot of high risks. I mean, I'm just, my era of football, anybody who grew up watching football in the 70s and 80s, these coaches weren't going for it. They were punting it. They're going to make you have to go to length of the field to score. Now analytics and everything say you have such a good chance to make it on 4th down. I don't know. I don't know. My heart, my head told me punt the freaking football and make them have to go to length of the field.
Yeah, so now it's another one of these close losses. You mentioned the quote-unquote record, which is, and it's now you go into the bye week. Jonathan Gannon's got so much he's got to work on. We're going to be talking, and we're going to, like you mentioned, we're going to be ping-ponging back and forth between Cardinals and ASU all day. It puts the Cardinals in a terrible spot. They're 2-5, and Sun season hasn't even started yet. Like we're just nobody. And you could see it in Gannon's face after the game yesterday. He didn't think they were going to be 2-5 after 7 weeks. Like it never entered the equation. It was never anything that was even like what do you do to prepare for? They weren't prepared. They're not prepared for this. They don't know.
Well, they're not prepared. They're not prepared to win a football game.
No,
in the fourth
clearly
quarter.
not.
That's what they're not prepared to do because they've got these leads and they can't close out a team.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after our show. Kellen and Mitch talk about the fallout of the Cardinals-Packers game and ASU's big win over Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. Now, on the other end of the spectrum was what happened on Saturday, because that was amazing. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Cardinals had this one on the line in the final frame, and then
Brissett, clock is ticking, backs up to throw, and fires deep middle, jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Day Jones comes out with the ball after the tip. He's just out the back of the end zone.
we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, save big on all Halloween candy. You can save 33% with your digital coupon. Selection varies by store. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will continue to talk about the fallout from ASU's big win versus Texas Tech. We'll preview the start of the NBA season, including Kevin Durant's debut in Houston, and I will probably make some funny noises like this. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
I did not have Gambo whistling along to PB&J on the bingo card today. You can tip jar. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Tip jar young folks for me, please. Absolutely. Shout out to our audience in Whitman, Arizona. Hello, Whitman. Thank you for listening to us. Out there on the 60, like you're going to Vegas.
Hello, school we used to play in sports. It was called Walt Whitman High School.
I
used to play against Walt Whitman.
Don't think they're named after Walt.
Okay.
I don't think so. Welcome back, Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports.
Walt Whitman was.
He was
I have no idea.
I believe he was a poet.
He was a poet.
I believe he was a poet.
No idea.
Among
he was a poet, and Gambo didn't know it.
I know there was a school named after him, but I don't know what he was.
Amongst other things, he was a poet. I wonder what Walt Whitman would have written about when it came to this ASU game on Saturday.
Empty formation. Levitt flushed out of the pocket, rolls right, throws on the run. As Tyson to the 30, Tyson to the 25. Tyson tripped up inside the 25-yard line, down at around the 22. Levitt pitches to Rayleigh Brown, and Rayleigh Brown trying to get across.
Touchdown.
And he does. Touchdown, Devils. Rayleigh Brown muscles across the goal line with 34 seconds left to go. Here we go. Final play as Hammond now scrambles to his right. He's being chased. He throws the ball up for grabs in the end zone, and it is batted away. Incomplete. And down come the goalposts. Here come the fans. The Sun Devils have knocked off 7th-ranked Texas Tech 26-22 in a thriller this afternoon at Mountain America Stadium.
Absolutely. Just man, I'll tell you. If you were at that game, you're going to remember that for a long time. You're going to remember that game for a long time. That ASU needed to go score at the end, at the end of the game. It was just remarkable that they needed the magic of Sam Levitt because they kicked their asses all game.
Yes, they did.
ASU physically dominated Texas Tech. Physically dominated them. Like, I could not have been, you can't be more proud of the way they played. They were handing them their asses the entire game, and all of a sudden you're looking like, how the hell are they losing this game? I mean, it's suddenly down 22-19. There's 2 minutes left. ASU's got the ball in there at 25, and you could just hear you could hear a pin drop into place because everybody was stunned. They were stunned. This game was over. It should have been over. And then you get Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. You get the magic. You get Sam Levitt driving him down the field. You get the touchdown. You take the lead. You hold on at the end of the game on that final play that you just heard. You get that touchdown by Raleek Brown from 1 yard out. And, man, I'm going to tell you this, Spurnsy. They deserved to win that football game.
Oh, sure.
Everybody would have been pissed if they had lost because they deserved to win the football game the way they played.
Had Texas Tech won that game, that would have been a steal. They would have stolen that game from ASU, right? I mean, just flat out stolen that game. That was sheer domination by ASU. We'll talk about it more specifically later, but the absolute physicality shown defensively. I mean, you talk about a 180 night and day contrast from what we saw last week against Utah, put out there by the ASU defense. It was remarkable, the physicality they were playing with in that game.
They were more physical.
It was just like, oh, you think we're soft? Oh, you think, okay. Tell me if this is soft. All right?
I'm going to punch you right in the freaking nose.
This feels, right? And to think that we were this close to just the special teams disaster being the reason we were going to be in here talking about an ASU loss like that, and the bad punts and the bad field position and the short fields and all of that stuff. But Sam Levitt, and I believe it was Doug Haller who wrote this after the game, and he's absolutely right. Sam Levitt reminded everybody, hey, I know I haven't had the best of years. All right. I know I'm not a Heisman candidate anymore.
I'm still elite.
I'm still pretty good.
I'm still pretty good.
I'm still pretty good. I'm still pretty elite. ASU's like 15-3 when I'm the starter. Okay. We've won 11 straight games in this conference with me as the quarterback of this football team. And I don't even think Sam had that great of a game. Sam made some questionable decisions at times, right? Like threw the ball where he should have thrown and all of that stuff. But to watch him operate and to watch him and Jordan Tyson operate in that last moment, it was magic. It was a magical moment at Mountain America Stadium.
So you're sitting there and ASU's up by 2 scores. There's 4 minutes left in the game. They're up by 2 scores. You're like, okay, there's no way you're going to lose. There's 4 minutes left in the game. You're up by 2 scores. And all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, they score 2 touchdowns. You're behind. That 4th and 2 play by Sam Levitt is freaking awesome. That 4th and 2, he could have ran for the first down. It's 4th and 2. The game's on the line. You're about to have one of the most devastating losses. I mean, would have been a gut punch to lose that football game.
Yeah.
And 4th and 2, instead of running for it, he lifts it up to Tyson for 33 yards. You're like, oh, my God. Oh, my God, what a play. Just what a play. The building was shaking. Like, it was just shaking. It was just so loud. And the fact that they needed, with 2 minutes left, to go the length of the field and score a touchdown is still beyond me. I almost still can't comprehend how.
That they needed it.
You had a 2-score lead with 4 minutes left in the game. They scored. They got the ball back. They scored. You're like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
And then Sam Levitt said, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. You guys aren't so bad. I'm going to show you. We're going to go right down the field on them. And they did.
And that was, I mean, honestly, up until the last 4 minutes that you talk about in the short fields and how quickly Texas Tech got back in the game, that was the storyline of the game was you're not that tough. You're not that bad.
You're not that bad.
I can't believe we were that scared of you. You know, like that. Watching the whole game, all I could think about was, man, we really made you out to be the boogeyman.
They were 6-0 and they beat everybody by an average of 35 points.
Where was that team? Where was that team for the better part of, 55 minutes of game time?
They got punched in the face with a bully that got punched in the face.
Completely Cameron Dickey.
And weren't ready. Non-existent Cameron Dickey.
The pass rush was good. They were still getting after Sam, but the monster that we made Texas Tech out to be thoroughly dominated. It was everything about what went down on Saturday was a shock. From the way it started to the way it needed to end the way they did. It was one of those moments, and that stadium's seen its share of them. Mitch, God bless him, came in and said it reminded him of one of the Washington upsets that he was there for when he was a member of the band. It's one of the all-time great wins in the history of that building. Our buddy Doug Tamaro put together a list of all the top 10,
wins,
all the great wins, whether it's Nebraska, whether it's Washington, whether it's USC, there's a whole list of them. It's certainly Kenny Dillingham's biggest regular season win ever.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it goes right to the top of the list. I mean, even bigger than the Big 12 championship win, just because that was such a dominating win over Iowa State.
We looked at Texas Tech and said, you guys are almost unbeatable.
Yeah.
And everybody was just penciling him into a top 4 spot in the college football playoffs.
Such a win.
Yeah. I was with, like I said, I brought a couple of former Sun Devils with me, some friends, and Rudy was telling me, were you there when Rudy Carpenter was there, Mitch? What year were you at ASU? Were you there in 07?
No, Taylor Kelly was my first QB.
Kelly. Rudy was telling me that there was a game against USC where ASU was up 21-0. It was like a punt return for a touchdown or a kickoff return for a touchdown. And he said the building was shaking. It was moving. It was Matt Leinart, but they ended up losing that football game. But they were up 21-0 on USC. I don't remember that one. I'd have to go back and look. But that building was incredible. And then, the fans going, I mean, they were living their best life.
A buddy of mine who's a fantastic photographer and filmmaker. He's an ASU fan too. His name is Kerry. He sent me a picture. He sent all of us a picture in our group of the sign on the video board that says, "Entering the playing surface at any time is strictly prohibited."
Yeah, I saw that. You sent it in an email.
10,000 people on the
pay the $25,000 fine or whatever it is.
The sign is up there, so when the Big 12 fines ASU, they can say, "Hey, look, we told them to stay off the field. We put it on the board. They did it anyway." It was great to see. It was a great picture by Kerry.
My lasting impression was they physically kicked that team's ass all over the field. And they were about to blow that lead because of special teams. They were about to blow that. Thank God they won that football game because they so deserved to win that football game.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we get it. There's a quarterback controversy with the Arizona Cardinals, and we're not denying it. We're certainly not ignoring it. But, oh, my goodness, can this team please clean up what's going on in the fourth quarter defensively? We'll talk Cardinals football next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're not supposed to be close this year. You're supposed to be there this year.
Yeah.
Moral victories were okay the first 2 years. Just showing heart, showing toughness, being in games, playing hard was good because it was a welcome change from the end of the Kingsbury era. But year 3, this is the year it had to turn into actual wins.
You think about the free agents that Monty Austin-Ford has brought in. You think about the fact that he has had 28 draft picks in 3 years. This thing should be humming right now. And the fact that it's not is very, very depressing to me.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Pro Smile Dental and what a great job they do for people in the Valley. The only practice in Arizona with full-service surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Real, board-certified surgeons. A lot of dental practices say they could do same-day smile, but they don't have access to labs on site. ProSmile does, with special technicians and the best materials right there on site. Full scope lab right there. If cost is an issue, they've got great financing options. If you want to fix your teeth, no matter what you choose to go, what route you choose to go, if you want to fix your teeth, do not let price hold you back. There are incredible financing options available with ProSmile. If you're in need of a procedure, ProSmile has got you covered. They're going to make you feel comfortable and at ease, and they do truly a tremendous job. Even if you need your wisdom teeth pulled out, they could do that for you. Text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the info. That's text PRO to 620-620.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals now on their bye week after their 5th straight loss of the season. For all the latest surrounding the Cardinals and for how they plan to spend their bye, be sure to listen today for head coach Jonathan Gannon. 3 o'clock, he will have his exclusive conversation with Burns and Gambo. Week 7 in the NFL concludes with a Monday night doubleheader. First in Detroit, the Lions host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A good NFC showdown there. That'll be at 4. And then later tonight at 7 in the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks welcome the Houston Texans. Again, that one kicks off at 7. But the Hawks aren't the only Seattle team in action tonight. Best 2 words in sports, baby. We got a Game 7, the ALCS and the MLB playoffs in Toronto between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. The winner advances to face the world champion Dodgers, defending world champion, I should say. First pitch is at 5:08. Coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to the whole game over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Single set back is Jacobs. Love takes the snap. Give the Jacobs up the middle. And Robinson hit him, but Jacobs is in for the touchdown. So the Packers take the lead. 1:50 to go, though.
Oh, these numbers. Look, we're not. Good night, everybody. No. I don't want to talk about it. But you just
makes you sick.
Hang around because we're going to talk ASU football in the next segment. So you see that's why we've built it that way.
We built it to where the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Once we get you so low, we bring you right back up. But then we bring you down again. Then we bring you back up. Then we bring you down again. Yeah. It's not one for one. I mean, at certain points we'll go 2 times in a row with each topic, but the show is pretty much balanced between ASU and the
We pretty much have you eating emotionally out of the palm of our hands today. You know, that's kind of our plan. Look, we're not whistling past the graveyard on the quarterback situation. We know Jacoby Brissett played great again yesterday. We know they seemingly should have a decision to make about the quarterback, though it doesn't sound like there is a decision to make about quarterback. That's certainly something that Jonathan Gannon reconfirmed yesterday, and we'll ask him again today at 3, but I don't know if he's going to say much more about it than he's already said. We have to talk about this. The Cardinals, Gambo, have given up 154 points this season. 76 have been in the fourth quarter alone.
You almost can't believe that these numbers are real. I mean, you can't. I mean, so they've been outscored in the fourth quarter of these football games by a total score of 76-33. Now, you're saying I didn't have this number. So I have that they've given up 76 points. How many have they given up total?
They've given up 154 total. So 78 points in the first 3 quarters combined.
The same amount.
76 points in the fourth quarter.
They're giving up the same amount of points in the fourth quarter as that they're giving up in the first 3 combined.
Yes.
That's a problem. That's
okay, pardon me, but do you think? That's a problem?
I mean,
yeah, it's a problem.
First of all, you're not forcing turnovers.
Nope.
You know, no cornerback has an interception this year. Not one cornerback has an interception.
Nope.
You know, they keep failing every time they need to stop. The Packers had the 3rd and 8. They converted it. They had the 4th down. They converted to 15 yards to 4th down. It's right there. Win the freaking game. 4th and 2. And then Taylor Demison gets beat by the tight end. They get 15 yards. The Cardinals defense, somebody tweeted this out. I don't know who it was, but whoever it was, you should get credit. I just don't remember who it was. The Cardinals' last defensive drive in each game of their losing streak. Did you see this one?
Oh, yeah.
10 plays.
Teo Mackey
okay,
from
sorry,
AC Central. No, that's okay.
10, but good job. 10 plays, 63 yards, walk-off field goal.
Okay.
4 plays, 26 yards, walk-off field goal. 11 plays, 77 yards, walk-off field goal. 9 plays, 66 yards, game-winning touchdown. 10 plays, 48 yards, game-winning touchdown. What the hell?
6.4 yards per play on those drives.
Is that what it is?
6.4 yards per play on those 5 drives. Get a stop.
Get a stop.
Get off the field. Like anywhere. It's to get off the field. And that's, you know, I know how passionately you feel about going for it on 4th down. That's why
there's a time and a place for it.
I know, and I'm not trying to use your words against you. I'm just
there are times I'm for it.
There's like a moment you see that and you go, man, how many times are you going to get burned by this fourth quarter defense before you go, you know what? Let's just take it out of their hands. Let's fix this ourselves.
Well, I don't know if that was
on our own.
I don't know if that was in the back of his mind or not.
I don't know.
But there is something to be said about like they fall apart in the fourth quarter. These 6.4 yards per play. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
But why? Is it that they don't have game-changing talent on the defensive side of the football? Is it just
they don't have Micah Parsons?
Is it simply a talent deficit that they have when they're going up against a Josh Jacobs or a Jordan Love, or a talent deficit that they had a week ago when they're going up against a Jonathan Taylor
plays in those situations.
And a Daniel Jones, right? Like they just don't have enough great players?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's as simple as that. You may have a different explanation, but great players make big plays. Micah Parsons made the big plays for their defense. Who made the big plays for the Cardinals defense? The cornerbacks don't have any interceptions all year. They're not forcing turnovers, really. So nobody made a big play on the 3rd and 8, on the 4th and 2. When they needed to make plays, they didn't make plays.
It's funny that you said that because, and I agree with you, by the way. I totally agree with you. But now my mind is going back to the 2 games where they did succeed in the fourth quarter defensively. Who was it who allowed that to happen? Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson broke up that pass against the Saints in the end zone.
Yep.
2 of certainly your star defensively and one of your highest profile players. Calais Campbell with the sack on 4th down against Carolina in week 2. Certainly one of your best. So in those moments, your best players stood up and made a play when it counted the most. Since then, their best players are not standing. It's one of 2. I think this is probably an overly simplistic way of looking at it. It's one of 2 things. You're either getting to the fourth quarter and you're gassed, or you're getting to the fourth quarter and they just have more talent than you do. So it's either you're exhausted from all the great work that you've done leading up to the fourth quarter and you don't have anything left, or it's a talent issue because I think you're right. I think in a situation like this, you go with the simplest explanation. What is the simplest answer here? It's either you're tired or you just don't have the talent. It's one of the two. Because get a stop.
I mean, shouldn't you be conditioned to play 4 quarters of football?
You would think.
This is your job.
You would think.
You would think you'd be conditioned to play? You do get breaks in between plays, and you get breaks when the offense is on the field. Like, I think that you should, like, okay, you're gassed. Like, on a 10-play, okay, let's look at those drives. One was 4 plays. You're not gassed on a 4-play drive. You're not gassed on. Now, 9, 10, 11, yeah. 9, 10, 10, 11, okay. Maybe I can buy that a little bit. Can't get off the field. They're going 10-play drive. It's going to gas you. Okay, so I could buy that at the end of the game when they're on the field for 10 straight plays and you can't get off the field. But there are timeouts and everything in there, too. But you should be conditioned to be able to play through that.
To me, those are the only 2 possible explanations. And gas in, like, physically, but also mentally, because let's be honest, up until the last couple of games, the Cardinals offense has made it really hard on the Cardinals defense, right? Like, the Cardinals offense felt like they were way more to blame for what happened against the Niners, what happened, maybe not the Seahawks so much, what happened against the Titans, right? That felt more like it's really the last 2 games since Jacoby Brissett has been the quarterback where it's just been it's on the defense for not the offense did their job. The offense did their job yesterday. Mostly. The offense certainly did their job against the Indianapolis Colts. The defense
That's the most points they've scored in the last 2 weeks, or the most points they've scored all season.
Yeah, so I'll buy the fatigue element, like in terms of, man, we're doing everything we can over here, guys. Can you help us out offensively? That hasn't been the problem the last 2 weeks.
Game-changing player.
Yeah, and so that becomes a Monty issue. And that becomes a roster-building issue.
Well, no B.J. Ojulari, no Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson always hurt. Like, these guys are – a lot of the guys that you're expecting to be these difference makers are hurt.
Are either hurt or underperforming, to the point where they're not making an impact in these games the way you expect. Melton is not impacting these games the way you would expect. Will Johnson is, but even him, I don't think he's not impacting the game. No, I don't think the way you thought. No, I don't think – I don't think anybody thinks Josh Sweat is Micah Parsons, but he's certainly not impacting the game like that. He's certainly not. Calais Campbell was, but we know there's only a limited amount of, energy. You can count on Calais Campbell at his age. Dalvin Tomlinson at times. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you're getting the oomph from those guys that you expected. No, and so that becomes a talent issue, and that because we didn't think that was going to be the problem this year for the Cardinals defense. We thought they had plenty of talent with everything they had done in the offseason. Clearly they don't.
You held them to 98 yards in the first half.
Yeah.
They had less than 100 yards in the first half. They open the second half, they go 3 and out. I thought that defense was balling yesterday until it wasn't.
They were. Until they weren't.
When
we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, going back and forth between the good and the bad and the yay and the boo.
It's like the angel and the devil on each side of your shoulder.
Yeah, except in this case, the devil is actually the angel.
We hate the Cardinals. We love ASU. We hate the Cardinals.
No, we don't hate anybody. We're just mad. We're just pissed off. Yeah. We don't hate
Amendment
them.
to previous sunflower joke. Mad at Cardinals. Happy with ASU.
Frustrated. There you go.
Just frustrated.
That's what
the Cardinals frustrate you to no end.
No doubt. The wait is over.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No hate. Just frustrated.
No hate. Yeah. The wait is over. Suns basketball is back. Be there this Wednesday as your Phoenix Suns battle the Sacramento Kings. Text the word hoops to 620-620 for your chance to score lower level seats and catch every dunk, every three, every highlight moment live. Again, that's hoops to 620-620. Yeah. That win over Texas Tech was great. Boy. It was close at the end. And why? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Another late game collapse.
We're the same, We're a team that fights hard, but we have to find a way to win ball games, Losing is frustrating regardless. I'd rather be in a ball game and have a chance to win than to get blown out.
We've tried a couple things, but we got to figure out a better way to get ourselves in better position to win.
Heading into the bye week 2-5, we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Mitch is here filling in for the once again under the weather Lauren. Sources close to me telling me she will be back tomorrow. But in the meantime, Mitch is...
And never reveal your sources, by the way. That's something Gambo taught us.
Of course not. I learned the lesson from the great Gambo over here. Never reveal your sources.
Never. The sorcerer.
But... You're doing a great job filling in for Lauren. It's always good to have you here. Look at you rocking all your Sun Devil gear. And you've got a poll question for us. I have no idea what it is. What is it?
So I have one that I did, and then I threw Gambo's suggested poll question out there when he asked for it at around the 2:07, whatever it was. We'll start with mine because I'm selfish. Trying to just get a gauge on what the Valley is thinking about right now, sports-wise. We got the Suns coming back this week, ASU coming off that big win Saturday, Cardinals doing Cardinals things, and then a huge Game 7 in the ALCS playoffs tonight for Major League Baseball. So, which sport/team are you focused on most right now.
ASU.
Here's how I did the options, though. And this.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I jumped down there.
You're good because ASU is an option. Cardinals is one option. ASU/U of A is the second option. MLB playoffs or the Suns.
Just so you loop the U of A fan, even though they lost to Houston.
I was trying to be nice, and then I've already been clapped at for putting them together.
Really could have helped ASU if they would have won that game.
Yeah, they could have. ASU for sure.
ASU for sure. Yeah.
That's where the fan base is right now, too. 48% are focused on ASU/U of A, to give them some love. 28%, the Suns. The season opener is on Wednesday. Basketball starts tomorrow.
Limited amount of tickets available. Go to suns.com. Limited amount.
So if you want to go.
Yes, they're not sold out yet, but they're close. But there are a limited amount of seats available if you go to suns.com.
I know he's on the other team they'll be playing, but Neek Clifford, who's on the Kings, the draft pick out of Colorado State, he was making some fun plays in preseason, so that'll be exciting to watch there. And then it's about an even split, 12% Cardinals, 11% MLB playoffs. And then, Gambo, you wanted to know how the fan base thought of the decision to go for it, 4th and 1, own 48, the Brissett sneak.
Okay.
Do you agree with that decision to go for it? Yes or no?
No.
Yes.
No. I'm too conservative of a person. I do not. No. Don't punt the ball and make them go to length of the field.
This is about 55-45 split in favor of no. They disagree with the decision to go for 4 and 1.
It's close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Control your destiny. Go for it. We just got done railing on the Cardinals for their fourth quarter defense. Can't trust them. Can't trust them at all. We'll have Jonathan Gannon on in approximately 11 minutes. I know sometimes his media sessions with the local reporters, which he does right before he comes on with us, goes a little long. So if we don't have him on right at 3 o'clock, we'll have him shortly thereafter, and we'll have our weekly conversation with him. Now, where it's like we were joking in the last segment, good mood, bad mood, good mood, bad mood. We were almost in a double dip of a bad mood because ASU came this close to blowing that thing on Saturday afternoon.
Special teams.
Special teams were woeful.
Not the kicker, but but everything else. Jacoby,
he was special teams player of the week again.
He was
in the Big 12. Jesus got special teams player of the week. Yeah.
He was fantastic. Jacoby Williams returns a kickoff 57 yards to the ASU 44 with that ASU up 19-7. They didn't get any points on that because the Devils got to stop inside the 10-yard line. You can't give up a return like that. You can't give up a 57-yard kick return. Then Canyon Floyd punting from the Texas Tech 44, trying to pin him deep. The punt gets blocked. Somebody got something on it, partially blocked by Miles Oliver, and then they fielded at the 31. They returned it 21 yards to the ASU 48. So instead of pinning him deep, they gain 8 yards on the punt, which was terrible. They end up scoring a touchdown there, 19-14, 3:45 left. ASU goes 3 and out. Okay, we're going to punt the ball again. He flubs the punt. He's got a 19-yard punt. And a punt from the 19-yard line that went 29 yards. The problem is the guy in the middle of the field grabbed it and returned it 36 yards. So you punted 29. They returned to 36. They returned it to the ASU 12-yard line. They score on the next play. And you're like, I don't know. I mean, I probably wanted to strangle the punter like everybody else in the building that wanted to do that. Like
Gambo is not advocating physical violence toward punters. The lawyers have asked me to say that. He is not in any way, shape, or form advocating.
I wanted to give him a wedgie or something.
We're not strangling anybody,
oh my
Gambo.
Goodness, I'm
we're
sorry.
Not strangling anybody.
That's true.
Yes.
We don't want to hurt anybody.
We don't want to hurt anybody.
Never condoning violence. Can I just also add, I found it weird that Canyon Floyd, he was listed as doubtful, if I'm not mistaken, on Wednesday and Thursday, then worked his way to questionable. I'm kind of shocked that he was even in that game.
Yeah.
Either way, their special teams was embarrassing because this game is special teams. You punt the ball.
Yeah.
Punt the ball. But they couldn't punt the football.
There were two things that almost lost. And the other thing that almost lost this game for them was far more marginalized over the course of the game because by the time we got to the end, we kind of forgot about it. Their red zone woes in the first half were awful. Just
field goal.
Just awful. And even on the Tyson touchdown in the third quarter, Jeff Sims, direct snap, he's bobbling the ball, he gets it punched out. It's like, what are we doing here? We can't score from the red zone. What are we doing? So
I thought Sims got in, but he fumbled the ball.
He fumbled it. Yeah, he got punched out. Thank God Tyson was there to fall on it. Kenny Dillingham, this is today. on how to fix the red zone and special teams issues. Here's what he said.
On special teams, I think we just got to focus more in on detail. Like, we're not squeezing edges. We're not doing fundamental stuff well. So we kept the entire team in special teams meeting today, every coach, every player, and I said, I'm going to run this thing. We're going to watch every clip, and we're going to get this fixed.
So instead of, imagine this, the whole team's in there for a meeting, and now it just becomes a special teams meeting, and Kenny comes in, he's like, no, everybody just stay. The whole team's going to sit here for the special teams meeting. Even if you're not on special teams.
You're going to watch
You're
this.
going to sit here. We're all going to watch. And I'm going to run this meeting. I don't even know.
Gave it away.
I don't even know who the special teams coach is at ASU. And Kenny's like, I got this meeting. I'm doing this one today. He was embarrassed. It was bad. It was really bad.
I talked to Kenny after the game. He was absolutely embarrassed by because there were 2 times in the game I thought they had it won. There were 2 times. And one was with 11 minutes and 24 seconds left. And ASU's up. At that point, they're up 19-7. It's a 2-score lead. And not only is it a 2-score lead, it's a 2-touchdown lead.
Right.
Like, they needed 2 touchdowns. 19-7. You're up 12. They can't get a touchdown and a field goal, an extra point.
I kept doing the math thinking, okay, they're fine.
They're
fine. It's 2 touchdowns. This is not a touchdown and a field goal. This is 2 touchdowns.
No,
they're
2
fine.
touchdowns.
They're okay.
So 11:24 left. They stopped Texas Tech on a 4th and 6. They option it to Dickey. Clayton Smith blows it up. No yards, turnover on downs. I'm like, there it is. That's game. 11:24 left. They don't score. You get the ball back. ASU goes down the field, and they ended up they end up punting it, and that was the first disaster punt. Texas Tech gets it back, but at that point, there was another point in the game. I thought it was one. They had it 1-2. So with like 6 minutes left in a game, about 8 minutes left in a game. 3rd and 2. ASU's got a 3rd and 2 at the Texas Tech 45. You're already up 19-7, and you've got the ball at their 45-yard line. You only have 2 yards to go to get a first down. You get that first down, the game's over. You're going to kill 3 more minutes off the clock. You're going to at least get a field goal out of it to go up 22-7. Yeah. But what happens is they go for it on 3rd and 2, and they throw a pass, and it was incomplete. Texas Tech takes over after the punt. When they didn't get the 3rd and 2, they punted the ball. But if you get that 3rd and 2, that game would have been. So there were a couple times I thought the game was over, and it wasn't.
A dozen times the game could have been over, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
But
those
all
two
those
stood out.
Added up.
Those two stood out.
All those things added up. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, time for our exclusive conversation with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. You want to hang out with us here on Arizona Sports, or watch the interview on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Jonathan Gannon is next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, locations all across the valley, 10 branches throughout the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of your money. It is a better way of banking. It's banking with you in mind. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, everything you would count on from a bank. But because you're a member of Global Credit Union, there is a real commitment. And I've sat in on the meetings. I've talked with their executives. There is a real commitment to making sure that the money you have is money you keep. And you get to save. And all the things that you're working for financially. Global members, and here's where that commitment comes through. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. Again, all about keeping money in your pocket to the tune of $195 million. Global members collectively saved $195 million. It makes a difference. So explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Be an early bird and save on your Thanksgiving turkey today. Select frozen grade A Butterball turkeys are 99 cents a pound with your card. Limit 2. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Every day, teachers in Arizona open their playbooks to help their students succeed and cross the goal line to their dreams.
Thank you for making our dreams come true.
To show our support for their dedication, SRP will give 2 teachers $500 each for their classrooms every time the Cardinals get in the end zone. SRP Touchdowns for Teachers. When the Cardinals score, teachers win. Learn more at srp.net/teacher.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to See Ya Never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 7 in the NFL concludes with a Monday night doubleheader. First in Detroit, the Lions host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A good NFC showdown there. That'll be at 4. And then later tonight at 7 in the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks welcome the Houston Texans. Again, that one kicks off at 7. But the Hawks aren't the only Seattle team in action tonight. Best 2 words in sports, baby. We got a Game 7, the ALCS and the MLB playoffs in Toronto between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. The winner advances to face the world champion Dodgers, defending world champion, I should say. First pitch is at 5:08. Coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to the whole game over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free. This month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Cardinals dropped to the Green Bay Packers yesterday, their 5th straight loss. 2-5 on the season going into the bye week. Jonathan Gannon scheduled to join us, as he always does, in this 3 o'clock segment. Again, sometimes a couple minutes late because he's meeting with the local media. He'll call in as soon as he wraps up with them. And when he does, we'll get him on the phone line. And I would imagine, in addition to many other things, we'll probably talk with him about the fourth down call on 4th and 1. We'll talk about the fourth quarter defense. Yeah. We'll talk about Jacoby Brissett. We've got a lot of stuff to talk to him about, but mostly talk to him about how he plans on spending the bye week to kind of keep this thing together, because this thing...
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be very difficult.
You have the second worst record in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one team in the whole freaking conference that has a worse record than you, and that's New Orleans. That's it.
Yeah.
Somehow the Giants gave up. How many points they gave up to the Broncos in the fourth quarter? 78?
I think it was 100.
100 points the Giants gave up to the Broncos in the fourth quarter yesterday.
33 people.
I don't even know how you could score 33 points in a quarter. How do you have the ball that many times to score 33 points in a quarter?
I don't know how you do that.
So they got 2 wins. There's a bunch of teams in the AFC that aren't very good. So, right now, the Cardinals' draft position, I think, is 9th. I think it's 9th.
I haven't. I usually wait until the Monday night games before I look at that. Yeah. But, yeah, that sounds about right.
And I'll take you inside the Burns and Gambo show. During the breaks, when we shut the camera off so you can't see us, it's like, oh, my God, I do not want to talk about the freaking draft right now. It's not even Halloween.
I don't.
It's not even Halloween.
And I understand. I do.
The sun season hasn't started.
The sun season is 48 hours away. I'm not ready to talk about the NFL draft. I'm in no mood to talk about the NFL draft.
Season's over.
I'm not there, but
you got to have to get there soon.
I know. It's just going to be, just not. Yeah. Man, it's not even sun season yet. We're already having these conversations.
Because 2-5 is the point of no return.
It is.
It's just the point of no return.
We'll talk about that. We kind of went through some of the results last week, and you're in big trouble if you're 2-5, and everybody knows it. Jonathan Gannon certainly knows it.
Most of the games that have come up are on the road too.
Yeah,
and they're going to play better teams now.
Yeah, they don't play here again for almost a month before they're back in State Farm Stadium.
Rams won, 49ers won. You're just I don't even want to think about it because I don't think that there's anything they could do. You got to go on the road and play Dallas. They just got CD Lamb back.
Yep.
Dak Prescott's playing great. Their running back Javonte is great. They score a lot of. Their defense sucks, but they score a lot of points. That's going to be difficult. I don't know. You go through the wins. How many more games can they possibly win?
I don't know. That's always shifting stuff. Right? We looked at 2 weeks ago. We looked at the Jags and said, "Ooh, man, that's a really tough game." Now they don't look so bad. The Falcons. A week ago, we were looking at the Falcons going, ooh, look out, Falcons look good. Now not so much, right? The 49ers handled them, and they didn't have 2 of their best defensive players. The schedule really ebbs and flows, but I think beyond the schedule, it's just hard. It's hard when you've dug yourself that big of a hole, and especially when you look at 2-5 teams that have made the postseason, and we did this last week. 2-5 teams that make the playoffs, man, You get to 9 and you hope you're in a bad conference. You get to 9 and you hope you're in a bad division, right? Where 9 is going to get you in. Yes.
They're not in the AFC.
No, they're not. So the phone is ringing, so Mitch is going to hit the open, and the next voice you'll hear after ours will be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon.
Your home for everything Cardinals. Everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No bull.
Our weekly visit with the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show, coming off the loss to the Packers. And as always, Coach, we appreciate you coming on. We know these are not the best of times, but we always appreciate you coming on and answering a few questions here every Monday. Thanks for your time.
I appreciate you guys having me. It was good to see you yesterday, Burnsy.
It was good being there. I wish it were under better circumstances, but it was good being there. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost can't believe we're here again. I really can. You guys play well enough to win these games. You've got the lead in the fourth quarter every time, and you're just coming up short. You said after the game that you have to do more. So I'm going to ask you, how much of this loss do you take the blame for? The final 7 seconds of the first half, they gave them a field goal. The 4th and 1 play call that gave them the short field that they scored on. The one-on-one blocking of Micah Parsons. He had a career day against you guys. How much of that is on you?
Everything's on me, Gambo. Everything that goes on that field is my responsibility. There's no doubt about it. So, I got to make sure that I'm doing a better job, the coaches are doing a better job, and the players are doing a better job to start winning some of these games.
Let me ask you about the second quarter, the end. 7 seconds left. You know, watching the game, you're thinking, okay, just kick it in the landing zone. If he fields it and you tackle him at the 20, 25, 30, 35, you're going to take off 4 or 5 seconds. Instead, they get the touchback. They get a 21-yard play. They kick a booming field goal. Give me the thought process there. Did you want to have the touchback in that situation?
Yeah, I made the call. You know, we've studied that and looked at all the different scenarios that come up every week in the league and what people do and what we feel comfortable doing. You know, at that point in time in the game, where the score was at and, you know, who we were playing, I thought we were going to be okay, honestly. Even after the call that we were going to be in at the 35-yard line with 7 seconds in a timeout, I liked the call. We could have played it a touch better. And then, you know, credit to them, hits a 61-yarder. But looking back on it, because you gave up 3 points, obviously you want to second guess yourself, you know. So in the moment, I was convicted, but looking back and studying it, you know, maybe we should have went a different route.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We've talked a little bit about the 4th down play, the 4th and 1 play with Jacoby Brissett. You had mentioned at the end of yesterday's game that you needed to go back and look on it. After watching it, was there something not right about your operation on that play, as you had kind of hinted that there might have been yesterday?
No, you know, when I looked at it, when I saw the ball kind of juggle, it was kind of after the play was down already. I thought we might have had muffed the snap, but we didn't. You know, we just got to surge and find that crease, and off of the surge, there's kind of a second surge that happens, and we didn't find that second surge, you know, so that's a tough way to go because you're being aggressive on 4th and 1 there, and that play has been really good to us. Jacoby's really good at it. I like the call. It's just it's stunk that we didn't get it for a yard.
When you look at the play of Micah Parsons in this game, after the game, he said he was surprised at how many one-on-ones he got. I think all of his sacks came on one-on-ones. He's so used to offensive linemen, tight ends, running back, all blocking him. He had 3 sacks. That's the most he's ever had in a game. You know how good of a player he is. What was the game plan for him coming into this one?
Yeah, we had different ways to handle him. And I just told the media that too. I think, you know, when you look at it, 2 of them were in the red zone. I'm not going to get into everything there, but, like, you know, you're looking at on 3rd down, what is the 4th down goal line to score points? To either you're going to extend the drive and go for it on 4th down or try to throw it in the end zone there, or whatever the case may be, knowing that a sack really in the red zone doesn't kill you. So that's why there were some one-on-ones when we got in the red area. And then, you know, you look at the 2-minute drive, you're going to have to get people out in the route, you know, and I thought we did, you know, a pretty good job of chipping them, chunking them. The slide was going to him. But he's a really good player, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, it's kind of like the 4th and 1 call or kicking the ball in the end zone, or, you know, you look back on it, maybe we should just double them every play, you know what I mean? But it's a hard way to go when you have to do that. I did think that he played well, and he definitely impacted the game. Looking back on it, maybe we should, you know, pay a little more attention to him, but I was comfortable with the plan going in. And give him credit, too. He did win a lot.
The thing that baffles us, and I know it baffles you, and I don't even know if we're going to get an answer here, but you guys have been outscored 76-33 in the 4th quarter. You've given up as many points in the first 3 quarters as you do in the 4th quarter alone. I don't have an explanation. Your defense held them to 98 yards in the first half. 98. They come out in the second half, they go 3 and out. I mean, it looks like you guys are having a dominant defensive performance, and then the collapse at the end of these games. I mean, I know you're scratching your head trying to figure out why you keep giving up these drives at the end of the games to lose. Have you come up with any answers?
Yeah, it's funny because I wish I could pinpoint one thing and fix that. But when you look at the totality of 7 games, the 2 wins and the 5 losses here, there's different reasons. There really is, Gambo. And you look at it, and complementary football goes into it. You know, we gave them a short field last night. on the 4th and 1. Some of them have been mixed downs. That was kind of a mixed down to me, that week. 2 weeks ago was mixed downs. The weeks before that were 2-minute. And then you look at, what you're doing schematically and execution in those moments, technique in those moments, play calling in those moments. So you look at everything, we just got to do a little bit better job. And I know that's what the numbers are and the whatever the stats. But I think, more so than that, we have to play better through 4 quarters as a whole. Because we gave up how many yards you said at half, but the 3 points at the end of the half, can we do that better? The one drive that they had they converted 2 third downs. Can we do that better? So you look at everything, and like I said, there's no easy answers. Because it's not one thing. We just got to do everything a little bit better.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You also made it very clear that once again, when he comes back, Kyler Murray will be your quarterback. Do you feel confident health-wise he will be back in time for the Dallas game, or is that still too early to be determined?
Probably a little too early to be determined as we sit here now, more than about 2 weeks away. So hopefully he keeps trending along here, and we'll see where he's at.
One of the things that Jacoby certainly has done in Kyler's absence, and we saw it big time yesterday on those aggressive throws on 3rd down. When Kyler does come back, would you like to see a continuation of that in terms of how he approaches those plays? Because it has been very aggressive play on the 3rd and longs from Jacoby in those moments.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what the defense is giving them, you know what I mean? And so there's an element to that, too. What plays are we calling? What they decide to play in those moments. The one long one to Zay yesterday, they played a version of cover 2, and I call that a honey hole shot. You got a chance to throw a honey hole shot, you can try to rip it in there, and he did, So it's a little bit a tough answer for me, I guess, to answer that. But yeah, I think we need to continue on offense to be aggressive when we can. Try to generate explosives because we know explosives lead to points.
Sure.
And staying on the field, being efficient with what we're doing on mixed downs, and then obviously moving the chains on 3rd down, and then scoring points in the red zone. When you look at our red zone yesterday, that's a thing, an area in that game where you look at everything and how could we be a little more efficient down there.
Yeah, I love the way he was able to get Zay involved in the offense, and Michael Wilson, and the deep ball, the chunk plays have been fantastic. I want to ask you just personally, because I know how hard you take these losses, 5 in a row. Nobody expected you guys to be 2-5 going into the bye. Just how do you keep the team together? And then personally, do you feel pressure? Do you feel like you're coaching for your job right now?
No. When you're in any seat in the NFL, there's pressure every day. I think you lean on the people in the locker room, and that's why I said that I thought the media asked me that about kind of keeping the team together after you hit some adversity, and I kind of laugh. Like anyone that's been in the NFL for any amount of time, you've had adversity, right? But you got to be committed to what you're doing. You just got to do a little bit better. And we have the right people in there. We spent a long time on acquisition since we've been here, both through free agency and the draft and all the times that you can acquire people. And that's why we're so big on football character and team first guys. Like if you had, I would call them a bunch of mercenaries, you'd be in trouble right now. And I wouldn't feel great, as good as I can feel after losing 5 in a row, honestly. But there are positives to what we're doing and how we're going to move forward. And I do believe in the people that we got because I know they ain't going to turn it down. They're going to keep swinging. They're going to come back to work, have a good attitude with a lot of focus, and put the effort and energy that's needed to try to win a game versus Dallas.
Yeah, I would imagine you feel like you've got the support and the backing of Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell as well?
Yeah, 1,000%. I couldn't have landed in a better situation than I did, guys. I'll be honest with you.
Well, Coach, we do appreciate the time very much. We won't talk to you for a couple of weeks until after the Dallas game.
We'll miss you.
Yeah, so I don't know if enjoy the bye week is the right way to phrase it, but
I don't know if that's the right week. We do. I do think. I don't know if that's the right word. We do need a little bit of reset, though. I told the coaches and the players that. With saying that, though, we got to get some work done.
Yeah. Do you know what a reset looks like?
On Monday. not during the season, but I'll make sure my health bucket is right.
Okay, good
All
stuff.
right, Coach.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Jonathan Gannon,
Bye-bye.
our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show with the bye week. We won't talk to him for a couple of weeks until after the Dallas game. Do you want to give a special shout-out as well here on the Burns and Gambo Show to our audience in Gilbert? Hello, Gilbert, my adopted hometown. When we come back, we'll react a little bit to what Jonathan Gannon had to say and then talk about the quarterback question. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
You've been listening to In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull, your home for everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals had this one on the line in the final frame, and then
Brissett, clock is ticking, backs up to throw, and fires deep middle, jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Day Jones comes out with the ball after the tip. He's just out the back of the end zone.
we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Listen to what folks are saying about NoBull.com.
NoBull.com. Search and even start buying your car online.
And every deal has a personal touch, like working with a friend or neighbor.
NoBull.com. With new and used vehicles for every budget.
Specials, low payments, and this is huge. Quick financing. Just go to NoBull.com.
Shop local. Shop Earnhardt. Shop NoBull.com. Simple as that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals are back in action at State Farm Stadium. Sunday, November 16th against the San Francisco 49ers. Be part of the Red Sea for this exciting NFC West matchup.
Let's go, run, run!
Secure your seats. Protect the nest.
Fans on their feet. It is packed again here.
Tickets are available at azcardinals.com/tickets.
This place going crazy.
That's azcardinals.com/TIX.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
He's a world arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
You know, my number one reaction from our conversation with Jonathan Gannon was, and if we'd had more time, I would have asked him this, and we just ran out of time. We've had Jonathan Gannon on the show for, 2.5 years now. We've talked to him face-to-face many times when we're out at OTAs or minicamp. Mm-hmm. Jonathan Gannon does not strike me as the type of person who particularly enjoys second-guessing himself or looking back and going, ooh, I could have, oh, I should have.
Well, he did today.
But that's what I mean. Like, he is now in the spot of doing something, and I don't mean to get all, personal or psychological or anything like that. I mean, I don't know Jonathan Gannon like that. We've had many conversations with him, but it doesn't mean I know him as a human. He does not strike me as the kind of person who probably enjoys the process of looking back and going, yep, I probably should have done that. Yep, I made a mistake
did, especially
there.
On the kickoff to giving him a
at the end of the
touchback.
first half, right? He's like, looking back on it, that was a mistake.
And one pass play of 21 yards, they call a timeout, they kick a 61-yard field goal. That should have never happened.
Never. And
never.
And if it doesn't happen, now I don't know if everything goes exactly the same. Who can ever know something like that?
Yeah, you win the game on a field goal.
You win the game on a field goal. It changes the whole dynamic of the game.
Yep, 100%.
The whole dynamic. I mean, it's amazing to think that one play.
That's why I knew from the press conference that he wasn't going to change his mind on the 4th and 1. So when I hit him with the question, I kind of went with that one. Because there's 7 seconds left in the first half. If you kick the ball in the landing zone and you tackle him at the 25, 30, 35, it's going to take 4 to 5 seconds off the clock. They can't throw an out and get a field goal.
Yeah.
The game's over. Like the half is over. They can throw a Hail Mary with a hook and ladder or something to try to be crazy. But if you just kick it in the landing zone and make him return that. Now he said, we looked at it and we've looked at it and we thought, but now if now I'll look. So he's basically admitted that he wouldn't do it again.
Of course,
he would not do that again.
And that's the position that he's in now at 2-5. And I bet that's just a really uncomfortable position for somebody who clearly, Jonathan Gannon has had nothing but conviction from day one, the minute he got the job. Mm-hmm. And I would imagine that in those moments, whether it's the play at the end of the first half, whether it's the play call on the 4th down, whether it's how they defended Micah Parsons and they didn't double him enough, and Micah Parsons chirping about
he ate.
He ate. Feasted like it was Thanksgiving.
He went back for seconds and thirds.
Uh-huh.
He had 4 pressures in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
He's never had 3 sacks in a game.
Yeah.
And they decided we're going to cover him one-on-one. And that's why, Micah Parsons was in shock that they guarded him the way they guarded him.
I would imagine that a man who has such conviction in what he's doing to look back at a game like this and a losing streak like that and is thinking, I got to second-guess everything now, And that probably makes him really, really uncomfortable. We'll talk more about the Jacoby Kyler situation and what that means because that's, a big decision. Well, the decision's been made, but we'll talk about that coming up. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson. Just go make some magic, fellas. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Magic man.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Dr. J. Schwartz and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks, and ready to help you right now with a vision correction procedure. Do you know that Dr. J. Schwartz is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley? Over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed by Dr. J. Schwartz. So if you want to get a vision correction procedure, Dr. J. Schwartz can help you the way he helped me. K-Ray from the Suns broadcast team, our own Vince Marotta. We've all gone to Dr. Jay Schwartz, and you can too. Call him at 480-483-EYES or go online at teameydoc.com. He offers 2 years of interest-free financing. Take advantage of that. 2 years interest-free financing. That's a great way to go, and he can help you with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts. If you need glasses or contact lenses. Hey, even if you need high-end sunglasses, they carry some of the best in town. Go online at teameydoc.com or call them at 480-483-EYES.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals now on their bye week after their 5th straight loss of the season. For all the latest surrounding the Cardinals and to hear Burns & Gamble's exclusive conversation with head coach Jonathan Gannon, you can find more right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Week 7 in the NFL concludes with a Monday night doubleheader. First in Detroit, the Lions host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 4 o'clock, and then at 7 in the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks welcome the Houston Texans. But the Hawks aren't the only Seattle team in action tonight. Best 2 words in sports, baby. Game 7, Major League Baseball playoffs, the ALCS in Toronto. Blue Jays, Mariners, winner advances to face the Dodgers in the World Series. First pitch is at 5:08. Pregame coverage starts at 4:30. You can listen to it all on ESPN 620 a.m. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th. Hey, that's this Sunday for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
it's Luke. How does ASU keep this going and avoid any sort of letdown against a surprising Houston team this Saturday? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
A pistol look with Brown lined up behind Levitt. 3rd and goal. Levitt rolls to his right, throws for the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. In the most important moment, you go to your best player, and he delivers.
If I remember right, that was the series that was driving me crazy when I was watching from my couch at home, because it's like another red zone possession where Jeff Sims, he's got the ball, he gets it punched out. Jordan Tyson has to fall in the ball. You're thinking, God, are they ever going to score in the red zone? Are they ever going to get a touchdown?
Right.
They did, and I'm not here to discredit or criticize or anything. It was just kind of in the moment. That's how I felt. That was another legendary game for Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. And it was, I really love the way Doug Haller of The Athletic framed it up over the weekend. He's such a good writer. He's like, hey,
Doug Haller?
Yeah,
I think he's the best.
He's such a good writer.
I think he's the best.
And by the way, and I give him credit, that dude's at everything. He was at ASU on Saturday. Yep. He was at Cardinals yesterday. I saw Doug Haller from The Athletic. Saw pictures of him at Suns practice today. The dude's everywhere. He does such a good job.
I think he does a great job.
He wrote over the weekend when talking about ASU, Sam Levitt just reminded everybody, I'm elite. Okay? Like I know you all forgot about me because I'm not contending for the Heisman, and I was a preseason Heisman candidate, and I'm not anymore. I'm still pretty good at this quarterbacking thing. And that drive at the end was like, oh, yeah, they still have Sam freaking Levitt. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a minute 50 left, and that was the thing you're looking at. When they got the ball back, when ASU got the ball back, you're like, okay, 2 minutes, Sam's got the ball. Okay, all right, fine. That's fine. Like, they had I even wrote this down in my note, because actually I went to the game more as, a fan than I watched the game. That night when I got home, I rewatched the whole game because I can't take notes when I'm there with friends and stuff like that. So when they scored, when they got the touchdown to Virgil, 12 yards, I'm like, they scored too quick. They scored too quick.
They left Sam too much time.
I did. I wrote that down. Like, they scored too quick.
Right into our hands.
Yeah, because you just needed a field goal. Remember, you just needed a field goal to tie. You were down by 3.
Right.
And then Sam takes him down the field. First of all, he threw for a career-high 319 yards against one of the best defenses in all of college football. Yeah. That was a great Sam Levitt game. And your best players have to show up when you need it most. Him and Jordan Tyson connected 4 times on the final drive. There was a 6-yard pass. There was an 8-yard pass. There was the 33-yard pass. There was another 8-yard pass. That's it. Like, those are your 2 best players. Those guys are going to play on Sundays in the NFL. Your 2 best players decided to play pitch and catch against Texas Tech on that final drive, and it got him the win.
No, he wasn't, and again, I'm not here to criticize. He wasn't perfect. There were a couple of decisions he made where it's like, ooh, I don't know if he should have thrown that ball. Ooh, there was that drive in between the Tech touchdowns in the fourth quarter where he just kind of randomly threw the ball towards the sideline, and it almost didn't get there.
Almost didn't get there.
My God, right? Like, they were, but he had a couple of throws like that where it's like, dude. But
I thought he was great.
He was great, and it was revealing to hear him after the game say how much not playing against Utah meant to him.
Missing last week was rough. I remember we were driving on the bus on the way to the game, and it's obviously, we're in Arizona, so it doesn't really get fall weather out here. So we get there and, leaves are falling and it feels like real football. So we're on the way to the stadium. I got my headphones on and I just started bawling, because it's just a game that I put my everything into and I couldn't be out there for my guys. So, it was really rough on me. But I tried to do my best, for them. And then it really just gave extra motivation going into this weekend. I was sitting in the cold tub room before this game and got those same emotions, kind of helped propel me to this win.
I think, and I heard some rumblings of this, that there may have been a strategy involved in not playing him against Utah because he wouldn't have been close to 100%. He could have played. Like, if that was the Big 12 championship game, he would have played. There was some strategy involved in, okay, it's hard to win on the road against Utah. It's hard to win. Let's take the extra week. Let's get him as close to 100% as we can and get him ready for Texas Tech. Almost like we'll sacrifice the Utah game to make sure that he is ready for the Texas Tech game. I think there was some strategy involved in that decision to not have him play against Utah and have him ready. And I thought he had a hell of a game against Texas Tech.
I look, we all know you're the source guy on the show. I'm not. I trust your instincts on this one. I have a feeling.
Little strategy involved.
Just a couple of things that I read kind of dropped the same sort of hint. Like maybe there was a, hey, we're gonna lose the battle to
sacrifice
win the war
this
kind
one.
of thing. Yeah,
because which win means more? Home against Texas Tech. Number 7 in the country.
Well,
your crowd, home crowd, win that game.
Especially since BYU beat Utah and did you a big, and now you couldn't have counted on that, but BYU just did you a big favor by beating Utah and kind of taking their tiebreaker over you out of play now because they've got 2 losses, one to Texas Tech and one to BYU. So it's going to make tiebreakers very, very difficult for them.
I'll say this about what he did. The 26 points that they scored were the most the Red Raiders defense has given up all season. I love that Sam hit 49-yard completion to Jaron Hamilton and another 45-yard to Hamilton. Like, okay, who are you? And like, okay, I like that. I'll take some explosive plays down the field.
Yeah.
ASU had 394 yards of offense in this game. That's 118 more than the Red Raiders average that they give up.
I just think that's nuts because Texas Tech's defense was so good, and they were still. I mean, in moments they were still pretty good. That Bailey kid was getting after Sam Leavitt in that game. I mean, there were a couple of possessions there in the middle quarters where he was making life hell on Sam. Some of the numbers are they'll blow you away. He's 15-3 when he starts. Sam Leavitt is.
Yeah.
He's 15. His only losses.
Yep.
Texas Tech a year ago, Texas a year ago, Mississippi State this year. Right? When he plays, they're 15-3.
He only has one loss in conference.
Yeah, and that's Texas Tech a year ago. They've won 11 straight conference games with him at quarterback since they lost to Tech
Okay,
last
let me
year.
jump on that. That's a great point. They've won 11 straight. Look at who they've beaten. Number 16, Utah. Number 20, Kansas State. Number 14, BYU. Number 16, Iowa State. Number 24, TCU. Number 7, Texas Tech. 7 of them are ranked.
7 of them are ranked.
Kid's a hell of a quarterback.
Yes.
He's a tough, hard-nosed son of a gun. I like him a lot. Yeah. I mean, they had 118 more yards than the Red Raiders did, and Texas Tech came in top 10 offense, top 10 defense. They had almost 400 yards of offense against what was considered one of the best defenses in all of college football.
And then there's the other half of the equation, and I know it's not going to be the kind of draft year Sam Leavitt was looking for. It is going to be the kind of draft year that Jordan Tyson was looking for because he just what was a mock draft we saw last week where he was the first wide receiver taken. I think it was number 7 overall. This is Matt Berry, SportsCenter anchor, who's an ASU alum, was on Wolf and Luke today.
Yeah, Hines Ward got his hands on him, and Hines has worked with him for 2 years. And who better to develop a receiver than Hines Ward with the way that he's done it? Guys, find me a better quarterback receiver duo in the country. I mean, maybe Julian Sayin and Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State. I mean, they would certainly be up in the conversation. But Sam and Jordan, those two together, the biggest thing with a quarterback and a receiver is the chemistry off the field that manifests itself on the field. Well, what does that mean? Do they trust each other? Mm-hmm. And it's clear that they do.
Yeah. That was Matt Berry from earlier today.
I'm a little Jordan Tyson. I give him and Raleek Brown all the credit in the world, man. That game meant so much. Those guys were playing hurt. And I'm a little concerned about Jordan Tyson right now. I think they are concerned from what I have heard about Jordan Tyson's availability for next week. So a little concerned about that availability. You saw him grabbing, whether it was a cramp or a hamstring. He kept grabbing at it. You could tell he was playing through pain just to help them get that win. And thank God, because they needed him. If he wasn't there on that final drive, they don't win. But I think just keep your eye on that this week, how healthy he is during the week.
Yeah, Kenny was asked about that today, and he said, nothing on injuries today. We'll have more for you tonight or tomorrow. So
they're concerned.
Okay.
They're concerned about his availability.
You telling me they're concerned has now made me concerned. So thank you for that.
You got time.
I was having a perfectly good Monday. I mean, Mitch you got him a free hat, and
it's a nice hat.
His Denver Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter yesterday. He was having a perfectly good Monday until you dropped that bummer of news on us.
Well, listen, this kid's a tough kid, man. He is a tough kid. So maybe he'll find a way to get out there and play, but I think that they've got some concerns.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night. Right after our show, Kellen and Mitch talking about the fallout of the Cardinals-Packers game, the ASU big win over Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the stars of Saturday afternoon, the ASU defense. Yeah, they had a bad time in rainy Utah, but in sunny Tempe, dominant. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Green Bay might go to the Super Bowl. They're not my pick, but they might very well go to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl. The mental wear and tear of losing 5 games by a total of 13 points, it's almost unheard of to do that. And those teams are either really good to potentially great that you lost to. The Niners, the Colts, and the Packers. Those are all really good football teams.
The Cardinals went out and played offensively and defensively as well as I could have expected them to play, and they lost the game. The fourth quarter happened again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, where not only you can check out all their inventory and all the options and everything they have in stock right now, but also at libertygmcaz.com, you could take advantage of a brand new service at Liberty GMC, a concierge service. They'll pick up your vehicle, they'll perform whatever service is necessary, and they'll return it to you. And that's that. If you're a small business owner, or if you just like the convenience of having this service done for you, it's great. They'll come to you, they'll pick up your vehicle, they'll take it back to the shop, they'll fix it up, do what they need to do, they'll bring it back to you, and all you need to do is schedule online at libertygmcaz.com, where, again, you can check out all the great inventory, all the great options. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, save big on all Halloween candy. You can save 33% with your digital coupon. Selection varies by store. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to get in the game with your 2026 Bunker Club membership. Early registration is open now. Renew or join with great discounts, and there's even a new under 30 membership for younger golfers. You'll get an official USGA handicap, online score posting, and invites to Bunker Scramble events throughout the year. You're also automatically entered to win VIP hospitality at the Patriot All-American in December and the WM Phoenix Open in February. Sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at progressive.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. Kenny Dillingham celebrated ASU's big win over Texas Tech by doing the worm. The Sun Devils' Big 12 championship odds have shifted after their win over Texas Tech on Saturday. And Dan Bickley writes, Kyler Murray must prove he is a better option than Jacoby Brissett or the Cardinals will move on. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
from start to finish. I mean, it was absolutely unbelievable what they did out there. Offense was, for what their defense has done to people, offense was unbelievable. If we can just get out of our own freaking way, it's going to drive me. We won. We'll talk about that a different day. Unbelievable job. Great job, defense. A lot of things to correct, but man, great job.
That was the story of the day. And nothing against Sam Levitt, nothing against Jordan Tyson. Because they were obviously sensational. We just got done with a whole segment talking about how sensational they were and what role they played in that game. But when you consider what we saw last week against Utah, how awful they were defensively against Utah, when we consider what Texas Tech offensively has been doing to everybody so far this year, and Gambo, you throw in the comments of Texas Tech defensive line coach Zarnell Fitch.
I'm so glad you found these.
His lineman, this is from Luke Lendler, who tweeted this out.
Right.
Quote, "They're soft. They're not like us.
Okay.
We punked their butt last year, and we're going to punk their butt again."
Is this the guy that stole some ASU cell phones and smashed them?
I don't know. He exchanged some words with ASU student section as well. I don't know if it's the same guy
Somebody
or
said
not.
That there was a coach that grabbed some cell phones out of kids' hands.
And I'm going to just say the quote. I was trying to be nice. We punked they ass last year, and we're going to punk they ass again, was the exact quote. And to be fair, Kenny, after the Utah game, had said, we were soft against Utah.
Yeah.
I need to coach harder. I need to coach better.
What's this guy's name?
His name is Zarnell Fitch.
Z-A-R.
Texas Tech, Zarnell Fitch.
Coach Fitz. There he is.
Fitch.
I'm going to tweet him.
Of course you are. Because, it's not enough to talk about him on the radio. Now you have to go needle him on Twitter because that's the most Gambo thing ever. Soft. There was nothing soft about how ASU played defense on Saturday afternoon. Man, that was the story of the game. Cameron Dickey had 40 yards rushing in that game.
Right.
He had 263 against Kansas the week before. ASU was humiliated against Utah on Saturday night a week ago defensively. It was like watching a different team, the way they were getting after it.
They came out, and it was like, Texas Tech 3 and out. Texas Tech punt. Oh, my God, they can't move the ball. After the first 4 possessions, you're like, they can't move the ball. ASU was killing them. They're flying to the ball in the secondary. They're wrecking everybody. And the other thing, oh, my God, I don't know if they missed the tackle for most of that game.
No.
I don't know if they missed the tackle. They were wrapping guys up. There were 5 guys on everybody. Got the 5 guys. Like, they were gang tackling these players. I couldn't believe. And I was like, I'm at the game and I tweet something out like, look, ASU is so much more physical than Texas Tech right now. So the message was sent. The message was delivered. The players got it. They practiced really hard, and they took that to they took that out on Texas Tech. All the talk about them last week not being fit, they took it out on Texas Tech.
Joey McGuire, the head coach of Texas Tech, after the game, called ASU one of the better tackling teams they've played.
Hats off to Arizona State. I thought they played really well, especially defensively. That was one of the better tackling teams. That's what I said to Kenny after the game. I thought that was one of the better tackling defenses we faced. They didn't let a lot of extra yards go after contact or after yards after catch, which we've been really good at this year. So I thought they did a great job.
And of course, the thing that's getting the most attention now, as it should, was Kenny's kind of change of plan last week. In terms of how to coach this team and huge. Kind of looking in the mirror. Yeah, I got a little soft on these guys. There's a story that he called a couple of coaching friends of his and says, look, my team's all beat to hell. I don't know what to do in practice. I don't want them going that hard against each other because we can't sustain too many more injuries. What do we do? And everybody was like, go hard. Be physical. Turn it up. Dial it up a notch.
I love that he doesn't feel like he has all the answers, Kenny. This is what's great about Kenny. He doesn't say he has all the answers. Like, he gives all the credit to the players, but he's not afraid to reach out to these other coaches and say, what would you do here? Not like, hey, I'm this whiz kid. I'm going to do it my way. It's like, I don't know what to do. What would you do in this situation? So you reach out to people and you get their opinion. You pick their brains. It's smart to do. It's wise of Kenny to do that.
Yeah.
Now, he may not agree with it, but all the time, but sometimes he might, and he definitely used it this week.
Yeah, it was funny to hear him say after that game, we will never not practice like we did last week again?
Forever. Yes, sir.
Why do you think that it helps so much? That all the players credited you with why that it helps so much?
It's not me. It's what we are. We say have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. You can't have fun and not work harder than anybody in the country. It doesn't work like that. You have to have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. And I lost that, and we had it back this week. And we'll never, ever, as long as I'm coaching, not practice to the physical level like we did this week again. That just won't happen.
Kenny's great. Kenny's great.
Right. But how about like the humility to it was and my fault. That's on me. Like, this is what's great about him. You never blame the players when ASU does something wrong. You blame the coach because he takes all the blame. Takes all the blame. It's on me. It's on me. I have nothing to do with the kid. And then when they win, he doesn't want any of the credit. He just wants to say it's the players. It's the players. It's Sam. It's Jordan. It's them.
I think there's something else kind of here at play, though, too. And that's, a lot of coaches will use the cliche, hey, this one's on me. Jonathan Gannon does it all the time. This one's on me. I got to coach better. This one's on me. And I'm not trying to accuse Jonathan Gannon of slinging out cliches, but Kenny went and did something about it. Like every coach says, this one's on me. This is about me. They're always going to take the arrows for their players and put the blame on themselves. But Kenny went out and literally, okay, not only am I going to show the humility in asking a couple people around the coaching profession what they would do if they were me in this situation, I'm going to go out and do it. I'm going to go out and implement real change in how we get ready for this. And everybody who was at practice, and we don't cover practice on the regular, but we know people who do, and everybody like Damon and Chris Cartman and others who were out there, they're like, oh, yeah, you could tell. You could tell right away. It was a totally different practice. The intensity was dialed way up. The physicality was dialed way up. All of those things. And to have such a noticeable, tangible, immediate benefit, like you saw it instantly. Oh, my God, they're flying to the ball. Oh, my God, they're hitting. Oh, my God, they're laying the wood on Texas Tech right now. They weren't prepared for it. They were expecting the Utah defense they saw a week ago. They got exactly 180 the opposite 100%. Of that.
But that's what happens, right? They've won every game by 35 points, an average of 35 points. Granted, the Utah game was a little bit close until they ended up blowing them out, but they still blew them out. This is the bully that is not used to somebody punching back. And after the first few series, it was like, oh, okay, you're in for a dogfight right now because ASU is not giving an inch. And now it's a slugfest. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the bully got their ass kicked in that game.
It was fun.
That's what happened.
It's fun watching the bully get his ass kicked. It really is
I
fun.
said, so how soft was ASU, Coach Fitz? I tweeted him. So how soft was ASU, Coach Fitchy Fitch?
It's like when Ralphie in A Christmas Story finally gets back at the boat and he just keeps pounding.
That's Gambo.
ASU's not the weak, ASU is not a weak link. It's just Texas Tech was the bully. Texas Tech had been bullying everybody.
Gambo gonna Gambo. The Sun season.
We tweeted the Texas Tech coach. They're called ASU soft.
The Sun season tips off on Wednesday. We want you to be there for all the action. Text the word hoops to 620 620. Your shot at lower level tickets to see the Suns take on Sacramento. Don't miss it. Text hoops to 620 620 now. Mitch swings in to get you caught up on everything going on in sports. 4 o'clock reset is next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The beauty of football is you play once a week. The perils of football are you only play once a week. So you lose a football game, you deal with what every losing NFL team does on a Monday, and that's basically a public flogging. It's part of the territory. And then you go back to practice and you try to believe in the process and you hear your coach harp on the details and stay this and stay that and we'll get our way out of it. Then you show up the next weekend and you lose again and then you rinse, repeat. And so this is 5 straight times the Cardinals have been through the cycle. That can wear you out.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I love telling you about some of these lease deals that are going on right now at Sanderson Ford because there are some people out there that really just prefer leasing. You don't want to go through the hassle of buying a car and then having to sell it and worrying about it. And you just want to, I want a car and then I want to bring it back and then I get a new one every 2 years or 3 years. Well, right now, look at these lease deals at Sanderson Ford. How about leasing a new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for only $399 a month for 36 months? You're like, wait a second, how do I get a vehicle for $399 a month? That's ridiculous. Well, how about one for $299 a month? You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. How about that? Now, you're saying, okay, it's probably a lot of money down, right? No, not really. The Bronco requires $1,810 down, and the Bronco Sport $1,920 down. So you've got a 36-month lease, $299 a month for the Bronco Sport Big, $399 a month for the Bronco Big Ben at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops, so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the perfect place to watch the baseball postseason. Anything can happen, so step up to your plate and watch every game with scenic views on deck. Then stick around and watch all the football games, too. Plus, basketball and hockey are starting up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. That's especially important this time of year. Twin Peaks also has an entire menu made for MVPs and the great scenery they're known for. What more could you possibly ask for? Stop by one of their 5 Valley locations and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals now on their bye week after their 5th straight loss of the season. For all the latest surrounding the Cardinals, as well as Burns & Gamble's exclusive conversation with head coach Jonathan Gannon, you can find much, much more on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Week 7 in the NFL concludes with a Monday night doubleheader just about to get underway in the Motor City. The Detroit Lions host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then later tonight at 7 in the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks welcome the Houston Texans. Lo and behold, the Seattle Seahawks are not the only Seattle team in action tonight. We've got Game 7 in the Major League Baseball playoffs, the ALCS in Toronto between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. The winner advances to the World Series to face the LA Dodgers. First pitch is at 5:08. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30. You can listen to that game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Mitch is here to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. It's the halfway point of the Burns and Gambo show on this Monday.
Wait, hold on. Broncos just scored again.
Yeah, that was fun.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, it was stress-inducing. What am I saying? That was not really that fun.
I came in here and I'm like, Mitch, how was your weekend? He's like, pretty much everything went exactly the way I would have wanted it to.
Yeah.
Cardinals
Except for the
win
Mariners.
But the Mariners. But there's a Game 7 tonight. I know you're excited about that too because we all love a Game 7.
Who has a better chance of beating the Dodgers? That's all I want.
I vote Blue Jays.
You think so? I think
so.
At this point, I think we just all stand back and marvel at Shohei Ohtani. They're calling it full disclosure, I didn't watch a minute of it. They're calling it the greatest night in the history, like the greatest singular night that any baseball player's ever had.
Run.
And I just didn't watch it.
6 innings of shutout baseball, struck out 10 batters, and in 3 plate appearances hit 3 balls into the stands. One of them went like 480, I believe.
Incredible. It's hard to imagine anybody has had a better singular night in the history of Major League Baseball than what Shohei Ohtani
Gino hit a grand slam. 2 home runs, and he hit a grand slam in a Seattle win.
That was fun to see.
Yeah.
It's a huge game there.
All right, Mitch, sorry,
they've got a huge game
toes.
tonight. I'll tell you what, we can just skip the Cardinals part of it. There's been plenty of reacting to the Cardinals, but they lost 27-23. Moving on from that, the rest of the NFL, specifically the NFC West, last night on Sunday night, Christian McCaffrey ran all over that Falcons defense, scored twice, led the Niners to a 20-10 win over Atlanta, and then the Rams, speaking of running all over, they bulldozed the Jaguars in London. Devontae Adams, 3 touchdown catches in the absence of Puka Nacua. Fun times if you're a different NFC West sports
they're
fan.
4-1 under Mac Jones. The fact that they did that defensively without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner is remarkable. The fact that the Rams, and this is what we talk about the schedule and trying to look ahead to the Cardinals schedule. Man, it's just so fluid. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, we would have looked at the Jags and the Falcons and went, ooh, I don't know. Now, the Jags look vulnerable. The Falcons didn't look like they were anything special against the 49ers. It's the ebbs and flows of the NFL, man.
I'll say this. In our fantasy football league, I looked at this guy who had Christian McCaffrey, who scored 39 fantasy football points, okay?
Yes.
This guy also had Jalen Hurts, who scored 30.
Yes.
And he had Jonathan Taylor, who scored 34. There's this guy in our league, and his name is the Gambo
Vaffenberts. He stole a screen grab of the time that you accidentally flipped off our lovely audience on camera.
Yeah. I gave them all the middle finger.
Yeah.
He scored 181 points in a fantasy football game. Is that even possible?
Clearly.
Like, this guy
just answered your own question.
I mean, I've got 166, but that's.
By the way, another win for me without fired Sean. 2 wins in a row now with after Sean got fired.
Anyway.
Yeah, there was one place you did not get a win, though.
39-yard field goal for the win. He got it. Denver's won.
You thought I was going to go the whole reset without bringing it up.
You got it. They deserved it.
Points by quarter, 0, 0, 0, 33.
Yeah, how do you lose that game if you're the Giants?
You said it earlier. How do you score 33 points in a quarter?
How do you have the ball that many times?
How do you have that many possessions to score 33 points?
14, 21, 20. I mean, how many touchdowns did they have?
They had 4 touchdowns.
And then how many field goals?
Well, I think that would be 2,
Oh, no,
right?
they got a safety.
Because they converted.
Did they get a safety?
No. They
No
converted 2 2-point conversions.
Okay, so 4 touchdowns.
So 4 touchdowns,
and
that's
2 2-point
24.
Conversions.
2 extra 2-point conversions, that's another 4.
How do you get the ball
2
4
extra
times in one
points
quarter?
and a field goal. There you go.
The NFL has a monopoly on mayhem. They really do. It's just Whether it's Thursday Night Football, whether it's that crazy game, they have monopolized mayhem. These games are just so good and so conditioned to come down to the last 5 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever. The NFL is just printing money right now over it.
Well, I guarantee another game that's most likely going to come down to the final 5 minutes tonight. It actually just started. In Detroit, the Lions are playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is a really fun NFC game if you're just trying to be a casual viewer. And I would expect a lot of offense as well. Good news for the Bucs. They got both Emeka Egbuka and Mike Evans back for this one.
Honestly, two of my favorite teams to watch in the NFC that aren't the Cardinals. And it's not that it's been super enjoyable lately, but these two teams are fun to watch. I'm kind of looking forward to having this one on here in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Yeah, somebody's gonna win. So see, there's 6 wins for Tampa or 5 for Detroit and Seattle. If Seattle wins tonight,
yeah,
where would I be without you here?
I'm just trying to think,
things?
like, is it possible the Cardinals are like completely out of this thing by Thanksgiving?
Well, we're going to talk about that a little later, but
talk about it later.
Be careful what you wish for.
All right, Mitch. What else
very,
you got?
very intriguing matchup, by the way, in Seattle. The Seahawks and the Texans. Texans, very slow start to the year, but they're coming off the bye, whereas the Seahawks have been one of the better teams. Like the metrics on Sam Darnold are matching up basically what he did last year, too.
They've been good, and it's added to the woe of all of us around here that the 49ers have had all these injuries. It doesn't matter. The Rams lose Puka Nacua. It doesn't matter. The Seattle Seahawks just
what the
rolling right along.
49ers are going to do, though, right? They're going to trade for somebody. Like, okay, who they're going to trade?
Well, so how about this? I saw Tyler Lockett got his release from Tennessee today. Do they just swing a flyer on a guy that was in the division?
They probably need defensive help, but I think Gambo's right. They're
going to trade.
They'll make a trade for
They'll
somebody.
make a trade or two. They're not afraid. By the way, Brandon Ayuk was at the ASU game the other day.
Yeah.
Was him there, Brandon Ayuk.
ASU game, and then went back home to watch the Niners. Quick update: Amon-Ra St. Brown, 27-yard touchdown. Lions already on the board.
That's my favorite player.
It's 6-0 right now. The Lions.
Love Amon-Ra St. Brown, my favorite player.
By the way, I'm sure everybody in Seattle's a nervous wreck for tonight because not only you got the Seahawks big Monday night game, you've got Game 7 of the ALCS. The Mariners, are the last remaining team in MLB history to have not won a pennant. So if they win tonight, it's their first ever trip to the World Series.
Wow. I kind of want them to win, but then I don't know if anybody can beat the Dodgers. I just don't want the Dodgers to win. But like I said it last week, I don't think the American League All-Star team can beat the Dodgers right now.
I want the Mariners,
or the NL.
I want the Mariners to win. When my wife and I moved to Seattle for a couple of years, this was before the Diamondbacks were created. I kind of adopted the Mariners when we lived there for a couple of years. I want them to. I don't think they stand a chance against the Dodgers, but I would like them to get into the World Series for the first time ever. That'd be really cool for that market.
If the Mariners win, the series will start in LA. I believe the first game's Friday. If the Blue Jays win, they get home field advantage against LA. And again, I think it starts Friday. The game tonight, coverage starts 4:30. First pitch 5:08 on ESPN 620. So if you're looking for something to listen to on the way home, we got you covered there. Let's pivot to the NBA because we're approaching that rookie extension deadline before the start of the season.
Yes.
The latest candidate, the Nuggets' Christian Brown, getting I think it was like 5-year extension off the rookie deal. The one that we're not expecting, that you've already reported, Gambo, is Mark Williams. And Mark Williams at practice today was asked about that.
Yeah, I think I'll just let my game take care of itself. Just focus on basketball, focus on the team, and having a really good year this year.
Williams has played fewer than 50% of the possible games in his NBA career.
Yeah, the Suns are not going to give him a rookie extension. Now, they still have control. He's a restricted free agent. If he goes out there and crushes it, he's going to make more money. And the Suns, if they decide to keep him, will have to pay him more money. Some people thought because of what they gave up, the 2 first-round draft picks to get him, that they would extend him. But they're not going to extend. They were not going to extend him. We reported that last week.
It would just be a very interesting situation to see if he can make it through a full season, in my opinion. But
I'm fully on board with not giving him an extension. The deadline is come and gone. I'm very glad they didn't give him an extension.
Right.
That's the right call.
And then we'll close with this. Are either of you aware of a gentleman by the name of Monty Quinn?
No.
So Monty Quinn is the running back for D3
I
Curry
read about
College.
this cat over the weekend.
He had like 550 yards or something?
522 yards on 20 carries and 7 touchdowns. It is the NCAA single game record for all divisions. This is D3, by the way. single game rushing record for all divisions in a single game, and he blew past the previous number by
That's
like
awesome.
50 yards.
My kid was a D3 college baseball player. I love it when the D3 kids do something that's noteworthy like that. Good for him.
Maybe get him some NIL money and get him up to Division II. Can he make the jump?
I don't know what's harder to do. 550 whatever yards on how many carries? 20?
522 on 20. So that's an average of like 26 a carry.
On 20 or 33 points in one quarter of an NFL game. I don't know what's harder to do. I don't know what's tougher. But
that's tomorrow's poll question.
Or to lose 5 straight games and you've had the lead in the fourth quarter. Which is harder to do?
All right, and on that note, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate that. Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after our show. Mitch and Kellen talking about the fallout of the Cardinals-Packers game and ASU's big win over Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. What's more important when deciding who should be the quarterback? The stats? The eye test? Is there anything at this point that favors Kyler Murray in this competition? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Another late game collapse.
We're the same, We're a team that fights hard, but we have to find a way to win ball games, Losing is frustrating regardless. I'd rather be in a ball game and have a chance to win than to get blown out.
We've tried a couple things, but we got to figure out a better way to get ourselves in better position to win.
Heading into the bye week 2 and 5, we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. It's really all about making sure you have a financial plan, a retirement plan, and even a tax plan. Last week, I met up with Stuart. He came out to the house. We sat down. We kind of just went over my plan as I'm nearing my retirement. We just went over everything. Okay, let's make sure we got all our ducks in a row. And, you've got to figure out stuff like how, when do you take Social Security? I have a pension that's involved here, and then my investments, and how much can you pull out of your investments without losing any of the principal? And I want to buy a villa in Italy. And where do I take that chunk of money from? Like all of those questions, he's got answers for you. He's going to help me figure out the right way to do it. And a big one is the taxes, because so much of my money is put away tax deferred. How do I make sure that I keep as much of my money as possible within the law? And that's where Stuart Willis comes in. He's got 5 locations in the Valley. Nobody's better. He's a terrific fiduciary. Give him a call and set up a free portfolio review. Not going to cost you anything to meet with the same guy I use and go over your financial future. 602-877-PLAN is the number. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Don't miss one of the crown jewel events in all of racing, the Western World Championships, coming up Friday and Saturday night, October 24th and 25th at Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande. The stars of the USAC National Sprint Car Series with drivers from all over the country will be taking on the Arizona Heroes with $35,000 to win on the line. Tickets, camping, and directions at centralazraceway.com. Central Arizona Raceway. We sell excitement.
As
the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Burns and Gambo.
Welcome back on the Burns and Gambo Show. Shout out to the audience watching us on YouTube. Shout out to the audience joining us from Maryvale today. Hello, Maryvale. Thank you for hanging out with us on this Big Red Monday. Cardinals lose. 5th straight loss. We're going to have the big picture, what does it all mean conversation coming up a little bit later because they're 2-5. And quite frankly, we're in a little bit of a mood about it around here on Burns and Gambo. I don't mind telling anybody.
Well,
we're
kind
in a bit of a mood.
I mean, we're kind of pissed.
Yeah. Because
like Burnsy keeps saying to me during all the breaks, like, the Sun season hasn't even freaking started, and they're done. The Suns season hasn't started. How are they out of this thing and the Suns haven't even started playing yet?
Exactly what
I'm
I've
like,
been saying.
it's not even Halloween.
I was going to save that magical line for later when we talked about it, but no, that's fine. It's fine. We share a whole bunch of stuff on the show. It's fine. I got no problem with that. But yeah, it's we're still 48 hours away from Sun season starting, and they're 2-5, and it feels like the season's done. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. It's amazing. We're 2 hours and 18 minutes into the show, and we really haven't talked about Kyler versus Jacoby.
Oh, okay. Please do.
And I'll just tell you, I think there's a couple reasons why we haven't really talked about it yet. Number one, Jonathan Gannon, once again, yesterday made it very clear, Kyler Murray is the starter. And when Kyler Murray's healthy, he will play. He was asked, yesterday, is Kyler still QB1?
20 seconds. Why?
Nothing's changed, Teo.
That's it. Nothing's changed. And when was that decision made?
Gave him until basically today,
Sorry, that was the decision on not to play him yesterday. They gave him until Sunday, but nothing's changed. Absolutely nothing. And so when Gannon was on with us earlier, I didn't even frame up the question like, hey, is K1 still your starter? He's made that abundantly clear. Kyler is still. My question was more, is he going to be ready in time for Dallas? And he's like, I don't know, we'll see, trending that direction, but we don't know for sure. So number one, here's what we know to be true. Number one, it's very clear. Kyler is the starter when he comes back, and that's that. And number two, I think it's very clear. Jacoby Brissett has been better. And I just don't know what's left to dispute that.
Why not keep Jacoby as the starter?
I don't.
Look at the numbers. So you had 320 yards the first time through the year, 279 the second. He had a quarterback rating of 110.8. He's thrown for 600 yards and 4 touchdowns in 2 games, with just 1 interception. I mean, look at the passes. I just jotted these down. Wilson for 18 yards. MHJ for 22. Zay Jones on that 3rd and 23 for 43 yards. He threw that ball from his 5-yard line. He hit Wilson for 14. That's all in the first half. In the second half, Marvin Harrison Jr. for 35 on a deep corner route. Zay Jones for 24. I mean, the Arizona Cardinals are moving the ball down the field like we don't see with Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
We don't see these type of big pass plays and chunk plays down the field with Kyler Murray. We see a lot of dinking and dunking. Now, the one thing is that he's lost both games, and they're now 2-15 without Kyler Murray. When Kyler Murray doesn't play, the Arizona Cardinals have a winning percentage of 11. They're 2-15. It's not good. So I think Jacob, but arguably they played 2 of the better teams in the league the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
and he almost led them to victories against 2 of the better teams.
I had a lot of thoughts on this when I was driving back from yesterday's game, and part of me was like, okay, I know we're going to have the quarterback conversation on tomorrow's Burns and Gambo show. What do I have to say about it? And I guess what I have to say about it is it even the question anymore? Is it even we all love quarterback controversies because it gives us something to argue about who should start, who shouldn't start. They've lost 5 straight games by a total of 13 points. Is that even the issue now? Who the quarterback is that the fix? Because it's not.
It's more. I think if you said what's the biggest issue, I think number one might be coaching, and number two might be fourth quarter defense.
I think number one is fourth quarter defense.
Okay. And number two is coaching?
And number two would be coaching. I don't think
it's not the quarterback.
But it's not the quarterback.
But if Kyler Murray goes out there against the Dallas Cowboys, who have a terrible defense, by the way, just a terrible defense.
Yes.
And you're not able to move the ball through the air against the Dallas Cowboys in that game? I mean, come on.
I know, but it's not even, I'm not saying it's not an issue. When you've lost 5 straight games the way the Cardinals have, I just don't think it's the issue. It's
a fair point by you.
It's easy. It's easy to make it the issue because it's a quarterback controversy and nothing moves the meter like one of those. But I just don't think it's the issue anymore when you've got so many problems. Look, here's the other thing I thought, and you might disagree with this, and I don't even know if I've fully formed this idea or not.
Okay.
You're 2-5. Your season's pretty much done. At this point, if you assume Jacoby Brissett isn't the answer, that he's just not the answer because he's not Kyler, are you better off playing Kyler to make sure that when you do part ways with him at the end of the year, you've given him and yourself every opportunity to make sure, just making sure, triple checking, quadruple checking, he's not the guy, you know what I mean? Because I
thought Jacoby coming in the way he played the last 2 weeks almost solidifies that Kyler's not the guy. Listen to this number alone. The Cardinals' offense has converted 23 or more first downs each of the last 2 games. They didn't reach 20 in any other game this season. They've converted 50% on third down each game, something that just – and look at Bickley's column today talking about it. I think that we all wanted to see Jacoby Brissett play so badly because we wanted to see if this offense could do some things that they couldn't do with Kyler. Well, he did play, and they did do a lot of things that they don't do without Kyler.
Yeah.
And I would have Jacoby. I would bench Kyler Murray and go with Jacoby Brissett. I would.
It's all so obvious. And for the record, I would too. I would too. I guess what I'm presenting is the counter argument of hey, your season's lost. You've got 10 games left to see if Kyler can do anything to save his standing as the starting quarterback of this franchise. Because at the end of the offseason, you were pointing out to me all the tweets, all the stuff out there in social media of if the Cardinals cut him this and if they trade him that, and here's the cap hit if this happens. And we'll probably talk more about that tomorrow because it's kind of numbers. But it does seem to me that if nothing else, the Cardinals have been given almost, not that they need more evidence on Kyler. They should have plenty after 7 games. They shouldn't need any more after 7 years of Kyler to know whether he's the guy or not. But here's 10 games of a team that's pretty much out of it. Give it to Kyler, and just to make sure you're sure that when you move on from him, you've made the right decision by letting him play in those 10 games.
He's not Kevin Durant. You could discuss trades with him without even asking him. You don't have to. He's not Kevin Durant. I would look at every option. This other stat blew me away too. Jacoby Brissett has converted 4 third downs of at least 14 yards. Kyler Murray had 1 in 30 games under Gannon. Okay. Think about that one. He's got 4 third down conversions of at least 14 yards in 2 games. Kyler Murray had 1 of those in 30 games. I don't know. It doesn't seem like – I mean, it almost like – you score a boxing match like this. You score 10-9, 10-8, 10-7. It almost seems like 10-8. Like it's so overwhelmingly convincing that I give it to Jacoby Brissett 10-8. It's you easily won that round.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And as Jody Jackson just tweeted the show and points out, our good friend and colleague Jody Jackson points out that the injuries to the top running backs, Tip Ryman is out, and still Jacoby Brissett
he's still moving
doing
the offense.
all of this stuff.
Right. Hello, Zay Jones. I didn't even know who you were. Michael Wilson. Wow, welcome to the party. Like all these guys that are getting involved that they'd never played well under Kyler.
The numbers, the eye tests, it all kind of tells us the same thing.
Yep.
But the organization has been steadfast and consistent and firm. Kyler will be the starter when he comes back, and that is that. And so
the question is why.
We'll see what fruit that bears when he does come back against Dallas or whenever. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the future of the Arizona Cardinals at 2-5. What does it hold for Monty for Jonathan Gannon for a team that's clearly lost their way 7 games in. It's time for the Monday Blitz. Your call, 602-260-9870, 602-260-9870. Your phone calls next here on Burns and Gambo.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
It's football season. While our teams battle on the field, America Roofing is battling leaky roofs across the state. Hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi. First a roof repair, then years later we bought a brand new roof from America Roofing. In Arizona, your roof better perform in the heat, wind, and rain. Trust my friends at America Roofing and their more than 25 years of experience, more than 400 employees, locally owned. Make sure, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals now on their bye week after their 5th straight loss of the season. For all of the latest surrounding the Cardinals and to hear Jonathan Gannon, the Cardinals head coach, his exclusive conversation with Burns and Gambo, head on over to ArizonaSports.com or download the free Arizona Sports app. Week 7 in the NFL concludes with a Monday night doubleheader, one of which is in action right now. In the Motor City, the Detroit Lions have an early 7-0 advantage on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There's about 4 minutes to go in the first quarter there, and a Amon-Ra St. Brown touchdown. Maybe a lot of you fantasy folks out there are reliant on him on this Monday. And then at 7 in the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks welcome the Houston Texans. Again, that one kicks off at 7. But the Hawks aren't the only Seattle team in action tonight. Best 2 words in sports, baby. We got Game 7 in the Major League Baseball playoffs, the ALCS in Toronto between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. The winner advances to the World Series to face the LA Dodgers. First pitch is at 5:08. We've got pregame coverage happening right now. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Monday Blitz. With Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Monday Blitz time. We take your calls 602-260-9870 on the state of the 2-5 Arizona Cardinals. Try to get as many calls in as we can, so we appreciate you getting to your points so we can talk about it and react, but we thank you for the phone call in advance. Chuck in Glendale is first up here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Chuck.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Happy Monday to you.
To you as well.
So I'm just going to make a couple comments, and Burnsy, I want to touch a little bit on the question that you put out there. First of all, everybody's ragging on Drew Petzing. Looks like he's doing a pretty good job with the quarterback in place right now. So I don't think the offense is the problem. Burnsy, I don't disagree with you when it comes to the defense on the fourth quarter. They've just given up. Period. We wouldn't be losing these games if the defensive coach, was doing his job, and I don't know who that is. Now, as far as the general manager and the coach go, the boys need to think out of the box a little bit. Honestly, they're not doing it. They're stuck in this box. Both of them need to get their heads out of there. You know what? And be a professional football team. We can't afford to be losing 4 or 5 games by only 13 points total. So
yeah, listen, and that's what happens when you lose. I appreciate the call. Thank you. When you lose 5 games in a row, obviously you're going to look at the coach, you're going to look at the GM, you're going to look at the owner, and you'll be like, "What the hell? What's going on here? Why is this happening?" They're not going to make any. They're not making any changes now, but we'll see how the season goes.
No, certainly not now. Boy, the talent question is one you just can't ignore. Rodney is in Glendale. He's next up here on the Monday Blitz. Rodney, welcome to the show, man. We appreciate it. What's up?
Hello, gentlemen. Happy Monday. I want to discuss the fourth quarter defense and the lapse in coverage from Jalen Thompson and Dadrian Taylor-Demerson.
Right.
And I would also like to see some more sound play calling out of Jonathan Gannon. I know the fourth down play didn't work yesterday with us, but it worked for the Packers. So I would like to see your thoughts on that.
Yeah, the Tucker Kraft being as wide open as he was, it was deplorable. I mean, it was.
Yeah, their fourth down worked, yours didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And their fourth down was a big, kind of bold, aggressive play call. And again, Gambo and I respectfully disagree with each other about this when he doesn't like the Cardinals going forward on fourth down.
No.
I did. I hated the play call because looking back on it, I'm in the press box. I'm looking at it through the naked eye. I thought a yard was a yard. And then I looked up at the monitor on the replay. I'm like, oh, my God, they were 2 yards away from that.
Almost 2 yards. It was a super long yard.
I just didn't love that, right? I didn't love that. Now, defensively, it boggles the mind to think they don't have enough talent defensively after the shopping spree they went on in the offseason.
But it's hard not to wonder and ask the question, do they have enough talent
Do they have a
defensively
game-changing player
showing up at the end of these games, right? Jake is in Glendale. A lot of time on the west side today here on the Burns and Gambo show. Good to see that. Jake, welcome to the show. What's up?
How you doing, guys? Big fan of the show. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jake. You appreciate that.
Yeah, West Side, Glendale. Absolutely.
West Side.
Real quick. It's been a lot of fun for me watching the Cardinals these past two games in particular. I was really excited when we did pick up Brissett as the backup, and I think he's proven why he is one of the best, if not the best backup in the league. I think our wide receivers have to be really happy with what they've had under center these past couple of games. It's been fun to watch. I think I agree with you guys. I think this should be Brissett's job to lose now. But I want to answer Gambo's question at the end of the last segment. You said, well, why? Why are they sticking with Kyler Murray? I think when you bench a quarterback, their trade stock goes down. So I think they're kind of just hoping that he comes back and is a lot better in the second half, and so they have a better chance to trade him. What do you guys think of that?
It's a fair thought. It's a fair thought that, okay, we want to play him because if we bench him, we hurt his value. I think if you trade Kyler Murray, it's all about getting off the contract and not about what you get back. It's about, can I get off of this? Does anybody want to take? I'll take the cap hit. I'll get off of the contract, and I'll just move on. You're not getting a first-round pick for Kyler Murray. You're not getting a second-round pick for Kyler Murray. So I don't know what you would get, but look what they got for Carson Palmer when the Cardinals traded for him. They didn't give up, they didn't give up that much. I think the team that would be taking Kyler, if somebody was willing to trade for him, they're not giving you 2 firsts and a second for him.
No. It is an interesting thought because I believe the Monday night game against Dallas, the next game the Cardinals play, I believe that's the day before the trade deadline. For what it's worth. And we have a lot of time to talk about that, but for what it's worth, that is, I believe, the game before the trade deadline. So we need to look into that. But, one quick thing about Jacoby Brissett, and then I'll get out to Louis and surprise. One thing about Jacoby, if you do move on from Kyler, all right, and you decide to draft a quarterback next year, Jacoby Brissett, I hate to say it because he's played that role before, would be a nice veteran transition guy to get you to the guy that you draft if you do decide to move on. Louis and surprise. Sorry to put you on pause like that. Louis, take it away. What you got for us?
That's all right. Real quick, I haven't looked it up. How tall is Jacoby?
6'4".
He's big.
All right, and Kyler's 5'10". So that might be the issue going downfield. You just can't see the guys downfield, whereas Jacoby can. And now we're getting longer distances, going down faster, and Kyler just can't see over these guys that are 6'8" with their wingspans up. They're 7'6", 7'7" up in the sky, and you can't just see them.
Well, that's why Kyler's not under center a whole lot. He likes to take this, he doesn't go under center. He likes to shotgun because you get the ball there and you can see a little bit. But there's always been that belief by a lot of people out there that it's harder. It's harder for somebody that's 5'10" to see. I don't disagree with anything you said. Nope. Jacoby's big, and he reads the defenses really, really well, and he throws a good ball. That throw to Zay Jones, unbelievable. But, yeah, I've never been no, Kyler's fine. He's fine. No, there's definitely something that affects him when he's that small.
But there are some advantages that Kyler brings that Jacoby doesn't. On a 4th and, a yard and a half, whatever it was, Kyler's ability to run could potentially have come into play there.
Changes the defense.
Those sacks from Micah Park. Right, it's just there are, I'm trying to be fair to Kyler here, too. There are things he does that Jacoby simply cannot do. Greg is in Cave Creek. He's next up here on the Monday Blitz on the Burns and Gambo Show. Greg, welcome to the show. What's up?
Hello, gentlemen. Just in general of the game yesterday, it's just another week of the Cardinals inventing a way to lose, giving up that 61-yard field goal with 1 second left in the second quarter is so typical. Why?
I asked Gannon about that, and it's a mistake, right? Because if you just kick the ball in a landing zone and you make a tackle at the 25, 30, 35-yard, think about that's 5 seconds. That's 5 seconds off the clock. Mm-hmm. He's going to run around, you're going to tackle him, and all of a sudden now you've got 2 seconds left, and they're at the 35. Even if they're at the 40-yard line, you're not trying to field goal from there. But instead, they gave them 7 seconds, which allowed them to run one play, get 21 yards, and try a long field goal. A lot of things had to go right for Green Bay, and they did. But the Cardinals should have never put Green Bay in that position where they could have even attempted a field goal.
And of all the things that in our conversation with Jonathan Gannon that I heard him kind of second-guessing himself about a little bit, I don't know if that was the loudest, but it was noticeable to hear him kind of second-guess himself about that decision and how they decided to play it right there in that moment, for sure. All right, thank you, everybody who called. We ran out of time. We appreciate it. It's always great to hear from the listeners, whether you text in, call in, you're on the YouTube chat, whatever the case may be. We do appreciate the feedback. We do this every single Monday after a Cardinals game. When we come back, that big win in Tempe, what does it mean for ASU and the Big 12 the rest of the way? We will talk about that next on the Burns and Gampo Show.
That's 5 close losses in a row.
Final score, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23. And the Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
We got to play better, and we got to dig ourselves out of the hole. You know, there's still a lot of football left. I know it looks like the world's falling, the sky's falling. We got to take a little break here, and when we come back to work, be on all our focus on to Dallas and play better football.
We react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here for the attorneys at Berg Simpson, who are consistently recognized as some of the very, very best at what they do, whether it's Best Lawyers in America publication, Super Lawyers in America publication. The National Trial Lawyer is saying that they're one of the best law firms out there. There's so many choices when it comes to who's going to represent you if you've been in an accident. Berg Simpson rises above the rest due to the quality of the attorneys who work for them. You'll do your homework, you'll do your research, and you'll very quickly find out Berg Simpson is at a different level. We wish we had called them. We got involved in an accident many years ago. We made a huge mistake in not calling them. We thought because the accident wasn't our fault that we would have everything just handed to us. Doesn't work that way. Not when it comes to this. You need Berg Simpson on your side. Call them, 602, if you need to. Call them at 602-777-7000, 602-777-7000, or visit BergSimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Bear
here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch is here with an update on our 2 social media poll questions of the day. One put forth by Mitch, one at the behest of one John Gambadoro. Mitch, take it away. What do you got for us?
Taking it away as we speak. We'll start with Gambo's this time so I don't seem as selfish as far as the polls are concerned.
You are selfish. You really are all about you.
God, I'm just the worst.
Seriously.
Hijacked an entire segment just to talk about the Broncos for 5 minutes.
But that's a hell of a nice hat you're wearing there, Mitch.
You're darn right. Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that hat. That's limited edition. Can't even buy those
I don't know
things.
if you can get this at U of A either. It doesn't look this nice. There's no way. Did you agree with the Cardinals' decision to go for it on that 4th and 1 Jacoby Brissett sneak? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, hated it. Hated it. You're ahead. Their offense had done nothing all game. Pin them deep. Make them have to earn it. Don't give them less than half the field. I hated it.
Hated the play call, but liked the decision because that fourth quarter defense has just been untrustworthy.
Okay,
so I like it.
Gambo, if I gave you any play call in the world to change it to on that 4th and 1, are you still staying no?
Yeah, I don't think that there's a play call out there that I would have been.
Okay.
I'm a big believer in the risk is too great. If you fail, they're basically in field goal range.
You
already
are a
in
very
field goal range.
conservative person by nature, though, so I'm sure that's playing into this. You're
I am
you're not much of a
conservative.
risk taker over
No,
there.
no.
That's not really Gambo's
No,
vibe.
I am a conservative person.
Survey says?
In a lot of ways.
I was kind of thinking that part was going to go unsaid. You know, I was kind of thinking that part was going to go unsaid. But
59%
by now
are with Gambo and taking the conservative approach to football and saying no, they would not do the 4th and 1 to the 41%.
So it's good.
Yes.
So it's pretty close.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
This one's a little all over the board. I'm just trying to see what the fans are thinking about right now after a tough Cardinals loss, a big ASU win. If you're grouped into the tough U of A loss category as well. Start of the Sun season, and then we're approaching the World Series this weekend. So what sport or team are you focused on most right now? Is it the Cardinals? Is it your collegiate affiliation, ASU/U of A? Is it the baseball playoffs? Or is it the Phoenix Suns?
I'm going to go ASU.
ASU won. At
Suns
this point,
too.
Suns too.
Suns too.
Suns too.
I can't wait for Wednesday. I'm going to that game.
I think everybody knows what my answer is. Perhaps
Yeah, but look at the other. Look at the shirt there. Look at Mitch's shirt. The marching band.
Hey, he was a proud member of that.
Proud member of the marching band.
My backpack's labeled marching band too. Once that Adidas deal came down, just a quick shouts to them real quick. We got spoiled in the marching band.
You got some stuff?
Oh, yeah. Shoes, sweatpants, gear.
That's awesome.
Backpacks. Oh, it was the best. That's where everybody else is thinking right now, by the way. 47% with ASU/U of A. 28% looking forward to the start of that Sun season, and then a little bit of a flip. We've now got 14% on the baseball playoffs and just 11% on the Cardinals.
All right, thanks, Mitch. Those are our 2 questions. You can find them on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at on social media. So ASU wins. They're 5-2 overall. They're 3-1 in conference. I shudder to even think about what the conversation would have been like today had they lost that game on Saturday afternoon to Texas Tech, because they'd be done. They'd be where Utah is now. They'd be a 2-loss team in the Big 12, buried, needing all kinds of help. They still need help. All right, I don't want to make it sound like they're in the driver's seat with this thing, because they're not.
Yeah.
But they're in a really good spot if somebody else in front of them falls, and very likely somebody will.
Yeah, I always like to look at what does a win like that mean, or a loss like that means. There are a dozen teams, that are mathematically alive for the conference title at the midseason point. The Cougars, after beating Arizona, they're 6-1. Right now, the ESPN playoff model has BYU as the Big 12 representative as the 11 seed right now. But ASU, 3-1 in Big 12 play. They re-entered the rankings at number 25. They knocked down Texas Tech, and they get a nice little tiebreaker over Texas Tech.
Absolutely.
That's a nice tiebreaker to have over. Now, they lose it to Utah, but like you said, Utah now lost the game.
Yep.
So I like where they're at. There's a lot of games left to be played, but I think ASU should be favored in all their remaining games. And if they can win those games, and I looked at some of the other schedules, like BYU has to play Texas Tech, right? I think there's a pretty good chance that they could be one of the top two teams as long as they win out.
BYU not only has to play Texas Tech at Texas Tech, BYU has to travel to number 21 Cincinnati. BYU has to travel to Iowa State. Now, I know Iowa State's not that good, but of the 5 games BYU has left, 3 of them are on the road, and 2 of them are against ranked teams on the road.
Right.
So BYU, unless you think they're going to win out, they're going to stumble, they're going to have a loss. Cincinnati's, okay, so there are 2 undefeated conference teams in front of ASU right now. BYU's one of them. We just mentioned their schedule. Right. Cincinnati is the other. They're 4-0 in conference so far. ASU doesn't play Cincinnati this year, but Cincinnati still has to go at Utah on Saturday, November 1st. And, of course, they have the BYU game as well. So there's a lot of, stuff kind of in front of them. Now, ASU, the schedule gets a little bit easier after Texas Tech, but not a lot. Houston's good. Obviously, I don't think they're great, but they're good.
Yeah.
And Iowa State, I still think going there is going to be tougher, but not as tough as I thought because Iowa State's not as good. The schedule eases up a little for ASU. It gets a little tougher for the 2 teams that are in front of them.
Right.
So I think that bodes well for them as long as they can take, as ASU can take advantage of it.
You said it the other day. You said, look at this 4-game stretch. If you can come out as 3-1.
Yeah.
You know, that Baylor, TCU, Utah, Texas Tech. I mean, you said that last week or the week before.
Yeah, it was.
That's a 4-game stretch. If you come out at 3-1, you're in good shape.
You went 3-1. Now there was another 4-game stretch you could look at that started with Utah. That went Utah,
Texas Tech, Houston,
and Iowa State.
Right.
And if you win 3-1 during that, I still think if you win the next 2, I think you're going to the Big 12 title game. Now I don't have math that backs it up. My guess is if you beat Houston and not Cincinnati, Iowa State in 2 weeks, I think you're going. I think you're going to the Big 12 title game.
Right.
With a chance to defend your stuff.
Now you start to look at it, right? I would almost rather BYU beat Texas Tech, let BYU finish number 1 and ASU number 2, and then it's those 2. And I don't know if I want a rematch with Texas Tech.
Well, that's fine, but I
just want to get there. But yeah,
Texas Tech could be in that awkward situation of, let's say they win out. Okay, they can't. If they win out and ASU controls their destiny. Texas Tech could be that 1-loss team.
If there's 3 1-loss teams.
If they're left out of the playoffs.
That's right.
And they're just left out. And
right.
that would be hey, we were ranked in the top 10. Yes, so what? You didn't win your conference.
Especially if Utah is not one of the team that's. So Utah getting that second loss. Somebody asked me the other day, who do you want to win this game, Utah or BYU? And I was like, I don't really know.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure who I want to win that game.
BYU winning was the right result.
Okay.
Because it basically eliminated the tiebreaker Utah's got over ASU.
Right.
It nullified it. They've got 2 conference losses now. One to ASU and one to Texas Tech. That was a big favor I think BYU did. So you're in a great spot. You're not in as good of a spot as 2 other teams, but it feels like this conference once again is just kind of set up where, that's why you got to survive these next couple of weeks. And hope that Houston is a little overrated and hope that Iowa State doesn't feel like they've got revenge on their mind or Ames is a tough place for ASU to go play. Because once you get through those 2, now it's Colorado, West Virginia, U of A. There's a bye week mixed in there to give yourself a little time to lick your wounds. The next 2 weeks are essential for ASU to help themselves and hopefully get some help from Cincinnati.
Yeah, I had told you a few weeks ago, I don't see 4 losses here. I don't know how people would predict it. I don't see 4 losses on the schedule. They've got the 2, and maybe they're not going to lose 4 football games. If anything, maybe 1 more game.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, can Jonathan Gannon pull a Torey Lovello? And what exactly does that mean? Well, that's next on Burns and Gambo.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it's so easy to get your car serviced at Liberty. What sets you apart?
Glad you asked, Dave. We value your time. That's why buying and service are fast and stress-free. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you'll be back on the road by the next morning. Plus, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
And to celebrate fall savings, lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 39 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals now on to their bye week after their 5th straight loss of the season. For all the latest surrounding the Cardinals and to hear Burns and Gambo's exclusive conversation with head coach Jonathan Gannon, you can find all of that and more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Week 7 in the NFL concludes tonight. First up in Detroit, we got a Monday night doubleheader, I should say. The Detroit Lions hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a really fun and entertaining NFC matchup. At least on paper, it hasn't lived up to a high offensive billing just yet, but the Lions are up 7-0. That one has about 7.5 minutes to go until the first half concludes. Then coming up at 7 tonight, up in the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks welcome the Houston Texans, and that will close out Week 7. But the Hawks are not the only Seattle team that is going to be in action tonight. A huge, huge game for Mariners fans and Blue Jays fans, for what it's worth. Game 7 of the ALCS in Toronto. Blue Jays Mariners winner will advance to the World Series to face the defending champion Dodgers. First pitch is just minutes away, 5:08 to be exact, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Burns and Gambo.
We're in this type of hole, haven't played the way we've played, and the scores being super lopsided. We would still have to dig ourselves out of the hole, but you probably wouldn't feel as good as you can right now as you sit, myself sitting here in front of you guys. It's terrible to be 2-5, not where we want to be, not where we thought we were going to be, but that's in the past. And we see that we're near it. We just got to do better.
27-23, the Cardinals lose to the Green Bay Packers. 5 o'clock hour on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Gannon went on to say, quote, "Every losing coach stands up here and says the same bleep, but I really do believe in the people that we have." Close quote. He's got a lot of conviction. And as I was driving away from State Farm Stadium, as I was walking actually out of the press box, Gambo, I was thinking that Jonathan Gannon has to Torey Lovello this. He has to Torey Lovello this.
He's got a team that, for all intent and purposes, is out of it before Halloween.
Yep.
And he's got to find a way to keep that team together so close games don't end up to 2-score blowouts, 3-score blowouts. You can't come off the bye week and lose 41-17 to the Cowboys.
Yeah, he's got to. That's part of the job. I mean, is to keep the room together and to keep the room from fracturing and splintering. And certainly, you think about the job that Torey did this past year. Trade deadline, trading a bunch of guys, underperforming, all of the injuries, the Ketel Marte situation.
And they were winning series left and right.
And Torey was able to do two things. Number one, he was able to keep the room together. And number two, he was able to take, I mean, the Diamondbacks were irrelevant. They were sellers at the deadline. They were 9 games below 500. They were done. They were done.
And then they weren't. A lot of it had to do with the Mets collapse. A lot of it had to do with the Mets absolutely collapsing.
If the Cardinals are going to get back in this, and I know I'm living in la la land on this one, it's probably going to take somebody else helping them like that, somebody around them collapsing. But I think being 2-5 after 7 games is somewhat similar to being a seller at the trade deadline of Major League Baseball.
It's fair.
In terms of this is kind of where you are, and this is kind of the mountain that you have to climb. Now, it's hard to climb it. I'm not saying what Torey did was easy, but Jonathan Gannon's got to find his Torey Lovello, and he's got to figure out a way to, A, keep the room from splintering, and B, see if you can start making your football team relevant again, because they're flirting with the idea of not being relevant anymore now that they're 2-5.
I think, people take this the wrong way. You ask some tough questions to the coach about his job security and, whether he's coaching for his job and whether he has the support of the owners and the GM. And everybody's like, oh, you don't like the guy, right? You can't win with some of these people. But the reality is, I like Jonathan Gannon, and so do you.
I do too. I like him.
Jonathan Gannon. I really like Monty Ossenford. I don't like seeing this happen to them. But I wouldn't fire anyone right now. I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. I would not fire anyone. But I'll say this. This team cannot finish 3-14. This team cannot finish 4-13. This team cannot be 5-12, and you come back with that. You know, like same thing with Lovello. To your point, like if Lovello would have twinned it, what the Minnesota Twins did, would have traded everybody and then suck.
Twinned it. He'd be in trouble right now.
I think he would have been fired.
Yeah.
I think they would have fired him. But he kept the team together, and that was a big factor in the decision, is that they played hard for him. This team right now has had a gigantic step backwards, one we did not expect. There's been 41 games in this era since they made the change. They've won 14 out of 41 football games. 14 out of 41. We're not rebuilding in the third year. You're trying to win and go to the playoffs in your third year.
It's crazy.
So I don't know that. I think do I want these guys to come back next year? Yeah, I do. I want them to come back next year. But I think they're going to have to do better than 3, 4, or 5 wins to get there. I just do. Unless you're a believer like, hey, Michael's already paying Cliff and he doesn't want to play Gannon and he doesn't want to pay 3 coaches. Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see that, but
I think there's another if you're a believer in. If you're not a believer in Kyler Murray, and you might be able to convince yourself, hey, this coaching staff they just need somebody better at quarterback. They just need somebody else at quarterback. They need somebody who does the things that we've seen Jacoby Brissett do and doesn't do the things that we've seen.
Time?
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't at all explain what's going on defensively with this football team. That doesn't explain for 1 second what's going on in the fourth quarter of these games. And that's when you start getting into real scary stuff about whether they don't have the talent, because now you're talking about the draft, now you're talking about free agency, now you're talking about roster construction and things that have been done poorly in that regard. That's not all on the quarterback and whether Kyler is the right guy. But if you're going to justify saying, okay, let's try it again one more time, and this year ends up being like that, I think you're going to do it because of the quarterback. You're going to do it to say, let's try it one more time, but let's try it with a different quarterback and see if we get different results with a different quarterback, because we've tried it for 7 years with Kyler and we've gotten nowhere with that.
If that's a veteran quarterback that's been in the league for a while, that's one thing. But if you're drafting a rookie quarterback, you just wonder if that buys them even more time to get it turned around with a rookie quarterback.
And again, so it's just like
41 games, 17 wins.
14 wins. I've got their record as 14-27, 41 games in.
You probably got it right. I probably wrote it down wrong.
Our buddy Cam Cox over Channel 12. Monty Austin-Fort and JG are 41 games in. Their record is 14 wins and 27 losses.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, it's not. That's. We did something. Yeah, they've won 14. I read. There have been 41 games in this era. They have won 14 of them.
There you go.
14
wins.
You
said it right the first time.
Yeah, 27 losses.
Yeah.
You know, we did something a few weeks ago where we said, let's look at every coach that was hired in that cycle. Only one of them's gone. Frank Reich got fired with Carolina in the first year. All the rest of them are having success. Mm-hmm. Right?
Shane Steichen's great. Sean Payton's
Shane
doing
Steichen.
well.
These guys are all having more success. Demeca Ryans. So the whole cycle of coaches that year outside of Frank Reich that's had success, the success hasn't come yet. I really hope it does. And I still believe at this point that it can. But as he said, they're going to do a reset during this bye week. I'd love to know what that means. But Gannon told us we're going to do a reset here because they need to. They need to.
This is what he said when you asked him about if he's coaching for his job right now. Here's how he responded to that.
No. When you're in any seat in the NFL, there's pressure every day. I think you lean on the people in the locker room, and that's why I said I thought the media asked me that about kind of keeping the team together after you hit some adversity, and I kind of laugh. Like anyone that's been in the NFL for any amount of time, you've had adversity, right? But you got to be committed to what you're doing. You just got to do a little bit better, and we have the right people in there. You know, we spent a long time on acquisition since we've been here, both through free agency and the draft and all the times that you can acquire people. And that's why we're so big on football character and team first guys. Like if you had, I would call them a bunch of mercenaries, you'd be in trouble right now. And I wouldn't feel great, as good as I can feel after losing 5 in a row, honestly. But there are positives to what we're doing and how we're going to move forward. And I do believe in the people that we got because I know they ain't going to turn it down. They're going to keep swinging. They're going to come back to work, have a good attitude with a lot of focus, and put the effort and energy that's needed to try to win a game versus Dallas.
Follow-up question from you.
Do you feel like you've got the support and the backing of Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell as well?
Yeah, 1,000%. I couldn't have landed in a better situation than I did, guys. I'll be honest with you.
Questions at this point, like I don't think it was appropriate for me to ask that last week or the week before. But a 5-game losing streak, that might, for all intent and purposes, probably takes you out of any playoff talk this year.
We're going to talk about that in the next segment.
It was the right time to ask, whether he's feeling the pinch right now with the struggles that they've had.
Yeah, and that's we were thinking the same thing, just different ways. I think Torey Lovello was feeling the pinch.
Yeah,
towards the end of July.
But his players responded.
Yeah, his players responded. And they got help from the Mets, as you pointed out. But he was able to take something that was well on its way to being the Minnesota Twins, and they played relevant, meaningful baseball the last weekend of the regular season. That seemed impossible at the trade deadline. Like they're going to play meaningful baseball the last weekend of the season. Impossible. They just traded 5 guys, 5 of their biggest, best, most important guys.
Yeah.
They're not playing relevant baseball in the final weekend of the season. They did.
And they did.
They did.
And those players, they loved Lovello. And that's the thing. You love Gannon, play hard. Let's go. Let's win. You like this combination? Yeah. You like playing for Jonathan Gannon? Go win some games
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, this latest loss for the Arizona Cardinals at 2-5. What does that mean, and how big is this mountain? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cardinals had this one on the line in the final frame, and then
Brissett, clock is ticking, backs up to throw, and fires deep middle, jump ball in the end zone, and it goes out the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Day Jones comes out with the ball after the tip. He's just out the back of the end zone.
we react to another close loss, and you get your chance to sound off about your team, Bird Gang, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you all the great things about the Lund Mortgage team. They're ready to help you with all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it all at the Lund Mortgage team. It's the only mortgage company in the Valley that I've used since I moved here. Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, they are fantastic at what they do, and I highly recommend them. You know what a lot of people are doing right now? They're saying, I want to get into a house. I'm tired of renting. I'm tired of paying somebody else's mortgage. I want to get into my own home. Well, the Lund Mortgage team is helping you by getting you pre-approved absolutely free. They'll get you pre-approved absolutely free, and they'll do that so that way you can go out, look for a house with the confidence, knowing that you've got the backing and you've got the ability to go buy that house. The seller's going to be like, oh, you're pre-approved? Okay, great. Don't even need to show a house anymore. We're good to go. The Lund Mortgage team does that, and they don't charge you for it. They'll also help you with any refinance. If you think the rates are a little bit lower now, you want to refinance, or maybe you've got one of those adjustable mortgages that keep going up. You're like, oh, I can't afford this anymore. I need a fixed rate. Call the people at the Lund Mortgage team, 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things, people,
love.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. We've got all the 4 major sports going this month. The baseball playoffs are here. Football is all around you. Hockey's starting up. Basketball, too. And with bar stools and corner booths that rival courtside seats, Twin Peaks is your Hoops headquarters all season long. While you're there, enjoy their entire menu made for MVPs, burgers, wings, steaks, flatbreads, and so much more. Plus the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for, and they're serving brunch now, too. What more could you possibly ask for? Never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Nation.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Burns and Gambo.
Everybody upset about 2-5 for the Arizona Cardinals. I'm sure the folks out in Mesa are upset about the 2-5 Arizona Cardinals. Mesa's like, come on.
Mesa, they're
come
upset.
on. They're upset. They're upset. Mesa's upset. Yeah. Everybody's upset. And the reason why, and yes, you're right. During the commercial breaks, when the cameras aren't on and the microphones aren't on, I have lamented to you and to just about anybody else who will walk in or around this area.
The Sun season hasn't even started.
The Sun season hasn't even started, and the Cardinals are 2-5.
I'm like, it's not even Halloween yet, and playoff hopes are gone.
And I went you 1 week earlier. I mean, Halloween's still a week and a half away. The Sun season isn't even 48 hours away from starting.
It's hard.
And the Cardinals are already 2-5. And I know, I understand. We talked about this last week. 2-5 isn't necessarily the kill shot, right? Like when it comes to playoff hopes, 4 of the last 5 years, a 2-5 team has gotten into the postseason. But there's such a heavy caveat that comes with that. But all of those teams either got in with 9 wins in a really watered down conference where 9 wins was good enough to get into the last wild card spot, or they got in with 9 wins, or in the case of the Washington football team, 7 wins, because they won a really crappy division. So unless you think the NFC West is going to be a really crappy division and 9 wins is going to be enough, or the NFC in general is going to be real crappy and 9 wins is going to be enough, at 2-5, those are the only examples of teams that made the postseason who started the year 2-5 in the last 5 years. They won 9 games. Washington won 7 games, and they just took advantage of a watered-down. I don't think that's going to happen this year in the NFC.
There are 9 teams that have either 4 or 5 wins right now in the NFC. 9 teams that have 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to win this Tampa-Detroit game. If Detroit wins it, they go to 5 wins. Tampa would go to 6. But there's 9 teams that have 4 or 5 wins. You're behind all of those teams by at least 2 games.
Yep.
The other thing is, like, there's only one team in the NFC that has a worse record than you. It's the New Orleans Saints. Only the Saints have a worse record in the NFC. Now, in the AFC, there's your 1 win Baltimore and 1 win Tennessee and no wins for the Jets and 1 from the AFC. See, the problem is the AFC. If you were in the AFC with 2 wins, you'd be like, you know what? You're not out of it.
Say maybe.
Maybe.
We can do it. Sure,
because half the league sucks in the AFC. But in the NFC, only the Saints have less wins than the Cardinals. Everybody else has 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 wins if the Bucs won tonight. So It's really an uphill climb.
To your point, because I'm glad you brought this up about the AFC. So the top 7 teams get into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the 10th team in the AFC is the 2-3 Houston Texans. I mean, they're because the team that's occupying the 7th spot right now is the 4-3 Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, it's if you were in the AFC, it's a much different conversation. But you're not. You're 2-5, and that's what. I don't know about anybody. That's what's got me in a mood about this today. I mean, it really does. Just because it's just too early in the season. It's too early in the season to be asking the coach about his future with the team. It's too early in the season to be thinking. And I'm not saying you weren't justified in doing it. It's too early to be looking at mock drafts or big boards or any. I don't want to
tomorrow
do any of that
on Burns
stuff.
and Gambo.
No, God,
should the Cardinals go offensive tackle or wide receiver with their draft pick?
It's so early in the calendar to be having these conversations, and I don't know what to do with this angst other than just like let it go and get over it and figure it out. Like, okay, it is what it is. But Jonathan Gannon said it last night. He said it again with us. Nobody could have envisioned this. No matter how rosy you were about the Cardinals, how like me picking them 11 wins. God, that looks so stupid right now. No matter how rosy you were, I don't think anybody would have thought 2-5 after 7 games.
There's a Connor Orr guy from
Did
Sports
he even have him
Illustrated.
2-5?
I think
he had him 6-11 because
I think that he had. I'm going to look it up. I think he had them winning this game against Green Bay.
Did he?
I think he had him winning it. I've got it bookmarked, so I will find it.
Okay, I'll talk while you look up the bookmark.
8 straight losses to teams with a winning record, Bernsey. 4-11 in their last 15 games. Like, we all expected that this was going to be the year they okay, turn the corner, let's go. I even said to you, you were really playoffs or bust for these guys to keep their job. And I was more like, I'm okay. I'm not playoff or bust. I mean, if they play good, hard football and they don't get in because they miss out by a game or two, I'm not firing anybody. You are the one that was very much like, hey, if this is the year, you've got to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't put an or else qualifier on it like you got to fire everybody. But yes, it was kind of unspoken. Like, if you don't make the playoffs, something went wrong. Mitch looked it up 3-4, by the way.
Did you find that before I did?
Because you're not talking.
Scrolling and
Mitch isn't talking. You're trying to do
I try
a radio
to be
show.
the one that takes away the stress of your job, Gambo.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still scrolling.
Your brain has a hard enough time focusing on the task when it just has one task.
I finally got to it.
Yeah,
it was August 15th. That's why I
He
had to
did
go back
have
a
Green
long
Bay
time.
winning, for what it's worth.
He had them
Or
beating
losing.
Green Bay? He had
Cardinals winning, Green Bay losing. Sorry.
He had the Cardinals winning.
So he had them 3-4. Even at 3-4, you can say, okay, it's bad, but you're still in it. You can still make, you know what I mean? Like, you can still kind of make the case, okay, it's not ideal, but you're not. I mean, 2-5, it feels like, not only does it feel like you're out of it, it feels like 6 wins, like, okay, Connor Orr's prediction of 6 wins now suddenly doesn't seem so crazy. They'd have to go 4-6 in their last 10 just to get to 6 wins, you know, against one of the toughest schedules left in the NFL. They're going to have to go 4-6.
So what are they right now? They're 2-5.
2-5. They've got 10 games left.
And he had them 3-4. So but he had them like losing to Dallas, Seattle, Tampa, Houston, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Rams. So he had like the tough part of the schedule, like just about all losses.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where Jonathan Gannon's got. He's got such hard work in front of him because not only does he have to keep the team together, we were talking about this a little bit in the last segment, not only does he have to keep the team together, he has to keep them from splintering. He's going to have to justify the Kyler Murray move, you know, which becomes a really tough sell if he comes out and they just go right back to what they were before offensively, and it's a step back from Jacoby Brissett.
Well, let me ask you about something you said then.
Sure.
Because you said 10 games left. Where does the season go from here?
Mm-hmm.
Where does it need to go to? Like, where does it need to go to? I mean, I'm worried to death that their next 2 games are on the road at Dallas and at Seattle, and if they lose those 2 games and 2-5 becomes 2-7, and like
then you're talking about a 4-win football team.
Then you're talking about a 4-win football team.
Then you're talking about a 4-13 team, a 5-12 team. That's just a disaster.
So what do you want out of the 10 games?
Oh, what do I want? I mean,
is it about just playing hard again, or is it about finishing fixing the fourth quarter defenses, finding a way to close out teams when you've got a lead? Is it wins and loss oriented?
I'm afraid what I want is just not achievable, so I don't even know if I should say it. You know, like I'm afraid what I want.
No, you brought it up in the email, and I was curious about it.
I want them to not become irrelevant. You know, I want them to play relevant football. I don't know if that's possible now. That's why I'm in such a mood today. I don't know if it's possible for them to play relevant football from here on out.
You would have to win on the road at Dallas and win on the road at Seattle to get them to 4-5, and then that San Francisco game becomes the season right there. If you can win those, because the San Francisco game at home would either get you to 500 or would drop you 2 games below 500. Because if you won in Dallas and in Seattle.
What do you want out of the last 10 games? Same question for you.
I want them to fix the fourth quarter defense.
Okay.
I need that to be fixed. This cannot happen anymore. I need them to close out games that they have a lead. You can't keep giving up these leads.
Okay.
You can't do that. I want, if Kyler Murray is going to be the quarterback, I want to mandate that they're going to go down the field the way Jacoby Brissett did. Zay Jones and Michael Wilson are part of the offense. Do not ignore them the whole game. You want to go back to Kyler? Okay, I'll go back to Kyler, but here's what I want. I mean, I want this. I want Kyler going down the freaking field.
I asked Gannon about that. That was a really interesting answer, I thought, too, about wanting Kyler to do that. Yeah, okay, so I think we're, to borrow a phrase from the Suns, we're aligned.
I don't know what I need. I don't know what I need wins and losses wise, though, as far as because people are going to ask, like, do you bring these guys back or not? I don't want these two guys to get fired. I don't like them. I want them to do well. I'm rooting for them to do well.
I just want them to find a way to play relevant football in November. And I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if they can get there. But that's what I want. How? I don't even care at this point how they get there. Kyler, Jacoby, fix the fourth quarter. I mean, I don't even, the how doesn't matter. It's the what. I want relevant football around Thanksgiving. Can we get it, or are we going to be deprived of that? I don't know. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Kenny Dillingham, he approached practice differently.
Dilly.
And it worked. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
Rates may apply. Bunker to Bunker, the golf show is celebrating fall's return with their annual Turkey Gobbler 2-person scramble, presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses, on Saturday, November 15th at the Victory Course at the Verado Golf Club. Proceeds benefit the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of Arizona. Open to the public. It's good fun and a great value with breakfast, golf, competition holes, team prizes, a big raffle, and a bounce-back golf coupon. All for just $149. Space is limited, so sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working
again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment. And after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals lose their 5th straight game, but now are on the bye, a chance to reset, recharge, and to hear how head coach Jonathan Gannon plans to spend his bye and what he hopes to accomplish after the bye. You can listen to his exclusive conversation with Burns and Gambo right now on the Arizona Sports app and arizonasports.com. Week 7 in the NFL concludes with a Monday night doubleheader, and we start in Detroit, where the Lions have been in full control of this one. They lead 14-0 with under a minute to go until the half. The developing story there, wide receiver of the Buccaneers, Mike Evans, who just made his return from a hamstring injury, had to be carted off of this one after a fall and a resulting hit to his head. He has subsequently been ruled out for the remainder of this game. Later tonight in Seattle, the Seahawks will host the Texans at Lumen Field. That one starts at 7. And Seattle, their football team's not the only team in action tonight. We are in the bottom of the first of Game 7 of the ALCS. The winner will advance to face the Dodgers in the World Series. Right now, the Mariners are the team that's in front. They lead 1-0. Again, bottom of the first inning. There's 2 men on and 1 out for Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays. If you want to listen to that game live, we are carrying it for you over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How does ASU keep this going and avoid any sort of letdown against the surprising Houston team this Saturday? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
And I think anytime you have a win like this, it rejuvenizes your program, especially after the embarrassment of, I'm going to talk about it because I'm still so embarrassed by it, of 2 weeks ago. So anytime you can have a win like this, it can definitely put you in the right direction. But the key is, doesn't make you complacent. You know, the reason we could win this game is because we lost the game prior. We don't win this game if we beat Utah. We don't win this game if we have close versus Utah. We only won this game because we were so embarrassed that our guys had a different level of intensity and focus and we found it. And now the challenge is, through the praise, can we continue to have it? And so I would say it's a positive, but it can also be a negative if we don't use it to continue to drive us.
That's interesting. I knew he had said what he said about Utah. We don't win this game if we beat Utah. But what caught my interest, Gambo, in listening to that was what he said there at the very end is we're going to get a bunch of praise now. We're going to get a lot of people patting us on the back. We're going to get a lot of people saying good things about us because we just beat Texas Tech at home. First win over a top 10 team in 2019. Now we got to deal with that again. Now it's right back to everybody loves us, and we got to put that in its appropriate box and put it away when the time comes because we can't let it all go to our head. I didn't realize he had said that part about it. I knew he had credited the win with losing in Utah and how it kind of pushed them this past week.
Push
but
them
now
to work hard. Yeah,
he's saying we got to keep doing it. We even with the praise.
No, I totally get what he's saying. He's saying like if we had beat Utah or played that game close, then obviously. We probably would have lost this game to Texas Tech because we wouldn't have had the same attention to detail that we had in practice this week. And they went after it. And I think that they did. I mean, your manhood was challenged, as a football player. Like, you're soft. Their coaches, the Texas Tech team coach.
Has he responded to you, by the way?
No, he hasn't.
No, not yet. Okay.
He's probably blocked him already.
Some guy from Texas Tech responded to me, though.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
We had our backup QB in, and it's different, blah, 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 blah.
No, so this guy's like, his name is Mr. Reckham. He goes, nobody listens to the radio anymore, you geezer. The original TTU commentator, fullback of the year, maybe he was a player there. I said, I don't know, you have 388 followers. I've got 105,000. Maybe nobody listens to you.
Wow.
But they do listen to me.
Wow.
So there you go.
My Twitter account's bigger than yours.
No, I don't know. It's an easy comeback for somebody's got no followers who's telling me nobody listens. Like, okay, you're an idiot, Mr. Reckham.
More from Kenny.
You said you were a fullback. If you're calling me a geezer, they don't have fullbacks anymore. They went out 40 years ago.
Careful. We work with a fullback.
We work with a fullback.
Yeah, exactly. And how old is he? He's like 70.
63 and Savage.
Okay, right. Still.
Saying Wolf is 70.
I mean, I don't know how old he is. 63. Like, yeah, we're all old. So, join the club, except for Mitch.
Kenny said what he learned after the Utah loss and the way they practiced last week. I loved it when he said this too. We're never going to not practice the way we did last week.
Forever. Yes, sir.
Why do you think that it helped so much, that all the players credited you with why that it helped so much?
It's not me. It's what we are. We say have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. You can't have fun and not work harder than anybody in the country. It doesn't work like that. You have to have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. And I lost that, and we had it back this week. And, we'll never, ever, as long as I'm coaching, not practice to the physical level like we did this week again. That just won't happen.
He said to all the softer practices, we're never, ever getting back together. Ever.
Yeah, we're never, ever not doing this.
We're never not doing this.
Yeah, and
give him credit, right? I think Kenny deserves a hell of a lot of credit. He got his team ready to play against a opponent that most people thought they were very inferior to.
Mm-hmm.
Top 10 in offense, top 10 in defense, 6-0, wrecking everybody they played. Average margin of victory, 35 points. Nobody gave ASU a chance. Did you see the college football game day picks? Texas Tech. It was all Texas Tech. A lot of people are pointing to that because nobody gave them a chance. He gets credit. He got them ready. He recognized what was wrong the previous week.
Right.
He fixed it. He had them ready. He had them prepared, except for the special teams. And then he got them motivated, and they won the football game.
And even the special teams he's gone to fix today. He basically told everybody that when the team got together and when it was time for the special teams meeting, he made the entire team, even if you're not on special teams, sit in on the special teams meeting. And the special teams coach didn't run the special teams meeting. Kenny ran the special teams meeting.
Yeah.
He was pissed. He was pissed about how that ended.
The volleyball coach in there, the soccer coach in there, the track and field coach. Get in here. Watch this.
We're going to fill this auditorium.
Well, because, look, that game should have been a blowout for ASU. They did have a problem with the red zone early. They did, but that game should have never been in doubt. They were crushing that team, physically manhandling Texas Tech throughout that game. The fact that Texas Tech came back and took a lead, I was with 2 minutes left. Like, how did that freaking happen? They were up. ASU was up 2 scores. 2 scores. Texas Tech needed 2 touchdowns in the final 4 minutes to take the lead, and they got it. And you're shaking your head like, well, yeah, because the punting. One punt, they ended up having the ball at the ASU 12-yard line.
Yeah.
And the other punt, they had the ball in ASU territory. It was terrible.
Here's Kenny today on those.
Yeah, just really bad football. I mean, bad football, embarrassingly bad football that I'm going to get fixed. So like I said, we kept the entire team in our special teams meeting today. And we said, we're going to watch every one of these plays together, quarterbacks, O-line, I don't care. You're staying in here because everybody needs to understand how important this was to winning and losing a football game. And I haven't done a good enough job making sure people understand the importance. And it was a reality check this last week for us as a football team to get better at that area. And there's going to be an improved intensity, an improved effort, an improved mindset in those phases of the game, because that was just unacceptable.
Now, it's interesting because Kenny's kind of new philosophy, we're never, ever not practicing that way again. You mentioned this earlier about Jordan Tyson and wondering whether he's going to be available this week. That was one of the things Kenny was calling around and checking on last week when he said he confided in a couple of coaching friends of his. It was like, hey, I got a really beat-up team. I got a bunch of guys wearing non-contact jerseys. I don't know what I'm supposed to do because I got to be careful here. What do I do to get my physicality back? And those coaches told him, practice hard, physical, go at him, do it, crank it up. He says he's never, ever not doing it that way again, but he might be facing the same problem this week. He might be
Jordan Tyson, there's some concern about Jordan Tyson, his availability for next week from what I've heard. So we'll see. But, there might be certain guys that I think you practice hard with your healthy players and you don't practice hard with your unhealthy players.
And I'm not saying I don't trust him when he says he's never not doing it again. I'm just saying that there are going to be weeks where it's going to be easier than others, and there are going to be weeks where it's going to be harder than others to dial it up with that kind of physicality in practice.
Sure.
Depending on who you have, who you don't, who you want to protect, that sort of thing. 2 of the players who were going after each other last week were Jordan Tyson and Miles Rouser.
Yeah.
And the story that was being told was that they were jawing at each other big time after a collision on the field, and it got everybody all fired up. Well,
Sure.
Again, this is where you got to walk that line between aggression, physicality, and protection if you're Kenny Dillingham. And he chose the physicality last week, and I think he'll choose it again this week, but you just got to be a little careful if you're Kenny.
I think the physicality took away any awe you might have when you look at Texas Tech and you see him destroying because look, they played Utah and they beat the hell out of them, and then you played Utah and Utah beat the hell out of you. But I think the practice, the physicality kind of took away any awe you might have had about Texas Tech and what they've accomplished this year.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Jonathan Gannon, is he feeling the pressure of a 2-5 start? Gambo asked him that question earlier. You'll hear what he had to say next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. You're not supposed to be close this year. You're supposed to be there this year.
Yeah.
Moral victories were okay the first 2 years. Just showing heart, showing toughness, being in games, playing hard was good because it was a welcome change from the end of the Kingsbury era. But year 3, this is the year it had to turn into actual wins.
You think about the free agents that Monty Austin-Ford has brought in. You think about the fact that he has had 28 draft picks in 3 years. This thing should be humming right now. And the fact that it's not is very, very depressing to me.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tell you about Christian Brothers every day, and they got some incredible specials right now for your plumbing, some plumbing specials. How about $500 off a tankless water heater? How about $100 off any toilet bowl replacement? How about $150 off a standard water heater right now at Christian Brothers? And how about 0 down financing available on anything you get? They've even got an $89 drain clearing and free sewer camera inspection. They'll come clear a drain for you for $89. Just $89 at Christian Brothers. AC, plumbing, and electric. They're second to none at what they do. This is an October special. $500 off tankless water heaters, $100 off any toilet bowl replacement, $60 off any plumbing repair, and $150 off any standard water heater with an $89 drain clearing as well you could add in there. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.75% 48-month financing. Or get low 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. There's a lot to watch tonight. There's a very intriguing doubleheader in the NFL on Monday Night Football. They're at halftime of Game 1. The Lions are beating the Bucs 14-3 right now. Jared Goff, 13-19, 183 yards, a touchdown. Jahmyr Gibbs, 11 carries, already has 107 yards and a touchdown. Hope you're not playing that dude in fantasy football. Then later tonight, it's the Texans taking on the Seahawks in Game 2 of the Monday Night doubleheader. And then, of course, you got yourself Game 7, the American League Championship Series.
Oh, well, you got a score?
1-1.
1-1,
The Mariners
okay.
and the Blue Jays are tied right now in the second inning of that game. Josh Naylor, an RBI single, got the Mariners on the board. Yeah, apparently it's former Diamondback night because Dalton Varsho, RBI single.
Oh, Varsho and Naylor. And,
yeah.
Okay.
George Kirby versus Shane Bieber is the pitching matchup in that one. Yeah. So, 1-1 game right now. That game is in the seconds.
My heart tells me Seattle. My head says Toronto's got a better chance of beating the Dodgers. I really just don't want the Dodgers to win.
I really don't either. I can't stand the thought of the Dodgers winning.
I saw something
I
today.
can't stand the thought of the Dodgers, period.
Dodgers may go after Kyle Tucker was the story I saw today.
Of course, why not? Sure.
Yeah.
Who's going to stop them?
Who's going to stop them?
There's been a growing conversation around the Dodgers aren't ruining baseball aspect. It's all the other owners that are cheaping out on the star players. Like, there was a report that came out from The Athletic that the Brewers are supposedly listening to trade offers for Freddie Peralta. And it's like, are you kidding me? You guys just lost in the postseason and he's your best pitcher. Like, re-up him instead.
Look, Gambo knows this. Mitch, you know this. People listening to the show, I love baseball. We love baseball. I do not have very much interest in a Dodgers World Series. I mean, I'll watch it, but to make it like appointment viewing, can't wait to go home and watch the Dodgers in another World Series. It doesn't hold any appeal to me.
If they win it again and they win it easy, would that lead other owners to be like, we need a freaking salary cap, and if we've got to hold out for 2 years to get it, we'll do it. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, of course. That's the concern. You cannot.
We can't compete. We can't compete with that.
You can't have a conversation with somebody in and around the sport of baseball without wondering whether 2027 is going to be delayed. I was just having a conversation with somebody who works in the industry a few days ago, wondering whether 2027 is going to be delayed.
If the Dodgers win it again, it might give other owners ammunition. We can't compete with a $350 million payroll. Fix it.
Jonathan Gannon earlier with us today on the question from Gambo.
Do you feel like you've got the support and the backing of Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell as well?
Yeah, 1,000%. I couldn't have landed in a better situation than I did, guys. I'll be honest with you.
You got your pills.
It was the right time to ask. They've lost 5 games in a row. Most people believe that for all intent and purposes, their season's done. They're not going to be a playoff team. It's been a very disappointing year. It was fair after 41 games at that time. I don't like having to ask the question. I prefer not to. I'd rather this team win, but that was the question we had to ask.
We said it before, and I'll say it again. Like, I do like this regime. I don't like what they've done. I don't like the lack of success. I'm shocked by the lack of success that they've had because I really felt like they got this right in hiring Monty and Jonathan. And so I'm really deeply shocked that it's failed to this level so far. I mean, and because of that, I'm sort of kind of all twisted up in knots about this one, just like not sure what to do about this because I just wasn't expecting us to be here like this. You know, at this moment, I wasn't.
I root for people, and I like those people, and I want them to do well. It's just, it's tough. I mean, it's tough to come in here for losing 5 straight games and can't sugarcoat it.
No.
Can't sugarcoat it. This season was supposed to be so much more.
And
you predicted 11 wins. I think I had 9 or 10. Like, we all thought they were going to be good this year.
Yeah, and I don't want anyone to misinterpret like me saying I like those guys as me sugarcoating it. At 2 and 5, they're done. They're not making
the playoffs.
It's not Halloween.
Year.
They're done. It's a miracle if you win 6 games this season if you're the Cardinals.
But that's the question. I don't know if they can survive a 6-11 season. I don't know. That's a lot. That's a huge step backwards.
I don't know if they can either. It's an unexpected mess for everybody. Arizona Sports at Night is coming up next with Mitch and Kellen. A lot more on ASU, a lot more on the Cardinals. In the meantime, it's time for the 2-minute warning.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the Burns and Gambo 2-minute warning. Final thoughts on yesterday's Cardinals game. Brought to you by Arrowhead Honda. Looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan? Head down to Arrowhead Honda and score big. Tell them Michael Wilson sent you.
Our final thoughts on the Arizona Cardinals game, and is tradition, I will go first here on the 2-minute warning. I'm going to start with the day after the next Cardinals game. The next Cardinals game is 2 weeks from tonight when they'll take on the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. The day after that is the trade deadline in the National Football League. Monty Ossenfort has made moves the last couple of years. In year 1, he sold Josh Dobbs. In year 2, he got himself Baron Browning. I can't help but wondering what this year's trade deadline is going to bring, and I can't help but wondering, will Kyler Murray be a part of that conversation the closer we get to that trade deadline? Only one more game. It's against the beloved Dallas Cowboys franchise in a building that he always seems to do well in. We've got 2 weeks to kind of let this stew and percolate a little bit. I don't know where we're going to be, but I do wonder if any rumors, any at all, will pop up between now and the trade deadline the day after the Cowboys game. Gambo?
Micah Parsons had 3 sacks against the Cardinals. He only had 2.5 all season long. He had never had 3 sacks in a game before. He said he didn't think this was one of his best pass rushing games. It was just